had been born. Monroe and many other prodigies felt somewhat ashamed under Leslie's gaze. Whether it was Leslie's absolutely stunning and coldly beautiful face or her absolute power in defeating Stanley with the strength of her domain, they all felt a sense of being unable to compare. It was as if their pride and glory seemed dim in her presence. She was like a swan among chickens, noble and elegant, not comparing herself to anyone, yet surpassing everyone. Seeing that the events of the day were mostly settled, Leslie glanced at Charlotte. Charlotte immediately understood and began organizing the officials who had completely submitted to reinforce the city walls, calm the citizens, and finish the remaining tasks. Seeing this, Leslie nodded slightly, then turned her slightly authoritative eyes to Owen, with a playful smile on her lips. I think we should renegotiate our cooperation. Owen opened his mouth, a little taken aback, not knowing what Leslie meant, but he nodded in agreement, so he followed Leslie to the Duke's mansion. The General Otto was killed by Owen, and General Stanley was subdued by Her Majesty Empress Leslie to continue guarding the border. They really won. Although the battle at the gates of the capital had ended, various news about the battle spread like wildfire, causing the capital to boil with excitement and commotion. Many citizens, who had been worried that Stanley would massacre the city, finally relaxed. And all eyes were fixed on the direction of the capital's gate. Even though Leslie had previously asked Madeline to reassure the citizens of the capital, telling them that they would surely survive this calamity, deep down, they were somewhat skeptical. After all, the chief elder and the general were renowned diamond tier mages with formidable reputations. Although Owen and Leslie were top prodigies, they were still far behind such veteran powerhouses. But unexpectedly, not long after, Owen and Leslie achieved a resounding victory. They really are monstrous talents. No wonder Academy City specifically created a domination leaderboard for Owen. I think, aside from Owen, Leslie no, Her Majesty the Empress, also deserves to be on it. Of course, I've heard Her Majesty the Empress has mastered the power of a domain, but she's only at the platinum tier. Imagine how terrifying she will be when she grows to the diamond tier or even the master tier. I can't help but feel this isn't entirely a good thing. Leslie is very cunning. Before she revealed her ambition, she deceived all of us. I feel that the throne of Empress of the Azure Kingdom is not the limit of her ambitions. I feel the same way, but I think it's a good thing. Ambition leads to progress. Under her leadership, the Azure Kingdom might become a super kingdom far beyond its peak. She's an unprecedentedly young empress, truly the first female empress of our time, the first female empress. That's an apt title, matching her formidable strength and unpredictable ambition. But is this ultimately good or bad? People in the capital, the citizens, and the mages of the Azure Kingdom were all discussing this matter. Whether Leslie becoming the empress is good or bad for the Azure Kingdom, no one could say for sure. However, one thing gradually became a consensus. Leslie had both the strength and ambition and was definitely an empress who wouldn't be content with the status quo. After all, when she defeated General Stanley, she didn't kill him but instead ordered him to raise troops against Kyric. Chapter 113. Chapter 113 Drinking. While everyone was discussing, Owen encountered Edward hastily catching up from behind on the way back to the Duke's mansion. At this moment, Edward's face was full of excitement. His hands were stained with ink, slightly blackened, and his right hand still vaguely maintained a pen-holding posture, trembling slightly as if he had just ridden too much and hadn't recovered yet. Upon seeing Owen, he formally wiped his monocle with his sleeve, placed it over his right eye, and gave Owen a very gentlemanly and grateful bow. Congratulations, Mr. Owen, on eliminating the diamond tier veteran powerhouse Otto. Your name will henceforth shine in the hearts of everyone on the continent. Congratulations, Mr. Owen, for becoming renowned throughout the world. Previously, although Owen had attracted the attention of many factions as a genius, it was merely attention and they did not take him that seriously. But now, Otto, a mage nearing the master tier, had been killed by him in public. Owen's significance was no longer merely as an unprecedented prodigy but as a force comparable to a master tier mage. Therefore, even Edward, as a historical recorder specially appointed by Academy City, dared not show a hint of disrespect toward Owen. Moreover, it was thanks to Owen that his status in Academy City had been elevated, and because of Owen, he experienced a piece of history that would undoubtedly be discussed by future generations. For every historical recorder, this was absolute bliss. Of course, the most important point was that information in records about Owen had sold out. All the major factions, kingdoms, and countless mages were increasingly curious about Owen, and through selling this information, he had made a fortune. Seeing Edward's respectful demeanor, Owen was somewhat surprised. Edward wasn't someone who liked to curry favor, possessing the pride of being a recorder from Academy City. Besides, he had heard that Edward had been promoted and was now a historical recorder. Although it was just the addition of 2 words, it was a recognition of Edward. He was no longer responsible for the daily recording and dissemination of information but was now in charge of the more grand and important task of recording history. Although interesting and strange things happen on the continent every day, how many of these will be recorded in history and passed down through millennia? As far as Owen knew, historical recorders were only responsible for the truth of history. They reported history exactly as it was. They never embellished the deeds of emperors, nor did they deliberately distort or belittle the facts. They were a group of strong-willed individuals. Even the most renowned emperors couldn't make them bow or submit. So why was he showing such respect to Owen? Owen was a bit puzzled. Although he was indeed an unprecedented prodigy, there was no need for this level of deference. Sensing Owen's surprise, Edward smiled and said, "These past days, Mr. Owen, you have provided me with a wealth of material, bringing me significant attention in Academy City. I owe much of my current standing to your help, and I had not yet had the opportunity to thank you in person." Hearing this, Owen understood. No wonder he had felt curious eyes on him wherever he went recently. It seemed it had much to do with Academy City and Edward's influence. Owen didn't mind this much. When he wasn't strong enough, he always tried to stay low-key and grow quietly. Now that he had acquired some power to protect himself, whether he remained low-key was no longer a concern. "I didn't do much to help. There's no need to thank me, Mr. Edward." Owen responded with a simple bow. Regardless, Edward represented Academy City, and his goodwill was beneficial for Owen. After all, Academy City's network spanned the continent, as did its intelligence network. Is there any dynasty's prodigy who wasn't once a student of the Academy? So, after some thought, he said, "If there's anything you need my cooperation with in the future, I'll certainly do my best to assist." Edward nodded excitedly. Owen was now a living legend. However, after a brief moment of excitement, Edward seemed to remember something, and his smile faded considerably. "Master Owen, I came to find you because Academy City just sent a message. The Fallen Angel clan has issued an order to hunt you down. 9 fallen angels are already on their way to the capital." As he spoke, Edward's expression grew much more serious. "You might want to find a place to hide for a while." The power of the fallen angels was feared by all major factions. With 9 fallen angels on the move, it was a total kill mission. Owen couldn't afford to get into trouble now. Faced with this news, Owen wasn't particularly surprised. That's just how the fallen angels were. Provoking one meant provoking them all. Although the fallen angels were formidable, he didn't want to hide. He couldn't hide forever, and besides, he had killed fallen angels before, even if dealing with 9 of them would indeed be troublesome. Seeing Owen's calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the news, Edward quickly added. Mr. Owen, these 9 fallen angels are diamond tier beings. Although you have the capability to fight a diamond tier mage, 9 fallen angels working together is too terrifying. Moreover, as far as I know, legendary creatures possess extremely powerful bloodline suppression. They can crush and kill lower creatures just by exerting their aura. Owen nodded and said, thank you for this information. I understand. You can go back now. With that, he continued on to the Duke's mansion. Seeing Owen's calm demeanor, Edward felt some of his urgency ease. After all, Owen had created many miracles, and while 9 fallen angels were terrifying, maybe Owen had a way to deal with them. Perhaps he was worrying unnecessarily. Leaving Edward, Owen soon returned to his room. Then he eagerly opened the incubator to check on Serafina's condition. With the help of the many beast cores fed by Owen, the snake egg's incubation was progressing well. The eggshell was becoming semi-transparent, with a jade-like color, and inside, a small snake could be seen hatching. If it were an ordinary Serafina, it would have hatched by now. However, due to Owen continually feeding it beast cores, Serafina instinctively absorbed and refined them to nurture its body. Although the incubation speed slowed, its core bone and potential were growing even better. In fact, while looking at the egg, Owen felt a sense of oppression he had never experienced before. This feeling reminded him of the bloodline suppression Edward mentioned. Serafina's father was likely a prince of the Corvor Serpent clan. The Corvor Serpent is a unique spellbeast that can infinitely grow by devouring spellbeast cores. It is considered a legendary mythical creature, though its bloodline is too thin to fully recreate its ancient glory. But now, Serafina's core bone was evolving and growing in the direction of the Corvor Serpent. While Owen pondered the bloodline suppression, Charlotte suddenly came to the door and softly said, Mr. Owen, the lady has returned to the courtyard and is waiting for you there. Oh, I see. Owen snapped back to reality, thinking of Leslie's increasingly cold yet noble face in her earlier mention of cooperation. He couldn't help but smile slightly, then put away the incubator and left the room. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Leslie, what do you really want? Owen followed Charlotte to the familiar courtyard of the Duke's mansion. At this moment, Leslie had changed into a black long dress, which added depth to her cold elegance. Leslie was leaning on a stone table with both hands, bending over to study a map on the table, as if she was trying to figure something out. When Owen approached, he saw that it was a map of the Azure Kingdom, showing all the cities large and small in the capital. For some reason, seeing this scene made Owen feel uneasy. He had a vague sense that something was about to happen. Nonetheless, Owen walked to face Leslie directly and asked bluntly, how do you want to renegotiate our cooperation? Hearing this, Leslie slowly raised her head and looked at Owen, remaining silent for a moment. Instead of answering Owen's question, she said to herself, the first time we met was in this courtyard, wasn't it? Owen frowned at her words. So what? Leslie shook her head as if reminiscing. I remember, back then, you were really bold. Do you know, at that time, I really wanted to kill you. Owen nodded. How could he not know? Back then, according to the system's prompt, Leslie's favorability towards him had dropped to just 5, and she had placed her hand on her heart. With his power at that time, he couldn't possibly have opposed Leslie. If he hadn't been honest and offered Leslie a tempting deal, she might have killed him with a single blow. But in the end, you didn't strike, Owen remarked with a sigh. Indeed, I didn't, Leslie smiled. Back then, you said you'd deal with the Council of Elders within a year. I didn't take it seriously at first. After all, according to my calculations, it would take at least 3 years. I spared your life to see what kind of tricks you planned to pull. Owen shrugged and smiled, then, we broke into the kingdom vault together. Leslie's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, we killed the Azure Kingdom's prince and princess. Owen continued, you took the Azure Kingdom's treasure map, and I took the handle of the Godslayer staff. Leslie chuckled, that was our first cooperation, truly perfect. To be honest, it was after that incident that I decided to work seriously with you. And sure enough, with our cooperation, we overthrew the Azure Kingdom's royal power within a year. Hearing this, Owen's smile faded a bit, and he said gravely, there are some things I haven't told you. Leslie, hearing this, laughed it off and said nonchalantly. Coincidentally, there are some things I haven't told you either. Owen paused for a moment and then said, the Master Tier strongman from the Council of Elders, William, isn't dead. He might come to the capital at any time for revenge. Hearing this, Leslie looked intently into Owen's eyes and said with her red lips slightly parted, I know. Charlotte just brought me news. Someone said that after the explosion at the Council of Elders, they saw William rushing back from the East Sea. Owen nodded. Since Leslie knew everything, there was no need for him to say more. What haven't you told me? Leslie was silent for a moment before speaking. The Fallen Angel clan has 9 fallen angels currently heading toward the capital. They will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Hearing this, Owen smiled and said, I know Edward just told me. Leslie responded softly and then fell silent, but Owen saw the struggle in her eyes. Owen understood. She wanted him to leave the capital. After all, the explosion at the Council of Elders and the arrival of the 9 fallen angels were both related to him. If he left the capital could be spared. Hey, Owen let out a bitter laugh. Were he and she destined to reach this point after all? But so be it. Or perhaps it's for the best. At least the two of them remained in a purely cooperative relationship. Just then, Leslie's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer as she slowly spoke, let's not talk about that. For now, since we both fought for the Azure Kingdom, let the two of us divide it. What? Hearing this, Owen thought he misheard. Was Leslie talking about dividing the territory of the Azure Kingdom with him? At that moment, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Was she trying to compensate him? With a grim expression, Owen sat across from her and asked in a cold voice, fine. How do you want to divide it? Leslie seemed unaware of Owen's emotional turmoil. She thought seriously for a moment. Then pushed the map in front of Owen. Choose whatever you want. Hearing this, Owen suddenly felt a bit suffocated. He wondered if this woman's heart was really made of ice. He glanced at the map casually and asked coldly, you mean to give it all to me? Without a second thought, Leslie nodded seriously and said, if you want it, I'll give it all to you. Fine. At this moment, Owen didn't hesitate and said directly, the 8 cities of the Central State. Without thinking, Leslie replied, they're yours. Owen's eyelid twitched. The 8 cities of the Central State are the heart of the Azure Kingdom, the absolute core. Aside from the capital. And she's willing to give them to him. Owen took a deep breath and continued, Etheria. Yours. Drakenshire. Yours. Eldoria. Also yours. Luminastra, Nighthaven, Thunderdike. All yours. Upon hearing this, Owen staggered. All mine. Is this a joke? The cities I mentioned are the most important in the capital, and she didn't even bat an eye before giving them all to me. Hey, Owen was both amused and exasperated by Leslie. With a half smile, he asked, all to me. Then Leslie, tell me, what do you want? As the words fell, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing Leslie remain silent, Owen shook his head, unwilling to listen any further. He turned and walked towards the room, intending to take all his belongings and leave the capital. Just as he took 2 steps, a cool voice called out. Wait, Owen frowned and turned around. At that moment, he saw Leslie looking up, the reddish sunset casting its light on her strikingly beautiful face. She reached up to tuck her hair behind her ear, and her starry, radiant eyes gazed at him. Seriously. Her lips slowly curved into a slight smile. And she softly said, I want you. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, the most lavish dowry in history. I want you. The cool and slightly enchanting voice echoed throughout the small courtyard as petals danced in the sky like a bewitching scene. A few petals drifted down and landed in front of Leslie. It was a beautiful sight, yet it couldn't sway her gaze in the slightest. Perhaps, at that moment, nothing in the world could make her look away. She was intently watching Owen. She believed she was showing her greatest sincerity. Owen looked at Leslie, those 3 simple words echoing in his ears, making his heart tremble. His mind was a blur, like a muddle of confusion, unable to think clearly. Owen's heart was in utter chaos. He rubbed his brow and spoke with exasperation. What do you mean by this? This was the first time he, a grown man, had been so openly confessed to by a girl. No, this shouldn't even be called a confession. I like you, that's a confession. I love you, that's expressing love. I want you, what does that mean? How was he supposed to respond to that? Leslie, hearing this, thought for a moment and said, didn't I tell you we needed to redefine our partnership? So what? Owen didn't quite understand how what Leslie said was related to what she did today. What I mean is that our partnership should no longer be just a simple partnership. It should be upgraded to us being life partners, supporting each other and moving forward together. Don't you think we make a great team? Leslie smiled as she explained to Owen. Put it more simply, Owen looked at Leslie's stunning and coldly elegant face, his brain seemingly crashing. Leslie thought for a moment and then said seriously, simply put, marriage. Hearing this, Owen was taken aback thinking, well, that was straightforward and direct. Just as he was about to speak, Leslie continued, before I met you, I always thought that marriage was too pointless. It had no meaning, it felt like a child's game of playing house which held no interest for me. But after meeting you, Owen, I realized it might not be so meaningless after all. It could actually be quite interesting. At this, Leslie laughed, a very happy laugh. Even the sight of flowers blooming for miles was far less enchanting than she was at that moment. Hearing this, Owen nodded. He could tell that Leslie was speaking from the heart. Actually, the reason he was so flustered earlier wasn't that he didn't understand, he just hadn't fully processed it. After all, in the original story, Leslie was known for scheming against the world and being ruthlessly cold. She didn't differentiate between genders. She flattened the 3 realms from the Azure Kingdom, pushing her way up to the 9th heaven. Anyone who dared to stand in her way would die, with no exceptions. It was precisely because of her unparalleled ruthlessness combined with her stunning beauty that made her irresistibly captivating. Even though Owen had designed her character, he was once captivated by her charm. So what was that bit earlier about? Owen asked awkwardly, rubbing his nose. She had just let him choose cities, and he had misunderstood her intentions and actually picked some. Now thinking back, he felt a bit embarrassed. I heard that when men and women get married, the bride is supposed to bring a dowry or something. Leslie looked at Owen earnestly as she spoke. I see. Owen finally understood everything. When she asked him to choose the cities of the Azure Kingdom, she was letting him select her future dowry. Moreover, this dowry could be considered unprecedented in its extravagance and grandeur. Is there anyone else in the world who uses the Azure Kingdom's vast lands as a dowry? Phew. Owen took a deep breath and then said seriously, Leslie, I've changed my mind. What I said earlier doesn't count. I don't want any of those. Hearing this, Leslie raised her eyebrows slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Owen with some confusion. None of it. Etheria, Drakenshire, Eldoria, Luminastra. You don't want any of them. Why? Owen shook his head and smiled, because what you're offering isn't what I want. Leslie lifted her delicate chin, her stunning face full of confidence. Proudly, she said, Owen, then tell me what you want. As long as you want it, and as long as I have it. I'll give it all to you. Owen was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Leslie's puzzled yet proud face and said in a deep voice, you. The simple yet deep word echoed. This time it was Leslie's turn to be stunned. But the good thing about Leslie was that she quickly snapped out of her daze. She slightly curled her lips into a smile at Owen. Her smile radiated a brilliance that seemed to convey all the beauty in the world. She smiled and responded to Owen, I'll give you everything. The scene widens. A man and woman stood in the depths of the courtyard, both smiling happily. Yes, happier than ever before. From beginning to end, the two never said the words, love, or, like, common among ordinary couples, yet one could sense the uniqueness and closeness between them. They were never bound by the mundane entanglements of ordinary romance. For Leslie, with Owen, she shared an innate, mutual understanding and tacit connection. Being evenly matched, yet having the joy of striving together toward a common goal. The endless joy brought by the deep connection between their souls. So today, her decision was made after careful consideration. To her, Owen was a one-of-a-kind existence in the world. They didn't know how long they stood in silence among the peach blossoms. When a gentle breeze blew a petal across their eyes, Owen and Leslie spoke simultaneously. When everything is settled, I'll marry you. When everything is settled, I'll marry you. Hearing the words, both were stunned for a moment. Then they turned and laughed lightly. Outside the courtyard, Duke Charles watched the two standing among the petals, a fatherly smile spreading across his serious face. He sighed with emotion and then turned to leave. Seeing the two made the impending crisis seem insignificant. And Charlotte, clad in her fiery attire, she looked at the two with envy. Holding a note in her hand, the note clearly read 2 words, Master Tier incoming. Chapter 116, Chapter 116 Master Tier approaches. Outside the courtyard. Charlotte paced anxiously outside the courtyard, occasionally looking inside, feeling both nervous and hesitant about whether she should go in and report. Though she couldn't see what was happening in the courtyard, she could hear the sounds of Mr. Owen and the lady clinking glasses. Since she had been with the lady, Charlotte had never seen her drink so heartily. Many times, it was just a sip, and then she would stop. Only when she was with Mr. Owen did the lady seem different from usual, or perhaps that was her true self. Charlotte didn't know, but she had just received urgent news that had to be conveyed immediately to the lady and Owen. While she was still hesitating, Leslie's voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Is there something? Come in and say it. Hearing this, Charlotte immediately lowered her head and quickly walked into the courtyard. Once inside, Charlotte was slightly surprised. The courtyard was covered by the canopy of an ancient tree, its lush branches spreading like a giant green umbrella, completely covering the courtyard. In the dappled shadows beneath the branches, Leslie leaned half drunkenly on the stone table, her white jade hand supporting her flushed cheek, her eyes dreamy and entrancing. Empty wine bottles covered the stone table around her, adding a charming aroma to the air. Opposite her, Owen also carried a hint of alcohol, his eyes locked with Leslie's, creating a rather intimate atmosphere. Charlotte didn't know much about relationships, but seeing them like this, she could tell they genuinely had eyes for each other. She couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, as this was the first time she'd seen a lady act this way toward a man. However, considering Owen's talent, strength, his possession of the Godslayer staff, and his role in overthrowing the Azure royal family, she thought perhaps only someone like Owen was worthy of her lady. So, she pretended not to notice anything and kept her head down, looking at her toes as she quickly reported. Miss, I just received an urgent message that a Master Tier strongman is on their way to the capital, causing a stir among many mages along the way, and they are coming with great momentum. A Master Tier mage was approaching. This was why she had to report, even though she knew that Miss and Mr. Owen were enjoying a sweet moment together. It's important to understand that Otto, the chief elder who had reached Diamond Tier level 9, was already terrifyingly powerful enough to destroy a city, yet he was still not a Master Tier mage. He hadn't even touched the level of a domain, which was worlds apart from a true Master Tier mage. You could say that even 10 Ottos couldn't match one Master Tier mage. One was in the sky, the other underground. Otherwise, all the major powers wouldn't regard Master Tier mages as the core of a kingdom. A kingdom with a Master Tier mage seated in one without is as different as heaven and earth. And now, such powerful individuals were coming aggressively. However, contrary to Charlotte's expectations, neither Owen nor Leslie showed fear, they only looked more serious. The Master Tier mage coming, is it the former chief elder of the Council of Elders, William? The joy on Leslie's face disappeared, and the hint of tenderness in her eyes was replaced by coldness. Charlotte nodded repeatedly and added, not only Chief Elder William, but he also brought the Chief Elder of the Fallen Angel clan, who is also a Master Tier mage. At this point, Charlotte's voice grew heavier. 2 Master Tier mages. What kind of oppressive force is this? It's known that a single Master Tier mage is a pillar of a kingdom. They are enough to deter those surrounding nations with sinister ambitions. 2 Master Tier mages are considered top tier in any kingdom, and almost no kingdom would dare provoke them. Although Miss and Mr. Owen's strength was comparable to top Diamond Tier mages, in front of a Master Tier mage, a Diamond Tier mage was like a child compared to an adult. The difference in domains and mastery of order is like the difference between a toddler taking their first steps and a grown man. One can easily handle 10. Yet, as Charlotte grew increasingly anxious, Leslie remained calm and said, I understand. You may leave. Charlotte's breathing was slightly hurried for a moment, but she knew that since the lady was not panicking, she likely had a strategy in mind, so she quickly turned and left. After Charlotte retreated, Leslie shifted her gaze to Owen. 2 Master Tier powerhouses coming here really show how much they regard us. What do you think? Owen set down his wine glass and smiled. What else can we do? We'll each take on one. Master Tier mages are indeed terrifying. However, Owen felt confident in confronting such formidable opponents. Because the skill he possessed, Supreme Order, allowed him to cross 2 tiers to defeat enemies. This was the source of his confidence. So what if they were Master Tier mages? He now had the strength to fight them. Leslie couldn't help but smile at Owen's confidence. It seemed that, in Owen's eyes, Master Tier mages were not fearsome at all, merely like roadside weeds and wildflowers. This kind of composure and confidence made her wonder what other cards he might be holding. Then let's take one each, that keeps it simple. As long as we can keep them here forever, the throne of the Azure Kingdom will be as steady as a mountain. Leslie pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Although she had won over the people and gained the support of officials by killing Otto, destroying the Council of Elders, and subduing Stanley, other dynasties outside the Azure Kingdom had long been eyeing this piece of fat meat, though mutual deterrence kept them from acting. Now, with 2 Master Tier mages attacking, turning them into the founding battle for the Azure Kingdom seemed like a good plan. Although she didn't know what Owen's confidence and trump cards were, Leslie had her own confidence. The month was up, and the monster imprisoned on the first floor of the Dark Tower was once again ready to act. At the same time, the citizens of the capital were still unaware of the impending arrival of 2 Master Tier mages. They were still immersed in the joy of Owen and Leslie defeating the 2 Diamond Tier powerhouses. Essentially, they didn't care much about who won, as they would remain at the bottom, regardless of the victor. But after Leslie and Owen's victory, the impact on them was minimized, with people even sent to help repair the houses damaged by the battle. For them, this was a great blessing, like true deities. Some citizens, whose homes and shops had collapsed, were singing and dancing, praising the Empress. As for the downfall of the Azure royal family, they didn't care at all. They only felt that with the current situation, Leslie and Owen were much more genuine than the Azure royal family. Moreover, having these 2 strong, top-tier prodigies ruling the Azure Kingdom was an excellent thing for the millennial-old dynasty. Meanwhile, on the other side, the prodigies of various forces who remained in the capital had no mind to celebrate, their faces replaced with shock and disbelief. They had all received messages from their families or academies 2 Master Tier powerhouses were about to arrive in Azure Capital, and they were advised to leave as soon as possible. With 2 Master Tier mages taking action, the capital would become a living hell. After all, the magic of a Master Tier mage could already harness the power of the heavens and earth, carrying immense divine might. Though the capital city seemed immense to the average person, in the eyes of Master Tier mages, it was nothing significant. Former Chief Elder William and the Chief Elder of the Fallen Angel clan, these 2 are ruthless figures, and now they're both here. It seems they intend to leave no escape for Owen and Leslie. Yes, even the appearance of one Master Tier mage would draw attention from many dynasties. Now the 2 are coming together, Owen and Leslie are truly in danger. If Owen and Leslie had some time to grow, they might not fear Master Tier mages, but now, many prodigies who knew this news were full of shock. They originally gathered to discuss Owen and Leslie, but now the topic changed immediately. After all, 2 Master Tier mages taking action was something that hadn't happened in a long time, especially targeting 2 juniors. In a tavern where many prodigies gathered, the Sun Moon Sect Saint Monroe glanced around at the crowd, feeling that these people held unrealistic fantasies about Owen and Leslie, and she frowned slightly. At this point, I think we should leave the capital quickly and watch from afar. With 2 Master Tiers in action, the battle's impact will be too terrifying. Owen and Leslie should have received this news as well. If they don't leave, do they expect us to stay here and die with them? Saying this, Monroe stood up, ready to leave quickly to avoid becoming cannon fodder. However, as she stood up to leave, she was suddenly surprised to find that everyone else was still seated calmly in the tavern, showing no sign of leaving. Chapter 117, The Banquet. Why aren't they running? Monroe's noble eyes showed confusion. The arrival of 2 Master Tier mages was a matter of absolute strength. Even within the Sun Moon Sect, they were among the most elite. As the saintess of the Sun Moon Sect, she had interacted with such powerhouses. She knew their power was unfathomable, with various methods far beyond the capabilities of ordinary mages. Numbers meant nothing before them. These people staying here would only die alongside Owen and Leslie. She snorted lightly. If they wished to die here, it was none of her business, so after a cold smile, she looked at Davis, the eldest son of the Prime Minister of the Cloud Empire. If others wished to wait here for death, let them wait. But Davis had a special status and position, and if he died here, it would be hard to explain to the Cloud Empire and the Church. Davis, this place is dangerous, we shouldn't stay long. She said flatly and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, she realized that Davis showed no sign of getting up to follow her. Instead, he seemed deep in thought, narrowing his eyes. Davis, what are you thinking? Stop dawdling and come quickly. Monroe beckoned to him, looking slightly annoyed. Previously, Davis had always been obedient and respectful toward her. But now, for some unknown reason, he no longer listened to her commands. As Monroe's expression began to change, Davis seemed to snap back to reality, quickly stood up, and walked over. Seeing Davis rise, Monroe nodded approvingly. Good, that's the Davis I know. I'll forgive your earlier rudeness for now. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Davis said with a peculiar expression, who said I was going with you? I want to go to House Ravenwood. At these words, the pride that had just appeared on Monroe's face instantly vanished, and her expression turned as dark as a pot's bottom. She kindly reminded Davis to leave, but he was ungrateful, ignoring her goodwill and showing no regard for her dignity. The Duke's mansion. At a time like this, it must be under close watch. We should go there too. Although the two Master Tier mages are indeed terrifying, I think Owen and Leslie must have a backup plan. I agree. Neither of them is easy to deal with, they have hidden cards that seem endless. As long as they don't panic this time, I believe there's an 80 to 90% chance they'll manage to get through it. After Davis spoke, others also began to get up, deciding to go with Davis to the Duke's mansion to see what was happening. Owen and Leslie must know about this news, and everyone was curious about how they would handle the situation. Seeing others gradually say they wanted to go to the Duke's mansion, a look of disbelief flashed across Monroe's charming and proud face. She could see their real thoughts at a glance. They seemed to express great confidence and respect for Owen and Leslie. In reality, many wanted to use this to test Owen and Leslie's strengths and see if they had the guts and means to handle this. Even more people wanted to use this opportunity to befriend Owen and Leslie. Was it worth risking their lives at a time like this to curry favor? Many of the prodigies clamoring to go to the Duke's mansion were indeed trying to cozy up to Owen and Leslie, as Monroe had guessed. This time, the two Master Tier mages coming was indeed a major crisis for Owen and Leslie. But for them, it was also a great opportunity. Previously, they had been cautious, avoiding too much contact with them during their crises, fearing being caught up in it themselves. However, from previous experiences, it was clear that these two could not be judged by common sense. They all had a strong premonition that if they missed this opportunity to connect with and ingratiate themselves with Owen and Leslie, they might remain near acquaintances in the future. After all, their growth rate was astonishing, like two prodigies. Seeing Davis and the others' resolute attitudes, Monroe gave them a cold look, as if she was looking at corpses, then turned and left. Shortly after Monroe swiftly distanced herself from the capital, two terrifying wars descended upon the capital like mountains covering the entire city. The once calm skies over the capital began to churn, the air thickened, and the monitor ignited and boiled. To the far west, an expanse of dark clouds, like the night itself, flew rapidly toward the capital. It was the 9 fallen angels, their wings beating mightily. At the Duke's mansion, led by Davis, the assembled prodigies had gathered at House Ravenwood. Leslie, Owen, and Duke Charles valued these prodigies who came to lend their support. Even though their current strength could not help resolve the crisis, they all represented major kingdoms and top-tier powers, which made them invaluable. Additionally, while their current strength might not be substantial, they were among the most talented individuals on the continent. Their future potential was limitless, and they were likely to become the backbone of their respective factions, even pillars of their nations. It was important to establish good relationships with them early on. The prodigies, having been received by Duke Charles, Leslie, and Owen, felt they had made the right choice coming. They were well aware that Owen and Leslie were now at a completely different level than themselves. If it weren't for their backgrounds and their timely show of support, they might not have been qualified to meet Owen and Leslie under normal circumstances. Owen and Leslie had surpassed them by far, and the gap would only widen in the future. Seizing this opportunity to show goodwill would undoubtedly yield unprecedented rewards. Once Owen and Leslie reached their full potential, their strength and potential were evident to all. Moreover, despite the impending arrival of two Master Tier mages, Owen and Leslie remained calm, showing no signs of panic. Clearly, they were confident in handling the situation. Since the two in charge were unafraid, any lingering worries in their hearts vanished. Owen, today young Master Davis abandoned the Sun Moon Sect Saintess Monroe to come here personally. Such loyalty deserves 3 toasts. At the banquet, everyone was drinking and eating heartily, creating a lively atmosphere, and Andre, being cheerful and outgoing, raised a glass of red wine and teased. Hearing this, everyone immediately joined in the fun. Indeed, Monroe is the Saintess of the Sun Moon Sect, and young Master Davis refused to be a sycophant. He's truly a role model for us. Amid the uproar, Davis couldn't help but chuckle, realizing these people had misunderstood something. Owen could vaguely sense the mutually exploitative relationship between Davis and Monroe, which was definitely not romantic. However, amidst the lively atmosphere, he raised his glass and said, "Young Master Davis has helped me a lot in the past, and today's gesture has moved me deeply. Come, I'll drink first as a sign of respect." With that, he drained his glass of red wine in one go. Although these words had a teasing tone, the information Davis previously provided about the chief elder and the general was indeed crucial for Owen. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Owen had wanted to thank Davis in person before, but he never had the opportunity. Seeing Owen speak so sincerely, and the atmosphere being joyful, Davis, following their playful banter, glanced at Leslie and said, "Others might learn from me that brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes, but Owen should never follow my example. Miss Leslie, this unparalleled empress, is worth more than 10,000 brothers." PFF. In response to Davis's sycophantic remarks, many mages gave him the finger. With Davis and Owen leading, the already lively banquet atmosphere became even more heated, filled with jokes, laughter, and merriment, reaching its peak. Suddenly, everyone at the banquet felt two overwhelming pressures descending rapidly upon them. In an instant, it felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on everyone's hearts, and the cheerful atmosphere plummeted to freezing. At that moment, everyone knew that the two Master Tier mages had arrived. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Destroy all of you. Former Council of Elders Chief Elder, William. Great Patriarch of the Fallen Angel Clan, Opolis. Two Master Tier mages. As the oppressive aura grew increasingly terrifying, Owen and Leslie exchanged glances at the banquet before soaring into the sky together. In a matter of seconds, they had flown above the Duke's mansion. From a distance, they watched as two figures flew in from the horizon, seemingly enveloped in the deep night, arriving together. The growing pressure, like layered waves, assaulted from afar, as if bending the very heavens. Owen squinted his eyes, his gaze filled with a crimson killing intent that wrapped around him like armor, dispelling the incoming pressure. His eyes, like spears, pierced through the void, clearly seeing the figures of the two men. On the left was an elder with withered yellow hair, dressed in a bright red robe. His demeanor was sinister, like someone who had hidden in the darkness for years, devoid of sunlight. His skin was full of bark-like wrinkles, loose and colorless, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of a zombie. Wherever he passed, it seemed as if countless vengeful spirits wailed behind him, and the clouds appeared even more twisted and eerie, as if from hell. This man was the former chief elder of the Council of Elders, William. Not far from William hovered a fallen angel clad in pitch black, spiked armor. His entire body was encased, with only his enormous black wings visible. Each flap of those massive wings stirred violent winds, slicing through the void with a howling sound, slightly faster than William. Though his facial expression was unseen, as he drew closer to the capital, the presence of the fallen angel who perished here became increasingly intense and clear. The lingering wail shook his eardrums, and the scarlet killing intent made his helmet blaze like fire. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed the gaze of Owen and Leslie. Both trembled slightly, their killing intent and anger growing stronger. In a flash, the sound of sonic booms rang out continuously. The two appeared above the capital at an even faster speed. As the two appeared, the sky above the capital was instantly shrouded in dense clouds, blocking the rays of the sun. The world seemed to plunge into eerie darkness in an instant, with countless low, dark, and ominous voices echoing between heaven and earth. The citizens in the capital looked up in astonishment at the sky, their pupils contracting and their breathing slowing significantly. How could it have changed like this when it was just a sunny day? Immediately following this, the terrifying oppressive aura emanating from William Antagonist poured down like a landslide. The entire capital was instantly enveloped, the pressure causing sonic booms in the air, which was torn into irregular cracks, falling with a howling sound. The citizens within the capital felt as though their bodies were filled with molten lead, unbearably heavy, and their backs involuntarily hunched, their legs trembling. Many citizens could not withstand this immense, terrifying pressure, their feet sank deeply into the ground, and they fell heavily to their knees, oppressed like pigs and dogs. Even some of the more powerful mages felt as though they could barely move, their magical energy disintegrating, trembling in fear. They instinctively wanted to escape, but found they couldn't move at all, no matter what methods they employed. The two overwhelming pressures were like insurmountable mountains. Seeing that William Antagonist had sealed off the capital the moment they appeared, as if designating it as a human purgatory, Owen and Leslie frowned slightly. The next moment, their auras surged like erupting volcanoes, shooting skyward like two unbreakable iron walls, colliding with the incoming oppressive force. Boom! The deafening roar spread out, forming ripples that expanded outward. Owen and Leslie trembled slightly, retreating a step back. However, the oppressive force emanating from William and the fallen angel's great patriarch was successfully resisted by Owen and Leslie. Owen, Leslie, seeing his advancing pressure block, William narrowed his pale eyes and glared at Owen and Leslie, his boundless rage erupting uncontrollably. Heaven and earth seemed to be influenced by his emotions. The ground trembled, the air roared, and chaotic air currents howled like swords, making the entire capital feel as though it were in the midst of an apocalypse. The Council of Elders was his life's work, but now it was utterly destroyed. His carefully groomed successor, his own blood relatives all perished in that great explosion. Even if he had been at the Council of Elders at the time, he would have been severely injured, if not killed. And the masterminds behind it all were now standing right in front of him. Owen, Leslie, this must be repaid in blood. Facing the sudden surge of murderous intent from William, Owen stepped forward, meeting William's crazed and murderous gaze head-on. Every move of a Master Tier mage contains the might of heaven, and mages below the Master Tier dare not challenge them directly, lest they be crushed by their immense pressure. However, Owen's eyes were the legendary weapon of slaughter, the spear of Longinus incarnate. In this confrontation, William's pupil shrank abruptly, feeling a stinging pain in his eyes as, if pierced by Owen's gaze, he was forced to channel mana to fortify his eyes, barely managing to resist Owen's penetrating stare. This startled him slightly, as his current tier should have completely overwhelmed Owen, who was only platinum tier. Yet in this gaze confrontation, it was he who came out worse. Truly peculiar. No wonder the Council of Elders fell to you, but this time, you will have no more chances. You, along with everyone in the capital, shall be buried with the fall of the Council of Elders. With a roar, the space around him shattered inch by inch, and a profoundly dark domain rapidly expanded outward from his body in all directions. It was as if a drop of deep black ink had fallen into a pool of pure water, quickly spreading and staining the already dim surroundings into total darkness, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. In this absolute darkness, rustling sounds occasionally emerged, as if countless things were swarming in the shadows, spreading as the domain expanded. This was the Elder's domain, Dark Forest. When the murderer's intent in his heart reached its peak, he attacked without hesitation. The spreading speed of the dark domain was incredibly fast and exceedingly strange, with twisted black trees growing in every shadowy corner where light could reach. Within the capital, many citizens who had hidden in their rooms felt the environment growing darker, yet even with wide open eyes, they saw only pitch black darkness. Then, black trees began to grow wantonly around them, their branches like arrows piercing through their bodies, using their flesh as nourishment to accelerate the trees' growth. In just an instant, after absorbing the flesh and blood of hundreds of citizens, the dark trees sprang up from the ground. These trees seemed to gain a certain level of intelligence. The thick bark twisted and contorted, eerily forming grotesque faces that emitted continuous cries of lament and pleading. Sensing this, Owen's expression turned icy. He hadn't expected William to attack with such madness and disregard for consequences, treating the citizens of the capital as if they were nothing. Once a grand elder, he had now become a madman. As William unleashed his dark forest domain, the great patriarch of the fallen angel clan beside him locked his aura on Owen and Leslie. He felt an intense, unending murderous intent toward Owen in particular. The fallen angel clan was known for their exceptional resilience and bloodline suppression, yet Owen had managed to eliminate them. This was not only a provocation against the fallen angel clan but also from Owen. He did not sense the curse of the fallen angel clan. This meant that Owen had a way to eliminate a fallen angel without being affected by their bloodline curse. For the fallen angel clan, this was both unbelievable and unacceptable. This was why the fallen angels placed so much importance on Owen. Owen must die. All those in the capital who witnessed the fallen angel clan's humiliation must also perish. Chapter 119. Chapter 119 show you something good. Owen, tell me, what method did you use on the fallen angel Narnia? Explain it clearly, and I might give you a quick death. Otherwise, both you and everyone in the capital will die because of you. The great patriarch of the fallen angel clan coldly scrutinized Owen, his murderous intent so intense that it resonated with the heavens and earth, causing a humming sound. As he spoke, the wings of the fallen angel behind him shook, releasing countless water spheres from his wings. These spheres hovered around him like steel balls and shot towards Owen in a torrent, intending to inflict severe harm and force him to kneel and beg. These water droplets, dense as rain, contained highly corrosive properties. They tore through the void, leaving behind a trail of black perforated ballistic marks. Black smoke continuously emerged from the marks, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound. As Owen observed the spheres, like concentrated sulfuric acid, engulfing the sky and heading toward him, he felt a slight stir in his heart. He detected a familiar fluctuation among them. Order. The fluctuation of order. The great patriarch of the fallen angel clan actually wielded the order of water. Because Owen had mastered 2 types of orders, his sensitivity to the aura of an order was exceptionally keen. No wonder a casual strike from him was so terrifying, capable of annihilating any being below the master tier. The fallen angel clan, with their unique bloodline, stood at the pinnacle of many creatures. With the power of an order, they were considered extremely formidable even among master tier beings. As Owen was preparing to make a move to counter this attack, which made him feel a sense of danger, Leslie suddenly stepped forward and sent a telepathic message to Owen. I'll take care of this fallen angel. Hearing this, Owen nodded directly. He knew that Leslie, who controlled the order of ice, must have sensed the presence of the order of water within the fallen angel's great patriarch. Leslie had always had a deep longing for an order. In an instant, after Leslie stepped forward, her body began to expand slightly, her muscles bulging slightly, and her limbs becoming more elongated and resilient, forming a perfect physique that seemed to embody explosive power. At the same time, her eyes had unconsciously transformed into vertical pupils, emitting a strange light. The rain droplets, which had been flying swiftly like bullets, suddenly seemed to slow down as her pupils contracted. What had been too fast to see before, each droplet now fell clearly into her vision, allowing her to see them with clarity. She then leisurely stretched her muscles and bones, making a cracking sound like popping beans, and a playful smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. With a somewhat lazy voice, Leslie's slender arm suddenly swung forward, her already protruding sharp claws slicing through the void, creating fierce crescents like crescent moons. When they collided with the incoming raindrops, they immediately tore them apart, and both were annihilated. Seeing Leslie's sudden and bizarre transformation, both William and the fallen angel great patriarch flinched. They felt that Leslie had undergone a drastic change from before, and even they could sense a dangerous aura emanating from her. It seemed that Leslie now posed a significant threat to them. Their expressions changed slightly, as they couldn't comprehend what technique Leslie had just used. Owen, however, had a vague understanding that Leslie's power likely came from the mysterious Dark Tower. She now truly had the strength to contend with William and the fallen angel great patriarch. The great patriarch of the fallen angel clan is yours, leave William to me. At this moment, Owen took a deep breath, his gaze focusing on the supreme order in the system interface. This was a planetary tier skill he had exchanged for 80,000 fate points. It was a technique used by the ancient Dark God King's father. Although it was just a beginner's version, its power instilled Owen with great confidence. It was precisely because of this skill that Owen felt no fear toward master tier mages. With Owen's decision, he activated the supreme order. Instantly, the originally clouded sky erupted with thunder, and a terrifying roar not belonging to this plane surged from Owen. Like billowing smoke, it pierced through William's dark domain in an instant. It broke through the ceiling clouds, rushing straight to the heavens, causing the sky to roar and tremble as if pierced by this wave of energy. At that moment, everyone who had been focused on Leslie was now utterly shocked, staring in disbelief at Owen. They felt as though he had become a divine being from another plane, transcending this time and space. Even though he was right in front of them, so close, he seemed unattainable, far beyond their reach. Then, they suddenly noticed a massive shadow faintly appearing beyond the sky, making the entire continent seem insignificant as ants in its presence. The shadow was so enormous that its full form could not be discerned, but the pressure emanating from it was like a mountain of ages, pressing down on the entire continent, making it groan and sink. For the mages near Owen, this oppressive feeling was even stronger, as if they were frozen in place by the pressure, with the shadow's mere thought able to obliterate them completely. As the shadow appeared, a pillar of light, surrounded by rainbow hues, descended from its body, piercing through time and space, enveloping Owen within it. At that moment, Owen felt as though he had become a deity, with the changes in time and space seeming to occur at his whim. Simultaneously, his physical body, mind power, and mana all experienced a qualitative leap, as if the orders of the world were rushing into his mind, ready for him to command. Of course, Owen knew that this was merely an illusion. Unless he truly mastered this skill, he could only use it to temporarily elevate his tier. Significantly, meanwhile, as the rainbow light pillar descended from the sky and empowered Owen, the various forces across the continent were drawn to the immense shadow in the pillar of light, capturing their full attention. At Luna Academy, Reina, who was in seclusion training, suddenly looked up at the sky, her usually aloof and cold eyes showing a rare expression of shock. From the massive shadow, she sensed an unfathomable, vast aura that made her feel like an ant in its presence. Mentor, the direction of that descending light pillar seems to be from the capital. Mary, who was standing guard beside Reina, spoke with a face full of astonishment. The scene was truly unbelievable, the entire continent seemed so small and insignificant before the shadow. Who could have triggered such a world-shaking phenomenon? The direction of the capital. Reina murmured, remembering that not long ago, urgent intelligence had arrived at the academy indicating that William and the great patriarch of the fallen angel clan had headed to the capital to eliminate Owen and Leslie. She knew a bit about William and the fallen angel great patriarch, they couldn't possibly cause such a world phenomenon not belonging to this plane. The one capable of triggering such a phenomenon was most likely Leslie and Owen. Thinking of that person she was reluctant to mention, Reina fell silent, but deep inside, she felt that only Owen could cause such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, in Kyric, the king of Kyric, the white-browed elder, and other ministers in the council hall all felt the sky trembling at this moment and sensed a terrifying shadow in the rainbow pillar descending from beyond the heavens. The capital of the Azure Kingdom, the light pillar has descended there. What a terrifying shadow, merely a vague presence and it's already hard for me to breathe. What on earth is this phenomenon? This is an aura from another plane, something extraordinary must have happened in the capital. As a master tier mage of Kyric, the white-browed elder was extremely grave at this moment. At this time, the ministers of the Cloud Empire all looked up at the sky, feeling increasingly insignificant. In the face of this celestial phenomenon, each one was shaken. Their faces bore deep shock and confusion. After all, this phenomenon was incredibly terrifying. It's coming from the direction of the Azure Kingdom's capital. Davis should be there. Send him a message immediately to inquire. Chapter 120. Chapter 120 Visitors from Middle-earth. While the various kingdoms and factions were shocked by this phenomenon, the forces in Middle-earth were also alarmed by this spectacle. The mana in Middle-earth is abundant, several times more than other continents, making it a place filled with powerful individuals and emerging talents. Many ancient and long-lived families have been established here. For the strong from other regions of the continent, it is considered an honor to practice and live in Middle-earth. Consequently, the prosperity of Middle-earth is unmatched by other areas. When the celestial phenomenon appeared, almost all the long-lived families in Middle-earth were startled. Compared to forces outside Middle-earth, their shock upon seeing the gigantic apparition in the seven-colored beam of light was indescribable. At Sunluna Academy, located in the extreme north of Middle-earth, an elderly man in a mage's robe, with snow-white hair and a long beard, widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Supreme Order. How can it be the Supreme Order? As the headmaster of Sunluna Academy, he had heard of this skill from a higher realm. However, he always believed it to be a myth, not something that truly existed. Yet now, this skill had manifested. This gave him a surreal feeling, as if myth had turned into reality. After a brief silence, he concentrated, causing a surge of mana to emanate from him. The void split open like flowing water, forming a void passage that transported his third disciple, Diana, who was in seclusion, to his side. Diana, who appeared there with closed eyes, looked about 18 years old, with an innocent face and snow-white skin. Her ears were sharp and long, resembling those of an elf. Diana, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. Remember, this is of great importance, and you must be meticulous and cautious. Hearing her mentor speak, Diana slowly opened her eyes, raised her snow-white, jade-like hands, and stretched languidly. Her movements were somewhat exaggerated, emphasizing her already curvaceous figure, making it appear even more voluptuous. Her astonishingly fair chest filled her clothes to the brim, seemingly ready to burst from its confines at any moment. Despite this overwhelming allure, she had a waist that could be encircled with one hand. As she finished stretching and stood up, her figure showcased a perfect pear shape, contrasting sharply with her innocent face, epitomizing the term baby-faced with a voluptuous figure. Even the calm and composed headmaster dared not look too long at his exceptionally well-developed disciple. He coughed twice and urged, "Investigate the Supreme Order skill thoroughly and set off immediately." Diana had already sensed a disturbance in the sky above but had ignored it due to her seclusion. She hadn't expected her mentor to be unaware of the cause and to send her to investigate. This was a tremendous opportunity. "Thank you, mentor. Thank you, headmaster. I always knew you were the best. I've been cooped up in the academy, practically going moldy. Now I can go on an adventure. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter flawlessly." Diana was delighted and rushed to the headmaster, hugging his wrist as she spoke gratefully. The more Diana assured him, the less confident the headmaster felt. He quickly withdrew his hand from the embrace of her white skin. Perhaps due to her age and personality, she had been quite lively since childhood, having caused some mischief in Middle-earth before. However, with him cleaning up after her, it hadn't been an issue. But if she strayed far from Middle-earth, even he wouldn't be able to help from such a distance. So he spoke seriously. "I've told you many times, be steady, be steady. When will you change your impulsive nature? Also, when you're outside this time, use magic to disguise yourself as a man. Don't create any trouble. Although other regions are not as advanced as Middle-earth, occasionally, there are prodigies. You must be cautious." "Got it, headmaster. Rest assured, I'll handle it." Seeing the headmaster start nagging again, Diana felt like her ears were about to grow calluses from listening and was becoming drowsy. She quickly dashed out of the hall. "Remember to disguise yourself as a man to avoid unnecessary trouble." The headmaster reminded her again as she disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, in Middle-earth, deep within the southernmost primal forest, there stood a castle resembling a city, seamlessly connected to the mountain, vast and majestic beyond sight. This was the hidden home of the dark magic family, Aiden Castle. At this moment, a seductive woman with ram horns, wings on her back, and a black tail, resembling a succubus, was half lying on a luxurious bed in the castle. Her alluring body was accentuated by tight black leather, highlighting her curves to an extreme, perfectly conforming to her skin, adding a maddening allure of ultimate sensuality. At this time, the mistress of the castle looked up at the sky, her red lips slightly parted. "Supreme Order, the legendary skill has manifested. Could it be that there truly exists an ultimate in magic?" She shook her head slightly, suppressing the confusion in her heart, and then pursed her red lips. Her voice, filled with allure and seduction, spread out gradually. "Go, investigate this matter thoroughly. I want to know every detail." Immediately, the dark castle was filled with rustling sounds. While the entire realm was greatly shaken by Owen's use of Supreme Order. Above the sky of this realm, beyond the endless stars, there lay an even more ancient, magnificent, and vast plain. In this plain stood a colossal white tower whose height could not be seen, nor its width. Span, it seemed to be the pillar supporting this ancient plain. At the unseen top of the white tower, a long sword hovered. At this moment, this sword, which had been here for an unknown length of time and had never moved, seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. Azure Kingdom, Imperial Capital. After Owen triggered the celestial phenomenon and was bathed in the seven-colored beam of light, William and Antagonist, not far from Owen, were already stunned and speechless. To them, this spectacle had far surpassed anything conceivable in this realm. Where did Owen learn such techniques? Initially, they thought Leslie's sudden surge in aura was already troublesome, but now, with Owen's aura dramatically increasing under the beam's influence, their expressions turned even grimmer. At this moment, Leslie was also staring at Owen in shock. Although she had known that Owen probably had some trump cards left unused, she hadn't expected his trump card to be so unique and powerful. The aura emanating from Owen was so intense that even she wore a grave expression. But soon after, a smile appeared on her face. The stronger Owen was, the more advantageous the situation was for them. As long as Owen could hold off William, she was absolutely confident she could eliminate the elder of the fallen angel clan. After all, she had saved her once-a-month opportunity to strike until now. Haha, do you really think you can oppose us with some secret skill? Foolish dreams. Moments later, both William and Antagonist snapped out of their shock, their faces twisted with murderous intent as they glared at Owen and Leslie. Although Owen and Leslie's auras had increased rapidly, giving them a sense of danger, William and Antagonist, being master-tier mages with deep foundations, could clearly see that the two had only temporarily boosted their power. Such enhancement was merely superficial, with their auras being unstable. One each, let's take their heads and pay for blood with blood. William spoke first, and then the dark domain surged towards Owen like a tide, eroding the space around it into darkness. Even the light emitted from the seven-colored beam around Owen was being encroached upon and eroded by the darkness. Leslie was about to take action when she saw the great elder of the fallen angel clan dart in front of her. "Now you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save Owen. Stay here forever." As he spoke, his violent aura transformed into overwhelming waves behind him, crashing towards Leslie. The water surged through the void, creating ripples that spread out, shattering the surrounding grass, trees, and the walls of the Imperial Capital into pieces. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. The Terror of Supreme Order. Under the aura spread by the fallen angel Great Elder, the people of the Imperial Capital, who had already fled far away, felt a chill throughout their bodies, a tingling sensation on their scalps as if the spreading ripples were the side of death. The sturdy walls of the Imperial Capital were instantly dented and pierced through, while the houses along the way were flattened like wild grass swept by a gale. Seeing these ripples about to reach the terrified citizens retreating in the city, Leslie frowned, and a surge of anger rose within her. As the unprecedented empress of the Azure Kingdom, these citizens were her people. "Get lost." Leslie, filled with rage, coldly uttered a word, and her nimble hands danced like fluttering butterflies, forming ancient seals before her. As these seals rapidly changed, a massive dark tower manifested from the void, hovering behind her like a vast, dark mountain, expansive and grand. The dark tower was divided into 9 levels, each surrounded by a terrifying aura. Upon contact with mana, a piercing sound erupted, as if something inside the tower was trying to break free. However, this anomaly quickly subsided as the dark tower emitted a brilliant light, restoring calm. As the light from the dark tower spread, it formed an impenetrable barrier, blocking the aura released by the fallen angel Great Elder with a muffled roar. Many citizens sheltered behind the barrier were already drenched in sweat, and some timid ones even wet their pants. When that icy aura struck, they felt their past flash before their eyes as if they were about to die. The Empress, it's the Empress. Soon, the many citizens who had realized this began to cheer, expressing their relief and excitement at having survived. They had just received news of the two Master Tier mages' attack, and before they could react, William and the Great Elder of the Fallen Angel clan had already descended upon the city. At that moment, everyone was filled with despair. Even if Owen and Leslie could handle the two Master Tier mages, the terrifying aftermath of the battle would be beyond their endurance. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the Imperial capital would likely be reduced to ruins, and they would perish in the fallout. However, to their surprise, at this critical juncture, Empress Leslie had diverted her attention to protect them. At that moment, the citizens, who had not fully recognized Leslie, instantly became her fervent supporters. They were ordinary people, the lowest-level mages, considered insignificant ants by the powerful and mere objects of exploitation by politicians and capitalists, who generally disregarded their lives and deaths. Yet now, Leslie had acted to safeguard their safety. This was unprecedented. Actions speak louder than words. At this moment, Leslie's actions won over more and more hearts among the citizens of the Imperial capital. At this point, you still care about the lives of these worthless peasants. Do you really consider yourself an emperor? Seeing Leslie go out of her way to activate the mysterious Dark Tower to protect the citizens of the Imperial capital, the Great Elder of the Fallen Angel clan couldn't help but sneer with disdain. In their eyes, these commoners were worthless. Perhaps their only use was to serve as collateral damage for the death of a fallen angel. Now that Leslie was deliberately protecting them, whether it was genuine or fake, his intent to kill these citizens grew even stronger. At that moment, his expression suddenly tightened as he sharply turned his gaze toward Owen. The seven-colored beam of light that had enveloped Owen was now entirely absorbed into his body, causing his skin to take on a dazzling, multicolored, glass-like sheen that emitted an extremely commanding aura. Every movement he made was like that of a humanoid beast, containing terrifying power that caused the void to rumble. Moreover, the dense mana swirling around his body nearly solidified into a liquid form, subtly undulating with his thoughts. Owen felt an unprecedented, intense magical power coursing through him, filling him with an indescribable sense of comfort. At the same time, his perception of the external world became remarkably clear, and he could faintly see traces of order. Then, his aura began to soar. Platinum Tier LV8. Platinum Tier LV9. Diamond Tier LV1. Diamond Tier LV9. Master Tier LV1. In an instant, Owen's aura surged to a level comparable to that of a Master Tier. The power and vitality emanating from him shook the heavens and earth, causing a tremendous roar. Master Tier. With the aid of the Supreme Order, Owen's power increased by 2 whole tiers. Of course, this enhancement was only Owen temporarily borrowing a portion of his future power to forcibly elevate his strength to Master Tier LVI. He could only maintain this state for 3 minutes. Although 3 minutes is a brief time, during these 3 minutes, he was on par with a Master Tier entity. At this moment, the once seemingly unattainable Master Tier William was now on the same level as Owen. Instantly, the dark domain that had reached the edge of Owen's body, sensing the sudden explosion of terrifying energy, was dispersed. Using Owen's body as a boundary, the dark forest domain retreated beyond the Imperial capital. How is this possible? The sudden turn of events left William, who was preparing to quickly eliminate Owen, with his mouth agape in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Owen's aura had actually risen to a level comparable to a Master Tier. Just moments ago, he was only Platinum Tier LV7. There was a gap of 2 entire tiers between that and Master Tier. But now, the seemingly insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth had been bridged. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't think of such a heaven-defying secret technique. The key was that Owen's current aura didn't feel like an inflated tier but rather like he had been tempered through countless trials before breaking through, with an extraordinarily solid foundation. This was vastly different from using a secret technique to enhance one's power. Immediately, the disdain on William's face vanished completely, replaced only by shock and caution. To break through to Master Tier clearly showed that he was a person of enough talent and caution. Although William didn't understand what Owen had done to create the celestial phenomenon, the enhancement it provided Owen was undeniable. If he underestimated him and failed, there would be no chance for regret. You truly do surprise me. I must peel open your heart and liver later to see what secrets you hide. Though Owen's sudden increase in power was terrifying, as a genuine Master Tier LV1 mage, William felt no fear of Owen. Instead, he became increasingly excited. Having been stuck at Master Tier LV1 for decades, discovering Owen's secret might allow him to break through his bottleneck and reach a higher level. A higher level would not only mean a broader world but also the rejuvenation of his nearly exhausted lifespan. Thus, Owen gained yet another reason for William to kill him as an original sin. As William's expression fluctuated, Owen, who understood the limits of being a true powerhouse for only 3 minutes, did not want to waste a single moment. He suddenly clenched his fists. Obsidify and Judgment Light Sword were instantly activated by him. Swish, swish, with the surge of mana and mind power, in an instant, countless light swords had already surrounded William, encircling him like a dense cluster of stars. They then began bombarding the black barrier that suddenly rose around him. Boom, 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 a series of continuous explosions erupted. Each light sword striking the barrier caused it to tremble, producing an earth-shattering collision sound. The black barrier eroded the light swords, causing them to explode, revealing the flames and lightning hidden within them. For a moment, even before William could make a move, he found himself engulfed in a frenzied assault of light swords, flames, and lightning. These attacks became even more terrifying after Owen's power surged. Even the barrier formed by William's dark forest domain began to crack. He had to alter the domain, using thorny bushes and brambles to block the light swords and lightning, while extreme darkness extinguished the flames. As William temporarily adopted a defensive approach, Owen gripped the long sword, transformed from the Godslayer staff tightly in his hand and slashed it toward William. Supreme Sword. This slash, like a river cascading from the heavens, tore through the sky, as if space and time were collapsing under its might. There was no escape. Nothing could withstand its cut. The supreme power of the divine sword finally revealed a glimpse of its sharp edge. Chapter 122. Chapter 122. First battle against a Master Tier. Outside the Imperial capital, as Owen unleashed the Supreme Sword, Elder William, who was busy fending off the Order of Fire, Order of Thunder, and the Judgment Light Sword, suddenly felt a sense of impending doom. He widened his eyes in horror, staring at the Supreme Sword that loomed larger and larger in his vision. Throughout his life, he had encountered many mages skilled in the art of the sword, but the feeling Owen's strike gave him was entirely different. It was as if this sword was destined to land on him, unavoidable. The terrifying waves emanating from the blinding sword light made his hair stand on end and gave him goosebumps. Realizing the gravity of the situation, William did not dare be careless. He swiftly clasped his hands together, generating a powerful suction from his palms, like a vortex, drawing the black trees from the dark forest domain to the front, transforming them into an endless dark forest that stretched the distance between him and Owen. Boom! The unstoppable sword energy swept across, slicing through the surrounding darkness and revealing the purest white sword light. Even the towering trees that continuously sprouted were reduced to ashes and vanished the instant they touched the sword light. Yet, the dark forest created by William seemed endless, with no apparent end. After the sword energy shattered those black trees, it seemed trapped within the dark domain. Seeing this, William was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly noticed the unseeable sword energy expanding dramatically, growing to a height of several dozen feet, and then tearing through the dark forest at an even faster pace. Watching the sword energy shatter the dark forest in an instant, William's frown deepened. He suddenly realized that the sword energy hadn't lost much of its power against the dark forest but instead was gathering momentum. The piercing aura reached him from afar, almost ripping his skin apart. The ominous feeling in William's heart intensified. He suddenly produced a round, bulging iron orb from his palm, covered with various mysterious patterns. In the presence of my yin pearl, all attacks shall be dissolved. If this is your strongest technique, then you can go die. With the yin pearl in hand, William's confidence and assurance surged as he coldly channeled his mana into it. Empowered by the mana of a master tier mage, the yin pearl quickly expanded, becoming like a black moon hanging over the dark forest domain. This black moon emitted a light that seemed capable of dissolving everything. Under the illumination of this light, Owen's fearsome sword strike appeared to be swallowed by the invisible black light. The yin pearl was his ultimate treasure, possessing the special ability to nullify magical attacks, greatly benefiting him. He rarely used it, as it could withstand even master tier magical attacks. Just as he was brimming with confidence, William suddenly noticed that under the radiance of the yin pearl, the supreme sword had mysteriously vanished. His pupils shrank abruptly. The light emitted by the yin pearl was like a quagmire. Once entangled, it was impossible to escape. But now, the sword strike had disappeared. While he was stunned, a chilling sword energy, sharp enough to crack his skin, suddenly emerged from the void before him. He abruptly realized that the supreme sword had torn through the void and appeared right in front of him. This time, not even his domain, the dark forest, could hinder its advance. The protective magic around him was immediately torn apart upon contact with the sword energy of the supreme sword. Bang! The terrifying sword energy struck directly at William's chest. His chest caved in immediately, his mage's robe was shredded, and his emaciated chest, ribs, and flesh were shattered under the sword's impact. It seemed as if this sword strike was meant to split him in two, eradicating him entirely. William's face was extremely grim. He had used various skills and techniques, and various magical lights flashed on his chest, but at most, they only weakened the power of the supreme sword. They couldn't completely block it. His body suffered unprecedented trauma, almost twisted into a mass of mangled flesh. Damn it! The pain from his torn body constantly stimulated William's keen nerves. He roared angrily, and the dark forest domain suddenly contracted, drawing countless dark forces to outline a bizarre black willow tree in the center. The willow's branches were countless, hanging down like writhing black snakes. At the end of these branches, hung countless black silhouettes, their heads down, pierced by the willow branches as if they were part of the tree. Dense and chilling, just a glance made one's scalp tingle. After the dark willow tree appeared, the bodies hanging from it suddenly exploded, turning into a twisted mist of blood and fragments. Among these remnants, traces of the supreme sword energy could be seen. With the bodies on the willow serving as mediums to transfer the damage, William's body, nearly torn in half, quickly healed. His weakened aura suddenly surged at this moment. Watching this scene, Owen frowned slightly. Although he knew that William was not someone easily defeated, this method of transferring damage was undoubtedly strange. Through his eyes, he could see the willow tree in the dark forest domain behind William, with hundreds or even thousands of bodies hanging from it. Although many bodies had exploded to resist the supreme sword, only about 1/3 of them were used up. Your sword strike is indeed formidable, but it must have taken quite a toll on you as well. Right. As Owen gazed at the dark willow tree, William, who had recovered, fixed his venomous eyes on Owen. Owen's terrifying skill far exceeded his expectations. However, although this move was indeed powerful, it had drained nearly half of Owen's mana, indicating that it wasn't a technique Owen could easily use. Having ultimately withstood the attack, William thought to himself that it was now his turn. To perform, tremble before my shadow puppets, William roared, swinging his hand forward. Instantly, the corpses on the dark willow tree began to move mechanically, bending their joints, then charged from the willow, treading on the pitch black realm of the dark forest, rushing towards Owen. Owen was in a bad state now, and the time had come for him to be finished. After the previous encounter with the supreme sword, William had grown somewhat wary of Owen. This kid had not only raised his tier to a level similar to his own but also possessed formidable techniques. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Silhouettes of dark puppets dashed toward Owen from all directions. Among these silhouettes, Owen vaguely recognized many familiar figures. They were the once renowned prodigies and geniuses of the Azure Kingdom. These dark puppets seemed very familiar, and their moves appeared to be their original skills. Could it be that William, the former Grand Elder, secretly harmed them since these people all mysteriously disappeared earlier? The many prodigies who were watching the battle felt even more shocked, and their gazes towards William grew increasingly complex. If Owen's sudden eruption of Master Tier aura had initially left them in disbelief, then these dark puppets unleashed by William made their scalps tingle with a sense of creeping horror. If their suspicions were true, then the decline of the Azure Kingdom was closely linked to this former Grand Elder. After all, those missing prodigies and powerhouses had the potential to reach Master Tier or even higher tiers, but later vanished without a trace. As shock filled the hearts of the onlookers, Owen also noticed the aura emanating from those puppets. Many had reached the Platinum Tier and Diamond Tier, and now they swept towards him in a mighty onslaught, their momentum terrifying. Looking at these dark puppets, Owen squinted slightly and murmured to himself, is it a numbers game? After speaking, Owen formed seals with his hands, activating the corpse animation spell. Corpses he had stored in his storage ring, along with Sean, Robert, and 2 bloodwolves, surged forward like a torrent towards the dark puppets. Although William's dark puppets appeared more formidable, the zombies stored in Owen's storage ring numbered in the hundreds or even thousands. Under his current Master Tier power, these zombies had their auras elevated by several minor tiers, even a full major tier. Chapter 123, Chapter 123 The War Between Two. In a realm of darkness, numerous black humanoid silhouettes rushed towards Owen at high speed. They were vast in number, varied in form, and wielded a bizarre array of techniques, yet the aura emanating from them was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Each silhouette was like a ferocious beast, seeming to tear its target to shreds. However, just as these numerous dark silhouettes were about to reach Owen, beams of light swirled in front of him, and pale, twisted zombies charged forward, heading straight for the dark puppets. Bang! In an instant, the leading dark silhouette punched the chest of an advancing zombie, causing its chest to cave in and black blood to seep from its mouth as it flew backward, clearly no match for the dark silhouette. But as this zombie was knocked back, the zombies behind it surged forward relentlessly, surrounding the dark silhouette and using their numbers to engage it. Soon, the howling sounds of battle and the roars of zombies and dark puppets echoed in front of Owen and William, turning the area into a bloody battlefield. Everyone witnessing this scene stared at Owen in astonishment. This ability to control corpses was something they had never seen Owen use before, appearing to be another one of his hidden trump cards. Most of these zombies were of low tier and should not have been able to compare with the dark puppets controlled by William. However, because of Owen's power and the value of his 2 orders, the relentless assault thwarted William's plan to quickly overwhelm Owen through sheer numbers. It seemed that as Owen's strength had significantly increased, he was gradually gaining the upper hand. I originally thought that a diamond tier peak mage was the limit he could defeat, but I didn't expect that even a true master tier mage would be unable to handle him and would even be suppressed by him. I've said before that Owen grows stronger when faced with powerful opponents. The more formidable the enemy, the more his potential is unleashed. It seems staying here was indeed the best choice for us. Although Owen currently holds some advantage, he must not be complacent. William, as the former Grand Elder of the Council of Elders, has been secretly honing his skills for years. It's impossible that he hasn't made progress. Owen's strength was forcibly enhanced and may not last long. If this drags on, it could be very disadvantageous for Owen. The crowd watched the bloody scene of puppets and zombies clashing and began to whisper among themselves. While they were optimistic about Owen's current state, they worried that if the fight dragged on too long, the scales of victory might tip in William's favor. Owen was well aware of their concerns, and he was silently counting down in his mind. 1 minute had already passed since the start. The time he had left was running out. In a conventional battle of master tier levels, it could take an entire day and night to determine a victor who lives and dies. Therefore, Owen had no intention of dragging this out with William. He decided he would have to take a more unconventional approach. Seeing the calculating gleam in William's eyes, Owen gripped the Godslayer sword tightly. He pushed his basic healing skill to the limit to replenish his mana reserves and then charged directly at William. William was initially planning to carefully probe Owen's trump cards and weaknesses but was taken aback when Owen dared to charge at him head-on. His pupils contracted sharply, and a layer of dark, mud-like riding armor appeared on his body. This armor, forged from the rare flesh and blood of spellbeasts, had the ability to enhance its wearer and absorb mana from other mages. Since Owen intended to fight quickly, William was ready to meet him head-on. With the armor donned, William's body seemed to swell in size, and a staff with a crystalline mirror surface, resembling the claw of a demonic dragon, appeared before him, gripped tightly in his hand. As the staff appeared, Owen, who had already charged in front of William, suddenly found his breathing quickening. He felt overwhelmed by the surge of a profoundly evil presence emanating from the mirror surface, threatening to plunge him into eternal darkness. Under the impact of this aura, Owen's charging speed abruptly slowed, as if he were frozen in place. While Owen was affected by the demonic dragon staff, a gleam of deadly intent flashed in William's eyes. Empowered by the armor, he swung the staff fiercely, aiming to strike Owen's neck. The mirror at the tip of the demonic dragon staff was shrouded in a dark, ominous light, forming a sharp blade that sliced through the air with a whistling sound. Under the demonic dragon staff, even master tier mages would be affected. You're still too young. As the staff was about to decapitate Owen, the veins on William's forehead throbbed with excitement. The demonic dragon staff perfectly resonated with his dark forest realm. Previously, Owen could resist the influence of William's realm, but the resonance between the staff and the realm created an overwhelming force beyond Owen's imagination. Screech! The sudden attack sliced off a portion of the flesh on Owen's neck, causing blood to splatter. If Owen hadn't tilted his head back just in time, this strike would have surely decapitated him. Seeing Owen narrowly evade the fatal blow, William was slightly disappointed. However, he knew that given Owen's current keen perception, killing him so easily was unrealistic. Still, managing to injure Owen under the combined pressure of the demonic dragon staff and the dark forest was something he had not accomplished before. In the next moment, unwilling to give Owen any respite, William charged at him again, aggressively. Every time he swung the demonic dragon staff, it was like a baton commanding the dark forest. The suppression of the dark realm and the dragon's might contained within the demonic dragon staff layered together, forming an increasingly heavy shackle that pressed down on Owen. William's attacks grew faster and faster, and the demonic dragon staff became almost a blur of black, its physical form barely visible. The dark forest realm also began to shift, folding and twisting like a sponge, gradually closing in on Owen. Under William's relentless and frenzied assault, Owen retreated continuously, shifting from his earlier advantage to being suppressed by William. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of their battle grew sharper and more intense. In such a high-intensity fight, injuries began to appear on both Owen and William. Their clothes were almost entirely soaked with blood, some of it their own and some from their opponent. In this entanglement, Owen had only 1 minute left. At this moment, as he counted down in his mind, Owen suddenly widened his eyes, a glint of determination flashing in their depths. He stopped retreating and adopted a more aggressive fighting style, seemingly ready to go down with William. William, closely watching Owen's movements, noticed that despite being covered in wounds, Owen had given up on defense and switched to a more ferocious offense. He guessed that Owen probably couldn't maintain his state for much longer and was choosing to fight to the death, hoping to take him down alone. Hey, since you're at your limit, just surrender and die. Struggling and resisting in front of me is futile. With these words, William stood his ground and clashed head-on with the charging Owen, engaging in a strategy of exchanging blows. In just a few brief moments, both of them sustained wounds that cut to the bone and damaged internal organs. Their combat grew more intense, fighting with relentless ferocity, but their energy was steadily declining. Overall, the situation was not looking good for Owen. Although he relied on his basic healing skill to rapidly heal his injuries, his recovery speed could not keep up with William's rapid attacks. Owen is in a tough spot. Is the gap between their tiers simply too great? Owen hasn't even reached Diamond tier, and yet he's managed to contend with William using that skill that triggered a celestial phenomenon. It's already an unparalleled miracle. Many people watching Owen, covered in blood, felt anxious. From the moment they met Owen, he had rarely been injured. Let alone being wounded so severely, it gave them the impression of a desperate struggle. However, while many sighed in despair, some keenly perceptive mages, like Edward, suddenly noticed something behind William. It seemed as though something was about to break through, causing ripples of agitation. Chapter 124. Chapter 124. A genius can kill across tiers. Behind William, there was a deep, ink-black darkness. As the dark forest gradually contracted, the power of his domain became increasingly terrifying. It was precisely because of the augmentation of this domain that he was able to gradually suppress Owen and continuously weaken his strength. Owen, it ends here. A genius like you will be my most powerful dark puppet, William laughed maniacally. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to Owen, he noticed that the bloodied Owen had a mocking smile on his face. Many have tried to kill me, but you're not qualified, Owen spoke, revealing his blood-stained teeth. William's body trembled, suddenly feeling an unsettling aura spreading from behind him. As that aura approached, even his dark forest domain trembled slightly, vaguely sensing a strong sense of danger. The smile that had just formed on William's face suddenly became serious. He instinctively rejected Owen's words, thinking it was merely a ploy to deceive him. However, the dangerous aura felt like ice water splashed on his back, stimulating his nerves and forcing him to turn and look behind him. As he turned and warily glanced back, he saw the space there undulate and eerily manifest another figure of Owen. Another Owen. At that moment, William wondered if he was experiencing some kind of hallucination. Clearly, Owen was right in front of him, his aura there, bloodied and weakened. Why was there another figure of Owen behind him? Was it an illusion or a mirage? William's pupils contracted as his mind power locked onto the Owen that appeared behind him like a tide. His surprise quickly turned to shock. In his perception, the Owen behind him had the same aura as the real Owen, with only one difference: the Owen facing him was covered in blood and nearly defeated. However, the Owen appearing here had a surging aura and was exceptionally powerful. The dangerous aura he had just sensed was emanating from this Owen. At this moment, the other geniuses and mages, who had previously thought Owen was in dire straits, had their pupils contract sharply. What were they seeing? Two Owens. In their perception, both figures were Owen, with no distinction. No, one of them must be a clone. It's just that the clone skill is so exquisite that it's difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Some experienced mages quickly narrowed their eyes, staring at the two Owens and exclaiming in surprise. Then, their gazes swiftly focused on the newly appeared Owen. In his palm, a distorted orb of light appeared, emitting an aura many were very familiar with. TNT. Owen's signature skill, a terrifyingly powerful attack technique. At this moment, the oddly colored light orb in his hand was only about the size of a bun, but the turbulent and dangerous aura emanating from it made their eyelids twitch. Even the slightest power leaking from the orb caused the surrounding void to explode, spreading out web-like black cracks. This TNT, infused with 2 Order S, was evidently created by the now Master Tier Owen, driving the power of the 2 Order S to the extreme. It was nothing like the TNT Owen had previously created at the Platinum Tier or even Gold Tier levels. Even William, whose expression was now solemn, was captivated by the TNT orb in Owen's hand. This technique of Owen's had almost become his trademark, something even William had heard of. Especially after the Council of Elders was destroyed by a terrifying and mysterious force, his attention was focused on Owen, feeling that the chaotic and mad energy was very similar to Owen's TNT. Now, it seemed to be true, and he even sensed a crisis of death from it. His heart raced, and blood surged rapidly to every corner of his body, urging him to retreat quickly. Who are you, really? TNT was clearly a destructive weapon utilizing the stars of order. Yet, order was obviously not within the Owen behind him, so how had he managed to conjure it? Logically, a clone should possess only a fraction of the original's power, and the various techniques of the original body could not be executed by a clone. Moreover, considering the power of order no matter how one looked at it, the situation was filled with mystery and abnormality. Reacting promptly, William immediately contracted the surrounding dark forest into a black sphere, sheltering him within it. Out of caution, as William chose defense, the Owen clone behind him remained calm and serene, simply pushing the light orb toward William. Without Owen's mental control and barrier, the fire and lightning elements, which were already prone to explosive rejection, detonated instantly. In that moment, the world trembled, dust and smoke rose, as if the apocalypse had arrived. At that very moment, William, deeply aware of the danger, further tightened his magical domain, making the dark forest transform into a black cocoon, layer upon layer shielding he knew well that Owen was already at his limit. If he could withstand this final strike, then Owen would likely suffer severe backlash, leading to serious injury or even death without William needing to make a move. However, Owen had already anticipated William's actions almost the instant the TNT exploded. The mana void, which he hadn't used in a long time, was activated. Waves of peculiar energy emanated from the blood-covered Owen, devouring all mana within the domain's coverage like a ravenous maw. The area within the domain's range became a vacuum devoid of mana. Initially, when Owen first acquired this domain, it extended only about 3 meters, requiring close proximity to function effectively. Now, with his master tier strength enhancing it, the domain instantly enveloped several miles, particularly centering William in the very middle. After the mana void unfolded, William, who had initially relaxed and was waiting for the aftermath of the TNT explosion to dissipate, had already emerged from the dark forest domain. Suddenly, he found his dark forest seemed to be under some absolute suppression, and he lost control over his formation. Following that, the domain, which had enveloped him layer by layer, began to rapidly disintegrate. Like melting snow, it vanished entirely after the mana void was deployed, leaving him directly exposed to the terrifying ripples of the incoming TNT. Boom! Before William could react, his unprotected body was sent flying, spitting blood. It felt as if his internal organs were shattered. A deep sense of dread immediately arose in William's heart. As he prepared for a desperate struggle, he looked down to find his body already disintegrating amid the endless chaotic ripples. In the eyes of the onlookers, William appeared like a clay statue, turning to ash without leaving any remains under the annihilating waves of TNT. Even though everyone witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they could hardly believe it was real. William, a master tier mage, had died so suddenly that it left them momentarily stunned, failing to think about escaping the terrifying ripples generated by the TNT. It is important to note that, despite ongoing conflicts across the continent, master tier mages almost never fall in war. After all, such mages are invaluable elite powerhouses for any kingdom or force. Losing even one would have profound impacts on their respective factions. Unless absolutely necessary, a master tier mage would not act lightly. Moreover, even if a master tier mage does encounter a formidable opponent, reaching a verdict of victory or defeat is not exceedingly difficult at that level. However, to actually decide life and death is extraordinarily challenging. How many mages who have reached this level don't have a trump card of their own? And which one doesn't have a backing power? Therefore, master tier mages often die from the exhaustion of their lifespan. Yet now, Owen had truly obliterated a master tier mage right before their eyes. Congratulations to the host for eliminating master tier level 1, William. While everyone was in shock over the fall of William, the master tier mage, a system prompt sounded in Owen's ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 fate points and leveling up to diamond. Tier level 1, Chapter 125, Chapter 125 Order Field. William, the former Grand Elder of the Council of Elders and a master tier mage, was killed by Owen. Edward's hand, holding the quill, trembled slightly, and his mouth involuntarily gaped open in shock. A master tier mage, the cornerstone of every major kingdom, now fallen. And he was slain by Owen, this rising star. All the other prodigies and mages present looked on in shock and horror at the scene before them. In their subconscious minds, a master tier mage was an invincible existence. Not just them, but even the forces behind them would only treat such powerful beings with respect and never dared to offend them. Yet now, Owen had slain one. How long had it been since such an event occurred on the continent? At this moment, throughout the entire capital, everyone was gazing up at Owen's silhouette in the sky, speechless and shocked into silence. With the fall of William, the master tier mage, it seemed as if the heavens themselves sensed it. A bright star descended from the celestial river in the sky, transforming into a brilliant meteor that illuminated the continent. It streaked across the firmament, leaving a long trail before it finally blossomed like a dazzling firework, then vanished into oblivion. A meteor descends, and the void wails. This signifies the fall of a master tier mage. All major forces with their eyes already on the direction of the Azure Kingdom and the Imperial capital were now even more alarmed, filled with intense shock. A master tier mage had fallen. William, the Grand Elder of the fallen angel clan. What exactly happened there? A master tier mage had fallen there. Amidst the chaotic energy waves, Owen, who was at the center of everyone's attention, was continuously enveloped in radiant light, the glow of constant leveling up. After the system notification ended, Owen's tier jumped from Platinum tier level 7 to Diamond tier level 1. To leap from Platinum tier straight to Diamond tier. Such an enormous leap was a qualitative transformation. After all, a Platinum tier could only be considered a top-tier strong figure in a kingdom but not its pillar or a top powerhouse. Only a Diamond tier mage is a pillar in any empire, with their words and actions affecting the future of the realm. And now, Owen had truly stepped into this tier, not just possessing combat power comparable to a Diamond tier. With the continuous increase in level, Owen clearly felt his body undergoing tremendous transformation. It seemed as though every cell was being enveloped and washed by mana. Every piece of flesh was strengthened and fortified by mana. His mind power had almost become tangible, forming a vast sea of consciousness at his brow, radiating genuinely terrifying mental waves like an invisible hand stirring the void before him. As Owen silently sensed the transformation and enhancement of his body, the system prompt sounded once more. Congratulations to the host for eliminating the Council of Elders Elder, unlocking the hidden achievement Council of Elders Slayer. Owen's heart skipped a beat, not because of the achievement itself but because of the rich rewards it brought. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Order Field. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tree of World. Order Field. Owen's gaze first fell on the Order Field displayed on the system interface. He previously received the Mana Void from the system, which was surprisingly powerful and dominant, playing a crucial role in turning the tide against formidable opponents, including the recent elimination of the former Grand Elder of the Council of Elders. Now, with the system rewarding another domain, Owen was undeniably intrigued, especially given the name of this field, which felt tailor-made for him. As Owen focused on it, the Order Field immediately integrated into his body, becoming something akin to a dantian, suspended in his abdomen and emitting a special, profound wave. Under this influence, Owen's Order of Fire and Order of Thunder seemed to be drawn to it, soon converging within the Order Field. As the two Order-s converged, the light emanating from the Order Field grew ever more intense. At the same time, the various mysteries and functions of the domain surged into his mind. After a brief period of absorption, Owen narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile of excitement appearing at the corner of his mouth. The Order Field primarily had two functions. First, it allowed Order-s to gather within it, enabling them to coexist harmoniously, preventing the conflict between different Order-s. Currently, Owen has two Order-s within him. Thanks to the armament mergent techniques for using both Order-s, he has a strong command over them, which has prevented any issues from arising. If it were any other mage, even a Diamond tier mage, they would inevitably encounter issues of mutual order repulsion once they mastered two Order-s. After all, Order-s are extremely special and powerful entities in this world. Having control over even one is considered a great fortune. Attempting to wield two Order-s could lead to mutual repulsion, potentially resulting in destruction. Although Owen does not currently face this issue, if he were to attempt to wield a third order, the problem of Order-s repelling each other would become unavoidable, and it would be nearly unsolvable. However, the Order Field now perfectly helps Owen resolve this issue. Within the Order Field, Owen's mastery over the Order-s is also deepening, seemingly merging completely with the Order. Besides this benefit, what makes the Order Field even more valuable to Owen is its ability to gradually develop a new order, one unique to Owen himself. This prospect excited Owen immensely. Order-s are rare wonders of the world, and there aren't many to begin with. They are often found in unique locations, and many already have owners. Collecting multiple Order-s and mastering them is an incredibly challenging task. Yet now, the Order Field could create a unique order of its own. If others were to learn that Owen possessed such an extraordinary domain, they would likely stop at nothing to target him. Since Order-s are extremely rare and cause a stir on the continent whenever they appear, the allure of a domain capable of producing Order-s is immense to major forces. This was truly a significant gain. Owen quickly calmed his breathing and turned his attention to the system's other reward. The Tree of World. It appeared as a small, lush tree about the length of an arm, with leaves that were green as jade, emitting a gentle, soothing green light. Just by looking at it, one could sense its rich life force. However, aside from this, Owen did not perceive any particularly special attributes. Owen glanced at the system's description: Tree of World, the source of all life. It was a simple introduction with no details about its uses or other information, which made Owen frown slightly. However, since it was a system reward with a grand title, bearing the name of the world, it was clearly no ordinary item. While Owen was pondering the Tree of World, the system's voice sounded again. The host is temporarily not suited for a direct level up, but the host can choose whether to break through. Current express bar, 5,000,000 millionths. Upon seeing this, Owen was taken aback. Was this about choosing the timing of his breakthrough? While Owen was still puzzled, the mana and spirit within him suddenly felt drained by some force, leaving his body emaciated as he collapsed backward. The 3 minutes are up. An overwhelming weakness engulfed him, making Owen feel restless, as though his body, starved for days, had undergone intense exertion, causing indescribable discomfort. His spirit was exhausted, his eyelids heavy as if filled with lead, slowly drooping shut. The Skill Supreme Order was indeed formidable, allowing Owen to borrow a portion of his future strength and elevate himself to a level comparable to Master Tier in a short time. However, like all similar secret arts, no power comes without cost. After using it, a corresponding price must be paid. As Owen's body became extremely weak and he fell backward, descending from the sky, he felt utterly out of control, with the wind whistling past his ears, growing ever more intense. In his current frail state, hitting the ground would likely result in serious injury or death. But at that moment, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant breeze. He then felt soft, warm arms catching his falling body. Owen struggled to open his eyes and indeed saw Leslie holding him, her expression somewhat complex. Rest well, leave the rest to me, she said. Chapter 126, Chapter 126. Leslie about to lose. What a promising younger generation. Truly remarkable. After Leslie placed Owen on the ground, the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel, hovering in midair with his wings flapping, had eyes filled with endless astonishment. William, as his close friend, was someone whose immense strength he knew well. Even among Master Tier Level 1 powerhouses, William was an exceptionally formidable presence. Even he, as a mythical being of legend at the same tier, did not possess the power to annihilate him. Yet, Owen, whom they had considered their prey, managed to do so. Owen, a mere Platinum Tier junior, had miraculously achieved this feat right under his nose. This left him bewildered, as if in a dream, while his murderous intent toward Owen and Leslie peaked. From the moment such a prodigy became an enemy, there was no alternative path but annihilation. Owen had indeed performed a miracle, but his current condition was clearly dire. In his eyes, although Leslie bore some resemblance to Owen, she could not possibly unleash power equivalent to a Master Tier level. The gap in tier was not something Leslie, a Platinum Tier mage, could overcome. He was not like William, and he would not become the laughingstock of Master Tier mages, forever etched in history as a disgrace. To think a small Azure Kingdom could have two such outstanding talents. Unfortunately, your brilliance ends here, having encountered me. With those words, the Fallen Angel Grand Elder charged at Leslie, his aura icy cold. Although he underestimated Leslie, William's demise was a lesson, and he would not make the same mistake. As the fallen angel Grand Elder made his move, Owen felt a blur before his eyes, and then a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him, enveloping him with an overwhelming and suffocating magical presence. Under the oppressive aura, the mana around Leslie slowed and was suppressed, but soon, an icy cold chill rose from Leslie, freezing all the incoming energy in its tracks. The surrounding space seemed to transform into a massive ice crystal. Order of Ice, I sensed something familiar about your aura before. To think that this rare order is with you, fate is on my side. As Leslie activated the Order of Ice to counter the oppressive aura of the fallen angel Grand Elder's bloodline, the Grand Elder realized that the cold emanating from Leslie was indeed from the rare Order of Ice. While all Orders possess mystical qualities, some are especially unique, and the Order of Ice is one of them. The fallen angel clan had expended considerable effort searching for this order but had only managed to acquire the Order of Water as a compromise. Now, the much-coveted Order of Ice was with Leslie. If they could eliminate her, the path of ice would be within the fallen angel clan's grasp. Growing increasingly greedy, the fallen angel Grand Elder licked his lips, his black feathers transforming into rushing rivers imbued with unimaginable force, striking Leslie. Boom! Leslie's body was enveloped in armor formed from ice crystals. The black feathers appeared light as a feather but struck the armor with overwhelming force, causing the ice-formed armor to deaden and crack. As the black feathers trembled slightly, the compressed water element within surged forward, enhancing the penetrative force of the feathers, overwhelming power. Leslie felt a heaviness in her chest, the impact of the black feathers giving her the illusion of severe chest trauma, making it difficult to breathe. Her understanding of the Order of Water was limited, but she sensed that the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan had reached a deeper understanding of order transcending its superficial aspects. This was a level she had only recently begun to comprehend, and it was evident that the Fallen Angel Grand Elder was ahead of her in mastering order. However, this thought only flashed through her mind briefly. Her long, snow-white legs suddenly exerted force, propelling her into the air to evade the continuous assault of the black feathers. Then, a gleam flickered in her vertical pupils, and the dents in the mysterious ice from the black feather strikes instantly returned to their original form. A spear appeared in her hand, and with a few quick maneuvers through the void, she charged toward the Grand Elder. The spear thrust forward like a dragon. Cold wind rushed at the Grand Elder, who wore a cold, ruthless smile. Although Leslie's speed was astonishing at that moment, as a member of the Fallen Angel clan, he was among the most elite in all aspects. Leslie's attack trajectory was completely within his control. With a virtual grip of his hands, intricate water flow runes lit up in his palms. Just as Leslie closed in, the sound of rushing water suddenly echoed in the void around her, continuously bombarding her body. These waters were an eerie black, with highly corrosive properties. The chill emanating from Leslie's armor failed to freeze them, and they dissipated into nothingness. The black water splashed onto Leslie's ice armor, creating a sharp sizzling sound. The water clung to her, slowing her forward momentum, flowing like a black mire. Leslie's expression grew slightly solemn. Despite having pushed the power of Dark Tower's first layer to its limit, she was still at a disadvantage against the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan. At this moment, although she possessed the strength to contend with a Master Tier Mage, this Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan was no ordinary opponent. In the next moment, the ice on Leslie's body shattered explosively, and the resulting cold wind scattered the oncoming black water. Leslie then lunged forward through the void like a flash of white light, her spear aimed at the chest armor of the Fallen Angel Grand Elder. Leslie's sudden burst of speed caught the Grand Elder slightly off guard. However, as the spear tip made contact with the armor, he regained his composure and violently shook the nearly tangible mana within him. Leslie's hands went numb immediately, and her palms seemed to crack from the vibration. Bleeding, she staggered back, each step paling her already beautiful face. The Fallen Angel clan is indeed incomparable to ordinary races. A Master Tier Mage is already powerful, and Her Majesty's situation is dire. Alas, the power Her Majesty has unleashed is terrifying, but the difference in level is just too great. Even though Owen has slain William, if the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan isn't defeated, today's situation remains dire. At this moment, seeing Leslie's repeated attacks being easily deflected by the Grand Elder, and even seeing Leslie injured, everyone's faces grew grim. Most of the people in the Azure Kingdom's capital had already accepted Leslie as their Empress. If Her Majesty Leslie and Owen were to die, they truly didn't know what the future of the Azure Kingdom would become. Sister. Madeline watched Leslie's retreat, her pale face full of worry and anxiety, wishing she could rush up and fight alongside her sister. Duke Charles, standing beside her, quickly restrained her. He knew well the terror of a Master Tier Mage, and with Madeline's current strength as a Gold Tier Mage, rushing in would only mean certain death. Don't worry, Leslie, like Owen, is someone who plans several steps ahead. She will find a way. Although Duke Charles was deeply concerned about Leslie's current situation, he still believed that Leslie could work miracles. After all, Owen had done it. With what he knew of Leslie, she would do whatever it took to succeed. Edward's eyes were wide with anticipation. Owen had just broken the ironclad shackles between tiers, and if Leslie could replicate that feat, the threat of Master Tier Mages would be significantly diminished by their presence. However, judging by the current situation, even though Leslie seemed to be using some means to boost her strength, she didn't appear to be a match for the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan. What other trump cards does she have? Chapter 127. Chapter 127. Within the Dark Tower, I am king. In a sky shrouded in dark mist, the fallen angel stood like a god high above, emanating an overwhelming and domineering aura that suppressed everything, forbidding even birds to fly. Opposite the fallen angel, Leslie, who had been blown back, struggled to stabilize herself as ice crystals continuously formed under her feet. Her beautiful face was devoid of any color, pale and frail. However, her eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. A kind of madness, not belonging to Leslie, faintly tore through the space around her, exuding a thick aura of malevolence. This also caused Leslie's fingernails to become sharper and longer, like scimitars gleaming with cold light. Her straight posture began to bend like a bow, resembling a beast ready to pounce. The change in Leslie's aura was almost immediately detected by the Grand Elder, but he paid it no mind. His hands came together in front of him, forming an ancient seal. Black water died. A deep and cold voice issued from his mouth, and suddenly the sound of rushing water could be heard from all directions. Centered on his body, waves of black tide spread out one after another, transforming the surrounding miles of sky into a swamp-like state. The onlookers gazed upward, feeling as though the world was inverted, with black rivers flowing wantonly through the sky, the waves surging endlessly, causing a sense of mental disorientation. Surrounded instantly by black water, a chilling and dangerous aura came rushing in. The dual pressure from both bloodline and domain immediately locked onto Leslie, whose aura was rapidly increasing. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Even a Master Tier Mage of the same tier would be suppressed and affected. However, this time, the moment these two pressures fell upon Leslie, a profound black light began to glow faintly from her. The Dark Tower, which had previously shielded the citizens within the Imperial capital, protecting them from the impact of the battle, was now summoned by Leslie, hovering above her head. The black light cascading from the base of the Dark Tower was like a protective shield, dispelling the black tide and pressure, making it the only place within the vast swamp unaffected. Seeing Leslie wield the mysterious Dark Tower, the Grand Elder's expression became serious. Earlier, when the Dark Tower had blocked the aura of both him and William, he had sensed that this tower was extraordinary. Now, with Leslie controlling it, it effortlessly neutralized the dual pressures of domain and bloodline, proving that the Dark Tower was even more remarkable than he had imagined. The key point was the ancient aura emanating from the Dark Tower. Even for the fallen angel clan, which hailed from the upper realms, it was an unprecedented sight. As the Grand Elder's expression turned solemn due to the appearance of the Dark Tower, Leslie's slender fingers made a grasping motion, seemingly resonating with the Dark Tower, which then swiftly charged towards the Grand Elder. At this moment, the Dark Tower had contracted to a height of only 10 meters. This condensation made it less grand but more refined. As it charged towards the Grand Elder, the lowest level of the Dark Tower quivered slightly, and the black light spread like mist, quickly dispersing the black water and pressure around him, pinning him in place. The Grand Elder frowned, feeling as if an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from the Dark Tower, giving him the illusion of suffocation. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and the world seemed to turn pitch black in an instant, with the Grand Imperial capital vanishing from sight. The Grand Elder was suddenly shocked to realize that he was no longer outside the Imperial capital but had been transported into a mysterious space. This space was extremely dark, filled with an ancient and decaying smell. Even when he channeled mana into his eyes, he couldn't see anything in the darkness, as if his vision had been taken away. He quickly spread his mind power to sense the unique space within the tower. However, as soon as his mind power expanded, he sensed a massive black shadow. Before he could perceive it clearly, the approaching consciousness was swallowed whole. The pain and disorientation from the tearing of his mind power made the Grand Elder grimace, and even the rhythm of his wingbeats became erratic. Meanwhile, Leslie, who had entered the lowest level of the Dark Tower alongside the fallen angel Grand Elder, felt completely at home here, as if she had returned to a familiar place. She squinted, using her cat-like vertical pupils to see the Grand Elder's initial awkwardness in this space. She immediately gripped her spear again and charged at the Grand Elder. This time, being inside the Dark Tower, Leslie's speed increased dramatically. The demonic power within her boiled over, causing her hair to stand on end, elevating her combat strength to a new level. Although the fallen angel Grand Elder was unfamiliar with this place, his sense of danger was exceptionally keen. Instinctively, he infused mana into his spiked armor, causing it to writhe and grow like a sea urchin bristling with long spikes, preventing anyone from getting too close. But Leslie was no longer the same. Bang, bang, bang. Her spear swept across with unstoppable force, shattering the spikes. The spear's cold tip, the sound of their clashes echoed, with countless sparks flying and quickly vanishing. As she engaged in combat with the now responsive Grand Elder. The terrifying battle waves reverberated through the Dark Tower like a destructive torrent, but as they struck the ancient tower's walls, they were immediately absorbed and neutralized. As the battle between them intensified and reached a fever pitch, the second layer of the tower above the base began to tremble slightly, with the faint sounds of ferocious spellbeasts echoing within. Soon after, the third layer of the tower also showed signs of instability, with similarly vicious and cruel sounds faintly emerging. Leslie was especially sensitive to the sounds of these spellbeasts. She knew it was time to conclude the battle quickly, otherwise, if the seals of the Dark Tower continued to break, the ferocious spellbeasts contained within would likely target her first. While the Dark Tower granted her immense power, it also burdened her with heavy shackles. The Grand Elder, though unaware of why Leslie was speeding up, could tell from her urgency that she could not sustain the Dark Tower's power for long. This was the first bit of good news for the fallen angel Grand Elder inside the Dark Tower. Under Leslie's relentless attacks, even he was struggling to keep up. He had suffered considerable injuries, particularly his spiked armor, which Leslie had punctured with her spear until it was full of holes, nearly losing its protective effect. He immediately shifted from offense to defense, intending to draw out the battle with Leslie and see how long she could last. As a result, mana surged within him, and bones began to grow out of his body, covering him completely and replacing the spiked armor. He resembled a living Asura, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. Then, just as he switched to a defensive stance, a massive cloud descended from above, enveloped in an unimaginable gust of air, crashing down upon him with lightning speed. The Grand Elder had not anticipated the presence of a third party within the Dark Tower. When the claw struck him, even with his bone armor for protection, he suffered broken bones and tendons. The shattered bone spikes pierced into his body, causing indescribable pain. Almost simultaneously, as he was severely injured by the claw, Leslie launched her attack. An extreme cold swept over, freezing the space around him for an instant, making his movement stiff. Leslie thrust her spear, and the glint of cold light became dazzling, briefly dispelling the darkness inside the lower level of the Dark Tower. The Grand Elder's face changed dramatically, but after being suddenly attacked by the claw and frozen by Leslie's order of ice, he was already gravely wounded. He could only watch helplessly as the spear pierced through his body. Thud! The sound of the spear penetrating his sacred body echoed abruptly. The cold emanating from the spear instantly froze the bloodline and internal organs within. The Grand Elder, even covering his flapping wings with a thick layer of ice, immobilizing. Then, with a thought, Leslie quickly took the Grand Elder out of the increasingly unstable Dark Tower, reappearing in the sky above the Imperial capital. As Leslie and the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan re-emerged, the mages who had been scanning the surroundings to find them immediately focused their attention. Seeing the Grand Elder's body pierced by a spear and frozen solid, they all gasped in shock. What had just happened? How had the Grand Elder, who seemed to have the advantage, ended up in such a state? Chapter 128, Chapter 128 The Nine Symbiotes. The Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan has fallen. At this moment, as everyone gazed at the frozen corpse of the Grand Elder, whose aura rapidly plummeted to nothing before dissipating entirely, an uproar erupted among the crowd. The Fallen Angel clan was inherently powerful, and the Grand Elder was a master tier mage, yet he had died at Leslie's hands. This shock and disbelief were no less than when Owen had eradicated William. These two were truly battle maniacs. Now, the eyes of the crowd turned to Leslie and Owen, filled with profound awe and reverence. Master tier mage, an existence they could only look up to. For many, reaching that level was the highest point they could hope to attain in their lifetimes. Yet, such beings had been successively slain by Owen and Leslie. The pinnacle they dreamed of reaching was already surpassed by these two. This inevitably led them to marvel once more at the terrifying couple. After the demise of the fallen angel Grand Elder, Madeline, Duke Charles, and even the prodigies from various kingdoms and factions gathered here, all breathed a sigh of relief, with excitement visible on their faces. They had sensed that Owen and Leslie were extraordinary and had gone to the ducal palace specifically to support them. In hindsight, their actions were incredibly wise. They could now confirm that after Owen and Leslie's astonishing achievements spread today, their reputation and status would be entirely different from before. They would no longer be in the same league as these young prodigies. In the future, catching up with them would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, they had seized the opportunity to forge good relations with Owen and Leslie. The only thing that puzzled them was that after the fallen angel Grand Elder's fall, no celestial phenomena appeared. It seemed as if he did not belong to this world. Under the gaze of the crowd, Leslie, who had just eliminated the Grand Elder, let out a slight sigh of relief. If it hadn't been for the unique nature of the Dark Tower's lower level, which greatly restricted the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel clan, and the unexpected attack by the demonic entity at the base, combined with her sudden outburst, she wouldn't have been able to kill the Grand Elder. If she had failed to eliminate him, her situation would have been dire. She had used too much of the Dark Tower's power this time, causing the tower seals to noticeably waver. Fortunately, the outcome was acceptable. Moreover, the Grand Elder's body contained the Order of Water. By obtaining his Order of Water, she could stabilize the Dark Tower seals. This was the reason for her confidence in daring to use the Dark Tower's power so recklessly. Leslie promptly channeled her mana to extract the Order of Water from the Grand Elder's body, causing it to hover above his corpse. This was an azure rune resembling a W, emitting an abundant watery aura that invigorated the spirit. As the Order of Water emerged, the surrounding mages became breathless, their faces filled with intense greed. An order, the legendary order, was right before their eyes. Such temptation was nearly irresistible to all the prodigies present. After all, prodigies like Owen and Leslie possessed order within them. Their exceptional talent and strength were closely tied to the empowerment of order. If one could acquire an order, they might not match Owen or Leslie, but they would certainly stand above other prodigies. However, as greed arose in their hearts, Charlotte and others loyal to Leslie gripped their staffs and weapons tightly, watching the crowd with vigilance. At the same time, everyone present felt the piercingly cold aura emanating from Leslie, which covered the entire area with a chilling frost. This shocked them, instantly bringing them back to their senses. While the Order of Water was incredibly alluring, their lives were undoubtedly more valuable. Leslie's displayed power was far beyond what they could contend with. Even if they all attacked together, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Moreover, even if they managed to seize the Order of Water through some means, they would inevitably face the wrath of Leslie and Owen. Just the thought of it extinguished any lingering desire in their hearts. Owen and Leslie's current strength was comparable to that of two master-tier mages, rendering them fearless of any kingdom. Additionally, given their youth and boundless potential, no faction would be willing to provoke them lightly. After all, master-tier was not their ultimate limit. Once the crowd calmed down, both Leslie and the gradually recovering Owen, who had opened his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief. Owen was acutely aware of his current state, feeling as weak as an ordinary person. Despite having started using his basic healing skill, the backlash he had suffered was too severe, causing his recovery to be slow. He could also see that while Leslie was in a better condition than himself, she no longer possessed the terrifying aura she had before, and her strength had clearly diminished. Fortunately, these people ultimately chose to back down. However, just as Leslie reached out to touch the Order of Water, a surge of violent and domineering auras suddenly swept in from afar, heading straight for Leslie. Leslie frowned slightly, and a gust of ice and snow howled forward, dissipating the approaching auras. Yet, due to the sudden appearance of these auras, the Order of Water seemed to be summoned and transformed into 9 reverse streams, converging into the bodies of 9 fallen angels that had suddenly appeared. As the water streams merged into their bodies, the 9 fallen angels' auras became unified, releasing a more terrifying and concentrated bloodline pressure, spreading like a tidal wave of blood. Thud, thud, the crowd, who had just sighed in relief, all vomited blood and knelt down, as if bearing the weight of a boulder, with their mana nearly completely dissipated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9. 9 fallen angels. At that moment, many mages struggled to lift their heads and look at the 9 figures in the sky, their faces unusually grim. They hadn't expected that after the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angels had fallen, 9 fallen angels would arrive immediately. Although the aura of each individual fallen angel wasn't as terrifying as that of the Grand Elder, their combined aura was even more oppressive and dreadful. At the forefront of the blood-colored tide, Leslie's already pale face grew even more wan and solemn. If she were at her peak, she would have some confidence in fighting these fallen angels. After all, while the combined aura of these fallen angels was formidable, their individual strength should only be at the diamond tier level, far from reaching the master tier level. It was only because of the unique fallen angel bloodline that they could approach that level. If she could find the right opportunity to defeat them one by one, there was still a chance. However, she was not in the best condition right now. She took a moment to steady her breathing and glanced down at Owen. Owen's condition was even worse, leaving her with no room to retreat. So, Leslie stepped forward, bearing the bloodline pressure of the blood red tide upon herself. Leslie, you are courting death. You dare to kill our clan's Grand Elder. As Leslie stepped forward, the leading figure among the 9 fallen angels, clad in blood red armor, stared at her with cold, hard eyes. Their endless fury made the bloodline pressure they emitted boil over. Leslie grunted, and an intense cold burst forth from her, transforming into a domain of ice. In snow to resist the increasing bloodline pressure. Haha, yes, I did kill your Grand Elder. So what? Do you want revenge? Do you have the strength for it? Leslie fearlessly locked eyes with the leading fallen angel. The fallen angel clan was known for their vengefulness, relentless and unforgiving. Leslie had no intention of wasting words with them. As Leslie's provocative words fell, bloodshot lines appeared in the eyes of the 9 fallen angels, their anger nearly igniting them. Meanwhile, on the ground not far behind Leslie, Owen watched the scene, filled with anxiety. The combined power of the 9 fallen angels was terrifying, and having absorbed the Order of Water, they had become monstrous. In her current state, Leslie was no match for them. Chapter 129, Chapter 129 Go or Die. The 9 fallen angels flapped their wings as they circled Leslie, exuding an intensely cold aura like the winter wind, leaving a layer of frost wherever they passed. Surrounded by the 9 fallen angels, Leslie had already expanded her domain of ice and snow to its fullest extent. At the center of the domain, a translucent order of ice materialized, enhancing her domain in an attempt to keep the 9 fallen angels permanently frozen in place. However, as the domain of ice and snow reached them, the 9 fallen angels, seemingly linked in mind and spirit, compressed the domain instead. Leslie, not in the best condition, squinted as she scanned the 9 fallen angels. Then, within the domain, snowflakes swirled wildly like a blizzard, shrouding Leslie's figure and making her vanish from the fallen angel's sight. The leading fallen angel, clad in blood-red armor, narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent and fury. His gaze pierced through the domain like a sharp sword, slicing through the swirling snowflakes. Yet, he could not see Leslie anywhere, it was as if she had vanished entirely. At that moment, a sense of unease crept into his heart, as if a great threat was looming over him. Suddenly, he noticed a snowball rolling across the snow-laden surface of the domain. Initially the size of a fist, it grew rapidly to the size of a house, and by the time it reached them, it was like a mountain, casting the 9 fallen angels into its shadow. The cold emanating from the snowball was incredibly intense. Just being near it covered their wings with a thick layer of ice and snow, which then cracked and fell off, numbing and detaching from their flesh. The leading fallen angel, clad in blood armor, charged forward to meet the snowball, punching it with all his might. Bang! The punch unleashed a surging force that blasted forward, creating an ever-expanding vacuum channel with waves of overpowering impact spreading in all directions. Under the intense impact, the massive snowball's forward momentum slowed, then suddenly caved in and exploded, scattering snowflakes everywhere. Yet, before a smile could appear on the blood-armored fallen angel's face, several dark figures suddenly shot out from the exploding snowball, dispersing and heading straight for the 8 fallen angels behind him. The 8 fallen angels, sensing the sudden approach of the dark figures, instantly became alert. Light flared up around them almost simultaneously, forming protective shields to shelter them. Boom! Just as their shields appeared, the scattered dark figures suddenly converged into 2 sharp shadows. One of the figures was none other than Leslie, who had just vanished. Her palm was filled with swirling cold air, spinning fiercely as she struck the chest of the fallen angel before her. The protective shield he had just formed cracked immediately, torn apart by the sharp ice and snow, which then drove forward and pierced his chest. The piercing cold wind was soul-chilling, shattering his armor into pieces like a cracked porcelain, and the cold wind seeped through the cracks, turning his flesh and bones into ice shards that fell to the ground. In an instant, this fallen angel, who was comparable to a late diamond tier mage, was reduced to ashes. The mages watching the battle were all struck with a sense of horror. They hadn't expected that even with the 9 fallen angels working together, Leslie would still find a flaw and crush one of the fallen angels with unstoppable force. And that was a diamond tier mage. Although not as terrifying as a master tier mage, Leslie had just killed a master tier mage, and her condition had visibly deteriorated. Yet the power she unleashed was still so fearsome. After Leslie dispatched that fallen angel, the remaining 8 fallen angels' faces twisted with rage as they rushed toward her. However, Leslie had anticipated this, and the other shadow beside her suddenly revealed its sharp edge at that moment. It was her weapon, the spear of extreme cold. As the other fallen angels focused their attention on her, the spear flew through the air, unexpectedly piercing one of the fallen angels between the eyes. The sharp tip of the spear instantly penetrated his skull, causing blood to splatter, and then his entire head exploded. Another fallen angel had fallen. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone once again. Earlier, they had thought Leslie might not be able to handle these fallen angels, but in just one encounter, 2 fallen angels had already perished at her hands. Leslie also breathed a slight sigh of relief at this moment. While the combined power of these fallen angels was indeed terrifying, taking them down one by one wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. However, just as she relaxed, she suddenly noticed that the fallen angel whose body had exploded seemed to reverse in time. The shattered body reformed, turning into streams of water that flowed backward and restored him to his previous state. Your skills are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, the 9 of us are one, you cannot kill us. The blood-armored fallen angel glared at Leslie with fury, then joined the other fallen angels in forming seals with their hands, creating an intricate array of crisscrossing lights that trapped Leslie at its center. As the array's lights brightened, Leslie's sense of unease grew stronger. She had managed to take advantage of their carelessness to kill 2 fallen angels, but now it seemed it was all for nothing. Leslie frowned. These fallen angels were already strange, and with the Order of Water's enhancement, they seemed like a dispersed whole. It appeared that unless they were all destroyed together, it was impossible to kill them individually. Realizing this, Leslie immediately wanted to retreat. The fallen angels were clearly aware of this. What had initially seemed like carelessness, as if they had underestimated her, now appeared to be a trap. However, by the time Leslie realized this, it was already too late. The lighter ray confining Leslie grew ever more dazzling, its escaping light distorting space like a wave of heat, and a pure aura of destruction rose from the formation like the hottest magma. Bang! In the next moment, red magma erupted like a fountain, with its core resembling a scarlet dragon that engulfed Leslie before she could react. The intense heat spread instantly, causing the air temperature to skyrocket like a parched desert. Each breath felt like fire searing the lungs. Caught in the combined assault of the 9 fallen angels, Leslie's situation became dire. Her domain of ice and snow was distorted and shattered, the ice and snow evaporating from her body. She was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep crater. This sudden reversal left everyone watching with their mouths agape, faces full of shock. Seeing Leslie thrown into the pit, Owen's face turned crimson with rage. He had already sensed something was amiss, knowing the 9 fallen angels' secrets made defeating them individually unrealistic. Now, reality confirmed his fears. As he struggled to recover, perhaps driven by his rising fury, Owen's recovery speed surged dramatically. The 9 fallen angels exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of murderous intent in the other's eyes. Although they had planned to lure Leslie into attacking and exposing a weakness, they were stunned when she immediately dispatched 2 fallen angels. If not for their unique bloodline and the Order of Water's support, 2 of their number would have fallen. It's important to remember that fallen angels are extremely rare, losing even one is a significant loss. Leslie's combat power was too terrifying, and she was their enemy. She had to be eliminated quickly to prevent future problems. However, as they rushed towards the pit to attack Leslie, they suddenly shuddered, feeling an overwhelming rage locking onto them from afar. Turning their heads, they saw Owen, who had been lying on the ground, now standing. His once weak aura was rapidly climbing, rising to a level that made them feel a sense of danger. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Successful hatching. On the chaotic ground, Owen slowly floated upward, his raging aura shaking everything around like his anger. Although his aura had recovered, it was still far from the peak state he had achieved when using the Supreme Order. Thus, the fallen angels, after a brief glance at Owen, focused their attention on Leslie, who lay in the pit below, her aura weakened. At this moment, eliminating Leslie seemed easier than dealing with the recovering Owen. Their disregard for Owen made him take a sudden step forward, charging toward them as his storage ring trembled slightly. Serafina, in the incubator, had successfully hatched. Realizing this, Owen's face lit up with a fervent joy. Serafina had been greatly enhanced by his repeated feeding of spellbeast cores, boosting both her bloodline and strength. Her innate talent was already exceptional, destined to become the Queen of Hell later in her development. Now, with Owen's assistance, she became even more formidable. Just hatching from the incubator caused the space within Owen's storage ring to become unstable, with unusual fluctuations suggesting it might burst. With a thought, Owen quickly summoned Serafina. Serafina, now only about the length of an arm and not yet fully formed, resembled an ordinary snake, but her scales shimmered with vibrant, rainbow colors, radiating a brilliant light and appearing extraordinary. Additionally, since Owen had used the contract spell from the system rewards to establish a bloodline contract with Serafina, she gazed at him with affectionate snake eyes as soon as she was summoned from the storage ring. She flicked her tongue and affectionately nudged Owen's leg with her head. Seeing her cute appearance, Owen felt delighted, especially with the contract spell making him feel a bloodline connection with Serafina. He extended his finger to gently stroke her head, sensing the immense energy contained within her small body, his eyes shining as if he had found a natural ally. Mother. Just as Owen was about to speak, he suddenly heard a timid yet affectionate voice deep within his mind, calling out to him from Serafina. She tilted her head as if recognizing this naturally close mother figure for the first time. Seeing her like this, Owen's mouth twitched slightly, but he understood it was due to the contract spell, which made her naturally close to him. He had taken care of her while she was still in the snake egg, which led her to see him as her mother upon hatching. Owen was about to send a telepathic message to explain, as being called Mom by a snake felt quite awkward. However, before he could, Serafina, who possessed a decent level of intelligence, seemed to sense something. Her innocent snake face showed a hint of genuine anger and coldness. Mother, is someone bullying you? Tell me, and I'll bite them to avenge you. She angrily transmitted this message to Owen. As her anger surged within her small body, she suddenly grew to several dozen meters long, like a giant serpent capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Seeing this, Owen was even more thrilled. He knew that Serafina, with her exceptional talent, was already incredibly powerful despite just hatching. Still, he hadn't expected her to master the ability to change her size at will. As she expanded, the scorching waves emanating from her suppressed even the auras of the 9 fallen angels. The 9 fallen angels had been focused on Leslie in the pit, but as Serafina released her aura, they felt a chill down their spines and a faint sense of dread deep within their bloodlines. The 9 fallen angels exchanged shocked glances and quickly turned their attention to Serafina. As fallen angels, their bloodlines were exceedingly noble, rooted in myth and legend, exerting a strong suppressive effect on other creatures' bloodlines. Normally, a being that could exert its full power would be reduced to about 70% under their bloodline suppression. Yet now, not only did their aura fail to suppress Serafina, but they also sensed a hint of danger emanating from her. This indicated that Serafina's bloodline was at least similar to theirs, and at the very least, it was of a legendary level. As the 9 fallen angels gazed at Serafina with serious expressions, the other mages present, especially Edward and various prodigy mages, were also staring at Serafina without blinking. At this moment, Serafina, as large as a mountain range spanning 2 lands, was pushing Owen with her head as she charged toward the 9 fallen angels. Her massive, powerful body writhed as she moved, the air echoing like thunder as she transformed into a crimson streak of light that attacked them. Witnessing the astonishing aura that Serafina suddenly unleashed, even they felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if facing the fallen angels directly. Their mana was significantly suppressed. What kind of spellbeast is this? Is it another of Owen's trump cards? Such terrifying bloodline pressure, it rivals that of the fallen angel clan. It seems that this spellbeast is still in its infancy, yet it already possesses such formidable power. It's unimaginable how terrifying it will become once it matures. Everyone's attention was entirely captivated by Serafina. They had never seen a spellbeast with such powerful bloodline pressure, and crucially, it seemed to have been successfully contracted by Owen. It's known that the stronger a spellbeast's bloodline, the more difficult it is to tame and control, with many powerful bloodlines even capable of backfiring on the contract. Even in infancy, a contract might not be possible. Yet Owen had succeeded. Boom! As Serafina closed in on the 9 fallen angels, she suddenly opened her gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of searing, annihilating flames at them. The flames rolled forth like a fiery cloud in the sky, stretching endlessly, evaporating all moisture within miles and causing the ground to crack while making everyone's blood boil. The 9 fallen angels felt the searing flames approaching, and the surrounding air dried up like scorching sand, with only fire elements remaining as the other mana was nearly repelled. Their expressions shifted slightly as they hurriedly closed ranks, forming a black ring around the leading blood-armored fallen angel, encircling him like stars around the moon. Immediately, water elements surged from their bodies, transforming into massive waves crashing toward the flames. As fire met waves, a searing steam exploded into the void, leaving the space riddled with holes as the steam surged. The next moment, Serafina's annihilating flames gradually dissipated, while the waves before the fallen angels had evaporated completely, leaving embers dancing on their feathers and armor like beastly teeth gnawing at their wings, causing excruciating pain. In this initial clash, Serafina held a slight advantage. However, Owen soon saw the 9 fallen angels' auras merging, extinguishing the flames on them in an instant, and their weakened auras began to surge once more. Vile creature, you have some strength, but no discernment, forming a contract with someone who is doomed. After deflecting Serafina's attack, the leading fallen angel flapped his wings, splitting the sky with dark clouds, and a torrent of moisture began to descend. This deluge suppressed the searing heat emanating from Serafina. Though Serafina was exceptionally gifted, she had just hatched and could not yet contend with the power of an order. Additionally, she was currently only a fire element spellbeast, having not yet devoured enough beast cores to evolve, making her vulnerable to the order of water suppression. Realizing this, Owen quickly looked toward Leslie, who was standing up from the pit. Leslie, share the power of your order of ice with Serafina. Sharing an order is generally done only in very close relationships due to the inherent risks involved. Unless it's like the 9 fallen angels, who use secret arts to become one and seamlessly share the order of water without any hindrance. If any greed or possessiveness arises, the order will cause intense backlash and disruption to both the sharer and the original owner. Chapter 131, Chapter 131 Extermination. Sharing an order. Hearing Owen's words, Leslie was slightly startled, knowing that this was a risky endeavor, especially when sharing it with a fire element spellbeast. However, Leslie had great trust in Owen, and she could sense the bloodline contract between Owen and Serafina. So, without a moment's hesitation, she activated the Order of Ice from her brow, which appeared like a spinning snowflake, emitting a mystical cold aura. As the Order of Ice manifested, Owen could clearly feel the intense longing from Serafina. Originally a water element spellbeast, Serafina was exceptionally talented, and having absorbed many powerful beast cores, she was already adept in both water and fire. Currently, her fire magic was dominant, but with the addition of the Order of Ice, her dual mastery of water and fire would make her even more formidable. In terms of talent, she could be called the top spellbeast of this plane. At that point, even with the noble bloodline of the fallen angels, they would still be suppressed by her. With Owen's confirmation, Serafina swallowed the Order of Ice as it floated before her. As the Order of Ice entered Serafina's body, her magma-like crimson scales began to emit a white cold mist from the gaps between her scales. From a distance, Serafina now appeared as a fusion of sun and ice, with waves of alternating heat and cold radiating outward, creating ripples in the air. The 9 fallen angels nearby watched Serafina with grave expressions. Previously, Serafina posed only a minor threat to them, but now, empowered by the Order of Ice, she made their bloodlines tremble. A sense of impending doom loomed over them. The mana flowing within them slowed, as if subjected to some suppression. Such a situation had only previously occurred with their formidable opponents. Under their cautious gaze, as Serafina's aura transformed from searing heat to alternating hot and cold, Owen's aura also began to rise rapidly. Standing atop Serafina like a dragon knight, Owen's aura gradually merged with Serafina's, surging to the level of a late diamond tier mage. Connected by bloodline to Serafina, her massive enhancement also caused Owen's strength to skyrocket. Simultaneously, he noticed that the aura of the 9 fallen angels weakened further under Serafina's constant pressure. Previously, these 9 fallen angels were comparable to the peak of the diamond tier, and together they rivaled a master tier mage. But now, they had fallen to the early diamond tier, and even combined, they only reached the level of a master tier mage. Sensing this, Owen's murderous intent intensified, and he, along with Serafina, launched an attack on the 9 fallen angels. Serafina's massive body moved through the sky as the 9 fallen angels struggled to counteract the effects of the bloodline suppression. Caught off guard, they were struck by Serafina's long tail, sending them flying, their bodies feeling as if they were shattering, with fire and ice continually infiltrating them. The leading blood-armored fallen angel and several others managed to dodge, but Owen's attack quickly followed. It was a barrage of lightning and fire intertwined into spheres of light, which exploded upon reaching them. Silver lightning danced like thousands of silver serpents, striking them, while the scorching flames burned their armor and skin, causing genuine searing pain. Regroup. Form near A. Seeing Owen and Serafina's fierce assault, the blood-armored fallen angel quickly dispelled the remaining lightning and fire, his body glowing red as he stabilized his injuries. He immediately sent out a call, summoning the other fallen angels. At this point, their only option was to re-establish the formation and rely on the order of water and near A's intricacies to hold their ground. However, despite his summons, the other 8 fallen angels were unable to regroup around him, as they were intercepted by Owen and Leslie. Especially with Serafina's massive body forming a circle, she surrounded the fallen angel and several others in the center, effectively isolating the remaining fallen angels outside her body. You all attacked me before, and now it's my turn. Seeing Serafina suppress and separate the fallen angels, Leslie leapt from the pit and charged at the fallen angels on the outskirts, moving as nimbly as a cat and attacking them in quick succession. Separated from their combined force and suppressed by Serafina, the fallen angels' power had significantly weakened, leaving them no match for Leslie's furious assault. In just one encounter, they were beaten badly, retreating while spitting blood. Knowing that killing them separately would allow them to regenerate, Serafina refrained from killing them, instead relentlessly wearing them down to vent her anger. Owen and Serafina attacked even more ruthlessly, not killing them for the time being but continuously assaulting their armor and bodies. They shattered their armor, splattering it with blood, then trapped them using sun and ice magic, continually weakening their mana. Meanwhile, Owen, Leslie, and Serafina's combined assault on the 9 fallen angels, treating them like punching bags, was meticulously documented by Edward, complete with illustrations. For Edward, the fallen angel clan was thoroughly dishonorable, sending not only a grand elder but so many fallen angels, practically their entire force. Watching them get thoroughly beaten was quite satisfying to him. Moreover, the fallen angel clan was renowned across the continent, yet now their grand elder was slain by Leslie, and 9 powerful clan members were being utterly defeated. Once this news spread, the fallen angel clan's reputation would be utterly tarnished. This event was bound to shake the entire continent. After all, today saw the fall of 2 master tier mages, and 9 fallen angels, whose combined strength rivaled a master tier mage, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Owen and Leslie. While documenting, Edward also sent this urgent news back to Academy City. This event was too significant. Even before Edward sent the news back to Academy City, Alan, the chief professor of Academy City, had already personally headed to the site upon witnessing the celestial phenomena. From the phenomena, he saw legendary skills and understood that this event had widespread implications, requiring him to personally investigate and see who could cause such a massive commotion. Bang! After Owen, Leslie, and Serafina thoroughly defeated the 9 fallen angels, they gathered the nearly dead fallen angels together, preparing to concentrate their mana and eliminate them all at once. As long as they died simultaneously, their seemingly immortal state would cease to exist. Seeing this, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. From what they knew, the fallen angel clan was powerful but incredibly scarce in number. Including the fallen angel previously killed by Owen and the Grand Elder, the clan had suffered heavy losses. If these 9 fallen angels perished, some believed it might lead to the clan's extinction. As this thought crossed their minds, they saw 9 judgment light swords, imbued with the power of order, appear before Owen and quickly fly through the air. Each judgment light sword contained the lethal intent of the spear of Longinus, and once touched, even the resilient fallen angels would be ensnared and destroy it. The blood-tinged light swords grew larger in the eyes of the 9 weakened fallen angels, who could barely lift a hand, feeling an uncommon sense of impending death. Yet their mana was utterly depleted, their bodies severely injured, swollen, and sore, with shattered armor, leaving them defenseless. In their moment of despair, a vast white hand emerged from a deep, terrifying rift in the sky above them, splitting the clouds. This hand, as massive as a mountain, crushed Owen's 9 judgment light swords with ease. Chapter 132, Negotiating with a God tier. The clear blue sky seemed to be torn in two by a terrifying force, revealing a dark, abyssal crack that stretched endlessly, chilling to behold. Even the light that shone into this large black fissure was instantly swallowed, leaving it completely dark. At that moment, from within the rift, a massive white hand reached down, as large as a mountain, easily crushing Owen's deadly attack. The hand continued to approach Owen and Leslie, its 5 fingers gradually closing, pulling the surrounding space inward and collapsing toward its palm. With the appearance of this hand, the 9 fallen angels, who had been weakened and despairing, suddenly sensed something and looked up in shock at the hand. As members of the fallen angel clan, they recognized this hand immediately. It was etched into their very bones. It belonged to the former clan leader of the fallen angels, Oya. The fallen angel clan had long lifespans, and they had once seen this clan leader, whose strength was unfathomable and whose talent was exceedingly rare within their clan. Previously, they believed they would never see this elder clan leader again, as he had ascended to the legendary god tier and moved to a higher plane. But now, unexpectedly, he had intervened. My lord. The 9 fallen angels knelt to the ground in unison, like wronged children seeing their guardian, and immediately began to complain. They are the ones who killed members of our fallen angel clan without any reverence and were about to annihilate our clan. Yes, old clan leader, these people are too wicked. Our clan already has few members, and the Grand Elder was brutally killed by them. We beseech you to eliminate such ruthless individuals. As they spoke, their voices carried both pleading and anger. Although Owen and Leslie were powerful, they were nothing more than mere nuisances before the old Oya. After the 9 fallen angels spoke, Owen and Leslie could clearly feel an unimaginably terrifying aura descending from the massive rift in the sky above. The aura locked onto them. Under this aura, they felt like leaves in a storm, completely helpless. All of their abilities seemed utterly powerless against such an overwhelming force. Serafina became even more frightened and panicked, as this aura was beyond its comprehension. Leslie silently calculated and judged in her mind, realizing that even if she gave it her all, they wouldn't stand a chance against the owner of that giant hand. This was not a battle on the same level, a true overwhelming strife. Meanwhile, Edward and the prodigies present were all staring up in shock at the great rift in the sky. Though they didn't know the identity of the giant hand, it was clear to them that the one who intervened came from a higher plane. The power was unimaginable. While they had previously had great faith in Owen and Leslie, they now felt only deep despair. This visitor was an entity from the upper plane. Even if Leslie and Owen were dozens of times stronger, they couldn't possibly be a match for it. But who was this suddenly appearing presence? Could it be a powerful figure from the fallen angel clan? As the crowd's attention shifted from Owen and Leslie to the giant hand, a grey black figure descended from the sky. It was a fallen angel with a form that seemed both solid and ethereal, its features unclear but its shape remarkably similar to humans, with not 1 pair of wings but 3. A 6-winged fallen angel. Owen's heart skipped a beat. Ordinary fallen angels only had 2 wings, this one far surpassed them, existing on a life level beyond this plane. Owen vaguely remembered something about 6-winged fallen angels, so he steadied himself, calmed Serafina at his feet, and took deliberate steps toward the 6-winged fallen angel. Everyone who saw this was shocked, thinking that Owen was courting death. The 6-winged fallen angel's gaze slowly focused on Owen, emanating a piercing, chilling light. But Owen was not afraid, for he knew the real purpose of this 6-winged fallen angel. Oya. Perhaps we can talk. There's no need to make this situation so tense. After all, we don't have a life and death grudge with the fallen angel clan. On the contrary, if we cooperate, it would benefit both you and me. Owen spoke slowly, his eyes steady and confident, even as the pressure emanating from Oya grew increasingly terrifying, almost suffocating him. Just you, Oya sneered. Although he could see at a glance that Owen's talent was exceptional, he was still too young. In front of him, or rather in front of this projection of himself, Owen was nothing but an ant. Owen was well aware of Oya's disdain and replied directly. Then why haven't you attacked us yet? As soon as he said this, the overwhelming aura emanating from Oya momentarily halted. Sensing this, Owen smiled confidently and said, for someone of your level, a few powerful members of the Fallen Angel clan dying wouldn't concern you, and you wouldn't interfere lightly. The real reason for your intervention must be related to the potential extinction of the Fallen Angel clan. Even though these 9 Fallen Angels are relatively important and numerous within your clan, if I didn't intervene, they would eventually perish with time, pushing the Fallen Angel clan closer to extinction. Oya squinted, feeling that Owen seemed to know many secrets about the Fallen Angel clan. Interesting. If you can truly prove your value, then collaboration between us is possible. Hearing this, Owen relaxed slightly. Organizing in his mind the information and intelligence about the Fallen Angel clan from the original story, he continued. The Fallen Angel clan is a race that fell from the upper realm, having a thin connection to this plane, thus requiring contracts to sustain their existence. That's one. Secondly, the reproduction of the Fallen Angel clan requires the blessing of the holy tree within your clan, but the holy tree has been withering recently. Soon, it will be difficult for the Fallen Angel clan to reproduce normally. And the essential material for the holy tree to sprout again is the blood of the spellbeast with the strongest bloodline in this plane. Saying this, Owen glanced back at Serafina, who was anxiously retreating, and said, seriously, the real reason you came here wasn't to stop me from killing the members of the Fallen Angel clan but because you sensed Serafina's aura. Hearing this, Serafina shrank back in fear. Though she had just hatched, her unique bloodline gave her a keen sense of danger. Before, she hadn't known where the danger was coming from, but now, with Owen's words, she immediately realized that the threat came from the suddenly appearing six-winged Fallen Angel. He harbored ill intentions toward her. The expressions of the 9 Fallen Angels changed abruptly. They didn't fully understand why Oya had suddenly appeared, but what Owen mentioned about the Fallen Angel clan's difficulties in reproduction and the withering of the holy tree was indeed a closely guarded secret and a fact. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attempted to form contracts with the top human prodigies, trying to find other ways to continue their lineage. But how did Owen know so much? Instantly, the 9 Fallen Angels turned their gaze toward Oya. Oya's old brows furrowed and then slowly relaxed, saying, you're a clever young man. Although I don't know where you learned this information, you're right, the bloodline. Inheritance of the Fallen Angel clan is indeed in trouble. The bloodline of the Fallen Angel clan is extremely unique. With interlinked bloodlines, the more people and stronger individuals in the clan, the stronger the bloodline power, benefiting the entire clan. But now, with the dwindling of the Fallen Angel clan, he clearly felt that the power of the Fallen Angel bloodline was waning, and the solution was exactly as Owen said. The premier spellbeast of this plane could help rejuvenate the holy tree, thus revitalizing the Fallen Angel bloodline. Thinking of this, he no longer concealed his gaze, openly fixing it on Serafina. When Owen summoned this spellbeast, Oya had sensed its significance. Although this spellbeast had not yet matured, it already showed great promise and was remarkably exceptional. Chapter 133, Chapter 133 Cooperation. The spellbeast with the premier bloodline on the continent. Until now, Oya believed that such a spellbeast only existed in legends. It could only emerge as the singular ruler amid great upheaval on the continent, rising above countless spellbeasts. He had been waiting for this opportunity. He didn't expect this spellbeast to have already appeared. And it had become Owen's contracted spellbeast. When Oya first realized this, he felt it was unbelievable and couldn't believe it was true. After all, the spellbeast with the strongest bloodline on the continent, even in its infancy, was nearly impossible for humans to contract. Such spellbeasts were blessed by the heavens and the earth, and even seeing one was a stroke of extraordinary luck. A spellbeast with such terrifying talent and immense strength was extremely difficult to discover. Even as a god-tier mage, elevated to the upper realm, he could only confirm its bloodline upon seeing it. Searching for it in the vast continent would be like finding a needle in a haystack. However, seeing Owen's confident demeanor, he seemed very sure that this was indeed the spellbeast with the premier bloodline on the continent he had been secretly pursuing. Most importantly, Owen had successfully formed a contract with it, and Serafina seemed not to resist but rather depended on Owen. This exceeded Oya's expectations and changed his perception of Owen, no longer regarding him so lightly. If Owen had merely learned about the current plight of the Fallen Angel clan from some source, his precise discovery of the solution, even bringing the spellbeast with the premier bloodline on the continent before him, undoubtedly signified that Owen was no ordinary person. Most importantly, Owen seemed to be shrouded in layers of mist. Even with this godly projection, Oya could not see through him. Owen's current tier was merely diamond tier level 1, having just recently broken through. How could he not see through a mage so far beneath his own level? Who would believe such a thing if it were told? After a moment of contemplation, Oya gradually withdrew his imposing aura. He carefully observed Owen and then glanced at Serafina before saying slowly, its bloodline is vital for the continuation of our Fallen Angel clan. This fact cannot be changed, and it's the premise for any peaceful negotiation you seek. Upon hearing this, Owen felt slightly relieved. Although Oya's words still carried the domineering and unquestionable tone of a god, his attitude was noticeably more conciliatory. Serafina can nourish the holy tree with its bloodline to help the Fallen Angel clan, but as you can see, Serafina has just hatched and its bloodline power is not yet stable. It needs time to develop. Oya thought seriously for a moment and then nodded. The Fallen Angel clan's reproduction situation was dire, but their long lifespans allowed them to hold out a bit longer. Moreover, he could indeed sense that while Serafina's bloodline was potent, it was unstable and required time to mature. Seeing Oya's agreement, Owen smiled slightly and said, Serafina can assist the Fallen Angel clan, but it won't do without compensation. Upon hearing this, Oya casually replied, name your terms. As long as they aren't excessive, I can fulfill them. For Oya, the continuation of the Fallen Angel bloodline was paramount. It wasn't unreasonable for Owen, a genius of this plane, to ask for something in return. Most importantly, this lower plane didn't have much of value. Whatever Owen wanted, Oya could provide without difficulty. Seeing Oya's agreement, Owen smiled even. Meanwhile, the 9 Fallen Angels behind Oya had also recovered considerably. They looked at Owen with disdain, thinking that cooperating with a lower plane bumpkin was beneath their leader. But considering that Owen hadn't seen much of the world, the things he considered valuable would likely seem ordinary to them. Owen ignored the expressions of the 9 Fallen Angels and smiled as he spoke. When the king gives his word, it is as good as done. My request is simple. First, I need the divine stone brought from the upper realm by the Fallen Angel clan. This stone could reinforce the seal of the Dark Tower for Leslie. Previously, Leslie had repeatedly used the Dark Tower's power, loosening its seal. This was crucial, concerning Leslie's survival. Moreover, if those terrifying creatures capable of destroying the continent broke free from the Dark Tower's seal, no one would survive their wrath. In the original story, after Leslie reached the Master Tier, she immediately went to annihilate the Fallen Angel clan just to obtain the Divine Stone. Now, due to my intervention, the timeline and storyline have changed, but this Divine Stone remains vital for Leslie. Divine Stone. Hearing Owen's request for the Divine Stone, the 9 fallen angels were shocked, their faces turning pale. This item had been passed down since ancient times, containing abundant mana, and was their religious relic, a treasure revered by the Fallen Angel clan. How could it be given away so easily? Just as anger surged within them, urging Owen not to dream so wildly, they saw Oya turn over his hand, producing a pure white gem, which he handed to Owen. The gem was flawless, emitting a dense mist of pure mana, inspiring awe. The 9 fallen angels watched as Oya handed the Divine Stone to Owen without hesitation, feeling as though their hearts were bleeding. They only saw this stone during the most sacred of festivals, displayed on the altar, and now it was given to Owen so effortlessly. However, this was Oya's decision, and even if they disagreed, they could only hold their tongues, faces flushed with frustration. Owen was also surprised at how decisively Oya handed over the Divine Stone. But he could tell that this Divine Stone was genuine. You're a straightforward person. Owen took the Divine Stone and quickly stored it in his storage ring, unable to resist a compliment. Then he turned his gaze to the 9 fallen angels behind the king. I have one last small request. Since we are now partners, I would like to receive a holy token from the Fallen Angel clan, so I can feel a bit more secure. Upon hearing this, the 9 fallen angels, who were already at their breaking point, couldn't help but angrily retort. You're dreaming. The holy token of the Fallen Angel clan is only for the clan leader and the Grand Elder too. Hold, what makes you think you're worthy? Their agitation was understandable because the bearer of the Fallen Angel clan's holy token could summon the Fallen Angel clan members to fight on their behalf. In the Fallen Angel clan, only a very few esteemed individuals could wield a holy token. Though they had reluctantly accepted the partnership with Owen due to the king's intervention, they couldn't agree to serve under Owen or fight for him. Oya was also hesitant at this moment. The significance of the Fallen Angel's holy token was profound and not something that could be given lightly. Moreover, the Fallen Angel clan's resistance to Owen was strong. While Oya had the absolute authority to make decisions, considering his people's emotions was also necessary. However, after some thought, Oya looked at Owen and asked seriously. Once you obtain the holy token of the Fallen Angel clan, regardless of your race, you will be considered a member of our clan and can communicate with us through the holy token. Have you thought this through? Overall, he was quite satisfied with Owen's talent and strength. At such a young age, Owen possessed terrifying combat power and had contracted the continent's premier spellbeast. In this lower plane, he was indeed the most dazzling prodigy, leaving nothing for Oya to criticize. Binding him with the Fallen Angel clan would not tarnish the name of the Fallen Angels. However, Owen did not possess the bloodline of the Fallen Angel clan. Those who are not of our race are sure to have different hearts. This required careful consideration. The other 9 fallen angels looked at Owen, hoping he would refuse. They had no desire to fight for Owen. While Owen's talent and potential were impressive, they still remembered vividly the torment he, Serafina, and Leslie had inflicted on them. Chapter 134. Chapter 134 Leslie's Secret. Seeing Oya toss the request back to him, Owen smiled and said, Rest assured, King, since we are now partners, I sincerely hope the Fallen Angel clan will grow stronger. How about we let bygones be bygones? Seeing Owen's sincere attitude, the king hesitated no longer. Light patterns flowed in his palm, forming the shadow of a 6-winged angel, which then flew into Owen's brow. The holy token of the Fallen Angel clan was in his hands. Although Owen had anticipated the king's eventual agreement, actually obtaining it filled him with excitement. The combat power of the Fallen Angel clan was among the best in this plane. Working together, they could rival Master Tier mages, not to mention the presence of this king-level Fallen Angel. With their support, the Azure Kingdom could truly establish itself, becoming a force with backing. The 9 fallen angels looked at the holy token on Owen's brow. Initially, they felt only resistance and defiance toward Owen, but upon seeing the holy token, an involuntary sense of reverence filled them. It was as if they were facing a highly respected elder of their clan. Thus, these conflicting emotions contorted their expressions, and ultimately, like frost-bitten eggplants, they lowered their noble heads under Owen's gaze. Your requests have been fully granted by me. I hope you won't disappoint me, Oya said, giving Owen a long look before leaving with the 9 fallen angels, whose expressions were complex. As the members of the Fallen Angel clan departed, everyone present looked at each other, then at Owen, with a newfound respect and admiration. They felt that Owen, who was about their age, was becoming more mysterious and unfathomable. Both Leslie and Serafina sighed with relief. During Owen's negotiations with Oya, they had been tense, as Oya's presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. Thankfully, Owen had handled it well and even obtained some valuable items from Oya. Before they could approach Owen to ask about it, Edward, who had been recording everything, seemed to sense something and suddenly rushed to Owen. Master Owen, Professor Allen has arrived. His tone was very respectful, as if he were speaking to his mentor or idol. Upon hearing this, Owen noticed the space in front of him splitting open, revealing an elderly man with white hair, wearing the orange robes of Academy City, who suddenly appeared. Owen had never met this man before, but he had heard of him. After all, in a colossal entity like Academy City, this man was its spiritual leader. The lifelong chief professor, Allen. However, Owen was unsure why such a prominent figure would suddenly come to find him. Upon arriving, Allen looked deeply in the direction where Oya had departed, then turned his serious gaze toward Owen. Owen, was the recent celestial phenomenon caused by you? Owen nodded. He had not expected his first use of the Supreme Order to have such a widespread effect. Seeing Owen's acknowledgement, even though Allen had already suspected it, he couldn't help but breathe heavily, his eyes showing a hint of reminiscence. The skill of the ancient Dark God King's father, isn't it? A skill completely foreign to this plain the legendary Supreme Order. Allen had gleaned some knowledge about this skill from ancient texts passed down in Academy City. It was an immensely powerful and terrifying skill. The ancient Dark God King was already a nightmare for all mages, and his father must have been even more formidable, a fact beyond doubt. Now, Owen had mastered such a skill, and by leveraging it, he had crossed 2 major tiers while still in the platinum stage to annihilate a Master Tier mage. This demonstrated the supreme and terrifying nature of the skill. The gap of 2 major tiers was normally an insurmountable chasm, yet this skill allowed Owen to forcibly bridge it. This skill is undeniably powerful, but it has also attracted the attention of Middle-earth. It's likely that those from Middle-earth will come here to seize the method for learning this skill, Allen sighed. He had high hopes for Owen, such a prodigy was a rarity even in his long life. Even though Middle-earth had favorable conditions, its prodigies might struggle to rival Owen. Unfortunately, possessing such a treasure invites trouble. While Owen was very strong now, Middle-earth's resources and powerful figures were endless, and once they set their sights on something, they never failed to obtain it. Seeing the seriousness in Allen's words, Owen gave him a grateful smile, then casually replied, if they want the method to learn this skill, they're welcome to come. I'll be waiting for them. Being young and spirited is a good thing. It's important that you have confidence, Allen said, deciding not to press the matter further, and then left the area. Academy City did not partake in worldly conflicts, and Alan coming to warn Owen was already bending the rules somewhat. But Owen was too special. With Professor Allen's departure, Owen and Leslie both breathed a sigh of relief. At least the intense battle had finally ended. Afterward, the two of them quickly returned to the Duke's residence to recuperate, dragging their weary bodies along. The many prodigies who had come to cheer them on did not disturb them further. However, a few days later, as the guests began to leave, they all stopped by the Duke's residence to offer various precious gifts and bid farewell to Owen and Leslie. Clearly, given Owen and Leslie's current strength and potential, even the factions backing these guests did not dare to underestimate them. Undoubtedly, they all hoped to befriend Owen and Leslie. Leslie, with her aloof nature and the need to handle various affairs of the Azure Kingdom, only occasionally attended the farewell banquets when she had time. Most of the banquets were organized by Owen himself. Since he knew the trajectory of the anime and that most of these prodigies would become renowned figures in the future, Owen was very warm and approachable, treating them as friends. After saying goodbye to the various prodigies over a few days, Leslie arranged to meet Owen in the small courtyard again. This time, as soon as Owen entered the courtyard, he noticed that the atmosphere was different. The courtyard was more warmly decorated, and there was heightened security around, preventing anyone else from approaching. Owen, have you always been curious about why my strength has grown so quickly? Stopping under the big tree, Owen saw Leslie, bathed in golden light, turn slowly toward him with a gentle look, entirely lacking her usual coldness and wariness. It was as if she had completely opened her heart. Owen knew this meant Leslie truly recognized him and saw him as her life partner. Is it because of the Dark Tower? Owen walked to her side, taking her delicate hand and asking. A faint blush appeared on Leslie's cheeks as she lightly brushed the middle finger held by Owen, where an ancient ring was worn. The Dark Tower was left in my ring initially. Later, by chance, when I obtained the Order of Ice, it activated it. As she spoke, the air before her warden spread out, and a dark tower appeared out of nowhere, slowly rotating and emitting a mysterious black light. Faint cracks appeared on the surface of the dark tower, exuding an aura that seemed to shake the very void. I don't know the name of this dark tower. Its existence is my greatest secret, Leslie said earnestly, looking at Owen. She was revealing the secret of the dark tower to someone else. For the first time, Owen tightened his grip on Leslie's hand. He knew that Leslie, burdened with a deep-seated grudge, was aloof by nature, but once she accepted someone, she would remain unwaveringly loyal, offering absolute trust and support. This dark tower has 9 levels, and each level imprisons a monstrous figure from different planes, all of whom were extremely powerful. However, the seals of this dark tower are loosening, and only by continuously obtaining orders can the seals be strengthened. Saying this, she clasped Owen's hand tightly in return. Would you like to take a look inside the tower? Chapter 135. Chapter 135. The Turbulent Dark Tower. Inside the Dark Tower, this is a vast, pitch-black space, like a universe without bright stars, boundless and endless, where time and space are greatly diminished. Within this space, Leslie appeared with Owen. They stood side by side on the dark cosmos. Although they seemed small in this vast space, Leslie emanated a unique aura, as if her every move could influence the entire space. Leslie was very familiar with this place. Despite the darkness, Owen could clearly sense that she was much more relaxed, as if she had truly returned home. It was Owen's first time in this unique space, and he felt everything here was very oppressive. Two distinct forces clashed and intertwined, maintaining the surface peace. One of these forces contained a strange sealing power, which even affected Owen's perception, making it increasingly vague. This force seemed to be inherent to the Dark Tower itself. The opposing force, which felt familiar to Owen, was one that Leslie had used against Stanley and the Grand Elder of the Fallen Angel. This aura permeated the space, as if a monstrous beast lay dormant in the darkness. Owen's gaze gradually focused on the central region of the space, and Leslie followed his line of sight. You feel it, don't you? It's the monster sealed in the first layer of the Dark Tower. Once I've fully mastered this layer, I can draw upon its power once a month. Owen had already suspected this, so he wasn't surprised, but his expression was solemn. He knew that if this power wasn't controlled, it would eventually turn against its user. Moreover, the Dark Tower seal would also be affected. In fact, the Dark Tower had already been influenced. On the pitch-black first layer, faint cracks appeared, as if light was shining through from the other side. Leslie didn't mention this but seemed to think of something pleasant. She led Owen through the space, arriving at a bamboo house built there. The bamboo house wasn't large and was quite simple, but it exuded a sense of history. The surface of the bamboo was slightly yellowed, and as they approached, it emitted a unique aura that calmed the mind. Owen felt his body and mind relax, but then he sensed something and was slightly startled. A domain. Moreover, it was the lingering aura of a domain. Don't be alarmed, Leslie said. When I first entered here, the tower's guardian was still alive. She used to cultivate inside this bamboo house, and this is her lingering domain aura, which has a calming effect. She was very kind to me. She taught me many cultivation methods and skills, and also shared a lot of information about the Dark Tower and how to control it. I was able to master this Dark Tower so quickly thanks to her help. Hearing this, Owen's expression grew even more serious. This information hadn't appeared in the anime. Where is she now? Owen asked curiously, looking around. Although he didn't know who the guardian was, she seemed to be an ally rather than an enemy, given her kindness to Leslie. Leslie shook her head slightly. I don't know where she went. After she helped me master the first layer of the Dark Tower, she disappeared without a trace. She only told me that from now on, I am the new master of this Dark Tower. Leslie felt a deep gratitude toward the guardian. As her understanding of the Dark Tower deepened, she also had more questions she wished to ask her. Unfortunately, the guardian left no clues behind and vanished into thin air. Since she is the guardian of the Dark Tower, if we cultivate diligently, we will surely have a chance to see her again in the future. Owen could see that Leslie was feeling a bit down, so he gently comforted her. He understood Leslie's feelings at that moment. Perhaps only someone who knew Leslie's past could comprehend how her resilient and determined character was formed. Yes, we will definitely have the chance to see her again in the future. Leslie didn't dwell too much on this matter. Previously, she spent most of her time cultivating in the bamboo house, only here did she feel at ease. This place was more like a sanctuary for her soul. Now, with Owen's presence, her heart underwent a significant change. She hoped they could grow rapidly together. Owen, today I'm not just sharing my greatest secret with you. I also want you to try and see if you can use that replication skill of yours to share the Dark Tower with me. As soon as Leslie finished speaking, Owen was deeply shaken. The power and mystery of the Dark Tower were vividly portrayed in the anime. It could be said to be the foundation of Leslie's rise to become an empress. Even those rare and precious order items were insignificant compared to the Dark Tower. Now, Leslie intended to share this Dark Tower with him. It's important to note that in the original anime, Leslie kept this secret to herself. At most, others knew that Leslie had a Dark Tower as her trump card. However, the true mysteries of the Dark Tower were barely known. Even her closest subordinate, Charlotte, only had a superficial understanding of the Dark Tower. At this point, apart from Leslie, Owen was the one closest to understanding the Dark Tower. Owen was deeply moved. Although he had many trump cards, perhaps the only thing comparable to the Dark Tower was the Godslayer staff. However, the Godslayer staff was currently incomplete. If he could freely enter and exit the Dark Tower and summon its power at crucial moments, his strength would reach a new level. However, Owen also understood that achieving this wouldn't be easy. The Dark Tower was no ordinary object, it couldn't simply be replicated or shared at will. Aside from Leslie, the master of the Dark Tower, even Owen, standing so close to her, was still affected by the tower's sealing power. Reaching the point Leslie envisioned wouldn't be easy. Let's stabilize the situation with the Dark Tower first, this isn't something we can rush. Owen thought seriously for a moment and gently patted Leslie's hand. He knew Leslie was thinking of him. Mastering the Dark Tower would be immensely beneficial, whether for cultivation or combat. However, he could already clearly feel the Dark Tower trembling, with a terrifying roar like a rushing waterfall crashing down from above, gradually weakening the tower's sealing power. For a moment, Owen could even see massive entities trying to tear through the Dark Tower's barriers and escape. Stabilizing the Dark Tower isn't easy. As far as I know, only Order and a few other rare items can do so. Leslie was aware of the turmoil within the Dark Tower, which was one reason she approached Owen, hoping to share the Dark Tower with him. She had been secretly searching for anything, whether Order or other items, that could stabilize the seal. Unfortunately, up to this point, she had found nothing. This was within her expectations, but she still felt quite disappointed. Order was incredibly difficult to find, and even the slightest hint of its existence would cause a stir across the continent. As for items that could stabilize the Dark Tower's seal, she believed they might be even rarer than Order. As the master of the Dark Tower, although she had only mastered its lower levels, she deeply understood the power and mystery of the Dark Tower. Anything that could help the Dark Tower must be a treasure of immense value. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw a knowing smile appear on Owen's face, and he took out a pure white stone from his storage ring. The gentle white light instantly dispelled the surrounding cold, and the dense mana around it permeated the space, repairing the emerging cracks one by one. A divine stone from the fallen angel clan. Leslie immediately recognized the stone. She had been puzzled as to why Owen had specifically requested it, but now it seemed that the stone could stabilize the Dark Tower. Activate the Dark Tower and refine this divine stone. The Dark Tower seal will be strengthened, and it will be partially solidified, giving us time to find Order and other stabilizing items. Owen handed the divine stone directly to Leslie. Chapter 136. Chapter 136 Army approaching. As she looked at the divine stone Owen handed over, Leslie's eyes lit up, and a rare expression of joy appeared on her face. An item to stabilize the Dark Tower. This was something she had long sought but never obtained. The Dark Tower was undoubtedly powerful, but the monsters imprisoned within it were too terrifying and ferocious, always posing a significant hidden threat in her heart. After all, if the Dark Tower were to collapse, she, as the master of the Dark Tower, would be the first to die. Even if she managed to survive the backlash from the Dark Tower's collapse, those monsters, who had been imprisoned for countless ages and harbored intense fury, would immediately target her, the master of the Dark Tower, upon their escape. Recently, she had sensed more than one wave of terrifying auras. These auras had long since locked onto her. If it weren't for the lingering power of the Dark Tower, she would have been torn to pieces by now. We shouldn't delay. You should quickly stabilize the Dark Tower. Since we are to be husband and wife, what's mine is yours, there's no need to be formal with me. Just as Leslie was about to express her gratitude, Owen smiled calmly and stopped her. Leslie recognized him in her heart, and he, too, acknowledged Leslie in his own. Their eyes met, and it seemed as though they both understood each other's innermost feelings. Under the gentle white glow of the divine stone, the atmosphere grew intimate, like a candlelit dinner for two. Leslie's cheeks flushed slightly, and as if making a decision, she threw herself into Owen's arms, pressing her cherry lips against his. A soft and sweet scent enveloped him, and Owen felt an indescribable comfort and warmth. Though he had accepted Leslie in his heart, and Leslie had clearly accepted him, they had been quite reserved before, only holding hands at most, without doing anything more. But now, Leslie had taken the initiative to kiss him, catching Owen completely off guard and leaving his mind buzzing. After a moment, when Owen realized what was happening and was about to embrace Leslie to deepen their connection, Leslie had already dodged away to a distance, her flushed face turned away from Owen, her breathing slightly rapid as she said, I need to stabilize the Dark Tower. You should leave for now. Seeing this, Owen understood that Leslie had summoned a great deal of courage. The fact that she took the initiative to take this step was already significant. So, he smacked his lips, savoring the lingering taste, and then, with a quick movement, he left the place. Shortly after Owen returned to the courtyard, he saw Charlotte rushing in. Seeing only Owen in the courtyard and no sign of Leslie, she said anxiously, Master Owen, there's an urgent report from the border. Where has Miss Leslie gone? She's in seclusion, cultivating, and is not available to see anyone right now. If there's something urgent, you can tell me. Owen looked at Charlotte. The Dark Tower was a secret between him and Leslie, and since Leslie hadn't informed anyone else, Owen naturally covered for her. Charlotte hesitated slightly but then remembered that Owen and Leslie were genuinely engaged, so it didn't matter who she told. She quickly took out an urgent report from her pocket and swiftly reported. Sir, there's an urgent war report. Kyrick has dispatched an army of 200,000 to capture the most important border fortress, Ironkeep. General Stanley is currently leading the remaining 70,000 troops in a desperate resistance and is requesting reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Owen frowned slightly, finding it strange. The army that Stanley led to the frontier wasn't 70,000 but 140,000. These 140,000 were elite troops that he and Leslie had counted together. How could they have been reduced to this? It hadn't been long, and half of them were already lost. Especially with Stanley in command. Charlotte immediately noticed the confusion on Owen's face and quickly explained. Sir, according to the intelligence, Kyrick deployed their strongest spellbeast, the Crimson Dragon. A total of 17 dragons are advancing relentlessly, and the regular army is no match for them. General Stanley is relying on military formations and Ironkeep is a natural barrier, but the defense is very difficult. According to General Stanley's urgent report, they can only hold out for one more day at most. Crimson Dragon. Upon hearing this, Owen's expression became much more serious. He knew about the Crimson Dragon, Kyrick's true trump card Spellbeast Legion. They were all descendants of dragons, with exceptional strength and bloodline, ranking among the best in spellbeasts. No wonder General Stanley suffered heavy losses despite leading elite troops. It seemed that Kyrick intended to annex their Azure Kingdom, given they had deployed such a powerful spellbeast army. Alright, there's no time to lose, we must set out immediately to reinforce General Stanley. Owen quickly decided and looked at Charlotte, then prepared to leave the courtyard and head to the border. Seeing Owen like this, Charlotte was taken aback. Kyrick's elite Spellbeast Legion was incredibly difficult to deal with. She had sought out Owen and Leslie to find reinforcements, not to request their direct involvement. Don't worry, I have a plan. Owen knew Charlotte was concerned for his safety and worried about facing the Spellbeast Legion of 17 Crimson Dragons. However, he already had a strategy in mind. Since discovering the secret development of Mana Stones, Owen, using knowledge from his previous life, had already instructed the undead to create a batch of weapons from Mana Stones and armed a 1,000-strong Mana Stone Legion with them. This army was equipped with powerful armor and weapons such as bows and swords made from monostones. It could be described as a formidable force, both in close combat and range warfare. However, because the weaponization of monostones was still in development, the number of troops in the monostone legion was very limited, but their combat power was already strong. Moreover, since they relied on corpses, they were fearless in battle and easy to replenish. Once the experiment succeeded, the strength of the Azure Kingdom would experience a significant leap. After all, the Azure Kingdom could not rely solely on him and Leslie. The lower and middle level armies also needed a qualitative leap. As for the weaponization of monostones, this was something Owen had envisioned for a long time. Since monostones contained extremely abundant magical energy, simply selling them would be an insult to such treasures and wouldn't maximize their value. Additionally, Owen had always harbored some wariness towards Middle-earth. Especially after the lifelong Professor Allen from Academy City mentioned their interest in his Supreme Order, conducting monostone business with them posed certain risks. The key was that Owen himself wanted to develop the true value of monostones rather than simply sell them. This was where he differed from the old Azure royal family. Master Owen, should we summon the Dark Rose and the City Defense Army? They are the strongest troops besides those elite forces and can certainly play a significant role. Charlotte didn't understand why Owen was rushing over alone and quickly asked. After hearing this, Owen shook his head and said, why would we need them? I can handle this myself. After saying that, Owen activated the Fallen Angel clan's holy token in his brow and contacted Oya. King Oya, are you there? Can I borrow 9 of your fallen angels? Owen's voice was transmitted to Oya through the Fallen Angel holy token. Oya raised his eyebrows slightly, a bit puzzled. The strength of each fallen angel was mostly at the diamond tier level, making them quite powerful in this realm. It was the first time he had heard of someone borrowing 9 fallen angels at once. Although he didn't know why Owen needed so many fallen angels, he didn't refuse outright. And instead asked, what do you need so many fallen angels for? With your strength, is it really necessary? Owen replied directly, to reinforce Irongi. Kyrick is attacking, and this time, we must teach them a lesson. As he spoke, Owen activated the wings of the fallen angel set, letting Serafina coil around his arm, then shot toward Irongi with a sonic boom. Hearing this, Oya shook his head slightly. Young people are always in such a rush. Although he made a comment, Oya decided to follow Owen's request immediately. Ordered. Your strength has mostly recovered. Head to Irongi right away and assist Owen. Consider this our first true collaboration. Make sure to perform well. The 9 fallen angels sitting together all twitched at the corners of their mouths, but even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey the king's command with a sigh. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. The Gate of Revelation. At the edge of Middle-earth. On a desolate Gobi desert, an ancient bronze gate rose up like a mountain stretching across the land, dividing the area into 2 worlds. In the region within Middle-earth, the mana was dense, like dancing sprites gathered together, almost forming a magical mist that drifted in the air. Outside the bronze gate, however, lay a scene of desolation and decay, with only thin wisps of mist floating in the air. A single bronze gate separated the inside and outside of Middle-earth into 2 worlds, with the mana density differing by almost tenfold. At this moment, in front of the majestic and ancient bronze gate, many of Middle-earth's top forces were gathering. Middle-earth was vast and prosperous, almost a place all mages on the continent aspired to reach. Generally speaking, the people of Middle-earth rarely ventured outside its borders. After all, the resources in Middle-earth were several times, even dozens of times, more abundant than elsewhere, and it housed various ancient sects, noble families, and academies. However, with the emergence of the Supreme Order, all of Middle-earth's top forces were alarmed and prepared to head to the Azure Kingdom to seek the source of the celestial phenomenon. At this time, the Bronze Gate here, the only passage from Middle-earth to the rest of the continent, had gathered a group of extraordinary mages. Most of them were in their prime, exuding strong auras, dressed in luxurious clothing, and carrying an inherent air of aristocratic arrogance. Beside these strongest prodigies of Middle-earth, almost every one of them was accompanied by an elderly master-tier mage, serving as both their protector and mentor. Even though these master-tier mages had restrained their auras, they stood beside the prodigies like invisible harbors, sheltering them. Is everyone here? At the forefront of a group of Middle-earth prodigies and strong individuals, a young man coldly scanned them, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a purple gold robe exuding nobility. Even though the people here were all renowned signs of noble families and dynasties in Middle-earth, he seemed to disregard them, speaking with utter arrogance. The crowd, despite feeling somewhat displeased by the young man's disdain, suppressed their anger upon seeing the blazing flame emblem on his chest and began reporting the gathering situation one by one. This young man was the crown prince of the most powerful Pyrothron kingdom in Middle-earth. His status, talent, and strength were all above theirs. Embervale Kingdom, third prince accompanied by Protector Mers, greets Prince Kalden of Pyrothron. May the Emperor live long and the nation prosper. The first to speak was a somewhat thin, monkey-like young man. His name was Henry, and although he was a prince, he was very respectful and full of admiration when facing the leading young man. Unlike the other 3 great kingdoms, which did not want to be gathered here, he came voluntarily, hoping to establish a good relationship with the prince of Pyrothron Kingdom, Kalden. Although Embervale Kingdom is declining, it is fortunate to have someone like you who knows how to adapt to the times. Serve me well this time, and I will not treat you unfairly. Though Kalden wasn't overly impressed with Henry's show of submission, he responded with a polite acknowledgement. The princes of the other 3 kingdoms and their protectors exchanged glances, then stepped forward to salute. Greetings to Prince Kalden, may the sun and moon be with you. Since this is a summons from Pyrothron Kingdom, we are willing to follow your orders. The princes of the Seleucid Kingdom, Vagata Kingdom, and Carolingian Kingdom also stepped forward one by one to declare their stance. Although this action was forced by Pyrothron Kingdom, rumors said that Pyrothron Kingdom's ancestors were among those who followed the Supreme Order, eventually becoming a giant in Middle-earth. Following Pyrothron made it easier to find and identify the person who caused the celestial phenomenon. If they seized the opportunity, they might gain some benefits and fortunes from Pyrothron Kingdom. Moreover, such a shocking phenomenon had aroused their vigilance, making them pay serious attention to this matter. Seeing the prodigal princes of the 4 great empires express their submission, Kalden nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned his attention to the 3 major families on his right. The Walton House, the Dupont House, and the Windsor House. These 3 families were among the top families in Middle-earth, each controlling the extremely important businesses of monostones, magical artifacts, and potions. Not only were these families filled with talented individuals, but they also had vast resources and maintained close connections with many of Middle-earth's top powerhouses. It could be said that these 3 families were giants comparable to empires. The prodigies of these 3 families exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes. They were indeed interested in the person who caused the celestial phenomenon, but acting together with Pyrothron Kingdom made the situation delicate. If they encountered unforeseen dangers, they would undoubtedly be forced to take the brunt of it as cannon fodder, and if there were benefits to be gained, Pyrothron Kingdom would take the lion's share, leaving them with mere scraps. Thus, neither the 4 empires nor the 3 great families wanted to act together with Pyrothron Kingdom. However, as Pyrothron Kingdom was the leading empire in Middle-earth, they dared not provoke it lightly. So, after a brief hesitation, they all nodded in agreement to join forces with Pyrothron. Kingdom, good. With our combined efforts, we will quickly locate the person and uncover the mysteries of the Supreme Order. You will be immensely grateful for your decision today. Kalden was very satisfied with their attitude. He then turned his proud gaze toward the Bronze Gate, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Leaving Middle-earth to travel to other parts of the continent was no easy task and even involved certain risks. This entrance was protected by an ancient enchantment, said to have been left by a god-tier mage who had ascended to a higher plane. The higher the rank of a mage entering, the higher the risk of death during the teleportation process. It is said that the mortality rate for sage-tier mages passing through the portal is as high as 90%. This is why, even with the discovery of a legendary artifact like the Supreme Order, the various factions of Middle-earth did not immediately send their top powerhouses. Instead, they planned to send prodigies with lower ranks but strong combat abilities, under the protection of their guardians, to leave Middle-earth. For mages below the Master Tier, the risk of death during teleportation is very low. As for Master Tier mages, although there is some risk, as leading powers, they have a deep understanding of the Bronze Portal. Today is the day when the risk is the lowest. Let's set off together. According to the latest intelligence, the person is in the Azure Kingdom. With our combined forces, if any mages from those barbarian lands show disloyalty, we can swiftly eliminate them, saving time. Kalden said, then looked at the people from the 4 great empires and the 3 great families. Under Kalden's gaze, the other prodigies and guardians began to enter the teleportation array one after another. Clearly, Kalden was not giving them a chance to escape his control. Since that was the case, they might as well comply and see if they could gain some advantage from this action. As Harry led his guardian into the Bronze Portal first, the surface of the Bronze Gate lit up, rippling like water and swallowing their figures before they disappeared. Soon after, as the Imperial princes and family prodigies gathered there entered the Bronze Gate one after another and were about to leave completely. In the void behind them, a figure suddenly began to materialize and appear. It was none other than Diana, who had been instructed by the Dean to leave Middle-earth and investigate the Supreme Order. Watching the backs of those Imperial princes, she curled her lips into an amused smile. So many people leaving Middle-earth together will certainly be interesting. This is going to be fun. She laughed heartily, about to rush into the Bronze Gate when she suddenly thought of something and furrowed her brows. Then, light began to ripple over her body like white bands, wrapping around her. Gradually, her curvaceous and alluring figure transformed into a somewhat androgynous young man. Her skin was fair and delicate, her eyes lively and expressive. Looking down to check her disguise, she nodded with satisfaction. This should prevent anyone from recognizing me. Cross-dressing is my specialty. Chapter 138. Chapter 138. The worsening battle situation. Ironkeep. This is the most critical natural fortress located on the border between the Kyric Kingdom and the Azure Kingdom. Standing over 10,000 feet high and built into the mountains, it stretches for hundreds of miles like a massive barrier coiling above the mountains, blocking the fierce wind sweeping in from Kyric. It also keeps out swaths of terrifying spellbeasts. It has always safeguarded the peace of the Azure Kingdom. Ironkeep is the most vital strategic stronghold that the Azure Kingdom guards, a genuine strategic choke point. If this fortress falls, the dozens of cities it protects in the Azure Kingdom will be left defenseless. With the expansive plains, the spellbeasts and cavalry of the Kyric Empire could advance unimpeded. They might even directly threaten the safety of the capital. Knowing the importance of Ironkeep, after other towns had fallen and been captured, General Stanley decisively adopted a strategy of holding on to what remained. He gathered all the available elite forces here. However, like General Stanley, the Kyric Empire also placed immense importance on Ironkeep. At this moment, both the 100,000 elite troops of Kyric and their elite unit of 17 terrifying Crimson Dragons were gathered here, continually launching assaults on Ironkeep. General Stanley, the Azure royal family has already fallen. Why persist in fighting to the death for someone who killed the royal family? High above Ironkeep, a female general clad in golden armor, wielding a broadsword and standing in midair, coldly watched General Stanley as he fought fiercely below. She couldn't understand why Stanley, who had previously led his army to the Azure Kingdom's capital to seek justice for the Azure royal family against Leslie, now fought relentlessly. Even when injured and bloodied, he showed no intention of surrendering or retreating, choosing instead to resist her, the Grand General, and her 4 deputies single-handedly. The 4 deputies standing beside the female general also gazed solemnly at Stanley, who fought like a blood-soaked dire wolf. Stanley was now a Diamond Tier level 6 mage, extraordinarily powerful. Even the female general, Grace, was only Diamond Tier level 5. In terms of tier, Stanley had the upper hand. Moreover, Stanley had mastered a nascent domain. Even with the combined efforts of the 4 deputies, who were also Diamond Tier mages, and Grace, they could only barely suppress him. If it were a one-on-one fight, they wouldn't stand a chance against Stanley. Each of them was a seasoned warrior, having fought through hundreds of battles and killed countless powerful spellbeasts. Yet compared to Stanley, they fell short. Even as his opponents, they had to admit that his talent and strength were unparalleled among Kyric's generals. However, as their expressions grew more solemn, their excitement only increased. Stanley was infamous as a butcher in Kyric, and if they could take his head back to Kyric, they would be hailed as heroes. Under their increasingly fervent and excited gazes, Stanley's expression grew even darker. If he were only facing the female general Grace and her 4 Diamond Tier deputies, he might be at a slight disadvantage. However, given the chance, he could potentially break through their formation and slay them one by one. But the situation at Ironkeep was dire, and time was running out. The longer they dragged on, the worse it would be for them. The dozen or so Crimson Dragons flying in the sky were like meat grinders on the battlefield. Their scorching breath burned deep pits into Ironkeep's walls, leaving them charred and showing signs of breaking through the fortress. Some of the flames fell on the shield formed by hundreds of mages, shattering it and severely injuring the mages within. Wherever they went, the elite troops of the Azure Kingdom were forced to retreat, surrounded by screams of terror and despair. These Crimson Dragons' level and strength were incomparable to the elite soldiers. While battling Grace and the others, Stanley also had to divert his attention to attack the Crimson Dragons, trying to mitigate their impact on the battle. Every time Stanley divided his focus, Grace and her deputies would exploit a weakness, injuring him and worsening his wounds. Finding an opportunity to kill Grace and the others became increasingly difficult, let alone holding his ground against them. Below Stanley, some of the Azure Kingdom's generals knew the situation was dire and launched all-out attacks against the Crimson Dragons to prevent further destruction. However, many magical attacks were dodged by the Crimson Dragons. Even when some attacks were about to hit, they were partially deflected by the mages riding on the dragons. The remaining weakened attacks barely scratched their armored hides and posed no mortal threat. The Crimson Dragons' assaults continued to push them back relentlessly. General, what should we do now? The formation of Ironkeep is full of holes and is about to be breached. Suddenly, a mage maintaining the Ironkeep formation spoke with pale, parched lips. In the massive assault by Kyric, both the number of elite soldiers and top-tier powerhouses far exceeded those of the Azure Kingdom. Especially with the Crimson Dragons fighting as reinforcements, the battle situation had become extremely unfavorable for them. Even with Ironkeep as a natural fortress and the Heavenly Dove formation pushed to its limits, they still suffered heavy casualties. Once Ironkeep was breached and the formation shattered, they would lose all fighting capability. Hearing the reports from the soldiers and mages maintaining the formation, a female general clad in blood-stained armor furrowed her brow slightly. She gazed at the massive, cracked, semi-transparent formation that reached from the earth to the sky, a hint of despair flickering in her eyes. Kyric had brought nearly all their elite forces this time, even deploying the Crimson Dragons. As their trump card, their ability to hold on until now was largely due to the natural fortress, the formation, and the blood-soaked efforts of General Stanley. Now, with Stanley divided in his efforts between fighting Grace and the 4 deputies and occasionally attacking the Crimson Dragons, his injuries were worsening and he couldn't hold out much longer. Ironkeep and the Heavenly Dove formation had also reached their limits after these days of fighting. General, when will our reinforcements arrive? Some soldiers, desperately fending off the Spellbeast's attacks, gripped their blood-stained swords with faces full of exhaustion and despair. Their arms had grown numb from the constant swinging. Yet beneath Ironkeep, Kyric's elite troops continued their assault under the cover of the Crimson Dragons, attacking like waves that grew stronger with each surge. They truly couldn't hold on any longer. Thud, thud. Some wounded soldiers were struck in the neck by the elite forces of the Kyric Empire, producing the sickening sound of flesh being torn, before they fell backward, never to rise again. In that moment, their faces showed no pain, only a hint of resigned despair. And this was only the beginning, as General Stanley struggled to hold on and the Crimson Dragons became increasingly active. Whenever the Crimson Dragons detected the Azure Kingdom soldiers resisting stubbornly, they used their aerial advantage to unleash fiery breaths, reducing dozens of Azure Kingdom soldiers to ashes. Even though the formation's defenses grew stronger as they neared Ironkeep, with the advancing forces of the Kyric Empire, the heavily damaged protective barrier of the formation could no longer hold. It shattered like a sky collapsing, disintegrating into countless glimmers of light and vanishing. With the shattering of the Heavenly Dove formation, the power boost and the determination it provided to all the soldiers vanished in an instant. Every soldier and mage of the Azure Kingdom present was momentarily stunned, watching the descending points of light as if witnessing their own demise. Why? Why does the Kyric Empire have more reinforcements while ours are nowhere to be seen? At that moment, the exhausted soldiers of the Azure Kingdom were consumed by this thought. If they had reinforcements, they could continue to hold their ground against Kyric's elite forces. But now, several days had passed with no sign of reinforcements, and with the Heavenly Dove formation shattered, their last shred of resolve had disintegrated into nothingness. This shift was even more apparent to Kyric's elite troops. The once fiercely resolute soldiers of the Azure Kingdom were now gradually retreating. Clearly, with the formation broken and reinforcements nowhere in sight, their morale had crumbled. Chapter 139, Chapter 139 Divine Intervention. With the shattering of the Heavenly Dove formation, the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom began to retreat in despair, pulling back their lines. The bloodthirsty Kyric elite soldiers, like ravenous wolves, tore into them, relentlessly pursuing and pressing their advantage. The generals leading Kyric's elite wore cruel smiles on their faces. Attacking Ironkeep had cost them vast amounts of manpower and resources, with over 200,000 elite troops dispatched and tens of thousands already lost. If not for the Crimson Dragon Corps joining the battle, even capturing this strategic stronghold would have resulted in heavy losses, leaving them with nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory. Fortunately, with the Crimson Dragons paving the way as the sharpest spearhead, they broke through the fortress's defenses and shattered the morale of the Azure Kingdom soldiers. Once Ironkeep was captured, they could directly threaten the major cities of the Azure Kingdom, even storming the capital itself. This promised immeasurable glory and the chance for riches and honors. Charge with me, slay the generals, seize the banners, and rout the enemy. Some of Kyric's generals roared, already envisioning the splendor and wealth beckoning them from atop Ironkeep. The soldiers following them howled almost madly, their eyes filled with fervor and greed. Why else had they joined the army, if not to win wealth and status? And now, glory was within reach. Break through Ironkeep, conquer the Azure Kingdom. They would become Kyric's greatest heroes, their lives forever sheltered by their military accomplishments. Thinking of this, even the most exhausted Kyric soldiers seemed invigorated, frantically swinging their weapons and charging like the wind. From a distance, Kyric's army appeared as an iron tide, crashing into the already teetering Ironkeep. As Kyric's morale soared, the spirits of the Azure Kingdom's forces plummeted further into despair. Even those standing on Ironkeep's sturdy walls could feel them shaking. The relentless attacks from the Crimson Dragons, swooping down from above, made Ironkeep feel like it was on a fault line, causing violent tremors that made it hard to stand firm. Quickly, the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom were forced to retreat, with Ironkeep nearly overrun from all directions. In the air, the female General Grace, who had been attacking Stanley, noticed the shift in the battle below. A smile blossomed on her face like a flower. Stanley, your army is in disarray and defeat. Why continue to resist? With your abilities, if you were to join Kyric, despite having killed many of our people in the past, His Majesty's magnanimity might allow you a place and more opportunities to shine. A wise general knows when to adapt. Azure Kingdom is no match for Kyric, and now with the Azure royal family fallen, why pursue self-destruction? Grace held Stanley in high regard. As his longtime adversary, she felt a certain admiration for him. Of course, more importantly, this old adversary was about to be defeated by her. As Grace spoke, the 4 deputies beside her also wore satisfied smiles. This fearsome figure in Kyric's history was on the brink of an unprecedented defeat. Stanley glanced at the increasingly arrogant Grace and her companions, his magical aura slightly chaotic. After another clash with them, he quickly distanced himself. The situation on the battlefield below Ironkeep was dire, with defeat looming, and he felt it keenly. But he had no better option and could only hold his ground and wait. He believed that Leslie and Owen, upon learning of the situation, would send reinforcements. They would understand the importance of Ironkeep. Stanley's resolute expression did not escape Grace's notice, and she coldly smiled, saying, General Stanley is waiting for reinforcements, isn't he? Unfortunately, according to our spies, there are no signs of troop movements in the Azure Kingdom, which means you have been abandoned. You and the soldiers here have been forsaken by Leslie. The Empress you so loyally protect treats you this way, why do you persist? Grace spoke persuasively. In this campaign against the Azure Kingdom, Kyric had made extensive preparations and had placed many spies within the Azure Kingdom, some even within the army itself. Yet, up until now, there had been no signs of the Azure Kingdom's army mobilizing, indicating that Leslie truly had abandoned Ironkeep. Silence. Leslie will send reinforcements, they will come. Stanley stared intently at Grace. He knew she had likely placed many spies, and her intelligence might be accurate. The army might truly not be mobilizing, but he knew Leslie. Though she seemed cold-blooded and ruthless, she had deep plans and ambition. Having finally become the Empress of the Azure Kingdom, she would never allow any territory to be lost. She would find a way to send aid. Ironkeep would not be handed over. As for why reinforcements had yet to arrive, he didn't know, but he believed that as long as they held on, help would come. Reinforcements will come. At this point, General Stanley is still dreaming. Leslie sees you as nothing more than cannon fodder. You have great influence in the army, and she is using you to eliminate a threat. Grace continued, besides, even if reinforcements do come, what can they do against my Crimson Dragon Corps? They are nothing but a fragile resistance. As she spoke, her tone grew significantly more serious. General Stanley, I'll give you one last chance. Even if you won't think of yourself, won't you consider the soldiers who have fought alongside you? Seeing that Stanley remained unmoved, Grace immediately pointed to the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom below. She knew that Stanley wasn't afraid of death, but he was a general who cared deeply for his subordinates. Sure enough, after hearing Grace's words, Stanley couldn't help but glance at the battlefield below. Due to their continued retreat, the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom were suffering heavy casualties. Many exhausted and injured soldiers were easily cut down by the pursuing Pyrrhic soldiers, turning the blood-soaked ground into a large crimson mire. As long as you sincerely surrender, I will spare your life and the lives of these soldiers. Grace smiled slightly and waved her hand, releasing a magical wave that caused a dozen or so pursuing Crimson Dragons to receive some command. They hovered in midair and ceased their attack. Without the powerful pressure from the Crimson Dragons, the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom, who were on the brink of collapse, had a brief moment to catch their breath. Their lives are now entirely in your hands, General Stanley. Grace smiled and slowly stepped forward, extending her hand toward Stanley. We should have been the best of friends. Why fight to the death here? Let bygones be. Bygones, what do you say? As she spoke, she deliberately spread her voice across the battlefield using magical waves. For a moment, many soldiers of the Azure Kingdom looked up at Stanley. To the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom, Stanley's orders were more important than those of Empress Leslie. They trusted General Stanley more deeply. Among these elite soldiers, General Stanley was their spirit and soul. Should they fight to the last breath or surrender? Under the gaze of countless eyes, Stanley suddenly laughed aloud. Kyric's ambition is insatiable. How many of our people did they slaughter? Such national and personal grievances cannot be erased by a few words. You want us to surrender? Our ancestors would never allow it. Stanley's voice, imbued with powerful magical waves, spread to every corner of the battlefield. Everyone, we are not just soldiers of the Azure Kingdom, we protect countless families. Behind us, fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never surrender. Reinforcements will come. Victory belongs to the Azure Kingdom. His voice, full of a tragic and resolute spirit, spread like wildfire. In an instant, the demoralized soldiers of the Azure Kingdom seemed to ignite. Fight to the death. Swear to live and die with Irongi. For a moment, their fierce shouts echoed to the skies. Chapter 140. Chapter 140. The full counterattack. Seeing this, Grace and her 4 deputies were furious, glaring in anger, wanting to swallow Stanley whole. The soldiers of the Azure Kingdom had been on the verge of wavering, but Stanley's words had reignited their spirits. Kill. Leave no one alive in Irongi. An enraged Grace completely lost her patience. Her sharp eyes filled with murderous intent as she waved her right hand to give the order. In an instant, the Crimson Dragons, which had paused their attacks, roared fiercely and began to devour the Azure Kingdom soldiers below. Their terrifying magical assaults, like unstoppable cannonballs, unleashed destruction upon Irongi. Deafening explosions echoed all around, turning Irongi into a hell on earth, and under the assault of 200,000 elite troops, the fortress was torn apart. Despite the renewed fighting spirit of the soldiers, they were ultimately outmatched. In a short time, the remaining 70,000 elite soldiers suffered another loss of 10,000. Throughout Irongi, parts of the fortress began to collapse, and the bodies of Azure Kingdom soldiers were blasted into the air by magical attacks, creating a scene of bloodshed and brutality. The dark, dense masses of Kyric's elite forces swarmed in like an unending tide, filling the vision of the Azure Kingdom soldiers. At that moment, a profound sense of despair and helplessness overcame them, causing their eyelids to droop and the magical energy in their bodies to dissipate like deflating balloons. Now, only despair remained in their hearts. Both mentally and physically, they had reached their limits. To die for my country, I have done my best. Some soldiers, in their fading consciousness, found themselves thinking this final thought. The Azure Kingdom soldiers, whose morale had briefly risen, were quickly crushed once more by the bloodthirsty Kyric army, leaving them numb in both body and spirit. They stood frozen, as if waiting for the moment to meet their end. Meanwhile, in the sky, Stanley was nearing his limit in the fierce battle against Grace and her 4 deputies. His armor was soaked in blood, covered with various wounds, though most had quickly scabbed over, making him look more terrifying. Nearly every part of his body bore injuries. Stanley, today is your end. Seeing Stanley's defenses weakening, Grace sneered. Don't worry, your head will be kept as a trophy. I'll make a goblet from it for drinking. It will be a supreme delight. As she spoke, she and the 4 deputies launched an attack together, forming a terrifying slash that ripped through the sky towards Stanley's throat, aiming to decapitate him. Stanley was already nearing his limit, and maintaining flight with his remaining mana was becoming difficult. He could barely attempt to retreat, trying to put distance between himself and the incoming slash. However, the pale, massive slash moved with incredible speed, and as soon as he stepped back, it was upon him. At that moment, both the Kyric soldiers below and the Azure Kingdom's troops stood frozen, gazing up at the scene. The Kyric soldiers wore expressions of satisfaction and excitement. Stanley, the burden on their pride, would finally be gone today. In contrast, the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom found themselves unable to grip their weapons and magical items. Stanley was not only the strongest in their army but also their symbol of hope. If General Stanley were to fall here, their last flicker of hope would be utterly extinguished. To everyone's shock, Stanley's head did not fly high into the air, nor was he decapitated. Instead, a blinding lightning bolt tore through the sky, instantly shattering the slash. Immediately afterward, a thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. Is an Azure Kingdom general someone you vermin think you can kill? Be gone. The voice boomed like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Many of the weaker soldiers covered their ears, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Grace and her 4 deputies tensed, warily eyeing the direction from which the attacking voice had come. Then they saw a fiery red light streak across the sky like a meteor, riding above Ironki with unimaginable speed. As the fiery glow dissipated, Owen's figure was revealed, standing proudly. He exuded an imposing aura of authority, with arcs of lightning dancing around him, like a god descending to the world. The moment Owen appeared, the Kyric soldiers, whose morale had surged, and the Azure Kingdom soldiers, who had fallen into utter despair, both stared at him in astonishment. Owen's name and appearance had already become well known across the major kingdoms and factions due to his rising fame. Thus, the soldiers recognized him immediately. Owen had personally come to support them. Whether it was Owen's remarkable talent or his engagement to Leslie, his presence here showed the importance he placed on Irongi. Kyric soldiers became wary, while the Azure Kingdom soldiers, who had been in despair, found a glimmer of hope. Reinforcements. Reinforcements had truly arrived. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, Grace quickly scanned behind Owen but sensed no approaching army. Considering that their spies within various armies hadn't reported anything, a strange smile appeared on her face. Well, isn't this Owen, ranked number 1 on the domination leaderboard? It's quite something to see you in person, daring to come here alone for support. As she finished speaking, the previously noisy soldiers fell silent again. They looked behind Owen and saw nothing but the empty air, except for the serpentine spellbeast hovering beneath his feet. There were no other figures in sight. He seemed to have truly come alone. To deal with you all, I'm more than enough. Owen glanced at Grace and the others, shook his head disdainfully, and then looked at Serafina beneath him. At this moment, Serafina had shrunk significantly due to the journey, lacking the overwhelming presence she had when fully extended. However, Serafina's strength was beyond the imagination of anyone from Kyric. Most importantly, Serafina was the snake prophesied to bring about Kyric's downfall. Grace and the 4 deputies were about to mock Owen for his perceived overconfidence, but they suddenly saw the serpentine spellbeast beneath him expand dramatically in the wind, growing from its previous size of about 2 meters to nearly 100 meters. Its massive body, as thick as a house, coupled with a tail that seemed to stretch across the sky, exuded an unimaginable oppressive force that spread out instantly. As the Covenant's foremost spellbeast, Serafina naturally exerted a bloodline suppression over all living beings. Additionally, due to the prophecy that Kyric would ultimately fall at Serafina's hand, this oppressive aura filled Kyric's soldiers with soul-shaking terror and dread. This is. Grace and the 4 deputies widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. The enormous serpent-like spellbeast looked increasingly familiar. Why was the aura it emanated so frightening, causing even their bones to tremble? Snakefolk. The snakefolk in their juvenile stage looked just like this. Suddenly, Grace was struck by a realization. Snakefolk were quite unique. In their juvenile stage, they resemble giant serpents. Only as they mature do they gradually take on a humanoid form, becoming a half-human, half-demon existence, and the snakefolk were the source of their familiarity and fear. After all, the prophecy of the kingdom's destruction by snakefolk had long spread throughout Kyric, and the Emperor had ordered their eradication. Even spellbeasts related to snakefolk had been slaughtered without mercy. Logically, there shouldn't be any snakefolk left in existence. Why was there one here, and why had it become Owen's mount, exuding such a terrifying aura? Even Grace, now at diamond tier level 5, felt a shiver of fear in the presence of the massive Serafina. Could the snakefolk before them be the one from the prophecy, destined to destroy Kyric? As they stared intently at Serafina, the same thought simultaneously occurred to Grace and the 4 deputies. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. The Monarch delivered. Above Irongi. The icy, piercing wind emanated from Serafina, whose body was continuously expanding, like the cold wind of winter, sweeping through the world as sharp as a blade. At this moment, all the Kyric soldiers present were looking up at Serafina with horrified expressions. Her enormous body seemed to fill their eyes, leaving them deeply shocked to their core. Compared to the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom, Kyric soldiers had a more profound impression of Serafina. After all, the rumors of the snakefolk's destruction of Kyric had long been causing a stir within Kyric. There had previously been a large-scale massacre aimed at exterminating the snakefolk. The snakefolk had been wiped out completely. Where did Owen find this spellbeast? How could such a terrifying snakefolk still exist? At this moment, not only Grace and others showed serious expressions with a sense of foreboding, but the soldiers of Kyric were also terrified, feeling like a prophecy was about to come true. After all, the oppressive aura emanating from Serafina was too terrifying. Each of them felt as if their skin was being cut by a sharp blade, their spirits dazed, and their mana greatly suppressed. It was as if they had encountered a natural nemesis. Stanley was equally astonished by Owen and Serafina. Owen's sudden arrival surprised him greatly. Although he knew Owen was a powerful fighter, Kyric had brought over 200,000 elite soldiers this time, with commanders like Crimson Dragon and Grace. It could be said that relying on Owen alone was absolutely impossible to contend with. However, he did not expect that Owen's mount, Serafina, would be so terrifying. Even he felt a sense of suppression and suffocation when facing Serafina's emanating aura. Most importantly, he often dealt with Kyric and was very familiar with their prophecy. The giant serpent before him was likely the snakefolk prophesied by Kyric. If that were true, relying on Owen and the beast alone might be enough to annihilate the Kyric army before them. Below, the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom gazed at Owen with faces full of reverence. Owen's talent and strength were already legendary, and despite his humble beginnings, he had long been an idol for these soldiers. After all, Owen was one of their own, from the Azure Kingdom, and an unprecedented prodigy who rose to prominence rapidly. Even the usually aloof Academy City held Owen in increasingly high regard. They even broke thousands of years of tradition for him. Although Owen was accompanied by only one beast, in their hearts, he was worth more than thousands of troops. Moreover, the enormous Serafina, like a mythical beast of immense power, carried Owen, giving them an inexplicable sense of security. For a moment, due to the sudden appearance of Owen and Serafina, the previously one-sided battle quietly began to shift. At this moment, Owen, who was the focus of all attention, looked down at Serafina, who had grown to her maximum size. Now, she was as vast as a chain of mountains stretching across the sky, her skin covered with dense crimson scales that shimmered with a dangerous and dazzling gleam in the light. As her massive body writhed in the air, the slight friction of the scales produced sparks and a sharp, metallic sound. Serafina's strength was already comparable to a diamond tier mage, and after sharing the Order of Ice with Leslie, she had awakened a portion of her water-fire bloodline. Although her tier had not increased, her power had significantly left unimproved. Owen could faintly sense a chilling coldness beneath the crimson scales that made his soul shiver. Clearly, the two different attributes of water and fire were gradually manifesting within her. As Owen observed Serafina, she flicked her tongue and swept her cold, merciless eyes over the crowd, finally settling on the 17 crimson dragons beside Grace. As a descendant of the Corvor serpent, she had a natural obsession with mana cores, and among the many spellbeasts present, only these 17 crimson dragons caught her eye. When Serafina locked her gaze on the crimson dragons, Owen immediately sensed it and was not surprised. These crimson dragons were very powerful, all being platinum tier beings. As dragon blood spellbeasts, they were tough and highly attuned to magic. Their strength was more than a cut above spellbeasts of the same level. If the 17 crimson dragons joined forces, even a diamond tier mage would find them troublesome. This was why Stanley, despite trying, had been unable to injure the crimson dragons and could only make them wary, not daring to act recklessly. Devouring these dragon blood beast cores would greatly aid Serafina's growth. After all, the higher the quality of the spellbeast's beast core, the more beneficial it was for Serafina. The moment they were locked onto by Serafina's aura, the 17 crimson dragons trembled, flapping their scarlet wings nervously as they retreated a short distance. Among spellbeasts, the suppression of rank and bloodline was even more pronounced. Serafina exerted this suppression over them both in bloodline and rank. Under normal circumstances, they would have fled as quickly as possible. However, now, despite the fear welling up inside them, the 17 crimson dragons, possessing a decent level of intelligence, exchanged glances and saw a hint of greed in each other's jewel-like eyes. For spellbeasts, breaking through via cultivation was extremely slow. The quickest method was through slaughter and devouring. Especially by devouring spellbeasts more powerful than themselves. The 17 crimson dragons had grown to their current power through continuously devouring other spellbeasts, otherwise, they wouldn't have grown so quickly or gained such terrifying combat strength. At this moment, the feeling Serafina gave them was incredibly unique, instilling a deep, instinctual desire within them. It seemed that devouring Serafina would lead to a significant breakthrough in their bloodline. This strong intuition, like a devil's whisper, echoed softly in their ears, dispelling all fear and apprehension they felt towards Serafina. Roar! The 17 crimson dragons suddenly erupted, letting out earth-shattering roars at Serafina, their blood-red eyes gleaming with greed like wolves in the night. On their backs, the mages riding them clearly sensed the crimson dragon's emotions, and they were also affected, their emotions surging as veins bulged on their foreheads, their focus entirely on Serafina. The next moment, the 17 crimson dragons flapped their wings, turning into streaks of blood-red light, slicing through the sky, charging at Serafina from all directions. Though their size wasn't as massive as Serafina's, each was still a colossal creature nearly 10 meters long. As they charged at Serafina, the leading crimson dragon opened its sharp maw and spewed a breath of molten lava like heat. The crimson fire turned the air red, with waves of heat spreading in all directions. On the back of this crimson dragon, a mage in a black robe simultaneously cast a spell. A mental lightning bolt, shining with a blinding light, flickered across the air, aiming straight for Serafina's forehead to launch a psychic attack. As the crimson dragons launched their assault and attack, Serafina felt as though she was being provoked by ants. Flames leapt from the gaps between her crimson scales, enveloping her body, transforming her into an enraged fire serpent. The scorching breath fell on Serafina's body, only to be absorbed by the flames dancing across her body, posing no threat to her. As for the mental lightning, as soon as it approached, Owen's eyes, filled with murderous intent, suddenly flashed with a cold light. The mental lightning was instantly shattered by the terrifying murderous aura, and at the same time, the maddening, twisted killing intent began to flow from Owen's eyes, piercing into the eyes of the black-robed mage. Immediately, the black-robed mage saw only an eerie blood red before his eyes and then felt his head swelling as if it would burst. Bang! In the next moment, the endless bloody killing intent completely twisted the black-robed mage's mind. He clutched his head frantically, his sharp nails piercing deep into his skull, and then his head exploded like a cannonball, spraying blood everywhere. At the moment of the black-robed mage's gruesome death, Serafina, who had fended off the leading crimson dragon's attack, sprang forward like a taut bowstring and opened her massive jaws to bite down on the crimson dragon. Chapter 142, Chapter 142 The Horn of Counterattack. Serafina's teeth were triangular and sharp, and although the crimson dragon's scales were tough, they were no match for her teeth, which pierced through its flesh in an instant. The crushing pain made the crimson dragon struggle frantically, trying to escape Serafina's bite. But Serafina only bit down harder, blood flowing between her teeth, the metallic scent spreading instantly, followed by the sudden sound of crunching. In her mouth, the crimson dragon was treated like a delicious morsel, being slowly crushed by her teeth and swallowed whole. The crimson dragon was devoured. This scene, witnessed by the other crimson dragons, caused their pupils to constrict abruptly, their fierce, greedy expressions turning blank with shock. The leading crimson dragon was the strongest among them, serving as their leader. Yet, in just a single encounter, not only did it fail to pose any threat to Serafina, it became her meal, as if it had willingly delivered itself to her mouth. This made the others shiver with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and their forward charge came to an abrupt halt. Since they began undertaking various missions, they had never encountered a situation like this. On their backs, the mages riding the crimson dragons felt their scalps tingle and couldn't help but take a few steps back on the dragon's back. As dragon riders, they were acutely aware of the crimson dragon's power. At the same tier, a crimson dragon was nearly invincible. Even when facing spellbeasts and mages far stronger than them, they could rely on the dragon bloodline and speed advantage to engage in a prolonged fight. At the very least, they could depend on their robust bodies and tenacious vitality to withstand attacks. However, now, in just one move, the giant serpent had devoured one. At this moment, not only were the crimson dragons and the mages on their backs filled with horror and fear, but Grace and the Kyrek soldiers watching from nearby were also chilled to the core. Even those with diamond tier strength among them wouldn't dare claim they could annihilate a crimson dragon in one strike, let alone devour it so brutally. The sight of Serafina swallowing the crimson dragon weighed heavily on their hearts, causing their breathing to slow. And those soldiers who already believed that Serafina was the snakefolk prophesied to destroy Kyrek were now fully convinced of this notion. The crimson dragons possessed the dragon bloodline and were one of Kyrek's trump cards. Yet Serafina had just eaten one as a snack. Such a fierce and terrifying giant serpent must be the snakefolk foretold in the prophecy. In an instant, the morale of Kyrek's 200,000 assembled troops was shaken. It seemed as though their previous efforts and sacrifices to exterminate the snakefolk for the sake of the prophecy had all been in vain. Grace, the commanding general, immediately sensed the weakening and defeat in the army's morale. At once, she fixed her gaze on the enormous and ferocious Serafina, and said firmly, "Form the battle formation. Today, with the strength of Kyrek's elite army, we will assist the crimson dragons and destroy this beast to eliminate future threats." As Grace's cold but resolute voice spread, the previously shaken soldiers immediately began to act, moving like a flowing black tide to form the battle formation. Unlike fighting mages, the confrontation between two large armies relied on battle formations and the commanding generals. The stronger the battle formation, the more terrifying its destructive power. The power of a battle formation, as if carrying the force of nature, could not be resisted by the strength of a single mage. Now, the dense gathering of elite troops began to form an orderly battle formation, and the resulting power was enough to threaten even a master-tier mage. As the magical glow rose from the soldiers below, each soldier seemed to become a faint point of light. Though these points of light were weak, their vast numbers gathered densely together and quickly transformed into a mysterious formation, from which a massive white pillar of light shot into the sky. Within the white pillar of light, the 16 crimson dragons seemed to undergo some sort of catalysis and growth. In an instant, their claws became sharper, their bodies larger, and crimson, blood-like flames danced on their bodies. It was as if they had leapt from maturity to their ultimate form. The aura and pressure emanating from them surged explosively at this moment. If before they were only comparable to platinum-tier mages, now, with the enormous power of Kyrek's battle formation, the 16 crimson dragons temporarily possessed combat strength comparable to diamond tier. Seeing this, Stanley's face darkened. Such a vast battle formation's power, combined with the extraordinary bloodline of the crimson dragons, was not a simple 1+1. The strength of the crimson dragons had increased at least tenfold at that moment. Form the battle formation. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Stanley shouted, calling on the soldiers of the Azure Kingdom to form a battle formation. Although they only had about 50,000 elite troops remaining, far fewer than Kyrek, they could still provide some support to Serafina. No need for that. You and the soldiers should rest well. From now on, leave it to it. Serafina. Owen suddenly spoke up, stopping Stanley. Stanley was seriously injured, and the remaining 50,000 elite soldiers also had injuries to varying degrees. The collision of battle formations was extremely brutal, especially when the numbers were so vast. One mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. After speaking, Owen gave Stanley no chance to refuse and charged with Serafina toward the battle formation of Grace and the others. Seeing this, Grace and her people all showed vicious smiles. Although the strength Serafina had displayed earlier was terrifying, Owen was clearly underestimating the power of the battle formation, especially Kyrek's, which was unparalleled in its ability to enhance spell beasts among all the kingdoms. Owen not only refused to retreat but charged forward. Instead he was courting death. Kill, we must leave these two scourges here today. Grace shouted. At once, the 16 Crimson Dragons, whose power had soared, excitedly flapped their wings and charged toward Owen and Serafina. At this moment, the 16 Crimson Dragons were about half the size of Serafina. With a seemingly endless flow of mana surging through their bodies, they became extraordinarily strong, brimming with explosive power. Their strength had increased more than tenfold, giving them unprecedented confidence. Serafina must die. With a ferocious roar, sound waves rolled forward like crashing waves, causing ripples in the air and shattering the floating clouds. Owen's expression grew slightly serious. As expected, the power amplification from a battle formation formed by 200,000 troops was indeed formidable for the Crimson Dragons. However, he wasn't truly fighting alone. Since you're here, why hide? It's time to get to work. Owen suddenly looked toward a seemingly empty part of the sky beside him. Originally empty, the area began to fill with a viscous black light as Owen spoke, and the figure of the fallen angel gradually emerged. The newly arrived fallen angel looked at Owen with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected to be spotted by Owen right after arriving, intending to enjoy the spectacle first. With the appearance of the fallen angel, a dark, chilling wind, akin to one from the depths of hell, suddenly permeated the air. The Crimson Dragons, who had been ready to strike, immediately turned their wary gaze toward it. Their pupils contracted sharply. From the fallen angel, they sensed a bloodline suppression, not as intense as Serafina's, but clearly from a being with a higher bloodline. Especially the level of power emanating from the fallen angel was notably higher than Serafina's. Is this Owen and Serafina's reinforcements? Grace and the others couldn't help but rub their eyes when they saw the appearance of the fallen angel, thinking they might be seeing things. The fallen angel race was extremely rare and seldom ventured onto the continent. Yet, now a fallen angel had appeared, seemingly having a close relationship with Owen, as if it were his reinforcement. Chapter 143, Feast of Blood. But how could this be possible? The fallen angel race has always been reclusive and extremely arrogant, unlikely to accept anyone else's orders or commands. How could they appear here? And judging by its demeanor toward Owen, it seemed to be quite fearful of him. Just as Grace's mind was swirling with shock and confusion, terrified messages suddenly came from various parts of the army. General, a fallen angel with unknown intentions has been spotted at the rear. Its aura is locked onto us. Requesting instructions. General, the left flank has spotted a fallen angel with unknown intentions. Requesting instructions. General, various fearful voices emanated from the formation, clearly reaching Grace's ears. Grace quickly looked around the army and saw that the previously empty sky was suddenly filled with many fallen angels, faintly encircling the 200,000 troops. Immediately, Grace's heart sank. If the sudden appearance of one fallen angel was just a coincidence, then the presence of so many fallen angels here clearly couldn't be explained as an accident. Instead, it meant that the fallen angels were truly following Owen's orders and were planning to attack their Kyric army. Grace had a clear understanding of the power of the fallen angels, each one was a diamond-tier powerhouse. They were incredibly resilient, with terrifying combat capabilities, and could even coordinate with one another to unleash power far beyond their level. In the past, whenever fallen angels appeared, they would stay far away, fearing to offend this formidable race. But now, at a glance, there were 9 fallen angels surrounding the army. If they fought to the death, they might hold out for a while with the help of the battle formation and Crimson Dragons. However, once the formation weakened, they wouldn't stand a chance against so many fallen angels. At this moment, besides Grace, who was utterly shocked, the 4 deputy generals and the elite Kyric soldiers forming the battle formation were all filled with horror and fear. If it were just 1 or 2 fallen angels, they would have had the confidence to contend with and possibly even kill them, given the power of their battle formation. But 9 fallen angels, combined with Owen and Serafina, brought a sense of despair to all of them. Such a number of fallen angels far exceeded their imagination. Wasn't the fallen angel race supposed to be rare? How could there suddenly be 9 of them, all seemingly at diamond-tier strength? In contrast to Kyric's despair, Stanley and the other soldiers were filled with immense joy. The arrival of Owen and Serafina had already given them some confidence, as Owen was listed separately by Academy City and was Leslie's fiancé. But they never expected Owen to actually bring reinforcements 9 powerful fallen angels. At that moment, the entire army erupted with excitement. Now, Owen looked at the fallen angels surrounding the Kyric army and nodded with satisfaction. After communicating with Oya, he hurried to the battlefield, and shortly after his arrival, the fallen angels appeared, surrounding the Kyric army, clearly wasting no time on their way. You all did very well today. This is not just for me but also for yourselves. Once Serafina devours these Crimson Dragons, her strength and bloodline will advance more rapidly, Owen said with a slight smile to the fallen angel beside him. The fallen angel, hearing this, showed little expression, focusing intently on Serafina. Seeing that after devouring a Crimson Dragon, Serafina's aura and bloodline had indeed become significantly stronger, the fallen angel's expression improved somewhat. After all, being a fallen angel and having to follow the orders of a human was a great humiliation for them. However, thinking about how Serafina's accelerated bloodline growth could more quickly aid the Holy Tree, the feelings of resentment and dislike gradually dissipated. Then, as if in silent agreement, the 9 fallen angels launched an assault on the battle formation arranged by Grace from all directions. They were knowledgeable and understood that the strength of the 16 Crimson Dragons stemmed from the battle formation, which was Kyric's greatest reliance. Once the formation was breached, the Kyric army would be thrown into chaos. As the 9 fallen angels decisively attacked the battle formation, streams of thick black light burst from their wings, transforming into black streaks that struck the white pillar of light. Boom, boom, boom. Each time a black streak hit, it was like a meteor crashing into the earth, producing a deafening explosion. The white pillar of light shook violently, its surface splattering like liquid, while the lingering black streaks on it corroded the pillar like acid, emitting a piercing, sizzling sound. The towering pillar of light, formed by 200,000 elite soldiers over several miles, was instantly covered with black cracks, appearing on the verge of collapse. The numerous Kyric soldiers within the pillar were significantly affected, their bodies feeling as if struck by heavy blows, limbs numb, and mana within them trembling. Even the force of 200,000 elite soldiers could barely withstand the simultaneous attack of the 9 fallen angels. Grace and the 4 deputy generals' expressions turned extremely grim. They hadn't expected the fallen angels to be so ruthless and overbearing, attacking them immediately upon appearing. With just 1 full force strike, the battle formation was already showing signs of breaking. If this continued, they and their 200,000 troops would be left here forever. We can't let this continue. Split the formation in 2, with part of the army holding off the 9 fallen angels while the rest attack Owen and that snakefolk with all their might, Grace ordered coldly, quickly issuing commands. They had no grudges against the fallen angels. If they could eliminate Owen and Serafina, the fallen angels might stop attacking the army. This was the best solution she could think of to break the situation. Even if the fallen angels continued to attack after Owen and Serafina were killed, at least they would have eliminated these 2 threats. The 4 deputy generals understood Grace's intention immediately and began relaying the orders through the formation. Soon, the battle formation, originally like a white full moon, transformed into a black gold circle, distorting the space around Owen and the 9 fallen angels, isolating them. Roar. After successfully changing the formation, the 16 Crimson Dragons roared and charged at Owen and Serafina. Their tier advancement had significantly boosted their intelligence and bloodline. They knew that if they could quickly eliminate Owen and Serafina, they would not stand a chance against so many fallen angels. In desperation, they became even more ferocious, trying to employ a brutal strategy of trading injury for injury to quickly wear down Owen and Serafina. However, Owen had already seen through their plan when they started altering the formation. He gently patted Serafina and imbued her with the Order of Fire. Serafina's fire element was already dominant, but with the enhancement of the Order of Fire, she seemed like a living fire deity. Her massive body was engulfed in a sea of flames, and the intense heat distorted the surrounding space. The magical attacks launched by the Crimson Dragons seemed to evaporate and warp as they neared Serafina, their power greatly diminished by the heat waves. When they finally struck her resilient fiery scales, they produced only dull thuds before dissipating into mana and vanishing. Having easily blocked the Crimson Dragon's attacks, Serafina began to unleash her own power. Her enormous tail swept across like a volcanic mountain range, carrying scalding magma, and struck the Crimson Dragons with tremendous force. Bang! Some of the Crimson Dragons, unable to dodge in time, bore the brunt of the terrifying impact. Their bones seemed to shatter instantly, blood gushing from their orifices, leaving them numb, aching, and unable to move. Serafina then opened her mouth wide and inhaled like a black hole, drawing the severely injured bodies of the Crimson Dragons into her maw, where she began to chew with a crunching sound. With Owen's support, Serafina cut down and devoured the mana cores of the Crimson Dragons enhanced by the battle formation as if they were mere fruits, further increasing her strength and becoming more formidable in battle. After several hundred breaths, only 6 of the original 16 Crimson Dragons, which had floated around Serafina and Owen like fiery red stars, remained. They were covered in wounds, trembling, and had completely lost their previous fighting spirit. Chapter 144. Chapter 144 Slaughter. If before, the Crimson Dragons believed they had the strength to contend with Serafina and Owen with the support of the battle formation, they now realized how laughably naive that notion had been. The combat strength of Owen and Serafina far exceeded their actual level. Their proud attacks and blitz tactics had not given them any advantage. Instead, each attack turned into a bloody feast for Serafina. Every Crimson Dragon devoured by Serafina left an indelible nightmare for them. Having devoured 11 Crimson Dragons, Serafina's body had expanded once more, and her already solid scales now gleamed like red crystals, emitting a searing, destructive heat. Just getting close gave them the illusion of being set ablaze. Thus, the 6 remaining Crimson Dragons instinctively turned and fled as fast as they could from Owen and Serafina. As the 6 Crimson Dragons retreated in terror, Grace and her allies, who were trying to hold back the 9 fallen angels, were already weakened, coughing up blood, and their bodies were like dry wood in a storm, about to collapse. The 9 fallen angels were well aware of Owen's combat strength, so even though the battle formation had separated them, they didn't worry about Owen. They simply coordinated an attack together. The combined strength of the 9 fallen angels was comparable to a true master tier mage. While the power of the battle formation was formidable, they had allocated most of its strength to augment the Crimson Dragons. After only a few exchanges, most soldiers were exhausted of mana, their bodies trembling from the lingering shockwaves, and some weaker soldiers even burst apart, their blood staining those nearby. For a moment, even General Grace felt a deep sense of despair. Not only had they failed to capture Owen and Serafina, but it seemed they might be the ones left here forever. The dizziness and internal mana turbulence made Grace breathe heavily. She looked down at the heavily injured and dying soldiers, then at the fleeing Crimson Dragons, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from her body, almost collapsing to the ground. The 200,000 troops and 17 Crimson Dragons were the core of Kyric. Yet now, most of them were lost. Her heart bled. Retreat. Grace's eyes were red, and despite her anger and reluctance, she quickly made the decision to withdraw. If they continued like this, the Crimson Dragons would cease to exist. She herself would be left here forever. However, after Grace issued the order to retreat, although the Kyric soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and saw a glimmer of hope for survival, disbanding the battle formation was no easy task. After all their mana was bound together in the formation, like thousands of fine threads woven into a rope. Suddenly dispersing would cause the formation to collapse and descend into chaos. However, Grace and the 4 deputy generals desired precisely this effect. They planned to use the ripples created by the disintegration of the formation to wound the 9 fallen angels, Owen and Serafina, buying time for themselves and the Crimson Dragons to escape. Boom. As Grace and the others had predicted, after the order to retreat was given, the soldiers, most of whom were already injured, withdrew from the formation at varying speeds. The collective mana, like a giant powder keg, collided chaotically and resulted in an earth-shattering explosion. The 9 fallen angels within the formation had already sensed this and immediately beat their wings, retreating quickly to distance themselves from the formation. The chaotic mana wave only left crisscrossing wounds on their bodies without posing a fatal threat. Owen and Serafina, who were within the formation, also quickly took defensive measures to withstand the terrifying magical shockwave. Taking advantage of this moment, Grace, the Crimson Dragons, and a few generals used their last resort methods to flee swiftly. With the formation's collapse, nearly half of the Kyric soldiers died from the backlash, their bodies cracked and covered in horrifying fissures. While most soldiers were still alive, they were weak, lying on the ground in agony. Even those less affected were mentally shattered, frozen in place and at a loss. This mission deployed most of Kyric's elite forces, including trump cards like the Crimson Dragons, yet they suffered such a devastating defeat. Even Grace and the 4 deputy generals, their key leaders, used them as cannon fodder to cover their retreat along with the Crimson Dragons. This left them utterly despairing. In contrast to the despair of the Kyric soldiers, the Azure soldiers became excited as they looked at the collapsing battle formation and the wailing Kyric troops. They didn't even need orders from Stanley. Looking up at Owen and Serafina, they felt empowered and charged directly at the Kyric soldiers. Previously, the Kyric soldiers had not regarded them as humans, slaughtering them mercilessly. Now it was their turn. Kill, kill. The cries of battle were earth-shattering. Any Kyric soldier who could move scrambled into action, faces filled with fervor and relief at surviving. Owen, meanwhile, ignored the nearly incapacitated Kyric soldiers and turned his gaze to the horizon. There, 6 Crimson Dragons, along with Grace and her allies, were fleeing in a panic. Since you've come, don't leave. Owen's eyes turned cold as he charged forward with Serafina, becoming a streak of light that shot across the sky. The 9 fallen angels were about to follow Owen when his voice suddenly reached them. Seal off this area. Don't let a single Kyric escape. No mercy. Owen's command was ruthless. Upon hearing it, the 9 fallen angels quickly dispersed, eliminating any Kyric soldiers attempting to flee. Under the relentless pursuit of Owen and Serafina, Grace and the 4 deputy generals were quickly caught up with. The piercing sound of the wind came from behind Grace, the 4 deputy generals, and the Crimson Dragons turned to see Owen and Serafina closing in, their faces turning pale as they hastened their retreat. As they accelerated, Owen and Serafina suddenly increased their speed, creating a trail of afterimages in the air. Serafina swiftly devoured the slowest Crimson Dragon. Owen, meanwhile, unleashed a bolt of lightning, reducing a deputy general to blackened charcoal, which fell from the sky and shattered upon impact. Within seconds, all 4 deputy generals and 6 crimson dragons were swiftly killed and devoured, leaving only General Grace. I surrender. I surrender. Seeing that Owen and Serafina had set their sights on her, Grace could no longer bear the pressure of life and death. She quickly raised her hands in surrender. Master Owen, with my strength and skills, Azure Kingdom surely needs me. Rest assured, I can swear an oath that once I surrender, I will be 100% loyal to Azure Kingdom, with no ulterior motives, Grace declared confidently. Seeing Owen unmoved, with his mana fluctuations growing stronger, Grace's heart trembled. And she quickly puffed out her chest. Master Owen, as long as you spare me, I can satisfy any request you have. For Grace, who wielded the power of a general, death was terrifying. As long as she was alive, she believed that with her abilities, she could eventually rise again. Moreover, she was confident in her looks and figure, certain that a young man like Owen couldn't resist. However, despite her seductive tone, Owen remained unmoved, shaking his head slightly. It's too late to surrender now. Upon arriving here, Owen saw the devastation firsthand. Azure Kingdom's elite soldiers had suffered heavy casualties. These people were the foundation of the kingdom, and not executing General Grace would be a disservice to their spirits. Besides, Grace might have strength and skills, but Azure Kingdom didn't need her combat power now. Both he and Serafina had already grown strong. Slash. In Grace's terrified and horrified gaze, the arc of lightning in Owen's hand transformed into a long blade, swiftly severing her head. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. They have arrived. Splat. Blood spurted as a head flew into the air. Grace, the Kyric general and a promising female commander, had just met her end at Owen's hands. Meanwhile, under Stanley's leadership and with the assistance of the fallen angels, the elite forces of Azure Kingdom launched a massive counterattack, sweeping through and annihilating all the Kyric soldiers in the area. The ground in front of Ironkeep was now blood-red, emitting a pungent stench of blood. Various severed limbs lay scattered, a mix of Azure Kingdom soldiers, Kyric soldiers, and spell beasts, forming a gruesome scene of a blood-soaked battlefield. Stanley flicked the blood off his stained sword, droplets scattering, as he gradually calmed his vigorous energy. Seeing the remaining Kyric soldiers exterminated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked up at the sky with a complex expression. There, Owen stood calmly on Serafina's massive head, surrounded by swirling mana-like mist, holding the bloodied heads of Grace and the other generals. Stanley's eyelids twitched at the sight. He vaguely remembered just a few days ago when he and William, the former chief elder of the Council of Elders, attacked Owen and Leslie. At that time, Owen and Leslie seemed only slightly stronger than himself, each having used their trump cards. But how long has it been? The generals like Grace, whom even Stanley found difficult to subdue, were now effortlessly beheaded by Owen without any resistance. Even Kyric's elite force of 200,000 troops and the Crimson Dragons, their trump cards, had fallen here due to the fallen angels and the giant serpent Owen brought. Owen, in these few short days, he had undergone unimaginable growth. This growth was not only in terms of strength but also in the network of relationships he had previously never revealed. Both the giant serpent and the fallen angels were extraordinary spellbeasts. One seemed to be the rumored snakefolk that had destroyed Kyric. The other was the continent-famous fallen angels. Neither of these were entities that an ordinary mage could come into contact with. But now, the giant serpent had become Owen's contract spellbeast, and the fallen angels obeyed his command. This was something Stanley could not have imagined before. Thinking about this, aside from his shock, he also felt a sense of relief. If Master Owen hadn't arrived in time today, without the assistance of Serafina and the fallen angels, they wouldn't have been able to slaughter the Kyric forces and might have been left here forever. Before Owen arrived, they were at their limit. Everyone, including Stanley, was already filled with despair. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Azure Kingdom behind Stanley were looking at Owen with reverence, as if they were gazing at an omnipotent god. The completely one-sided situation had been utterly reversed by Owen's sudden appearance. At this moment, many of them couldn't quite believe it was real, feeling as if they were in a dream. After all, the reversal brought by Master Owen was too immense. The terrifying Crimson Dragons, the battle formation formed by 200,000 elite troops, and even Grace and the other Diamond Tier mages were all crushed by Master Owen and the reinforcements he brought. If it weren't for Owen, those lying here as corpses would have been themselves. The joy of surviving such a disaster made them feel dazed, as if they had been given a second chance at life. Stanley glanced back at the soldiers behind him and clearly felt a significant change compared to before. Not only had their spirits become unprecedentedly firm and high, but the powerful aura gathering from them was also subtly converging toward Owen, treating him as the soul of the army. This was something Stanley had found extremely difficult to achieve before. Yet Master Owen had accomplished it. Stanley felt a mix of admiration and inspiration, and within his heart, he truly began to contemplate allegiance to Owen and Leslie. After all, in this life and death crisis, Leslie and Owen truly stood up to resolve the situation, protecting the soldiers and civilians of Azure Kingdom. Clearly, they already regarded Azure Kingdom as their empire and genuinely cared for the entire kingdom. Master Owen, Stanley's attitude was much more respectful than before, fully embracing his role as a general of the empire. As he spoke, he noticed Owen standing on the castle, suddenly gazing into the distant horizon, his expression slightly distracted as if sensing something. Stanley had never seen Owen show such an expression, which made him feel a bit uneasy and puzzled. He softly asked, "Master Owen, what is it?" As he spoke, he followed Owen's gaze to the horizon. There, the sky was clear and blue, with no sound or unusual aura. However, when he turned back to look at Owen again, Owen had regained his composure. Squinting slightly, "They are coming." Stanley felt even more confused but saw Owen's serious expression, sensing that whoever was coming was not friendly. He dared not be careless, holding his breath and trying to steady himself before looking at the horizon again. At that moment, on the distant skyline, complex arrays of formation patterns wove through the air, gradually forming an ancient bronze portal standing between heaven and earth. As mana rapidly gathered from all directions, the shadow became solid, and several figures appeared before the portal. It was none other than the people from Middle-earth, led by Kalden, the crown prince of Pyrothron Kingdom. So this is the world outside Middle-earth, truly a barren land of barbarians, Kalden remarked, hovering before the ethereal bronze gate. He sniffed the mana in the air, letting out a light snort as his brow furrowed slightly in disdain. The mana in Middle-earth was at least 10 times more abundant than here. Being here felt like moving from a bustling, prosperous place to a remote, desolate countryside, and he found it inherently difficult to adjust. Behind him, the prodigies from the Pyrothron Kingdom and other empires and noble families began to appear. As they sensed the thin mana here, expressions of disdain appeared on their faces. Although they had anticipated the desolation outside Middle-earth, they were still disappointed. No wonder so many mages would do anything to enter Middle-earth and leave this place. Compared to Middle-earth, this place felt like a barren prison. They quickly infused mana into their magical robes. Immediately, the luxurious and noble robes they wore began to emit a dazzling light. particularly the emblems on their chests, which radiated dense mana, forming a transparent shield around them. Once the shield fully formed, the dense mana from their emblems began to gather inside, becoming almost as abundant as in Middle-earth. It also slightly isolated them from the outside environment. Kalden's fiery patterned shield was particularly special, with the mana it emitted so thick it resembled mist, like blazing flames wrapping swiftly around him. It was as if staying here any longer would be a stain and an insult to his status. Gentlemen, the person we seek should be nearby. I can sense it faintly. Follow me, let's conclude this quickly. I do not wish to stay in this place any longer than necessary. With that, Kalden followed his instincts and gazed towards Irongi. The person who cast the supreme order was sensed to be near that castle. After Kalden spoke, Henry and the prodigies and protectors from the four major empires and three great families all nodded in agreement. In a place where the mana concentration was so low, their cultivation was adversely affected, and mana recovery would be quite slow. If not for the immense importance of the supreme order, they would not have accompanied Kalden on this journey. It seemed their luck was good, as they had been teleported directly near Owen, the one who cast the supreme order. In the next moment, seeing no objections, Kalden's mind moved, and countless mana streams, like tides, rapidly gathered from all directions, forming a terrifying mana tide that occupied half the sky. Then it surged forward like a mighty river, propelling the shields around them with the force to shatter the void, appearing dozens of miles away in an instant. It was as though they traversed the void effortlessly. Chapter 146 Mana Tide. Boom, the mana tide rolled forward, shattering the void, sounding like roaring waves. From a distance, the scene looked like heaven and earth had reversed. The endless mana tide hung in the sky, destroying everything in its path, stirring up wind and waves. Such a magnificent spectacle instantly captured the attention of everyone at Irongi. Especially Stanley, who followed Owen's gaze. His expression grew incredibly serious, and he couldn't help but exclaim. What a terrifying mana tide. What kind of existence could cause such a heavenly phenomenon? Stanley was the most powerful mage here besides Owen, stronger even than the fallen angels. However, facing the surging tide, he was filled with shock and horror. Such a heavenly phenomenon and such intense mana fluctuations were far beyond his capability. It's important to note that his current combat power was nearing that of a master tier mage. Yet even with such power, he couldn't begin to touch the edge of the mana tide. The means and power displayed here were beyond his imagination. The other soldiers present also looked on and on at the mana tide that spanned the sky and earth. Under that tide, their figures seemed as insignificant as ants, even a small wave could engulf and obliterate them. They couldn't fathom what kind of existence could create such a terrifying tide. They felt that as the tide approached, they, along with Ironkeep and this entire land, would be submerged by it. Boom. As the mana tide surged, Stanley immediately looked toward Owen with anxiety, at a loss for what to do. Such a bizarre phenomenon left him without direction, despite having faced many strange occurrences and handled numerous major events before. After all, the tide's fluctuation was too terrifying. When Stanley glanced over, Owen's expression had already turned serious. He squinted, recalling the reminder from the lifelong professor at Academy City. They are from Middle-earth, not comparable to any other forces. You should lead all the soldiers of Azure Kingdom back into the castle. They are not an enemy you can contend with. Owen's expression was very grave. Although he hadn't previously interacted with Middle-earth directly, he was well versed with the source material and knew that Middle-earth was an existence far surpassing other parts of the continent. There, both mana and precious resources far exceeded those of other areas. This also led to Middle-earth being filled with powerful figures, so much so that even the continent's top experts might not gain their attention. Middle-earth was teeming with strong individuals and prodigies. Upon hearing the words, Middle-earth, Stanley's already solemn demeanor became even more serious. Middle-earth, ancient and mysterious, was like an invisible mountain looming in everyone's mind. For most mages, entering Middle-earth was considered a great honor. It is truly a gathering place for powerful mages and the dream destination for countless people. Perhaps only the mages of Middle-earth could create such a fearsome mana tide. Even though he had a premonition, he knew how prestigious the mages of Middle-earth were. It had been many years since such powerful figures had appeared, and now they seemed to be approaching aggressively. Seeing Owen's serious expression made him feel even more uneasy. Owen usually appeared composed and confident, but now he was instructing them to retreat into the castle, indicating that the arrival from Middle-earth was putting significant pressure on him. After a moment of silence, Stanley could only nod and say, Master Owen, Middle-earth is approaching aggressively. Please take care. If they are too powerful to handle, leave quickly. With your talent, your future is limitless. Although he hadn't yet seen the Middle-earth mages coming here, the mana tide alone was enough to terrify him, knowing he wasn't their match. Even the remaining 50,000 elite soldiers here would be nothing but cannon fodder in the face of such power, unable to make any real impact. Instead, they might become a hindrance to Master Owen. Acknowledging Stanley's concern, Owen nodded, indicating his understanding. He knew that he was no longer alone. Behind him were Leslie, Serafina, and the entire Azure Kingdom. If he fell here, Leslie and the others wouldn't be able to accept it, and Azure Kingdom would be shaken as a result. However, it was too late to flee now. Their aura had long since locked onto him from afar. As the mana tide drew closer, Owen saw the spheres of light within the tide, especially the leader, the Crown Prince, Kalden. The Pyrothrone Kingdom emblem on his chest felt like an invisible mountain pressing on Owen's heart. Pyrothrone Kingdom was the most powerful empire in Middle-earth, with a formidable influence even among the many strong powers in Middle-earth. He hadn't expected such a top-tier force to set their sights on him. Moreover, behind Kalden, Owen saw numerous magical orbs emitting powerful auras. The elemental fluctuations from those magical orbs were incredibly intense, all of them exceeding the diamond tier and reaching the terrifying master tier. Some of the outstanding ones even had restrained auras, almost blending with the world around them, making them difficult for Owen to detect with his current level of perception. Their tier was so advanced that a simple glance made Owen's eye twitch. Grandmaster tier, an existence beyond the master tier. The lineup from Middle-earth this time was truly incredibly lavish. In Owen's memory, apart from Middle-earth, none of the continent's kingdoms, empires, or ancient families had Grandmaster tier mages, only master tier ones existed. As Owen scanned the mana tide, his expression suddenly turned grave as the surging tide, radiating a rainbow of colors, swept up to him. The gusts hit his face, and as the mana tide's light dissipated, Kalden was revealed at the forefront. Clad in a luxurious magic robe, he emitted brilliant magical patterns. With his head slightly raised, his proud eyes looked down at Owen in front of Ironki through a crimson magic shield. Your Highness, this is Owen. While Kalden looked down on Owen, Henry, beside him, chimed in obsequiously. Upon sensing the emergence of the Supreme Order, they had already begun gathering information about Owen, naturally familiar with his appearance and background. Thus, they recognized Owen immediately. Seeing Henry speak, Owen's expression tightened slightly as he took a closer look at him. He was rather thin and had the emblem of Gowato Sanctuary on his chest. Clearly, this person had a deep connection with Gowato Sanctuary. From his obsequious manner, it seemed the Green Slaves Church forces had decided not to Spare Owen. While Owen's thoughts raced, Calden finished appraising Owen and shook his head in disappointment, saying, Disc, coming here was truly a waste of time. You're only at Diamond Tier Level 1, which is truly disappointing to me. In his mind, anyone capable of using the Supreme Order a divine skill of incredible prowess should be at least Master Tier, even outside Middle-earth, making them worthy. Opponent. But Owen was only Diamond Tier Level 1. In Middle-earth, such strength wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. It should be noted that nearly all the prodigies accompanying him today had reached Master Tier. At this moment, Henry and the others also shook their heads in disappointment. They had thought Owen was something extraordinary, given that the Supreme Order was legendary even in Middle-earth. Someone who mastered such a legendary skill had to be an exceptionally gifted individual. Yet the person before them had only just broken through to Diamond Tier. In Middle-earth, not reaching Master Tier by this age made one a worthless individual with no potential for cultivation. Such a person, both within and outside their power, was beneath their notice to be killed at will without any objection. In Middle-earth, there were far too many mages with talent. However, it was this person, whom they considered a complete waste, who had acquired the divine skill they coveted. It could only make them sigh at the capriciousness of fate. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Calden's Fury. Meanwhile, as the gaze and aura of Calden, Henry, and the others converged on Owen, the figures of several fallen angels gathered behind him like black mist, shielding him from their sharp, knife-like aura. These fallen angels could clearly sense the strength of Calden and his group, as well as their disdain and murderous intent toward Owen. In the past, they would have gladly watched this unfold. However, now that Owen had obtained the holy token of their angel race, bestowed by Oya, even if they didn't want to admit it, Owen was considered one of their own in the fallen angel race. Additionally, Owen's contract spellbeast, Serafina, was of vital importance to their race, so from that perspective, they all hoped Owen would survive. You really are a trouble magnet, making enemies wherever you go, one of the 9 fallen angels quipped, then turned their focus to Calden with a serious expression. While their individual combat power wasn't on par with Calden and his group, together they had Master Tier fighting strength. However, as the fallen angels released their aura, Henry snorted disdainfully, his face showing even more contempt. Glancing at Owen, he said, Really, you think 9 fallen angels can stop us? As he spoke, the people from the 4 great empires and the 3 major families burst into laughter. In their eyes, while the fallen angels were indeed a special race, their low tier made them seem like ants. Now, these ants dared to challenge such formidable foes as them, which was simply suicidal. Like attracts like, and waste attracts waste. The Dragon Princess of Middle-earth will arrive soon, and you fallen angels don't even try to flee, but instead play the fool. Calden simply saw it as a joke. Upon seeing Owen's Diamond Tier Level 1 status, Calden's initial excitement turned to disappointment, feeling that all the preparations made for today were a complete waste of time. Facing the taunts from Calden and the others, the 9 fallen angels were furious, their eyes blazing with anger like flames, generating a turbulent aura that spread in all directions. However, when this aura reached Calden and his group, it was as if it encountered an immovable iron wall, dissipating into nothing. Instead, their aura was suddenly suppressed. Their bodies trembled slightly, and they involuntarily stepped back a few paces, their wings quivering as the soft black feathers lay flat against them. The oppressive force rebounding from Calden and his group was too much for them to bear, causing a disturbance in their magic. Barely able to stabilize themselves, they turned to Owen with troubled expressions. The overwhelming presence of Calden and the others, all above Master Tier, gave them a sense of helplessness they had never experienced before. They could only place their faint hopes on Owen. Under their gaze, Owen's face remained calm, devoid of emotion, showing no reaction to the provocations from Calden and the others. It was as if Calden and the others hadn't been mocking Owen at all. Owen's silence made Calden and his companions frown, surprised and angered. As renowned prodigies of Middle-earth, they expected Owen to be intimidated, perhaps even trembling and begging for mercy. Yet, Owen's composure irritated them. To them, he was an outsider, a mere native from beyond Middle-earth, who had gotten the Supreme Order by chance and dared to act arrogantly before them. Especially among the many visitors from Middle-earth was Calden, who had brought the prodigies of various cities here not only to grasp the Supreme Order but also to demonstrate his authority and recruit these prodigies under his command. It was one thing for other Middle-earth prodigies to be superficially obedient yet defiant, as they had strong talents and powerful empires and families backing them. But why should Owen not bow down? Why wasn't he begging for mercy? In an instant, the sky above Calden roared, and countless crimson meteors descended, bringing an endless searing heat. Under the heat waves, vegetation turned to ash, rocks in the ground twisted and melted from the intense heat, bubbling and sizzling, transforming the area into a boiling lava blast. Owen, being targeted, became the core of this oppressive aura. Seeing this, Harry and the others realized that the extremely proud and face-conscious Calden must have been completely angered by Owen's actions. Yet, under their gaze, Owen remained calm, looking at them without arrogance or servility, like an indestructible stone, blocking all the incoming oppressive heat. Elder Joseph, didn't Father say just to bring him back alive? Calden, furious, immediately turned to the protector behind him, his face contorted, his clenched fists creaking as if he wanted to tear Owen to pieces. The protector behind him appeared extremely old, with yellowing, sparse hair resembling dried grass in the autumn wind, exuding a strong sense of decay, as if he had one foot in the grave. Despite his aged appearance, his aura was unfathomably deep. At that moment, his expression turned even darker as he snorted softly and nodded. Owen was truly insufferable, knowing full well they were from Middle-earth, yet lacking any humility expected of someone beneath them. For those like them from Middle-earth, any native from outside Middle-earth should bow and scrape before them, eager to lick their boots. If Owen cooperated, they wouldn't mind giving him some rewards, keeping him as a mascot. But his current indifference showed that he completely disregarded them. Good. Seeing the protector nod, Calden's expression turned icy, blending into the darkness. Since Father only wants him alive, let's cut off his limbs and take him back as a torso. As he spoke, Owen, who had remained unresponsive, shook his head slightly, looking at Calden with an indifferent expression. So, you're the leader of this Middle-earth group. It's a shame you chose the wrong opponent. Arrogant. At Owen's words, Calden, already furious, was nearly bursting with rage. Even in Middle-earth, no one dared speak to him this way. Outside Middle-earth, in this barren land, a lowly person dared to show him such disrespect. His anger fueled his already fiery aura, like oil on a blaze, and his body instantly transformed into flowing molten lava, completely elementalizing. Elementalization. Seeing this, Henry and the others were slightly surprised. This advanced technique was generally reserved for major battles, fully merging the user with the elements, greatly enhancing both offense and defense. Yet, this technique was being used against Owen, showing the extent of Calden's fury. Even they had to treat Calden in this state seriously, fearing severe injury if careless. After all, Calden's strength was among the best in their group. Facing Calden, who immediately elementalized, Owen's expression grew more solemn, and his mind, already grave, became even more focused. His eyes were filled with mana, trying to lock onto Calden's form as it surged forward like a Torrent of magma. Elementalization is a more refined use of the domain, a special technique mastered only by the prodigies. In Kalden's current state, a mere diamond tier level 1 like himself was no match. His level was still too low to confront such a prodigy from Middle-earth, whose level and combat power were among the top. Owen needed to get as close as possible to his level. So, quickly, a system interface appeared before Owen's eyes, and the express he had accumulated for so long poured out like a flood. Since the system had prompted him that it would not automatically increase his tier, Owen had been saving up express without breaking through, treating it as one of his greatest trump cards. After all, Owen's combat power at diamond tier level 1 was already astonishing, and with each small level increase, his strength would grow significantly. Chapter 148. Chapter 148 Owen's trump card. Express release. Owen whispered to himself. His originally diamond tier level 1 status, under the boost of express, began to skyrocket as if propelled by rocket. Diamond tier level 2. Diamond tier level 3. As Owen's level increased, the surrounding mana instantly converged towards him, penetrating every pore and circulating through his meridians and body, refining his physique and purifying his bloodline. The scorching aura that had been emanating from Kalden was completely dispersed under the turbulent mana. Owen's level up made Kalden instinctively sense that something was wrong. He had encountered breakthroughs during battle before. However, most of them involved breaking through a single level or shattering a bottleneck to advance from a peak state to the next major tier. Generally speaking, breaking through a tier was already an extraordinary feat, a sign of exceptional talent and remarkable fortune. But Owen's tier was continuously rising. From diamond tier level 1, he had successively broken through to diamond tier level 4, with no sign of stopping. This continuous level up was so unbelievable that even someone as gifted as Kalden from Middle-earth found it incomprehensible. How on earth was Owen achieving this? After a moment of astonishment, a look of deep mockery appeared on Kalden's face as if he had thought of something. Such a rapid increase was impossible even for the prodigies of Middle-earth. Owen, a lowly person from a barren land, must have activated some secret technique to forcibly raise his tier. This kind of enhancement was superficial, and his actual combat power hadn't increased much. It was all just a facade. Moreover, even if Owen had truly advanced from diamond tier level 1 to the current diamond tier level 6, so what? He was still just a diamond tier mage, and there remained an insurmountable chasm between him and Kalden, who was now a master tier mage. Even if Owen were to use some secret technique to break through to master tier, his combat strength would still be worlds apart from mine. I come from Middle-earth, and yet you dare act so recklessly. After becoming a cripple, you can reflect on your actions today. As Kalden charged towards Owen, his confidence unwavering, he gave a cold, cruel smile. His molten, lava-like face twisted grotesquely at this moment. Without hesitation, his arm, imbued with a portion of the primal magic essence, transformed into a stream of flowing lava. The searing heat burned the air along its path with a bubbling hiss as it hurtled straight for Owen's chest, aiming to pierce him through and incinerate his limbs. This strike was immense and overwhelming, its blinding light and rippling waves filling Owen's vision in an instant. Owen's attention was wholly focused on Kalden. Seeing him already within striking distance, the mana that had surged violently within Owen's body seemed to find an outlet. It furiously converged into Owen's arm, causing it to rapidly swell. Under the immense pressure of the concentrated mana, his arm began to crystallize, becoming translucent like a gleaming gemstone. Within this crystalline arm, flames in the order of thunder flickered, emanating an aura of extreme ferocity and danger. The sheer intensity of this energy even slowed the flow of the surrounding void. Boom! Though it sounds like a lengthy process, in reality, the two fists collided in a mere split second, producing an earth-shattering roar. The void around them trembled violently as if a transparent pane of glass had been struck, spider-webbing with black cracks that spread outward. Under this tremendous impact, Herrenberg felt as though it had been hit by an unprecedented earthquake. The castle, already cracked and dented from the previous battles, began to shake and collapse. The soldiers of the Azure Kingdom, who had just retreated back into the fortress and hadn't yet caught their breath, scattered once more, seeking refuge in open areas away from the tremors. Generals like Stanley looked on in shock and terror. When Kalden and the others from Middle-earth appeared, it was as if a dark, oppressive cloud settled over his heart. The feelings of dread and terror spread uncontrollably deep within him. After all, Kalden and his companions were almost all above master tier. Such terrifying power, such an overwhelming lineup. Now, with Kalden's attack, the sheer destructive force of that strike made them shiver uncontrollably, their souls nearly leaving their bodies in fear. Under such a fearsome elemental assault, even if they relied on the natural defenses and military formations to resist to the bitter end, they would still be vaporized by the lava, with no chance of survival. Even though Stanley and the others had immense faith in Owen, when faced with such absolute power, they could only silently mourn for Owen, hoping that Kalden would at least leave him a whole body. However, as the shockwave from the collision of the two fists gradually subsided, Stanley and the others were suddenly horrified to see a figure unable to hold on, rapidly flying backward. And that person was not Owen. It seemed that Owen had actually won this clash. Stanley and the soldiers stared in stunned disbelief, rubbing their eyes furiously, unable to believe what they were seeing. At this moment, it wasn't just Stanley and his men who were shocked. Henry and the others from the four great empires and the three great families of Middle-earth were also staring at Owen in disbelief. From their perspective, the absolute domination of Prince Kalden over Owen not only failed to materialize, but Owen had actually sent Kalden flying with a single punch. Moreover, they saw more clearly than Stanley and the others. As Kalden was sent flying, the violent energy that burst from Owen's punch forcefully surged into Kalden's outstretched arm, and then, with a deafening blast, erupted, tearing Kalden's arm apart. With a single exchange, Owen disabled Kalden's arm. Kalden was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a large crater. This was utterly unbelievable. Henry and the others, who knew Kalden's strength well, looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and the scene before them seemed so absurd that it felt unreal, even in a dream. It was important to note that Kalden's strength ranked among the top within the prodigies of Middle-earth, otherwise, they would never have temporarily bowed to him. The terrifying power he displayed in his previous attack confirmed that he had become even more formidable than before. Even a master tier level 3 mage would likely not be a match for Kalden. Yet, Owen, a mere diamond tier mage a tier lower than Kalden, had managed to completely overwhelm him. In an instant, Henry and the others narrowed their eyes, replaying the details of the previous moment in their minds. It was only then that they realized Owen's level had undergone a massive transformation. Since earlier, the purity and vastness of the mana within him now surpassed even that of Kalden, a master tier mage. However, Owen had only advanced to diamond tier level 6, not master tier. For a diamond tier mage to possess such refined and immense mana left them utterly speechless, feeling as if they themselves were the ones out of their depth, as though they were the true country bumpkins from outside Middle-earth. At that moment, seeing Kalden being completely overpowered by Owen, with one of his arms rendered useless, Kalden's protector. That protector, who was already half a step into the grave, suddenly erupted with fury, his hair and beard standing on end, as a terrifying psychic wave spread in all directions. He was nearly driven to madness. As Kalden's protector, his fate was irrevocably tied to Kalden's sharing in his glory and Disgrace alike. Calden, a prodigy of Middle-earth, had been grievously wounded in a single strike by Owen, a mere native. This was nothing short of a slap in the face for him as Calden's protector. And it happened in front of the great empires in the world. What made it even worse was that Calden had previously vowed to reduce Owen to a cripple and take him to Middle-earth to repent day and night for what had happened today. But now, it seemed like the tables had turned. Fuck you, the protector roared, his voice thunderous and terrifying, as a violent aura exploded from his body, instantly covering an area hundreds of miles around, making him seem like the war god of this wrathful land. Under the pressure of his aura, even the prodigies from Middle-earth felt as though their mouths and noses were being smothered, their mana immediately suppressed, almost impossible to mobilize. The terrifying suppression swept towards Owen from afar, making his pupils contract sharply. He quickly realized that this protector of Calden's had surpassed the master tier level, reaching an even higher realm grandmaster tier. This protector was a grandmaster tier mage. Chapter 149. Chapter 149. The ferocious beast imprisoned on the first level of the Dark Tower. Grandmaster tier mage. At that moment, even though Owen had already sensed that there might be such powerful individuals among this group of mages from Middle-earth, the sudden attack from such a formidable figure still caused his heart to pound in fear. The gap between a master tier and a grandmaster tier mage was as vast as that between an infant and an adult. They were not on the same level at all. If a master tier mage had already mastered their domain, achieved elemental transformation, and was considered one of the most powerful beings in this world, then a grandmaster tier mage had begun to merge with the world itself. Wherever they stood was the center of the world, and they were the masters of that world. In front of such a powerful being, a master tier mage was merely like a child playing with fire. As this formidable figure attacked, countless strategies flashed through Owen's mind, but none of them could make him a match for the grandmaster tier mage. Any attempt to resist such a powerful being would be futile. The mages present, including Henry, were all looking at Joseph in astonishment. As prodigies of Middle-earth, they were even more aware of the immense power of a grandmaster tier mage, someone they held in deep reverence. After all, although Middle-earth produced many outstanding talents, very few could step into the realm of grandmaster tier mages. Such beings were exceedingly rare and highly respected among the various forces in Middle-earth. Unfortunately, even though Owen's explosive power is astonishing, and even Calden was caught off guard, his protector is a temperamental senior. With him intervening, Owen doesn't stand a chance. Henry and the others shook their heads slightly. Though Owen's injury to Calden had greatly shocked them, surviving in Middle-earth, or indeed on the entire continent, required not only one's strength but also a strong background. Without background, one had no resources, and even someone as extraordinarily talented and with limitless potential as Owen could be easily eliminated for offending the wrong person. What good is immense talent if you cannot survive? In the end, a prodigy who cannot live to their full potential is nothing more than an empty shell. Indeed, it is no wonder that someone who has obtained the divine skill supreme order possesses such astonishing explosive power. However, to be so arrogant without any backing is nothing short of courting death, remarked the three prodigies from noble families present, with a hint of regret in their voices. No one believed that Owen had any chance of resisting once Joseph decided to act. Such a powerful figure held significant standing in Middle-earth, let alone here in this place. As the crowd looked at Owen with complicated expressions, Joseph had already appeared in front of him, as if the very fabric of time and space was under his control. How dare you strike so ruthlessly against someone under my protection, you savage and brutal native. You must pay the price for your actions. Joseph's voice boomed with fury. Today, I shall strip you of your rank, cripple your limbs, as punishment. With those words, he brought his palm down toward Owen's forehead. The strike seemed to compress the void itself, freezing everything within a radius of dozens of miles into a solidified space. An invisible and terrifying force pressed down from all directions, binding Owen's body so tightly that he couldn't move. Faced with the true power of this grandmaster tier mage, Owen increasingly felt the immense disparity in their strengths. With just a single move, Owen found himself with no way to avoid it, as if it were his destiny to suffer this blow, to be stripped of his rank and have his limbs crippled. In the next moment, as Owen deeply sensed the overwhelming difference between himself and the protector, the Godslayer staff within him suddenly emitted a brilliant, dazzling light. When the protector locked onto him, Owen had already felt the Godslayer staff trembling within him, as if provoked. However, Owen had been suppressing this tremor all along. Now, as the protector, like an emperor passing judgment from on high, sought to condemn him, Owen refused to accept it. A grandmaster tier mage's protector. You think I don't have one? Owen suddenly raised his hand, and a black ring identical to Leslie's emitted a faint blue light. As the light spread, an obsidian gate suddenly appeared before Owen. The gate was ancient, with faint traces of blood and menacing claw marks on its surface, exuding a terrifying and ominous power that sent chills down one's spine. Creak. In the next moment, the tightly shut obsidian gate slowly began to open, producing a teeth-grating sound. At the same time, a crimson light emanated from within the gate, casting its eerie glow onto the protector. At this point, the protector was still surprised that Owen had managed to break free from his suppression, and then he noticed the appearance of the obsidian gate. Standing very close to Owen, the protector was almost right at the entrance of the gate. As it opened, his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. He saw a pair of scarlet, restless eyes within the gradually opening gate. From those eyes, he glimpsed an endless sea of skeletons, composed of countless crimson bones. He also saw a majestic figure that twisted his very mind. It was the shadow of a being so immense that it seemed to overlook the entire cosmos, vast beyond measure, as though the heavens and earth themselves were beneath its colossal form. To gaze upon it felt like blasphemy, a sin that stirred deep within one's soul. While the protector was momentarily dazed by what he saw, the obsidian gate fully opened. Against the backdrop of a grand starry sky, a pure white nine-tailed fox, its feet stepping on the sun, moon, and stars, suddenly leapt out. As it burst forth from the obsidian gate, the entire world trembled, mountains and rivers lost their color, and reality itself seemed to waver as if it was becoming unreal. With the appearance of the kitsune, the faces of Henry and the others suddenly changed. Although they didn't know the exact level of the kitsune before them, they were certain of one thing: any being that could cause the mountains and rivers to lose their color and the earth to tremble could only be a god. This kitsune was undoubtedly in existence beyond their imagination, a terrifying entity of unimaginable power. As the others looked on in shock, the kitsune that had burst out from the obsidian gate cast a glance at the ancient Joseph. With a sudden, sweeping motion of its 9 fluffy, pink fox tails, it sent a wave of what seemed like a shower of beautiful pink petals forward. Joseph, who had just regained his senses, was immediately struck, coughing up blood as he was sent flying backward, his body covered in countless fine scratches. This kitsune was the very monster imprisoned on the first level of the Dark Tower. At that moment, Owen carefully observed the creature. Despite Leslie having mentioned it to him before, he was still somewhat taken aback upon seeing its true form. After all, he had always assumed that the terrifying beast imprisoned one level lower was some kind of fearsome cat demon. But now, seeing it in person, he realized it was actually the legendary kitsune. Such an ugly old creature should stay buried in its grave. Coming out to scare people is entirely your fault. I absolutely detest old and ugly beings like you, the kitsune remarked disdainfully after sending Joseph flying with a single swipe of its tail. In a flash of crimson light, it transformed into a stunning beauty, dressed in a peach blossom gown, with hair cascading down carelessly. Her eyes were a bewitching shade of crimson, her scent carried an alluring floral fragrance. And her skin was so fair and rosy that it seemed like it could drip water. A pair of long, slender legs emerged from the side of her gown, as white and tempting as ivory. Her figure was nothing short of perfection. Any more would be too much, and any less would be too little. Her face exuded an aura of mature elegance, and she cast a disdainful glance at Joseph, who was now embedded in the ground. No wonder she's one of the monsters being sealed within the Dark Tower. Her power is as domineering as her eccentric personality, Owen thought, his attention fully focused on the kitsune. After seeing her transform into a human and begin berating Joseph, his expression grew more serious. Previously, Leslie had been short of a divine stone and only had the Order of Ice, which was not enough to fully suppress the Dark Tower. But now, with Owen's divine stone and the orders of thunder, fire, ice, and water combined, they could directly summon the monstrous beings within the Dark Tower to help them fight. Of course, what they released was merely an avatar of the creature. However, for dealing with a Grandmaster tier individual, this avatar would suffice. Even so, Owen wasn't entirely confident that he could command her to act. After all, his and Leslie's control over the Dark Tower was still very rudimentary, and their levels were far too low. Asking her to intervene and help fend off this Grandmaster tier protector was a risky move. His current strength was still insufficient to handle such a protector effectively. As Owen observed the kitsune, she glanced back at him, nodding in approval. Your strength might not be impressive, but you've got the looks. You're definitely more handsome than that old man and the others. You're just my type. Since I'm bored, I'll help you teach him a lesson this time, but don't expect this to become a habit. Chapter 150. Chapter 150. Toying with a Grandmaster tier mage. As soon as the kitsune finished speaking, Joseph, who had been struck into the ground by her tail, suddenly burst forth from the earth like a ray of light piercing the sky. Filled with rage, he charged directly at the kitsune. Just an avatar of a kitsune, a mere beastling, how dare you act so arrogantly in front of me, Joseph roared as he rushed toward the kitsune. His aura erupted like a volcano, and his murky eyes were filled with unprecedented, frenzied killing intent, locking onto the kitsune. The kitsune had previously instilled in him a deep sense of dread, as if he were facing a deity, causing his mind to waver for a moment. But after actually enduring a strike from her tail, he realized that this kitsune was merely an avatar. Her true form seemed to be heavily constrained, unable to unleash its full power. If her true form were present, Joseph would have fled without hesitation. But for a mere avatar to spout such brazen words in his presence, it was simply courting death. As Joseph leapt into action, Harry and the others instinctively took several steps back. Though Joseph claimed that the kitsune was only an avatar, far weaker than its true form, the aura radiating from this figure felt like sharp spikes piercing into their flesh, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Though they still couldn't determine the exact level of this kitsune, the sense of danger it exuded was something even Joseph had never made them feel before. As they watched with solemn expressions, they saw Joseph, who had charged ahead, surrounded by terrifying, sky-rending elements that howled and roared like a colossal tornado connecting heaven and earth. Once this tornado formed, the mana within a radius of dozens of miles was drawn into it. Even the mages observing from afar had part of their internal mana forcibly extracted and pulled into the tornado, making its destructive force even more overpowering. However, as this tornado, which had seemingly become the center of the world, rushed toward the kitsune, her cold and aloof face displayed only a faint, mocking expression. Is this all you can do? You're a Grandmaster tier mage, and you come here just to blow some wind at me. The kitsune's words made Joseph's face twist in anger, and the furious tornado surrounding him seemed to resonate with his emotions, growing even more violent. This time, he was determined to tear apart the kitsune's infuriating mouth. As the tornado became increasingly ferocious, Joseph's expression suddenly changed. The kitsune calmly extended a finger toward the approaching tornado, tearing through the void. Her pale finger touched the void as if creating ripples on the surface of water. The moment the tornado came into contact with the rippling barrier, it was stopped in its tracks, unable to move any further despite its wild fury. Seeing this, the playful glint in the kitsune's eyes grew even more pronounced. She flicked her finger lightly, causing the void to shatter. From the point where her finger had struck, a series of explosive sounds rang out, and the pale, bursting elements extended forward like a string of pearls, obliterating the tornado in an instant. A look of horror suddenly appeared on Joseph's face. The elemental storm was one of his trump cards, a terrifying and powerful move capable of threatening even other Grandmaster tier mages. Under such a storm, an entire city could be flattened in an instant, reduced to nothing but dust. But in the eyes of the kitsune, such an attack was utterly insignificant, not even posing the slightest threat to her. This was the first time Joseph had encountered such a situation. Just from this single exchange, the vast difference in their tiers was evident. In the next moment, as the tornado that had engulfed half the sky dissipated, the protector was preparing to activate his staff, form an array, and cast a forbidden spell. Suddenly, he saw the kitsune appear right in front of him. Her enchanting face bore an expression of playful interest, and then her tightly closed red lips slightly parted as she spoke. Since you've already made your move, it's only fair that I reciprocate. Now it's my turn. The kitsune's voice unexpectedly echoed in Joseph's ears, causing his body to tremble violently as a chilling sensation surged from his toes to his back. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the sheer terror of the kitsune's power had already planted deep fear in Joseph's heart. At his level as a mage, a single exchange was all it took to gauge the difference in strength between opponents. From the kitsune's earlier display, it was clear that her power far exceeded his own. What kind of terrifying force would she unleash now that she was attacking? The thought filled him with overwhelming dread. Immediately, the magic robe draped over his body began to emit a twisted black light, resembling inky black tendrils that wrapped around him, encasing him in a dark cocoon. Shadow's shelter. His deep voice resonated as he activated the powerful defensive skill inherent in his magic robe, capable of withstanding even the most formidable mage attacks. Yet, even with the magic barrier activated, Joseph still felt no sense of security. A green, branch-like magical staff suddenly appeared before him. The gemstones embedded in the magical staff began to glow, releasing a dense life force that enveloped Joseph like a green ocean. Some of the plant seeds drifting in the air were instantly infused with this life energy, causing them to take root, sprout, and rapidly grow into towering trees. This was a special magical skill that could extend life. As long as the injury wasn't fatal, such as losing a limb, it could heal instantly. Even with 2 Grandmaster tier magical skills bolstering him, Joseph still felt a sense of dread. He quickly activated the scrolls, potions, and various magical artifacts on his person. In an instant, a radiant array of colors swirled around him, forming a dazzling rainbow. The terrifying magical energy surged, engulfing the surrounding space and creating a chaotic sea of magic. With all these defenses in place, Joseph finally felt somewhat reassured. As long as the attack wasn't above Grandmaster tier, he was confident he could withstand it with these protections. The kitsune's displayed power was indeed terrifying, but after all, it was just an avatar and couldn't sustain its strength for long. If he could just survive her next deadly strike, it would be his turn to retaliate. Then, both this avatar and Owen's body would be at his mercy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly taken aback to find that the kitsune, who had been gathering mana in front of him, suddenly retracted her aura. It seemed that her earlier aggressive stance was nothing more than a bluff. Seeing him panic and frantically deploy all his defenses, the kitsune couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Tisk, 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 no wonder an ugly guy like you has survived until now. Your life-preserving tricks are endless. Even turtles and tortoises aren't as good at clinging to life as you. The kitsune laughed heartily while mocking him. Joseph, who had been so solemn, now felt an intense sense of being toyed with, and the calm expression on his face immediately faltered. After all, he was a Grandmaster tier mage, a powerful figure in his own right. Now he was being toyed with by a mere beast. Kitsune, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Joseph's hoarse roar echoed as the multicolored magical light surrounding him surged furiously toward the kitsune, dyeing the heavens and earth in brilliant hues. Boom! The deafening explosions resounded endlessly. The overwhelming magical attack seemed to tear the kitsune apart in an instant, followed by a series of massive explosions that shook the surroundings. Just as Joseph was about to feel a sense of triumph, a sharp pain stung his face. Turning around, he saw the kitsune standing behind him, somehow unscathed. She struck a graceful pose, her slender legs crossed as she rested her chin on her hand. Her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkled with amusement as she smiled and said, "Did you just relax for a moment, thinking I was dead?" Joseph's scalp nearly exploded. He had clearly locked onto the kitsune's aura just moments ago. How had she managed to move behind him without him noticing? Chapter 151, the protagonist of the original story. While Joseph was still in shock, the kitsune suddenly split into countless illusions, surrounding him completely. She then began to pummel him like a punching bag, as if venting her boredom and anger from being imprisoned in the dark tower. Although the kitsune wasn't using much mana at this moment, as a legendary spellbeast, her physical strength was terrifyingly immense. Joseph's entire body was racked with pain. His magical defenses were utterly ineffective, shattering under her relentless blows. His bones felt as though they were being dislocated, and his muscles burned with pain as if they were being gnawed by countless sharp teeth. The excruciating pain drove Joseph to the brink of madness. He tried to expand his domain or shift his body into an elemental form to evade the kitsune's attacks and find an opportunity to counterattack. But the kitsune anticipated his every move. Each strike she landed twisted his mental state, dispersing the mana he had been gathering within him. He was completely at her mercy. Henry and the others from Middle-earth were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Joseph, the strongest among the protectors and a Grandmaster tier mage, was being beaten to a bloody pulp by this suddenly appearing kitsune without even the slightest ability to fight back. Moreover, they could see that the kitsune had no intention of killing the protector from the start. She was merely toying with him. And indeed, that was the case. The kitsune had no desire to kill and couldn't be bothered with it. For her, fighting was something she was forced into, and the only way to truly earn her allegiance would be to possess strength greater than hers, to subdue her. Although she had considerable intelligence, her innate respect for strength remained a core aspect of her personality. Bang, bang, bang. As the kitsune continued to pummel Joseph, bending her emotions, Owen's gaze swept over the others, and then he suddenly charged towards Calden, who was lying on the ground. This Calden was clearly the leader of this group. With exceptional strength and talent, he was arguably the most formidable prodigy Owen had encountered, second only to Leslie. Unfortunately, this prodigy was also his enemy. Since Calden was an enemy and hailed from such a distinguished background, he needed to be eliminated as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the protector was free to act, there would be no more chances. From the kitsune's earlier words and behavior, it was clear that she had no intention of giving her full effort, meaning Owen would have to rely on himself from now on. Given that, there was no way he could allow a powerful prodigy like Calden to survive. At that moment, Calden was staring in a daze at the kitsune, unable to believe that in such a barren place, he would encounter a legendary spellbeast, summoned by Owen, a mere diamond tier mage. Whoosh! The sharp sound of rushing wind, mixed with an icy chill that seemed to pierce to the bone, snapped Calden out of his thoughts. He looked up in shock to see Owen charging toward him. In the earlier exchange, Calden had been caught off guard, and a sudden burst of power from Owen had destroyed one of his arms. His entire body was racked with pain, and the mana within him was in a chaotic state, like a quagmire. In this condition, he was in no shape to fight. What shocked him the most was that this native, Owen, would have the audacity to press the attack at this moment. "You, what are you doing?" Calden shouted in stunned anger as he began to step back, trying to stabilize the chaotic mana within him and prepare to fight Owen again. But the raging thunder and fire elements intertwined within him like twisted cords, clashing and erupting with waves of destructive energy that further damaged his already injured body, giving him no chance to regain control. As Calden struggled to recover his strength, Owen had already closed the distance, his presence cold and terrifying. His swift and fierce approach dominated Calden's thoughts, especially the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Owen. It surged like a massive wave, drowning Calden and filling him with a deep, bone-chilling sense of impending death. For a moment, Calden froze, his life flashing before his eyes, and a desperate will to survive surged within him. He didn't want to die. He still had a throne to claim. He was destined to rule the world. In a panic, he shouted at Owen, his voice tinged with desperation, "Owen, do you dare to lay a hand on me? I am the prince of the Pyrothron Kingdom. The lives of you wretches aren't worth a single hair on my head. If I die, all of you will perish with me." His stream of threats echoed through the air, creating shockwaves, but they did nothing to slow Owen's advance. "You talk too much," Owen retorted coldly. The dark gold sword, formed from the Godslayer staff, swept out with the force to cleave mountains, slicing directly toward Calden's neck. "What are you doing? Stop. Stop right now." Calden saw the sword coming down and knew there was no way to dodge it. The hairs on his body stood on end, and the arrogance that had once filled his face evaporated like a deflated balloon. "Owen, spare me. I am the crown prince of the Pyrothron Kingdom. Spare me, and whatever you want, I can give it to you." But as he spoke, his voice suddenly cut off. The dark gold Godslayer sword flashed past, and a thin golden light appeared on his neck. This line then burst into brilliant golden light, swallowing his entire head. Moments later, blood spurted forth as his body fell lifelessly, severed from his head. At the moment of Calden's death, Owen suddenly heard a system notification in his ear. "Congratulations on slaying Calden. You have earned 3,000 fate points. 3,000 fate points, not bad." Owen nodded, satisfied with the reward. He had come to understand just how rare and valuable fate points were. With enough fate points, he could even purchase legendary weapons and skills. Owen then turned his attention to the system interface. Calden had been a master tier mage and the crown prince of the Pyrothron Kingdom. In addition to the fate points, the system had also rewarded him with a skill. This made Owen's breath catch, filling him with anticipation. The system rarely awarded skills, and when it did, they were always powerful and highly valuable. Under Owen's gaze, a dark light rapidly gathered on the system interface, forming two twisted words: Shadow Step. Shadow Step was a special stealth skill that, once activated, completely concealed the user's presence, making them undetectable even by Grandmaster tier mages. Seeing this, Owen's eyes lit up. The stronger a mage was in the path of magic, the more powerful their mind and the sharper their perception. Not only Master tier or Grandmaster tier mages, but even Diamond tier mages possessed incredibly strong mental power, allowing them to sense the slightest movements from miles away. Concealing one's presence in front of such a powerful mage was extremely difficult. However, this stealth skill, Shadow Step, could completely hide one's presence. Although this skill didn't seem to have any direct offensive power, its utility was beyond imagination. If this skill were put up for auction in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a massive stir and shock across the continent. The fact that even Grandmaster tier mages couldn't detect someone using Shadow Step meant it was perfect for both escaping and ambushing, making it incredibly powerful. Without the ability to sense someone's presence, it would be nearly impossible to track their movements. Owen felt a surge of excitement and immediately chose to learn this special stealth skill. His level also increased at this moment, rising from Diamond tier level 6 to Diamond tier level 7. Although it was just a single level up, it significantly enhanced Owen's strength, deepening his understanding of Shadow Step. His muscles, bones, and tendons all experienced considerable improvement. As Owen savored the pleasant feeling of his level advancement, Harry and the others felt as if the sky had fallen. Calden was dead, and he had been killed right before their eyes by Owen, a Diamond tier mage. This was utterly absurd, completely unbelievable. At that moment, the Kitsune noticed that Calden had been eliminated by Owen. She spoke with a mocking tone, "Well, I'll leave the rest of you. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this drama plays out." With that, she transformed into a crimson light and vanished from the scene. As soon as she disappeared, Joseph, already seething with rage, saw that Calden had fallen and completely lost his composure. His entire being erupted in madness, his hair and beard standing on end. Chapter 152, The Four Protectors. Calden was dead. The people outside Ironkeep stood in stunned silence, their expressions filled with horror as they stared at Calden's corpse, which had fallen from the sky. Their pupils shrank to pinpoints in shock. Calden was the crown prince of the Pyrothorn Kingdom, a figure of immense power and status among the very elite of Middle-earth. Even though they themselves came from prominent backgrounds, they were nothing compared to Calden. Yet, this prince so influential and powerful within Middle-earth had not only been defeated by the native Owen but had been ruthlessly slain by him. How could Owen have dared to do this? The Pyrothorn Kingdom held tremendous influence in Middle-earth, being one of the most powerful factions. This crown prince had a strong likelihood of inheriting the throne and was highly regarded within the Empire. Even the major forces of Middle-earth would not dare to harm him. But Owen had killed him without hesitation. The impact of this scene on them was no less than a complete upheaval of their worldview. At first, they had all placed great faith in Calden and his protector's strength. After all, Calden was one of the foremost Master tier mages, and his protector was a Grandmaster tier mage, and nearly invincible force outside of Middle-earth. According to their plan, even if they encountered an unbeatable enemy, the reputation of the Pyrothorn Kingdom would be enough to deter any would-be aggressors. But to their utter disbelief, Owen had actually dared to kill the crown prince of Middle-earth's most prominent dynasty. For a moment, Harry felt a deep sense of dread and fear towards this mysterious and ruthless native. After all, even with the backing of the Empire, he lacked both the power and the courage to kill someone like Calden. Others from various empires and noble families were equally shocked as they stared at Owen, a hint of retreat beginning to form in their minds. Despite Owen being only a Diamond tier mage, he had demonstrated enough strength to eliminate a Master tier mage. And they, along with their protectors, were all within the Master tier level. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, they might not be able to defeat Owen. What troubled them most was the uncertainty of whether the Kitsune that had toyed with Joseph would reappear. From the strength the Kitsune had shown earlier, even a Grandmaster tier mage wouldn't stand a chance against her. If she were provoked into a killing spree, everyone present could meet a gruesome end. The supreme order they sought from Owen was only valuable if they could ensure their own safety. After all, while the supreme order was important to their respective factions, their lives as the most promising prodigies of their sex key to the empires and noble families' legacies were even more critical. As they hesitated, the Pyrothorn Kingdom's protector, now seething with rage, turned to them and rebuked, "What are you hesitating for? Owen dared to kill Calden. Do you think he'll spare any of you who came with him? That Kitsune is unlikely to reappear anytime soon. This is the best opportunity to kill Owen. Once Owen is dead, that Kitsune will have no reason to come back." Having laid out the stakes, Joseph added a note of threat to his words. "Moreover, the crown prince has been killed here, and you who accompanied him share in the responsibility. If you can't eliminate the murderer and avenge the prince, the Pyrothorn Kingdom will not forgive you." The group, already uncertain, now glared at Owen with suspicion. Hearing Joseph's threat, Harry and the others' expressions darkened. They realized that no matter what, they couldn't just leave now. Even if Owen let them go, they knew the Pyrothorn Kingdom too well to believe they'd escape unscathed. Killing Owen was the only way to face the Pyrothorn Kingdom's inevitable retribution. "You all stay here for now. Owen's strength seems to have grown again, and engaging him could be dangerous," Joseph instructed. "This guy is extremely unpredictable, and he still hasn't used the Supreme Order. We can't afford to be careless." Having decided to take action against Owen, the protectors of Henry and the others quickly transmitted calming messages to their charges, reassuring them while swiftly moving to join Joseph. Hearing this, Henry and the others nodded solemnly. These three protectors, though also Master tier mages, had already reached Master tier level 5, with strength and battle experience far surpassing their own. This made them a significant threat to Owen. With Joseph and these protectors working together, they believed that even if Owen had a few tricks left up his sleeve, they would be able to handle them. If they joined the fight themselves, they risked suffering the same fate as Calden's sudden death with no chance of recovery. Feeling the presence of the three Imperial protectors at his back, Joseph quickly suppressed his bruises and injuries. Although the Kitsune had beaten him severely, treating him like a punching bag, as a Grandmaster tier mage, he had partially merged with the world around him. This allowed the environment to absorb some of the damage, so while he appeared seriously injured, his core strength remained intact. His mana reserves had been heavily depleted, but he still had more than enough to deal with Owen. As he locked his twisted, murderous gaze on Owen, the latter cautiously surveyed Joseph and the three Master tier mages behind him. To face three Master tier mages and one Grandmaster tier mage as a Diamond tier mage, such a tale would be unbelievable if told. After all, a Diamond tier mage being able to contend with a Master tier mage was already considered an extraordinary talent, someone destined to become a legendary figure. Let alone standing against a Grandmaster tier mage, which was 2 tiers higher. Now, Owen found himself completely isolated, forced to face this terrifying lineup alone. "Owen, if you cripple your own powers and hand over the Supreme Order right now, I might consider sparing your wretched life. Otherwise, I'll reduce you to a crippled shell, leaving you in a state where you can neither live nor die." Joseph's eyes widened as an overwhelming mental pressure surged from him like a tidal wave, crashing down on Owen in an attempt to force him to kneel on the spot and pay for the death of Crown Prince Calden. The three Master tier protectors behind him followed suit, releasing their own mental pressure. These forces intertwined into terrifying, sticky tendrils that disrupted the void and locked on Owen, aiming to crush his spirit. Under such intense pressure, even most Master tier mages would be unable to withstand it, likely succumbing and becoming mental puppets. However, Owen's mind power was already incredibly strong, and with the system in the Order of Thunder and Order of Fire boosting him, he remained unshakable. As the mental pressure swept toward him, the void behind Owen rippled like water, enveloping him before he suddenly vanished from sight. Owen knew that while his strength had indeed grown, he was at most capable of contending with a Grandmaster tier mage. To face one Grandmaster tier mage and three Master tier mages simultaneously was beyond his current capabilities. Therefore, he had to take the initiative before they could join forces. He needed to seize control of the battle and keep it in his hands, otherwise, if Joseph managed to dictate the flow of the fight, he would have no hope of survival. At the same time, after Owen used Shadow Step to conceal his presence and vanish, Joseph and the three Master Tier protectors all showed a hint of disdain on their faces. You think you can escape now? Isn't it a bit too late for that? Where's all that arrogance from? Before, now, this place is a trap with no escape. Your only option left is to close your eyes and wait for death. Their cold voices echoed as they spoke, and then each of them unleashed their domains, spreading light ripples and covering the void for dozens of miles around, sealing it off completely. Within these domains, any method of escape would be rendered useless. However, this time, as they spread their senses out, they could only faintly detect Owen's presence. His aura was scattered and seemed to be fleeing in different directions, as if trying to slip away in the chaos. Do you think you can escape without my permission? Joseph's senses were the sharpest. And he suddenly clenched his right hand, his knuckles cracking as he struck the void with a heavy blow. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as twisted, lightning-like black cracks spread through the air, heading straight toward Owen. These black void fissures severed the space they passed through, fragmenting it into broken pieces. Any space-based escape techniques would be impossible to use in such a shattered void. With this move, Joseph effectively cut off any possible escape routes for Owen. Chapter 153. Chapter 153 Owen's Intentions. The other three Master Tier mages immediately activated their most powerful magical skills, preparing to severely injure Owen with a single, decisive strike. Owen had given them a strange feeling, and they knew that the safest course of action was to disable him as quickly as possible. In an instant, under the influence of the three Master Tier mages' spells, the entire void was divided into three distinct colors. Green vegetation began to grow in the void, exuding a vibrant life force. However, as the plants spread, they absorbed all the nutrients and mana from the void, nearly creating a vacuum. Meanwhile, the shadow of a ferocious beast, wild and rampant, hovered between heaven and earth, charging toward Owen's shadow with lightning speed. No matter how many of Owen's shadowy projections there were, they seemed unable to escape the beast's relentless pursuit and attacks. Another Master Tier mage slowly retrieved a longbow from his storage ring, locking onto Owen's image. With his 5 fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, an endless stream of mana converged from all directions, forming a radiant golden arrow. From its tip emanated a sharp aura capable of piercing through anything. Whoosh! As the arrow reached its peak of power, it suddenly shot through the air, while the other two Master Tier mages' attacks simultaneously struck the dispersed shadows of Owen. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed across the void. Every black shadow that was hit disintegrated into nothingness, seemingly unable to withstand the terrifying onslaught. However, a sudden sense of unease struck the three Master Tier mages. They realized that their carefully aimed attacks had hit nothing but empty space, lacking the feeling of actually striking Owen. Their expressions shifted slightly as they quickly turned to look at Joseph, who had just shattered the void with his earlier attack. At that moment, Owen's figure suddenly emerged behind Joseph like a shadowy assassin. A massive phantom appeared around Owen, resembling an older version of himself, with white hair and beard, bearing a striking resemblance to him. The mana in the surrounding space began to frantically converge into Owen's body, causing the very heavens to tremble. The aura that escaped from this gathering was truly terrifying. It was clear that Owen was now invoking the power of the Supreme Order. As mages from Middle-earth, they were well aware of the terrifying power of the Supreme Order. With this force augmenting Owen, he now possessed the strength to contend with a Grand Master Tier mage, even if only temporarily. While this power boost was short-lived, it provided Owen with enough strength to launch a surprise attack that could severely wound Joseph. If Joseph were to be critically injured, the greatest danger Owen faced would vanish completely. The shadows of Owen that had appeared earlier must have been decoys, meant to mislead them while he focused on dealing with Joseph. You've planned well, but unfortunately, you're still too slow. After a brief moment of shock, the three Master Tier mages quickly gathered their wits, channeling all the mana within them to strike at Owen. They prepared to turn his strategy against him, aiming to deliver a powerful counterattack. After all, while Owen's current move was indeed formidable, it had left him completely exposed, presenting them with a perfect opportunity. At the same time, Joseph also sensed the sudden appearance of Owen behind him and let a cold smile curl his lips. In Joseph's perception, although Owen's strength had surged thanks to the Supreme Order, it had merely touched the threshold of Grand Master Tier power. The idea that Owen could pose a lethal threat to him was laughable. The Order of Thunder and Order of Fire that flowed through Owen's hands, though seemingly fearsome, were, in Joseph's view, nothing more than decorative showpieces. The only aspect that gave him any concern was the Supreme Order itself. He had a lingering sense that there was more to this power than met the eye. With this slight unease in mind, Joseph focused his energy, and the space in front of him suddenly shattered, creating a chasm filled with chaotic energy between himself and Owen. It was as if they were now in two separate worlds. As soon as the two orders in Owen's hands came into contact with the chaotic energy, they were immediately assimilated and dissipated without even causing an explosive impact. Joseph remained completely unharmed, with Owen's attack failing to pose any threat to him. In contrast, the powerful skills unleashed by Joseph and the three Master Tier mages fully engulfed Owen. This time, they didn't experience the frustrating sensation of their attacks hitting nothing, they felt the solid impact as their spells struck Owen directly. Their faces immediately lit up with expressions of satisfaction. It seemed now that the Supreme Order was indeed Owen's trump card and his greatest reliance. Yet, after using it, not only had he failed to turn the tide of the battle, but he had also plunged himself into a precarious situation, effectively courting death. Did he really think that by relying on some tricks, he could defeat them one by one? What a joke. They were all Master Tier mages, after all. But just as their smiles began to appear, they quickly froze. They realized that their terrifyingly powerful ranged magic attacks, though they had indeed hit Owen, did not inflict the expected damage. Instead, it felt as if their spells were being absorbed, feeding and strengthening him, as though they were being sucked into a bottomless pit. The expressions of the three Master Tier mages suddenly shifted. Even Joseph looked stunned as he watched Owen absorb their combined attacks with ease. It felt as if they were dealing with a live volcano on the verge of erupting. What is this technique? How could he so easily withstand the combined attacks of three Master Tier mages? As the three Master Tier mages and the Grand Master Tier mage were struck with bewilderment, the chilling, bone-piercing cold suddenly crept up their spines. They spun around abruptly. To their shock, they saw that the Owen shadows, which they had dismissed as mere illusions, had reappeared behind them. This time, though the shadows seemed somewhat insubstantial, they felt alarmingly real too. Them. Moreover, the three sudden shadows that appeared behind them were each launching different, deadly attacks, as if they had been meticulously prepared for this moment. Supreme Sword. One of the shadows roared, and the Godslayer sword radiated a blinding light. The dazzling golden sword energy surged upward, slicing through the void with terrifying force, completely engulfing one of the Master Tier protectors. The Supreme Sword was a strike guaranteed to hit its target, and with sufficient power, it could be a one-hit kill. Owen had clearly prepared this for a long time. On another front, another Owen shadow twisted and transformed into a silent, pitch black mana void. The appearance of the mana void was like a dark night, swallowing up the protector within it. The chaotic mana within the Protector's body was rapidly drained away, reducing the once great prodigy to a mere ordinary mage. The mana void then began to mercilessly annihilate this Master Tier mage. At the same time, the third Owen Shadow appeared, clad in fallen angel armor capable of withstanding Master Tier magical attacks. In its hands, it held two orders, and between these two, a faint, cold glimmer flickered, transforming into the Phantom Order of Ice. For a moment, a destructive aura spread wildly from the shadow, as the fusion of three different orders generated a force far more powerful than the previous combination of just two. Even Master Tier mages now faced the risk of annihilation. This is bad. Owen's real target wasn't Kalden's protector, it was us. As the three Supreme Order empowered shadows attacked, the Master Tier mages realized the truth, their faces turning pale with a delayed sense of terror. Given the terrifying power that these shadows had been amassing, it was clear that Owen's primary aim was to eliminate them. His earlier attack on Joseph had merely been a diversion to distract them and lower their guard. Most crucially, they realized that Joseph was being restrained by Owen and couldn't intervene. In time, the Owen who had absorbed their long-range magical attack suddenly gripped the Guardian Shield tightly in his hand, aiming it directly at Joseph. The Guardian Shield could reflect and amplify magical attacks threefold. Although the combined strength of the three Master Tier protectors wasn't on par with Kalden's protector, their coordinated attacks, amplified by the Guardian Shield, were so potent that even Kalden's protector would find his scalp tingling with dread, unable to spare a thought for helping the three Master Tier mages. Chapter 154 Triple Strike. As Owen used the Supreme Order to enhance his strength and created three powerful shadows, each launched a deadly strike against the three Master Tier protectors. It was only at this moment that the three Master Tier mages snapped out of their shock and hurriedly tried to muster what little mana they had left. Earlier, they had exhausted much of their mana attacking Owen's illusions created by Shadow Step and then quickly moving to support Joseph. These successive actions left their mana reserves nearly depleted, making it difficult to summon any significant amount of power in a short time. They could only rely on their already deployed domains to put up a stubborn defense. However, Owen's attack had been meticulously planned, and he was determined not to let such a golden opportunity slip by. Slash. The Supreme Sword struck first, slashing into the protector with graying hair. He possessed the strength of a Master Tier level 5 mage, making him a well-known and formidable figure among the mages of Middle-earth. He was especially renowned for his speed, able to cover vast distances in an instant and evade most attacks. But from the moment the Supreme Sword materialized and advanced toward him, this white-haired protector felt as if fate itself had locked onto him. Despite retreating dozens of miles, he couldn't create any distance from the incoming strike. Instead, the surging sword energy tore through his robe, cut into his flesh, and penetrated deep into his bones. The protective robe and inner armor he wore, designed to withstand Master Tier magical attacks, were sliced through like butter the instant they came into contact with the sword energy. These items, capable of defending against Master Tier spells, couldn't even slow down the relentless sword strike. The searing pain in his body and the overwhelming sense of impending doom nearly drove the white-haired protector mad. A flicker of fear and regret flashed in his eyes. The terrifying power of Owen's strike far exceeded his expectations. How could a Diamond Tier mage like Owen wield such a devastating sword technique? He wouldn't have doubted it even if someone told him this was an attack from a Grandmaster Tier mage. From the very beginning, he had underestimated Owen. If only he had left with the princess immediately instead of getting involved in this mess, he wouldn't be facing this deadly crisis today. But before he could dwell on his regrets, the sword energy had already transformed into a pale shockwave, passing through his body. In an instant, the white-haired protector's body became motionless in the void, losing all the agility and grace he had displayed just moments before. As he stood frozen, his body began to exhibit scales of sword marks, glinting with a cold, bloody light. These sword marks grew denser, covering every inch of his skin. And then, like a collapsing sandcastle, his still body began to disintegrate, with countless shredded pieces of flesh falling from his feet, one by one, into the void. Then his calves, thighs, abdomen and finally, his head all were reduced to fine pieces of flesh, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, exuding a chilling, bone-piercing sword energy. This gruesome spectacle, akin to being sliced by 1,000 blades, sent shivers down the spines of Henry and the other onlookers from Middle-earth. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, they had never before witnessed such a brutal scene, even as prodigies of Middle-earth. Owen's methods were terrifyingly ruthless. If they had been involved in this battle just moments earlier, they feared they might have met the same fate as this protector. Many of the Middle-earth prodigies felt their scalps tingle and their hearts race in fear. In Middle-earth, they were the chosen ones, rarely participating in life and death struggles. Such a bloody sight instilled in them a deep sense of fear towards Owen. This guy was a monster. It was one thing to be able to fight across such a significant level difference, but to use such ruthless methods without so much as breaking a sweat, this was something else entirely. There are still two other Master Tier protectors and Kalden's Grand Master Tier protector. Owen must be brought down today. The terror in their hearts led Henry and the others to look towards the other battlefields, trying to calm themselves. However, what they saw only deepened their anxiety. The two Master Tier protectors who had been entangled by Owen's shadows were both in dire straits. The violet-eyed mage, trapped in the mana void, had lost all his mana, both within and without. He could only cling desperately to his staff, struggling to fend off Owen's shadow's attacks while trying to muster enough mana to escape this bizarre domain. He had lived in Middle-earth for many years and had encountered countless magical domains of all kinds, but this mana void cast by Owen's shadow was the most oppressive and nauseating he had ever experienced. Within this domain, mana simply did not exist, as if everything had reverted to a state of primordial chaos. Based on his experience, a domain of such profound complexity should not be within the grasp of a Master Tier mage. After all, no matter how much one's level increases, mana remains the root of all magic and the foundation of all mages. Any domain that touches upon this root is extraordinarily esoteric, accessible only to the most exceptional Grandmaster Tier mages, if at all. But Owen, still at the Diamond Tier level, had already mastered such a terrifying domain. What would happen if he advanced to Master Tier or Grandmaster Tier? How horrifying would this domain become? As the violet-eyed protector's shock deepened, the Owen shadow controlling the domain suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Instantly, the void trembled. The pitch-black mana void, which had opened like a black flower, began to close again, folding back into a bud that trapped the violet-eyed protector at the very center of the domain. At this moment, the violet-eyed protector's eyes were filled with terror as he felt the world around him shift and morph into black quicksand, relentlessly pulling his body toward the center. As his body was swallowed by the black light like quicksand, the violet-eyed protector lost all sensation, as if his spirit, his magic, and everything else had been reduced to nothingness. Moments later, the Owen shadow slowly opened its clenched hands, and the mana void gradually dissipated into tiny specks of light. But when the light faded, there was no trace of the violet-eyed protector, as if he had never existed. Another Master Tier mage had been erased by Owen. The people from Middle-earth were once again thrown into a state of shock. Two Master Tier mages had fallen in quick succession, a rare occurrence even in the relatively peaceful times of Middle-earth. Moreover, both had been slain by Owen alone. In an instant, the growing fear in their hearts compelled them to turn their gaze toward the last remaining Master Tier protector. Under their focused stares, the tricolored light sphere, infused with the power of the Order of Fire, Order of Thunder, and Order of Ice, crashed through layers of magical defenses like a blooming, radiant lotus, striking the iron-armed protector with unstoppable force. The iron-armed protector had an astonishing level of defense, his entire body transformed into the hardest metal, like an indestructible statue. When the tricolored lotus struck his body, the three different orders each like a ferocious beast unleashed rampage through that part of the void and then exploded with a deafening roar. In an instant, the explosive sound reverberated, spreading from the iron-armed protector's position. A searing heat wave, so intense it seemed to vaporize the very air, rose like a massive mushroom cloud. It was as if a ravenous, swelling beast had devoured everything within dozens of miles earth, vegetation, and mana all in one gulp. Even though the iron-armed protector had transformed into an alloy-like elemental form, under the chaotic blast, he turned bright red, almost melting into a molten state. His mind power felt as if it were in a scorching inferno, the endless collisions and intense heat rapidly evaporating and dissolving his spirit. Those watching from a distance had already been forced to retreat by the spreading shockwave. Though they moved as quickly as they could, most of them were injured, their bodies covered with blisters of varying sizes, their breath weak. Yet, they paid little attention to their injuries, instead quickly channeling mana to their eyes, trying to peer through the blinding light and see what had become of the iron-armed protector within the mushroom cloud. As their gazes focused on the scene, the terrifying shockwaves emanating from the mushroom cloud grew stronger and stronger, shattering their vision and causing their hearts to sink. The iron-armed protector, they feared, had most likely perished in that terrifying explosion. All three Master Tier protectors had been annihilated by Owen, a mere Diamond Tier native. Chapter 155, the original story's first female protagonist. The brutal deaths of the three Master Tier protectors felt like a heavy hammer, striking the very spines of Henry and the other Middle-earth elites, shattering their pride and confidence without mercy. All that remained was endless shock and fear, leaving them frozen in place, unsure of what to do. No, Owen has exhausted himself by killing the three Master Tier protectors. We still have Calden's Grand Master Tier protector. Owen is already at the end of his strength, there's no need to panic. Henry quickly spoke out, his voice loud and clear, attempting to stabilize the rapidly crumbling morale of the group. The gathered prodigies from noble families and empires quickly pulled themselves together, turning their attention to Joseph, who was currently defending against the reflected attacks from the Guardian Shield. If the deaths of the three Master Tier protectors had shaken them to their core, making them feel as if the world was collapsing, then Joseph was like a pillar holding up the sky, keeping their wavering hearts steady. As they focused their gazes on him, Joseph's face was filled with a mixture of shock and fury. When Owen had suddenly launched a sneak attack on him, Joseph, like the others, had believed that Owen was desperately trying to eliminate him first. But Owen had tricked them all, using a feint to distract them. Now, as Joseph struggled to fend off the rebounding attacks from the Guardian Shield, he felt a strong sense of familiarity. The reflected attacks were clearly the long-range spells unleashed by the three Master Tier mages, but Owen had somehow absorbed them and turned them into even more formidable attacks. This left Joseph feeling a deep sense of danger, forcing him to focus all his energy on defending himself. Even though he realized Owen's true intention was to kill the other three protectors, he found himself unable to intervene and save them. Seeing the three Master Tier protectors fall before his eyes filled Joseph with a profound sense of humiliation. The feeling of being played like this was even worse than the humiliation he had felt earlier from the Kitsune. After all, the Kitsune's strength far exceeded his own, being outmatched by such a powerful being was embarrassing, but not something others would mock him for. But to be outmaneuvered by Owen, a mere Diamond Tier mage, while he, a Grand Master Tier mage, led the battle, it was a disgrace of the highest order. If this news were to spread, I would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of all the major powers in Middle-earth. The Supreme Order is indeed powerful, but it's not a divine skill that someone at your level can fully master. You've reached your limit, haven't you? In the next moment, after successfully fending off all the attacks reflected by the Guardian Shield, Joseph glared at Owen with a piercing gaze, as if he could see right through him. Although Joseph had been unable to save the three Master Tier mages earlier, he had clearly witnessed Owen's shadows in action. He knew that Owen had nearly exhausted all the mana granted by the Supreme Order. Now, Owen might appear unscathed, but in reality, he was little more than an empty shell, with almost no mana left within him. He was merely putting up a facade. As Joseph's eyes bore into him, Owen took a deep breath and coldly met his gaze. Despite being wary of facing a Grand Master Tier mage like Joseph, especially after dealing with the other three Master Tier mages, Owen's sense of urgency and apprehension had significantly lessened. Facing a Grand Master Tier mage who had been wounded by the Kitsune, Owen believed that if Joseph were careless, there might still be a chance for him. Their eyes locked, both seeing in the other a deep, unyielding intent to kill. This was a battle to the death, no surrender, no retreat. Although Joseph looked down on Owen's level, the power Owen had demonstrated earlier was something even he couldn't underestimate. So, Joseph had no intention of giving Owen any opportunity to play tricks. Joseph instantly charged forward, and Owen immediately activated his basic healing skill to recover the mana that was nearly depleted. His body then melded into the shadows of the void behind him, disappearing from sight as he once again employed Shadow Step. In his current state, Owen knew he wasn't in a position to engage Joseph head-on. Seeing Owen vanish right before his eyes, Joseph quickly activated the silver ring on his wrist, which emitted a crisp, metallic sound. As the sound reverberated through the surroundings and returned to his ears, Joseph was able to swiftly pinpoint Owen's location, even though Owen's presence and form were otherwise undetectable. Little mouse, all your tricks are nothing but futile struggles. With a flash, Joseph had already caught up to Owen from behind. Owen's heart skipped a beat. He knew that a Grand Master Tier mage, having partially merged with the world, could move with a thought far swifter than traversing the void. Although Shadow Step enhanced Owen's speed, it was no match for Joseph's abilities, not by a long shot. However, there was no trace of fear on Owen's face. Just as Joseph raised his hand to strike at Owen's back, the shadows that had eliminated the three Master Tier mages earlier suddenly formed a triangular formation surrounding Joseph. In an instant, the hunter became the hunted. Joseph's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he felt a sudden sense of unease. Yet, whether it was Owen's main body or these shadows, none of them seemed capable of launching an attack that could threaten him. As this thought crossed his mind, Joseph clenched his large hand tightly. Immediately, an invisible force of spatial pressure bound the bodies of Owen and his shadows, rendering them immobile. The pressure continued to increase, like two tightening walls, crushing Owen's shadows until they exploded. Under this terrifying spatial suppression, Owen and his shadows were like insignificant creatures being judged and oppressed by the heavens. This sense of absolute domination made resistance seem almost impossible. Seeing this, Henry and the others watching the battle finally let out a sigh of relief. A Grand Master Tier mage was ultimately far stronger than Owen. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of three consecutive explosions echoed as Owen's three shadows were crushed and exploded like bombs, dispersing into pure mana that gradually faded away. Joseph smiled, confident in his victory. Owen had tried to break his strength into many smaller parts, relying on numbers to overwhelm him, but in doing so, he had revealed the inherent weakness of his strategy. The more shadows, the weaker they each became. This flaw wasn't deadly when facing Master Tier mages, but Joseph was no Master Tier mage. He was a legend in Middle-earth, a Grandmaster tier mage, the protector of Crown Prince Kalden, and a veteran mage with over a century of experience. However, just as Owen's shadows exploded, Joseph sensed something amiss, and his expression suddenly grew serious. In the places where Owen's shadows had burst, magical artifacts began to glow ominously. At that moment, the artifacts that Owen had previously merged into his shadows using armament merged the Dragonslayer dagger, the Godslayer staff, and the Fallen Angel armor set simultaneously shot toward Joseph with lethal intent. The most powerful of these, the Godslayer staff, shot forward like an arrow, its spike tip tearing through space, leaving behind a trail of black, twisted cracks. The ancient aura of the Dark God King emanating from the staff acted like an invisible hand, momentarily pinning Joseph in place. Next, the legendary Dragonslayer dagger transformed into a charging, blood-red dragon, roaring as it flew toward Joseph. It trailed a scorching tail of fire that lit up half the sky. Even the relatively weaker Fallen Angel armor set surged forward like a dark tide, swallowing darkness and eroding light, relentlessly following the other two. These three magical artifacts, unleashed at the moment of Owen's shadow's explosion, had been driven to their peak power by the burst of mana. Joseph clearly hadn't expected Owen to have such a formidable backup plan, and each of these artifacts was stronger than the last. The chilling aura emanating from the Godslayer staff in particular made Joseph shudder. His Grandmaster tier power was momentarily suppressed. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the three magical artifacts struck Joseph in quick succession, landing blow after blow on his body. Chapter 156, Chapter 156 The Princess. Even though Joseph quickly summoned a brilliant protective shield, causing his magical robe to flare up and shine with intense light, he was still knocked back, spitting blood, by the impact of the three magical artifacts. The protective shield around him shattered like bubbles, and the magical robe tore with a loud ripping sound, riddled with holes. His body was severely damaged by the Godslayer staff, whose spikes could pierce anything and had impaled him directly. Dark red blood gushed out incessantly. Joseph's energy dwindled to almost nothing. The Dragonslayer dagger and Fallen Angel set continued to tear open the wounds inflicted by the Godslayer staff. From a distance, his body, covered in wounds, resembled a bristling, frightened tabby cat, with torn flesh exposing stark white bones beneath the bloodied wounds. Yet, despite Joseph's severe injuries, there was no sign of relief on Owen's face. Instead, his expression grew more serious. A Grandmaster tier mage had already partially merged with the world, making their resilience and healing abilities extraordinary. As long as their core essence wasn't damaged, they could draw upon the world's energy to instantly recover. However, harming the Grandmaster tier mage's core essence was an impossible dream for anyone below the Grandmaster tier. But Owen had a plan. His form gradually vanished into the void, turning into a shadow that disappeared completely. Meanwhile, Joseph, severely wounded and reduced to a skeleton, had most of his flesh obliterated by the terrifying assault. Just witnessing this sight made Henry and the others feel a tingling pain as if ants were gnawing at them. This was a Grandmaster tier mage, now reduced to such a horrific state. Owen's power was terrifying. But at that moment, Joseph's skeletal remains began to tremble violently, like a bottomless abyss, crazily absorbing the mana of this world. Then, tender flesh began to grow from his bones, quickly covering his skeleton as his damaged body healed at a visibly rapid pace. Simultaneously, his dwindling energy began to surge under the massive influx of mana. This surge immediately restored him to Grandmaster tier strength, radiating an exceptionally terrifying aura of oppression like a towering mountain. Under this oppressive aura, the fear that had gripped Henry and the others turned into exhilaration. I knew that Kalden's protector, this Grandmaster tier mage, couldn't be taken down by Owen's tricks. If these methods worked, Grandmaster tier mages wouldn't be considered a step away from immortality. Henry and the others spoke excitedly, their faces filled with fervor. A Grandmaster tier mage was fused with the world. Even if severely injured, they could recover quickly. They all knew this, but Owen's earlier overwhelming strength had thrown them into disarray, completely shattering their previous composure. Now, with Joseph quickly recovering using the world's power, it gave them a sense of reassurance. Using external objects to seriously injure and annihilate me. Dream on. But forcing me to this point, you are indeed the strongest under the Grandmaster tier. The terror of a Grandmaster tier mage today. I'll show you what that really means. Joseph, now fully restored, grinned menacingly at the spot where Owen had disappeared. Even he felt a tinge of fear and unease at Owen's sudden outburst. However, as a Grandmaster tier mage, already partially fused with the world, he could quickly recover even from severe injuries, effectively giving him a second life. The intricacies of this were beyond the understanding of a Master tier mage. Now, with Owen having exhausted his trump cards and pushed his body to its limits, and the Supreme Order's boost having reached its peak, it was Joseph's turn to act. He smirked coldly, vowing to repay every bit of the humiliation and mockery he had suffered. He closed his aged eyes slightly and calmed his mind to sense the fluctuations of this world. Owen's shielding techniques were extremely bizarre, making it impossible for Joseph to lock onto his aura, but as long as Owen was within this world, Joseph could use his keen senses to pinpoint his presence. However, just as he began spreading his mind power like a vast net, a sharp, stabbing pain suddenly surged from all directions. Joseph's vision turned into an eerie red, as if all other colors had faded away, leaving only a strange blood hue. In this strange blood-colored world, Owen's figure appeared, standing tall with his back turned, exuding an aura of eerie dread. No, this isn't right, this is a mental illusion. How could Owen, a diamond tier mage, have such abilities? Joseph immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to escape the mental illusion. After all, even a Master tier mage could barely touch the mysteries of mental illusions, and Joseph himself had only a limited understanding. But he knew one thing, if someone perished within a mental illusion, they would perish in reality as well. However, as Joseph continued to struggle and the mental illusion trembled, Owen suddenly turned around. Joseph was very familiar with Owen, but when Owen completely turned around and Joseph saw his face, his spirit was shocked at its core. For at that moment, Owen's eyes were hollow, as if gouged out, making him appear blind. However, deep within those hollow eye sockets, a piercing red light burst forth, seeming to be the source of all killing intent and chaos. Staring directly into that red light, Joseph's spirit was instantly tainted with a crimson hue. A frenzied killing intent twisted his mind, igniting an unquenchable fire of slaughter within. His heart, all his past enemies appeared before him, grotesque and hateful. Especially Owen's figure, standing high and mighty, taunting Joseph with a beckoning gesture. The fire of slaughter burned fiercely, igniting his spirit, driving him into a frenzied state within the eerie illusion, unleashing his emotions like a madman. This emotional outburst further weakened his mind power. Just as Joseph instinctively realized something was wrong, a constant, seductive voice whispered in his ears, urging him to strike against his enemies, especially Owen. At some point, Joseph's spirit collapsed within the illusion, leaving him limp and lifeless. In the real world, Joseph's body slumped to the ground, like a pile of flesh drained of its bones. What's happening to Kalden's protector? His aura is growing weaker and weaker. Is he about to fall? The others exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Just a moment ago, Joseph's aura had surged to its peak, but now he lay there like a dying dog. The contrast was too great. They couldn't comprehend it and fell into a daze. At the same time, the void rippled like waves, and Owen's figure appeared before Joseph. Owen's aura was also faint, especially his eyes, which were weeping blood, making him appear incredibly sinister. Although the mental illusion was powerful, Owen's mind power had been stretched to its limit. If Joseph's spirit had held out a little longer, it would have been Owen's spirit that would have shattered in the end. Fortunately, after a tense struggle, he managed to obliterate Joseph's spirit within the illusion. As Owen appeared suddenly, Henry and the other Middle-earth elites trembled instinctively. When Owen had consecutively killed 3 Master Tier mages, they had already been deeply wary of him. Now, seeing a Grand Master Tier mage inexplicably perish at Owen's hands, their fear of him was etched into their bones. Owen noticed their fear, narrowing his eyes as he wiped away the bloody tears from his face, a glint of killing intent flashing in his gaze. Middle-earth had set its sights on him, and it was time to stop laying low. Middle-earth was known to bully the weak and fear the strong. The more they sensed fear and avoidance, the more they would push their limits. So, Owen coldly surveyed Henry and the others and asked, "Tell me, besides you, who else from Middle-earth is coming?" Chapter 157. Chapter 157. The follow-up move. Owen stood in midair, surrounded by an almost tangible, menacing aura, especially his eyes, which were as sharp as 2 long spears, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. Facing Owen's cold and harsh questioning, Henry and the others exchanged glances, swallowing nervously, but they still hesitated, unwilling to mention anything about Middle-earth. Seeing their hesitation, Owen waved his hand, and Serafina appeared beside him. The massive snake rubbed its head against Owen's arm, flicking its tongue, with thick saliva dripping from its mouth as if it were searching for a suitable meal. With Owen's gaze fixed on them, the group already felt as if they were on pins and needles. Now, with Serafina staring them down, a strong sense of impending doom filled each of their hearts. Henry and the others were like delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse, and their mental defenses instantly collapsed. After all, to them, Owen had dared to kill Calden. This god of death would certainly not hesitate to eliminate them. So, they immediately began to speak in a flurry. Melodic Academy. Rachel, the top disciple of Melodic Academy, she's also leaving Middle-earth and coming here. Yes, Rachel, she's even stronger than Prince Calden. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Owen's face. Rachel, the top disciple of Melodic Academy, if you remembered correctly, she was supposed to be the future wife of the protagonist, John, in the original story. She was also the primary female lead. Rachel, the top disciple of Melodic Academy, she's likely even more significant than Calden. Owen pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin as a dangerous light flickered in his eyes. The sight of him thinking like this made the group's heart sink. Several among them had considered Rachel their dream girl. Mr. Owen, you're not planning to go after Rachel, are you? Miss Rachel is the treasure of Melodic Academy. She's powerful and highly valued by the headmaster. If anything happens to her, the headmaster, with his temper, would storm out of Middle-earth. The group's discussions only made Owen's expression even more resolute. Exactly. The more important she is, the better. If she weren't important, she wouldn't be of much use. Hearing these words, one of the princes, seemingly guessing Owen's intentions, twitched his mouth. Mr. Owen, are you planning to kidnap Miss Rachel to threaten Middle-earth? Melodic Academy was one of the 3 major magic academies in Middle-earth, renowned throughout the land. It could be said that most of Middle-earth's top mages came from these 3 academies. Many geniuses from illustrious families had also studied there. Rachel, in a place where Middle-earth's geniuses gathered, was considered one of the best and was highly valued by the headmaster. Her talent and strength surpassed even that of Prince Calden, and to act against her would be almost declaring war on Middle-earth. Even the Pyrothron Kingdom, known for its arrogance, wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Owen was well aware of the implications, smiling as he looked at the prince who had figured out his plan, and said approvingly. You're quite clever, but is there a problem with that? The prince being stared down by Owen, Henry and the others. Right, this act, which anyone else would consider suicidal, seemed completely normal to Owen. It could only be said that genius and madness truly went hand in hand. And Owen was likely the most extreme case of that madness. As the group stared at him in disbelief, Owen seemed to think of something and snapped his fingers. Oh, and one more thing, you're all my prisoners now. Don't even think about going back. As soon as he spoke, Serafina's body instantly expanded, forming a giant ring that encircled everyone. Henry and the others' pupils constricted, shock written all over their faces. Not only did Owen set his sights on Rachel, but he wasn't planning on letting them go either. Owen, you're courting death. Let us go now, and don't make things worse. One prince, unable to accept becoming a prisoner, spoke angrily. Owen looked him up and down. Do you know why, despite sending so many of your people, you still failed in the end? Henry and the others glared at Owen, as if they knew why such a monster had appeared on the continent. Wasn't this question just rubbing salt in their wounds? This was killing them in spirit. Owen ignored their changing expressions and said calmly. The only reason you failed is that you didn't dare to gamble. You clearly value the Supreme Order so much, but you didn't even dare to send a Sage-tier powerhouse down here. Owen knew very well that while his current combat power was terrifying, dealing with a Grandmaster tier mage was already his limit. No matter how monstrous his talent was, he was still too young and lacked a solid foundation. He could kill enemies across tiers, but when it came to a Sage-tier mage, he was completely helpless. At this point, the princess of the Carolingian kingdom could no longer tolerate Owen's attitude. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with coldness as she said, Owen, don't be too arrogant. You've killed the crown prince of Pyrothron Kingdom, 4 protectors, and now you want to kidnap Rachel from Melodic Academy. Do you think they'll just let you go, even if you get lucky and escape through Rachel? Do you really think you can evade the endless pursuit of Middle-earth's 2 most powerful factions? Owen looked at her indifferently. Escaping for a time is enough. When I enter Middle-earth, it's they who should be trembling in fear, not me. We have a saying, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Don't underestimate the young. Owen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an authority that shook their spirits. Henry and the others couldn't help but shudder slightly. Indeed, Owen's current level wasn't that high, only diamond tier, and he didn't have a powerful background, but his talent, his combat strength, and even his fortuitous encounter with the Supreme Order all suggested that Owen's future would be extraordinary. If Owen were given time to grow and reach the Master tier, Grandmaster tier, or even Sage tier, just how terrifying would his combat power become? At that time, it might be the forces in Middle-earth that would be the ones fearing Owen. With this realization, the elites from Middle-earth who had been ready to mock Owen suddenly fell silent. After all, they had received the best education and resources in Middle-earth, yet their levels were only slightly higher than Owen's. Owen had achieved this in a barren land with no resources or background, making him a unique existence in their memory. If Owen entered Middle-earth, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger to the mountains. The more they thought about it, the more the princess of Carolingian Kingdom, who had become increasingly wary of Owen, gritted her teeth. She suddenly pulled out a teleportation scroll from her storage ring and crushed it forcefully. Immediately, a 5-colored beam of light descended from the sky. This was a teleportation spell scroll that would return her to Middle-earth. The scrolls were already difficult to craft and extremely valuable, with teleportation scrolls being considered priceless treasures. This was the princess's most crucial life-saving tool, something she would never use unless absolutely necessary. But Owen's situation was too unusual, she felt she had to return quickly to inform everyone of this development. Seeing this, Henry and the others' eyes flashed with shock, clearly understanding the value of a teleportation scroll, but they also breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as the news was sent back to Middle-earth, their chances of being rescued would increase, and Owen, this scourge, could be eliminated before he could grow any further. At the same time, Owen coldly watched the teleportation beam. As it began to envelop the princess, he vanished in a blur. When he reappeared, he reached into the beam with his bare hand, grabbing the princess by the throat and forcibly pulling her out. In an instant, the teleportation beam trembled as if encountering an immense obstacle. Then, under the horrified gaze of Henry and the others, the beam, which carried all their hopes, shattered into pieces. Chapter 158, Chapter 158 Beginning the Plan. In the shocked eyes of Henry and the others, Owen reached through the teleportation beam, gripping the swan-like neck of the Carolingian kingdom princess tightly, lifting her effortlessly like a chick. The princess's neck was crushed inward by Owen's grasp, her lips turning pale as her snow-white legs flailed desperately in the air, rising and falling, but she could not escape Owen's iron grip. As the teleportation beam shattered, Owen's powerful hand squeezed tighter, making her neck bones creak, and her face turned purple from the extreme lack of oxygen. Her expression grew increasingly horrified as a surge of deadly urgency welled up within her. She had never imagined that Owen could shatter an already activated teleportation beam. Void teleportation was an incredibly profound skill, and even a master tier mage could barely grasp this level of power. To create a teleportation scroll that could span such vast distances, one had to be at least a grandmaster tier mage. Ordinarily, even a grandmaster tier mage would not have time to stop a suddenly activated space teleportation array. But now, Owen not only reacted quickly but also used some means to distort and neutralize the spatial power of the teleportation scroll. I've already said, all of you are my captives. Until I allow it, no one is permitted to leave, otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Owen's already cold eyes seemed to transform into those of a beast ready to devour, and his right hand gripped even tighter. Instantly, the killing intent radiating from Owen spread like a cold tide, making everyone present tremble uncontrollably. As this cold and ruthless killing intent washed over her, the princess's pupils contracted sharply, and her already weak aura began to plummet. Her snow-white neck felt unbearably suffocated, and the scent of death grew ever closer. With Owen's gaze full of killing intent upon her, her eyelids quivered in fear, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. The fear of death was like a heavy punch, shattering the pride she once held. Trembling, she said, Mr. Owen, I know I was wrong. I won't try to escape again. She knew all too well how terrifying Owen's power was and how ruthlessly he acted. Now, in his hands, he would surely kill her to set an example. But she didn't want to die. As a princess, she had lived a life of luxury, enjoying all the splendors of the world. To die at the hands of Owen, this native, was something she could not accept. But despite her pleas, Owen remained unmoved, his grip on her neck tightening further. Blood trickled from the princess's mouth, her spirit waning as if she were drowning, desperately pleading. Mr. Owen, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I'll do anything you ask. I'm the princess of the Carolingian kingdom. I can help you ease relations with Middle-earth. I can help you increase your power, enter Middle-earth, I can even. Before she could finish, Owen's hand exerted more force. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and the princess's neck was snapped. Her head drooped lifelessly, and her aura faded instantly as she fell. The sudden and brutal death of the princess caused Henry and the others to feel as though a layer of ice had formed over their hearts. Owen's previous ruthlessness had already terrified them to their core, and now, even when faced with the desperate pleas of such a beautiful woman as the princess, he remained unmoved, killing her without hesitation. This merciless act of cruelty made them feel as if they were staring directly into the eyes of a demon. After all, before they came here, they had thought this would be a simple task, with the only potential issue being the division of interests regarding the Supreme Order with Calden. They had never expected that, after arriving with such momentum from Middle-earth, they would meet their defeat at Owen's hands. The fact that the princess of the Carolingian kingdom failed to escape even after activating the space teleportation scroll left nearly all the elite youths gasping in shock. Their respect and fear of Owen deepened. After all, the spatial power contained within a teleportation scroll could only be created by Grandmaster tier mage proficient in spatial magic. It was a rare and vital life-saving item, yet it seemed to be rendered useless before Owen. At this moment, they stared at Owen, feeling a surreal sense of disbelief. As they gazed at him in awe, Owen casually slipped off the transparent silk gloves covering his hands and stored them in his storage ring, his eyes narrowed in thought. With his current power, Owen could not have originally interrupted spatial forces. However, the Fate Store contained an item that could neutralize spatial forces, the Void-Devouring Gloves. These special gloves, made from the silk of the rare Void-Devouring Worms, could negate spatial forces. If the Carolingian kingdom's princess had escaped, it would have interfered with Owen's next steps and might have bolstered the rebellious spirit among Henry and the others. To completely crush their morale, Owen spent 2,000 Fate points in the Fate Store to purchase these gloves, which neutralized spatial forces and allowed him to kill the princess. Now, it seemed that the gloves' ability was not only powerful but could also disrupt even fully formed spatial channels, causing them to shatter. Seeing the fear in Henry and the others' eyes, fear that now lingered deep within their hearts like a shadow, Owen nodded slightly in satisfaction and said, Now, does anyone else want to try escaping? Looking at the corpses lying at Owen's feet, Henry and the others shook their heads. Repeatedly, their spirits trembling as they replied, We are willing to follow Mr. Owen's orders. Faced with Owen's absolute power, they had no choice but to submit. Owen looked at them and saw the fear that had taken root in their hearts, nodding approvingly. Very good. Then, let's all head back to Ironkeep for now. I have some matters to discuss with Stanley before we depart. What, you're planning to go to Melodic Academy in Middle-earth to capture someone? Inside Ironkeep, Stanley couldn't help but cry out in shock after hearing Owen's plan, his face full of disbelief. Although Owen had displayed extraordinary power before, impressing Stanley during the battle within the city, and filling him with admiration, Stanley was well aware of the terrifying strength of Middle-earth and knew that Owen's current level of power would be no match for the forces of Middle-earth. Moreover, he was planning to provoke a massive entity like Melodic Academy. Stanley's shock and confusion were entirely within Owen's expectations. Owen calmly analyzed, I've killed 4 protectors. My relationship with some factions in Middle-earth has already reached a point of no return, with no chance for reconciliation. Even though the bronze teleportation gates between Middle-earth and the outside world make it difficult for Sage tier mages to come through, if Grandmaster tier powerhouses keep appearing, I'll be hard-pressed to handle them. So, rather than sitting here and waiting for death, I might as well take the initiative and buy myself some time. When Owen made the decision to eliminate Calden and the protectors, he had already formulated a grand plan in his mind. Choosing Melodic Academy had an additional advantage. There were rumors that they possessed clues to the next fragment of the Godslayer staff. The power of the Godslayer staff had become increasingly apparent as Owen's strength grew, revealing its true might as a legendary artifact. Whether it was the Supreme Sword, the Guardian Shield, or the Godslayer Staff itself, each had provided Owen with significant assistance. If the Godslayer Staff could be further unsealed, its power would undoubtedly increase greatly, potentially unlocking a special form that would rapidly enhance Owen's combat abilities. For Owen, quickly boosting his combat power was now the only way to survive. After all, Middle-earth's forces had set their sights on him, and they only respected strength and valued their own interests. With so much to gain from Owen, they would undoubtedly pursue him like a pack of wild dogs. Strengthening his power wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. The fastest method was to gather the fragments of the Godslayer Staff. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. The Dominating Slave Chain. Inside Ironkeep, after listening quietly to Owen's words, Stanley could only feel that the man before him had a will as strong as iron. There was no turning back now. He took a deep breath and asked seriously, "Is there anything you need me to help with after you leave?" Having witnessed Owen perform miracles repeatedly and as a member of Azure Kingdom, Stanley now saw himself as being in the same boat as Owen. Although Owen's plan was bold and extremely risky, he had no choice but to support it. Seeing that Stanley had accepted his plan, Owen thought for a moment before saying, "The news about me killing Middle-earth's Master Tier mages will spread soon. I hope you can explain today's situation and my intentions to Leslie." Even though Owen was bringing many captives with him into Middle-earth, there was still a hint of concern in his heart. Middle-earth was vastly different from other kingdoms and regions, with magic that was more sophisticated, elements that were more abundant, and mages that were more numerous and powerful. Owen himself was being extremely cautious and deliberate. Stanley thought it over and realized that this was indeed the case. If the news of the Middle-earth mages being killed leaked out, people would quickly start tracking Owen's movements. If that happened, all of Owen's plans would fall apart. Time was of the essence. "Owen, I'll relay everything exactly as it happened to Empress Leslie, but I can't guarantee that she'll stay out of this," Stanley said seriously, as if suddenly realizing something. Others might not understand Leslie or know how much she valued Owen, but Stanley's intuition was sharp. He vaguely felt that in Leslie's heart, Owen was perhaps the most important person. Compared to Owen, even the entire Azure Kingdom might be something she was willing to sacrifice. He was worried that Leslie's feelings for Owen might drag the entire Azure Kingdom into an endless abyss. Owen merely smiled calmly at his words. "I trust Leslie, just as she trusts me. She will undoubtedly support all of my plans unconditionally." After Leslie shared the Dark Tower with him, she had completely considered him one of her own. "By the way, Stanley, I'm planning to head to Middle-earth via Kyric. You and the border troops need to be on full alert." Owen looked in the direction of Kyric, his expression slightly solemn. Stanley looked at Owen in shock. "Owen, sir, the two nations are currently at war. Isn't it too risky to venture into Kyric?" Owen responded calmly, "There's more than one portal leading from Middle-earth to the continent. Another one is located within Kyric. Since Rachel didn't come with the others, there's a high probability she entered through Kyric's portal." Having learned from Owen about Rachel's identity and status, Stanley nodded slightly. Given Owen's current combat strength, it might be beneficial to suppress Kyric along the way. Begin reorganizing the army and prepare to attack Kyric. Although the Kyric forces suffered a major defeat recently, that doesn't mean they've lost. We've only been fighting a defensive war up until now. From this point on, prepare for the offensive. Hearing this, Stanley felt a surge of excitement. He had always harbored a desire to attack Kyric, but Kyric was strong, and Azure Kingdom had been weaker, burdened by internal strife, and had been forced to remain on the defensive. Now, with Owen and Leslie emerging as powerful leaders, his long-held wish might finally be realized. Not long after resupplying at Ironkeep, Owen led Henry and the others in a grand procession toward Kyric. Following Owen, Henry and the others were all extremely respectful, their eyes filled with awe, not daring to breathe too loudly. Owen's display of strength, determination, and potential far exceeded their expectations. Even in Middle-earth, they couldn't find a genius to rival Owen. Even Melodic Academy's Rachel, despite having far greater resources and a more privileged background, could have compared to Owen when they were of the same age. In fact, given Owen's current combat power, they believed that if he were to face Rachel, he might even stand a chance of winning. And Owen had achieved all of this outside Middle-earth, in a barren land, not within Middle-earth itself, making his accomplishments at least 10 times more difficult. Upon reflection, they realized that Owen's talent was even more impressive than that of Middle-earth's top geniuses. The only thing he lacked was a strong background. Someone like Owen, if made into an enemy, would be a nightmare. But if made into a friend, he would undoubtedly bring endless hope to them and their families. A person like this was either a great threat or a great asset. Since they had now become Owen's captives, some of the princes began to consider reconciling with him. This would ensure their safety and potentially bring hope to their families. "Owen, sir, I was disrespectful before. I have access to 10,000 magic crystals, which I can offer to you as an apology. What do you think?" 10,000 magic crystals is generous, but for someone of Owen's talent, that's an insult. "Owen, sir, when you reach Middle-earth, I have a treasure trove under my command, containing half a lifetime savings, which I would gladly give to you." Several princes began to fawn over Owen, hoping to gain his favor in these tensions. After all, if they could befriend Owen, his talent would surely propel him to great heights. However, as they competed to offer gifts, Owen ignored them, finding their chatter extremely annoying. He was currently focused on browsing the system's fate store. Silence. Owen glanced at them sideways. Immediately, the princes shrank back in fear, like children caught saying something wrong. Not daring to meet the gaze of an adult, after they quickly fell silent, Owen's attention returned to the fate store. Since the last store refreshed, the fate store had added many excellent items. Yin-Yang Reversal, a special skill that perfectly combines dark magic and white magic. Integrating them seamlessly, it allows large-scale manipulation of mana, and those who master it can fuse with the elements and become elemental beings. Required fate points, 10,000. Godbreaker Needle, a one-time use special hidden weapon, designed to break the mind. It can even penetrate the mental defenses of a Grandmaster tier mage. Required fate points, 10,000. There were all sorts of magical artifacts, skills, and resources, enough to dazzle anyone's eyes. But what caught Owen's attention the most was a black chain with runes flowing like ghostly light across it, emitting a twisted and evil aura. Slave chain, a demonic artifact that can forcibly enslave another's will. Once fastened around someone's neck, the wearer becomes their master servant. The description was short but domineering. Owen's eyes lit up as he read the description. This chain perfectly suited his needs. This thing was a bit like a BDSM chain from his previous life. Once it was placed around someone's neck, it could forcibly establish a master-servant relationship. Furthermore, once someone became a slave, they couldn't move more than 10 meters away from their master, or they would feel the searing flames of pain from deep within their soul. They also couldn't harm their master if they tried, they would be frozen in place. After rigorous training with the slave chain, even if the collar was removed, the person might still regard their former master as their lord. This was indeed something very useful. Owen licked his lips. These elite youths from Middle-earth might speak respectfully, but they would never truly submit to him. With this chain, he wouldn't have to worry about them pretending to be loyal. Owen checked the required fate points 6,000. Then, he looked at his current balance, 13,450 points. Fortunately, the required fate points were neither too much nor too little. Owen could afford it. Without hesitation, Owen reached out and clicked the virtual system screen to confirm the purchase. As soon as the purchase was completed, a special chain with runes appeared in his hand, exuding an intensely evil aura. Just one glance at it made one feel as if their mind could be drawn into it, directly affecting their spirit. At that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out among the group. Chapter 160 Arrival at Kyric. As dusk settled, Owen's team, after traveling for more than an hour, was nearing the location of the Kyric teleportation array. Upon arrival, the group suddenly became restless. Owen glanced at the slave chain in his hand, then stowed it away before shifting his gaze to the distance ahead. In front of him stretched an endless grassland, lush and green, with scattered cattle and sheep grazing peacefully. The animals occasionally swished their tails, letting out lowing sounds. Above the cattle, the sky was a clear, unblemished blue, with massive clouds slowly drifting by, resembling pure white reflections on a pristine water surface. The serenity was only shattered by a hawk's flapping wings. Kyric was a prairie empire, known for its prowess in warfare and penchant for raiding. Many of the kingdoms surrounding Kyric had, to varying extents, suffered from their invasions. At this moment, in the near distance, there stood a massive arena on the grassland. The arena was grand, constructed from various bleached bones, with occasional flickers of eerie blue flames that added a sinister touch to the ancestral teleportation platform. This teleportation array, capable of sending people to Middle-earth, was a rare gathering place for powerful individuals on the prairie. After all, Middle-earth was a place that most powerful beings dreamed of entering. Even if they couldn't make it in, many people planned to wait here, hoping to seize an opportunity to ascend to greatness. So, as Owen and his group continued to approach, the once vast and desolate grassland gradually became bustling. Numerous white linen tents were set up here, with groups of mages coming and going, creating a lively scene akin to a bustling marketplace. At this moment, the mages already gathered here turned their heads to look at the extraordinary Owen and his party, their faces showing some surprise. Although mages were constantly coming and going here, most of them weren't particularly powerful and usually traveled in small groups. However, it was extremely rare to see such a large group of mages, as was the case now. After all, the leading mages were surrounded by an extremely pure mana, and as they walked, the elements moved with them. Just a glance made the onlookers' hearts surge with fear and dread. This was a feeling that could only come from being absolutely suppressed by a higher tier. However, the mages who dared to gather here were mostly platinum tier or diamond tier mages, considered top tier, if not elite, in Kyric and the surrounding kingdoms. Yet, the oppressive aura radiating from each member of the seemingly endless procession made them feel stifled, even suffocated. The terrifying thought flashed through their minds that every single person in this massive, grand team was stronger than they were. This unsettling notion made them focus even more intently on the actions of this team. After all, their personal perceptions could be wrong, but when they looked around, they saw the same shock on the faces of others. Clearly, they were all stunned by the arrival of this formidable team. Under their scrutinizing gaze, Owen was also surveying them. The number of mages gathered here was much larger than Owen had anticipated, and their strength was quite exceptional, mostly platinum tier and diamond tier mages. But it made sense, after all, this place had a teleportation array leading to Middle-earth. For many mages eager to advance further or even enter Middle-earth, this was an irresistible lure. Master Owen, should we clear the area? Noticing Owen's sweeping gaze over the many mages ahead, Henry quickly stepped forward and whispered. To Henry, apart from Owen, the others who weren't from Middle-earth were no different from grass and flowers killing them wouldn't matter, and they weren't worth caring about. The other Middle-earth prodigies also looked at Owen. To them, being scrutinized by these lowly natives was the greatest insult. If not for Owen's presence, they would have already taken action. Moreover, the most important reason was that Owen's strength and talent had won them over. They were eager to find an opportunity to prove themselves, and these lowly people were the perfect stepping stones. Clear the area. Owen glanced at the eager Henry. The clearing Henry mentioned probably wasn't as simple as making them leave. It likely involved a swift, bloody massacre of those present. For Middle-earth prodigies, this was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, these prodigies' strength was enough to let them dominate here, and there wasn't just one prodigy among them. Owen had no grudges against the mages here, so he simply shook his head and said, just keep your distance from them. As soon as Owen finished speaking, the killing intent surging from Henry and the others immediately subsided. At that moment, one of the prodigies seemed to hear something and suddenly whispered, Master Owen, there's a large rift not far from here where someone accidentally discovered an ancient ruin. Many people are seeking opportunities there. Owen nodded, finally understanding why there were more mages here than he had expected. As Owen and the others drew closer, the mages here felt the pressure on them increase, causing the crowd to grow even more agitated. Such intense mana, what kind of team is this? Why do I feel like they're tens of times stronger than the Kyric Royal Mage group? Could it be that they're also here for the ruins in the rift? At this moment, the faces of the onlookers grew increasingly grave as they whispered among themselves, curious about the team approaching from afar. Meanwhile, in the crowd, a tall, black-robed young man stood with his figure shrouded in shadows. He squinted at the vast procession, then glanced at the ornate necklace around his neck. Mentor, do you know what force this is? Why is it so powerful? Just looking at them from afar gives me a suffocating sense of oppression. As he slightly raised his head, it became clear that this was John, the original protagonist from the original anime. A flash of light emanated from the necklace, and Ymir, looking at the approaching team, especially at the attire of some of the servants, had a hint of reminiscence in her eyes. They're wearing the emblem of the Pyrothrone Kingdom. The person at the center of the group should be Crown Prince called into the Pyrothrone Kingdom. The reason Ymir recognized this Middle-earth team was that she came from a mid-tier, declining family in Middle-earth, House Kate. House Kate had been in decline, but according to the latest information she had received, a rising star had emerged in the family, like a dazzling star that dispelled the gloom over House Kate and led it to soar once again. That person seemed to be named Rachel, who not only was selected by the Melodic Academy and became the chief disciple but also had Crown Prince called into the Pyrothrone Kingdom pursue her multiple times, only to be rejected like a desperate suitor. While Ymir was lost in thought, the teleportation array leading to Middle-earth suddenly became active, emitting a dazzling, radiant beam of light that shot into the sky. Instantly, Ymir and the other mages were all drawn to the massive teleportation wave. Although this teleportation array to Middle-earth had existed for a long time, it rarely lit up. Especially now, as it was glowing, it seemed that someone from Middle-earth was teleporting here. More people from Middle-earth. John was stunned, then his eyes lit up with excitement. The prosperity and power of Middle-earth had always been something he yearned for. Ymir had brought him to the Kyric Empire in the hopes of finding a way to enter Middle-earth. Now, hearing from his mentor Ymir that this awe-inspiring team came from Middle-earth and that its leader seemed to hold an extremely noble status, John's excitement grew. If he could earn their recognition and enter Middle-earth, he would rise to greatness. Moreover, only ancient and powerful forces from Middle-earth could send people through teleportation arrays like this. Whoever was arriving through this teleportation array must also be of extraordinary origin, giving him another option. To John, his talent should be the best outside of Middle-earth, and even within Middle-earth would be considered outstanding. Although Owen had overshadowed him in every way, he was still second to one and above. Millions. There was no way a small force from Middle-earth could recruit him. As he watched with eager anticipation, the teleportation light faded, revealing the figures of two slender, beautiful women. Chapter 161. Chapter 161 Dragon Princess. In the dazzling light of the teleportation array, two figures emerged, both of them stunningly beautiful and exuding an air of nobility. The one on the left had an extremely voluptuous figure, clad in black scale armor that accentuated her already full curves. Her eyes were like two burning flames, radiating an intense and aggressive aura. Beside her stood another woman dressed in a green mage robe, her fair hands folded gracefully in front of her, exuding a gentle demeanor with eyes as soft as water. The two stood side by side, like twin lotus flowers, and anyone who set their gaze upon them found it impossible to look away. Especially the aura emanating from the two of them unbearably powerful caused the mages closest to the teleportation array to instinctively step back as if they were being swept by an invisible tidal wave. From these two young women, everyone could feel an ocean-like surge of mana, as if they were standing before an insurmountable mountain. While everyone's gaze was fixed on them, the Dragon Princess didn't pay any attention to the crowd. The moment she glimpsed the people from the Pyrothron Kingdom, her fiery temper, matching her figure, flared up immediately. Her long, black brows furrowed sharply as she cursed out loud. Damn it, what a useless crown prince, nothing but a pathetic follower. Rachel rejects you everywhere, yet you still cling on, despite being turned down so many times. Her voice was loud, spreading like a heatwave, with no intention of sparing any face for the Pyrothron Kingdom. In Middle-earth, although the Pyrothron Kingdom was one of the top powers, the Dragon Clan was also a major force, often at odds with the Pyrothron Kingdom. Now that they met, there was no way she would show any courtesy. The Dragon Princess's outburst left the onlooker stunned. For most of the mages here, Middle-earth was something that existed only in legends. They knew very little about the powers from Middle-earth, only that even the smallest force from Middle-earth could dominate any place outside it. For someone to be so disdainful toward a representative from Middle-earth, who could they possibly be? Their gazes quickly shifted back to the team they had just been watching. At this moment, in the face of the Dragon Princess's furious rant, this extraordinary team didn't respond at all. Seeing this, the Dragon Princess and the woman beside her, Rachel, exchanged a puzzled glance. From what they knew of Calden's arrogant and domineering personality, this wasn't like him at all. Even if he usually pretended to be a gentleman, a beast would always be a beast. Once provoked, he wouldn't tolerate even the slightest offense. In similar situations in the past, Calden would definitely have jumped out to confront her. Finding this strange, the Dragon Princess didn't feel satisfied and continued to curse, "Stop pretending. If you've got something to say, come out and say it. Don't waste Rachel's and my time. We're here to find Owen." At these words, the initially shocked onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions changing. They might not know the Pyrothron Kingdom or Prince Calden, but they all knew the name Owen. He was a rising legend. Especially after he and Leslie took control of the Azure Kingdom, he had become the talk of the town. Now, who didn't know the name of Owen, this legendary rising star? A mage, looking a bit lecherous after his initial shock, suddenly seemed to think of something and stepped forward to remind them. If you ladies are here to find Owen, you might as well give up. There are already enough girls with their eyes on Owen to circle the Azure Empire's capital 3 times. The Dragon Princess frowned. What nonsense. She wasn't here to admire Owen, she had her sights set on the Supreme Order in Owen's possession, a truly priceless artifact. Even the elders in her Dragon Clan were drooling over it. Before she left, they specifically instructed her to bring back the Supreme Order, and if possible, bring Owen along too. But the Dragon Princess was rather straightforward in her thinking and didn't dwell on it. She merely thought that these ants outside Middle-earth were just mentally unstable. Then, the Dragon Princess seemed to notice something. She saw Owen in the team, along with the heirs of other noble families. She recognized all these people because they often followed Calden around, like his lackeys. Why are you here instead of cowering in Middle-earth? How could you all come here to be the Pyrothron Kingdom's dogs? Don't you have any spine? You come from noble families and dynasties. Even if the Pyrothron Kingdom is powerful, this kind of spineless behavior is disgusting. The Dragon Princess unleashed a torrent of unrelenting insults. Normally, Henry and the others would have already lashed out, though some of them had thoughts of aligning with the Pyrothron Kingdom. For the most part, they feared the Pyrothron Kingdom. The Dragon Princess's biting words were undoubtedly the greatest insult to them. However, they were in no position to protect themselves now. They could only sigh helplessly and then look toward Owen, their eyes filled with a plea for help. They had already recognized the Dragon Princess and Rachel, both of whom were immensely them. Even Calden wouldn't stand a chance against them. Powerful, we're no match right now, their only hope was Owen. Under the gaze of Henry and the others, as well as the mages present, including the Dragon Princess, Rachel, and even John in the crowd, a tall, black-robed figure stepped out from the shadows. It was none other than Owen. Owen. Upon seeing Owen, John's mind nearly collapsed. He couldn't believe his eyes. According to his mentor, this person should be the crown prince of the Pyrothron Kingdom. Calden, how could it be Owen? And judging by the looks of it, he seemed to be the leader of this terrifying group. Even those prodigies from Middle-earth who had reached the master tier were treating him with utmost respect. This can't be real. This can't be real. John clutched his head, his fingers digging into his hair, feeling like his entire worldview was collapsing. He had come to Kyrick to find an opportunity to become stronger and surpass Owen. But now, why did it feel like the gap between him and Owen was only growing wider? He had been improving every moment, so why was he still so far behind Owen, not even qualified to be compared to him? At the same time, the Dragon Princess's heart skipped a beat, as it was clear that the person before her was not the loathsome Prince Calden. Who are you? You're not from the Pyrothron Kingdom, I've never seen you before. Seeing the Dragon Princess's inquiry, Rachel, who had been silent beside her, suddenly spoke gravely. Princess, this person is dangerous. Dangerous. The Dragon Princess and the prodigies behind her all found it strange. Because the person in front of them was clearly only Diamond Tier, and they had Master Tier protectors behind them. How could he be dangerous? What made this even more significant was that the person who said this wasn't just anyone, it was Rachel, whose strength was incredibly profound. Rachel was always very serious and never joked. Since she said this person was very dangerous, he must be highly unusual. After all, an ordinary person would never be able to stand in the middle of such a group and become someone even the other prodigies feared and respected. While they were looking at Owen, Owen was also scanning the people who had just been teleported over. Rachel was indeed a top-tier prodigy, now at Diamond Tier level 9. The Dragon Princess had advanced to Master Tier. The prodigies behind them were mostly at Diamond Tier level 4. As for the protectors behind them, most were at Master Tier. This lineup could certainly be called luxurious, but in front of him, it was nothing. Initially, the Dragon Princess hadn't taken Owen seriously, but after hearing Rachel's warning, she became much more solemn and arrogantly questioned, "Who exactly are you?" Owen smiled slightly and countered, "Aren't you here to find me?" "You're Owen." A trace of surprise flashed in the Dragon Princess's eyes, and then she asked, "Why are you in the Pyrothron Kingdom's group?" As far as she knew, Calden had led these nobles and royals out of Middle-earth ahead of her to fight Owen. Owen responded calmly, "That's because I killed them all." Chapter 162, Rachel's Judgment. Because I killed them all. The voice, calm with a hint of coldness, echoed through the air. The Dragon Princess, Rachel, and the others who had just arrived through the teleportation array all felt a jolt of shock in their hearts. They knew very well what it would mean if those words were true. Immediately, their eyes, filled with fear, turned toward Owen. Although they suspected Owen might be bluffing, the fact that the crown prince of the Pyrothrone Kingdom wasn't here at this moment was completely illogical. Especially since the other prodigies, who had always been Calden's lackeys, were all showing Owen such deep respect. It didn't seem like an act but rather a genuine expression of their feelings. The Dragon Princess knew these people's nature very well from her dealings with them in Middle-earth. They were the kind who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If Owen hadn't conquered them with absolute power, they wouldn't have submitted so completely. Even if they pretended to submit, they would secretly defy him. Could it be that Owen was telling the truth? But how could that be possible? Calden, Joseph and all the Master Tier protectors, none of them were in the group. Suddenly, Rachel, who was beside the Dragon Princess, swept her sharp gaze over each person standing by Owen. Her previously calm expression abruptly showed significant change. Because none of the protectors who should have been in this group were present. They knew very well the status of these prodigies in Middle-earth. They were the precious darlings of their sects, too valuable to be lost. They were the hope of their families and kingdoms. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to seek the Supreme Order, and even though most of them were only at the Diamond Tier, Master Tier, and even Grand Master Tier mages were dispatched as their protectors. Yet, all these protectors who should have been with them were absent. This could only mean one thing: the protectors had perished. Realizing this, even the proud Dragon Princess looked at Rachel in stunned disbelief. As Calden's old rival, the Dragon Princess was very aware of his strength. Although she often belittled him in public, she never underestimated him when it came to an actual fight. But now, Owen claimed to have killed Calden. How could that be possible? Owen was just a Diamond Tier mage. Most importantly, Calden's protector was a Grandmaster Tier mage. A Grandmaster Tier mage, even in Middle-earth, was a powerful force to be reckoned with. In this barren land outside of Middle-earth, such a mage was almost unmatched. To kill Calden, one would have to overcome his Grandmaster Tier protector, a mountain too high to climb. Rachel narrowed her eyes, and although Owen's words seemed incredible, the current situation suggested that Owen might have indeed slain a Grandmaster Tier protector and 3 Master Tier protectors. After all, neither Calden nor those protectors were present. Moreover, Rachel noticed that Owen spoke with a calmness that seemed to state a fact. His composure and steadiness made even her subconscious believe that Owen was telling the truth. Owen, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with such big words? You think you can kill protectors far beyond your level? You're full of nonsense. The Dragon Princess still couldn't believe it. As a proud prodigy of Middle-earth, she had always strived to be the top prodigy there. Over the years, she had fought countless battles, honing her strength between life and death. But if Owen's words were true, and he had accomplished something she couldn't even dream of, what would that make of all her efforts and sacrifices? In her fury, the Dragon Princess let out a roar. The sound waves spread out in layers, like heavy hammers striking the hearts of everyone present, leaving them dazed and with her roar echoing in their minds. The mages watching were all serious-faced, not expecting this Dragon Princess, who had suddenly appeared, to have such a fiery temper. She was quick to act and incredibly powerful, and they felt a chill in the air as if a cold wind had swept through. The Dragon Princess appeared before Owen like a whirlwind, moving at an astonishing speed. Standing before Owen, her eyes filled with doubt and disbelief, she wove complex, mystical golden threads of magic around her, emanating the bloodline pressure of the Dragon clan, causing the very void around her to crack and splinter. The Dragon Princess was a Master Tier mage and, being a dragon, was virtually unbeatable among her peers. She didn't regard Owen, a mere Diamond Tier mage, as anything significant. Seeing the haughty expression on the Dragon Princess's face, Owen shook his head slightly. He had lost any reverence for Master Tier mages, given that his current strength left him unafraid of any Master Tier mage. Even if the dragons were considered the strongest race, it made no difference to him. He clenched his right fist, mana surging like boiling water, causing his right hand to swell rapidly before his muscles contracted, his entire body resembling a bow being drawn taut. With a powerful snap, he unleashed his punch. Crushing punch. This punch, simple yet immense in power, exuded a beauty born of raw strength and magic. Is this all you've got? Such a crude magic skill, and you think it can threaten me? Utter nonsense. The Dragon Princess sneered coldly, her face full of disdain. As a member of the Dragon clan, she had learned many complex and profound magical arts since childhood and naturally looked down on Owen's straightforward punch. Besides, the Dragon clan's physique was considered among the top across all races. Owen's method was nothing more than throwing an egg against a rock. It was suicidal. This move is more than enough to deal with you. Owen snorted softly as his punch collided with the Dragon Princess's own punch. At the moment their fists met, it was like the most magnificent fireworks exploding between them. The Dragon Princess's fist, infused with mana that flowed like thousands of streams in terrifying energy, intertwined like an unstoppable drill. However, as soon as it collided with Owen's fist, it shattered. It was as if it had struck an immovable wall of copper and iron. The Dragon Princess's expression changed drastically. She couldn't withstand Owen's punch at all. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded as Owen's punch rippled like waves, continuing to press down on the Dragon Princess's already shattered fist, causing her tough knuckle bones to bend and crack, filling with twisted fractures. A needle-like pain spread from her fist, and veins bulged on her forehead as her body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Princess. Seeing this, the prodigies and protectors behind the Dragon Princess cried out in shock. Their faces filled with fear. The princess was a Master Tier mage and a top-tier dragon, yet she had suffered such a crushing defeat after just one exchange with Owen. One move, just one move, and the princess was already forced back and injured. But this was only the beginning. As he sent the Dragon Princess flying, pure white wings unfurled from Owen's back, emitting a biting cold wind. He flapped his wings, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he caught up with the retreating Dragon Princess. Her blood and mana were in turmoil inside her body, and even though she sensed Owen closing in, she couldn't muster the strength to counterattack. She could only quickly gather her magic, causing golden dragon scales to appear on her body, like an unbreakable golden armor. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collisions rang out as the Dragon Princess's body was pummeled by Owen's relentless punches, her golden scales unable to withstand the barrage of force. They exploded one after another like brilliant golden fireworks. The next moment, Owen delivered a heavy punch to the Dragon Princess's abdomen, driving her deep into the ground. The Dragon Princess's pupils contracted sharply as she felt an unbearable pain throughout her body, as if every bone was trembling. An unprecedented sense of defeat overwhelmed her. As the Dragon Princess, she had never suffered such a crushing defeat. She had no chance to fight back against Owen. With her heart sinking into despair, the Dragon Princess suddenly noticed that Owen had stopped attacking her and had turned his attention toward Rachel instead. Chapter 163 Explanation. Owen's target was Rachel. The Dragon Princess's pupils constricted as this thought suddenly flashed through her mind. At the same time, Rachel, who was not far behind the Dragon Princess, was startled. She hadn't expected Owen to suddenly change direction and make a move against her. The protectors, who had already gathered their strength and were preparing to attack Owen, were also taken aback. They hadn't anticipated that Owen would miss such a golden opportunity to attack the Dragon Princess. They had no time to react and could only watch as Owen, like a bolt of lightning, appeared in front of Rachel. Rachel instinctively took several steps back, but Owen was faster, already in front of her. Her expression instantly turned cold. What are you trying to do? She couldn't shake the feeling that there was a mischievous smile on Owen's face, as if he had bad intentions. Obviously, I'm going to kidnap you. Owen suddenly reached out, aiming to grab Rachel by the throat. Meanwhile, as time passed, various pieces of information began converging in Academy City from all directions. One shocking piece of news after another started spreading across nations through the newspapers published by Academy City, causing widespread exclamations of surprise. The former chief elder of the Azure Kingdom, Master Tier Mage Otto, and General Stanley were defeated in their attempt to suppress Owen, and Leslie, one dead, one surrendered. What the hell, is this real? That chief elder of the Azure Kingdom was incredibly powerful, a veteran Master Tier Mage, and Owen actually killed him. This is from Academy City's newspaper, so how could it be false? I heard that Edward, the historian, personally recorded the event on site. Killing a Master Tier Mage has Owen's combat power become that terrifying. I've also heard that this chief elder had some ties to the Fallen Angel, but the newspaper says that Owen has become the leader of the Fallen Angels and took 7 of them to reinforce hierarchy. Yeah, didn't Owen previously kill a Fallen Angel? The Fallen Angels are known for being vengeful and petty. The fact that they didn't seek revenge is already surprising, let alone the fact that they are now following his orders to help him against the Kyric Kingdom. These are trivial matters, the real bombshell is about the Middle-earth mages. Upon hearing this, everyone discussing the Academy City newspaper caught their breath. Middle-earth mages were beings they had always longed to see but never had the chance to. They were the epitome of power. Any mage from Middle-earth who ventured outside could easily dominate their peers, making others feel utterly inferior. However, information about Middle-earth mages was scarce, and most people knew little about them. But whenever a Middle-earth mage appeared, everyone paid close attention. What Middle-earth master mages were killed by Owen and not just one? After reading this shocking news, most mages fell silent. They could understand the words, Middle-earth mage, and, killed by Owen, but when put together, it seemed so foreign. Middle-earth mages were known to have combat power several times greater than that of mages of the same tier. Whether in terms of heritage, skills, or magical artifacts, they utterly outclassed others. Yet, Owen, who had not even broken through to the Master Tier, had killed Master Tier mages from Middle-earth. This was unbelievable, and according to Academy City, Owen had killed more than one. Furthermore, there were rumors that Owen might have killed an even higher tier Middle-earth mage. An even higher tier Middle-earth mage. That would be a Grandmaster Tier mage. But Grandmaster Tier mages were nearly extinct outside of Middle-earth. Such top-tier powerhouses were giants and leaders wherever they went, and yet Owen managed to kill such a being. Even though this news was disclosed by Academy City and detailed thoroughly, they found it hard to believe. What's so strange about killing a few Middle-earth mages? Unlike the other mages who were shocked, those in the Azure Kingdom's capital found the news rather ordinary. After all, they had witnessed most of Owen's feats firsthand. Owen had created too many miracles. No matter how absurd something involving Owen was, they found it reasonable after all. He was Owen, a man who was already a living legend. The discussions also quickly caught the attention of Diana, who was disguised as a man. What Owen had done was enough to cause a sensation even in Middle-earth. But what intrigued her even more were the conversations about Owen's origins. You don't know, but when Owen was born, it was said that flowers bloomed in the sky, golden lotuses sprang from the ground, and a 7-colored light appeared in the night sky. The first time I saw Owen, I immediately sensed that he was extraordinary. After all, only those blessed by the heavens can be so handsome. He must have received divine blessings and assistance. Bah, your stories are clearly made up. I've got a piece of insider news about Owen's origins. He's not actually from the Azure Kingdom but from Middle-earth. From Middle-earth, that's right, and he's from the Sunluna Academy in Middle-earth. Hearing this, Diana's heart stirred, and she quickly moved closer. After all, she herself was from Sunluna Academy. Sunluna Academy, one of the 3 major academies of Middle-earth. You're saying Owen is from there? That's impossible. Diana couldn't recall anyone named Owen in the academy, but this person spoke with such certainty. Given the astonishing feats Owen had accomplished, it seemed only a monstrous talent from one of the 3 major academies could do such things. You country bumpkin, Master Owen is the chief of Sunluna Academy, that's a secret I found out. Diana's mouth twitched. Sunluna Academy did have a chief, but it wasn't Owen. From what I've gathered, Owen rose to fame in the Azure Kingdom, so I'll head there first. I've heard that the newly crowned empress, named Leslie, has a somewhat familiar yet distant name. Could it be you? This mission is getting more interesting. Diana glanced toward the distant capital and vanished into thin air, leaving the mages around her dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. In the capital, inside the Duke's mansion, Charlotte stood quietly at the entrance to the courtyard, her expression slightly anxious. Not long after, the courtyard gate opened, and Leslie emerged, having finished her training at the Dark Tower. She looked at Charlotte, who had been waiting for a long time. What is it, Your Majesty? General Stanley has been waiting for you in the mansion for a long time. He seems to have something important to report. Charlotte bowed as she spoke. Leslie didn't respond to this but instead asked, Where's Owen? He went to Ironkeep, and then, seeing that Leslie was pressing for answers, Charlotte felt a shiver of surprise. Leslie had been in seclusion for several days. During this time, Charlotte had carefully compiled a summary of the significant events that had occurred in and around the Azure Kingdom, knowing that Leslie valued intelligence and information. But she hadn't expected that upon emerging, Leslie would inquire not about these matters, nor even about General Stanley, but instead persistently ask about Owen, seemingly determined to get to the bottom of it. Charlotte didn't know much about Owen's current situation. After all, the Chrysanthemum Hotel and Black Rose's networks hadn't yet reached every corner of the Azure Kingdom. Moreover, with Leslie's recent seclusion, Charlotte had been busy assisting with domestic affairs and hadn't had the time or energy to monitor Owen. Your Majesty, the intelligence network currently lacks information about Master Owen. Charlotte knelt halfway to the ground, her voice trembling with sweat. She knew Leslie valued Owen highly, but she hadn't realized it was to this extent so much so that the first thing Leslie asked about after emerging from seclusion was Owen's detailed whereabouts. This was something Charlotte had never dared to imagine. Oh, Leslie gave her a cold glance. Then the Black Rose can be disbanded. Charlotte trembled, not daring to argue. She quickly lowered her head and said, Your Majesty, General Stanley has personally come to the mansion. He should know Owen's whereabouts. After speaking, Charlotte looked up, only to find that Leslie had already disappeared. Charlotte's expression grew much more serious. It seemed that the level of priority assigned to Owen within the intelligence network needed to be raised to the highest level. Judging by the Empress's reaction, it needed to be raised to the same level as her own. Chapter 164. Chapter 164. The ancient surname feared by all. In the grand and opulent reception hall of the Duke's mansion. Quote. That's basically what happened. Before Master Owen left, he specifically instructed me to inform you of the situation and to assure you that there's no need to worry. He doesn't want you to be concerned about the mission to Kyrick to kidnap Rachel. As soon as Stanley saw the hastily arriving Leslie, he promptly and concisely relayed what had happened at Ironkeep. His expression grew more serious as he spoke. Although he had great confidence in Owen, the various forces in Middle-earth were not to be underestimated. The Supreme Order. These people from Middle-earth are becoming more and more outrageous. They actually dared to target Owen, forcing my man to kidnap another woman. A chilling aura began to emanate from Leslie, and ice crystals started forming at her feet. The temperature in the air dropped sharply, becoming bone-piercingly cold. To Leslie, Owen was already her husband. For the people of Middle-earth to attack him dishonorably was a death wish. But it doesn't matter. If anyone dares to harm a single hair on his head, I will wipe out their entire clan. Other mages feared Middle-earth as if it were a deadly beast, but Leslie was not among them. Stanley, standing opposite Leslie, felt an overwhelming coldness envelop him, making his pores nearly freeze. The killing intent embedded in that chill was so intense that it made his mind waver. The next moment, just as Stanley felt his body growing colder, Leslie gradually reined in her icy killing intent. With a blank expression, she issued a command. General Stanley, gather the Imperial Army and prepare to march on Kyrick. This time, Kyrick's incursion into the Azure Kingdom's borderlands, where they burned, looted, and committed all manner of atrocities, had already ignited a fire of rage within her. Now, with the mages from Middle-earth coming after Owen, that anger blazed even higher. I will continue my seclusion for a few more days. After you've assembled the army, take full control of the military and temporarily manage state affairs. We'll discuss everything else after I emerge. Though her eyes flickered with anger, Leslie quickly regained her composure and gave Stanley instructions. Stanley was startled upon hearing this, feeling somewhat perplexed. After all, it didn't seem appropriate for him to gather the army and temporarily manage state affairs. Bear this burden for now. I trust in Owen's plan, and I believe he will succeed, but Middle-earth is vast and powerful, so we need to prepare in advance. Leslie spoke with great seriousness. Upon hearing this, Stanley immediately recalled Owen's similar words from before. Trust Leslie, just as Leslie trusts me. Although Owen's plan seemed almost fantastical to Stanley, it was clear that Leslie believed in it. She even had him gather the army in advance to prepare for Owen's return. This silent trust ran deep, but as far as Stanley knew, Owen and Leslie hadn't known each other for very long. To build such deep trust in such a short time not only showed that they were kindred spirits but also indicated that their relationship was far closer than rumors suggested. Not long after, having finished giving instructions, Stanley took the initiative to bid farewell and turned to leave. Although Owen had destroyed Kyrick's army, dealing a severe blow to Kyrick's strength, the Azure Kingdom had also suffered greatly. The losses were immense, and there were many matters that required Stanley's attention. After Stanley departed, Leslie did not return to her courtyard or enter the Dark Tower. Instead, she looked toward a slightly rippling space. Diana, if you're here, stop hiding. What's the point? Long time no see, cousin. Your perception is as sharp as ever. Under Leslie's gaze, the rippling space revealed a male figure appearing in the hall, none other than Diana in the form of a middle-aged man. You have talent no less than mine, but you're too playful. Seeing Diana reveal herself, Leslie squinted slightly, as if seeing through her disguise to her true form. Leslie was very familiar with Diana, they had practically grown up together. After all, Leslie's mother and Diana's mother were sisters and had always had a close relationship. What brings you to the continent this time? You're not one to be idle. Leslie asked seriously, as if she had recalled something. Nothing major, just here to bring Owen back to the academy. The headmaster is very interested in him. At this, Diana's expression became somewhat complicated as she looked at Leslie. From what she had heard, she knew that Owen was Leslie's fiancé. She knew her cousin very well. Leslie was stubborn, and if she didn't approve of Owen, he would likely be dead by now. Seeing Diana praising her up and down, Leslie knew that the flame of gossip in her heart had already been ignited. She immediately spoke to change the subject. You'd better not hurt him, or I'll slaughter my way up there. I didn't expect you to care so much about Owen, cousin. Diana teased with a look of surprise. But I like it. We carry the name of the Rosewood family, we must love and hate with equal passion. Upon hearing this, Leslie squinted her eyes and looked at Diana. Rosewood, a surname that has almost faded into the past. Rosewood, a name feared by all in Middle-earth. At the same time, before the grand teleportation array, everyone watched in shock as the Dragon Princess was utterly defeated in less than 10 moves. They stared in disbelief, especially those who had followed the Dragon Princess, the protectors and prodigies from Middle-earth, all felt as though they were in a dream. Owen's displayed power was terrifying beyond imagination. They had previously thought Owen was arrogant and that he wouldn't last 10 moves against the Dragon Princess before begging for mercy. But it turned out the one who couldn't last 10 moves was the Dragon Princess. Moreover, after subduing the Dragon Princess, Owen even had the audacity to tell Rachel of Melodic Academy that he was going to kidnap her, a statement of absolute defiance. Owen was simply a madman. At that moment, the kidnapped people from Middle-earth exchanged glances, seeing the same helplessness and shock in each other's eyes. Owen's plan to kidnap Rachel and use her to threaten and control the major forces of Middle-earth was something he had already shared with them. They had thought Owen was just talking, but he had the audacity to actually put this bold plan into action. Right in front of everyone, he dared to lay hands on Rachel. Meanwhile, Ymir, in the crowd, looked conflicted. She didn't know whether she should step forward to help. She wasn't even sure who to help if she did. After all, Owen was the person she was supposed to protect, but Rachel was the most talented member of her family. Helping either one felt wrong. You bastard. At that moment, Rachel snapped out of her shock from Owen's provocative words, utterly astonished. As a noble lady from a Middle-earth family, she had never heard such crude and bold words from another mage. In her mind, Owen was intent on dishonoring her, about to lay hands on her. Instantly, the Dragon Princess, dragging her injured body, and the protectors behind her prepared to join forces and battle Owen. From their brief clash earlier, the Dragon Princess had realized her own strength was no match for Owen's. But fortunately, she wasn't alone, she was accompanied by several Master Tier protectors. Though Owen's power had overwhelmed her, if several Master Tier mages joined forces, it wouldn't be something Owen could withstand. In an instant, the Dragon Princess let out a roar, her wounded golden scales rapidly regenerating as if reborn from blood, exuding an even more domineering aura. As the Dragon Princess charged towards Owen, the other protectors behind her also showed fierce determination and rushed at Owen together. The mono waves emanating from the Dragon Princess and the others were vast and terrifying, causing the air to churn violently. Right in front of Owen, Rachel narrowed her phoenix-like eyes. In her palm, a white droplet appeared resembling ice, yet compressed water emanating a thick misty aura, encircling Owen, Chapter 165, Chapter 165 Owen vs. Rachel, the Dragon Princess, and two Master Tier mages simultaneously launched their attack on Owen. The terrifying mono waves they unleashed caused the faces of the onlookers to suddenly change, and they retreated in fear. The mere pressure from their auras was enough to slice through their flesh, causing waves of excruciating pain. Four Master Tier mages attacking together. Master Owen is in danger now. These mages from Middle-earth really have no sense of honor. Exactly, the mages from Middle-earth are already stronger than us, and now they're ganging up on him. They have no shame. Most of the onlookers were well-known mages, all of whom were very familiar with Owen's reputation. The fact that a Diamond Tier mage was holding his own against Master Tier mages was nothing short of a miracle. But now, four Master Tier mages from Middle-earth were attacking Owen with no restraint, and the soul-crushing pressure they exuded was enough to make anyone shudder. At the same time, they increasingly felt the shamelessness of the Middle-earth mages. For the sake of victory, they were willing to do anything. Despite the murmurs of the crowd, the Dragon Princess felt no shame. Instead, she coldly snorted. A bunch of bumpkins. Since ancient times, the victor is king. If I can get outside help, then you should too if you're capable. The world isn't just about fighting, it's also about connections. The Dragon Princess laughed wildly, as if she could already see Owen being torn to pieces. But before she finished speaking, Owen, who rarely spoke, suddenly smiled and stared at the Dragon Princess. Since you're so eager for me to call for reinforcements, I'll graciously fulfill your wish. Come out, Serafina. As Owen's words fell, a sudden burst of light emanated from a formation within him. In the next moment, the enormous figure of Serafina emerged from the formation, her head the size of a house. Her blood-red eyes, glowing like lanterns, shot out a sinister light as they locked onto the Dragon Princess. At the same time, as Serafina emerged from the formation, a sudden tremor of fear and unease ran through the Dragon Princess's bloodline. It was as if she had encountered an even more terrifying and ancient bloodline. This was the first time the Dragon Princess had ever felt such a sensation from a spellbeast. Even in the mono-rich, opportunity-filled Middle-earth, she had never sensed the existence of such a spellbeast. It seemed that this gigantic serpent posed a deadly threat to her. Moreover, from Serafina, she instinctively sensed an opportunity for a bloodline evolution. It was as if devouring Serafina would purify her dragon bloodline, possibly even leading to a further evolution towards the ancient dragon lineage. While the Dragon Princess's gaze was fixed on Serafina, Serafina's attention was equally focused on her. Dragons, since ancient times, have been at the pinnacle of powerful species. For Serafina, devouring a dragon would accelerate her evolution and transformation far more than consuming any other species. In an instant, cold glints flashed in the eyes of both the Dragon Princess and Serafina, sending out ripples of energy between them. It was like two sharp blades clashing, neither willing to give ground. What kind of spellbeast is this? Even facing the Dragon Princess, it's holding its own. The princess is now a Master Tier mage. Although this serpent has a special bloodline, it hasn't reached the Master Tier level. It can't possibly be a match for the princess. Owen's reinforcement might not be of much use. It's likely just feeding the Dragon Princess some extra nutrients and experience. At this moment, the mages present were all discussing among themselves. Their eyes were almost glued to Serafina. This terrifying spellbeast, suddenly summoned by Owen, made all their hearts sink. The fearsome aura emanating from Serafina was even more terrifying than that of the Dragon Princess, making them shiver to the bone. In the next moment, Serafina affectionately nudged Owen's back with her head before swiftly swinging her enormous body towards the Dragon Princess. Seeing Serafina's mountainous form charging at her, even the proud Dragon Princess didn't dare to be careless. Her human form suddenly exploded with a dazzling golden light that illuminated all directions. Immediately, a massive dragon, seemingly forged from gold and wreathed in clouds and golden light, appeared. The golden dragon's size was almost equal to Serafina's nearly 100-meter-long body, each taking up half of the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Serafina put immense pressure on the Dragon Princess, so before the battle even began, she directly assumed her dragon form, which nearly doubled her strength compared to when she was in human form. If she had maintained this form earlier, Owen would have been dreaming if he thought he could defeat her so quickly. Bang! As the Dragon Princess transformed, Serafina opened her massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp, triangular teeth, and bit directly at the Dragon Princess's body. Serafina's bite force was astonishing, but the scales on the Dragon Princess were also extraordinary. As soon as they collided, sparks flew, and a primitive, savage, and bloody atmosphere began to quietly spread. While they clashed fiercely, Rachel glanced at the two Master Tier protectors nearby and then charged towards Owen at an even faster pace. Owen's combat strength was formidable, and his methods seemed endless. But as long as they could quickly injure him severely, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeve, it would all be in vain. Owen took a glance at Serafina, who was battling the Dragon Princess, and then turned his attention to the approaching Rachel and her companions. The Dragon Princess's strength was slightly greater than Serafina's, but Serafina had been fighting alongside Owen ever since she hatched. She was extremely fierce and still had some dragon blood that hadn't been fully absorbed. As the battle wore on, she only became more ferocious, so there was no need for too much worry. Just the three of you dare to take me on. Owen shook his head slightly. The number of Master Tier mages who had died at his hands was not just one or two. Even though the three of them were attacking together, Owen showed no sign of fear. In a mere flash of thought, he prepared to quickly eliminate them. Suddenly, angelic wings appeared behind Owen, making him look like a holy angel, exuding a swift and domineering aura. Then, Owen activated Shadow Step, and his entire body disappeared into the void, as if merging with the water surface. Shadow Step perfectly concealed his presence, and the speed granted by his angelic wings had also become faster with the increase in his power and level. The combination of these two abilities made him like a natural-born assassin, ready to deliver a lethal strike from the shadows at any moment. Rachel and the two protectors had already locked onto Owen's aura. But as Owen's figure vanished, they suddenly realized that his aura had also become erratic and impossible to track. Instead, they felt as if they were being targeted, as if they had unknowingly gone from being hunters to being hunted. Be on high alert, and don't let Owen pick us off one by one. Rachel remained cautious, becoming even more composed as the situation grew critical. She quickly transmitted this message to the two protectors. The two protectors nodded in agreement. Owen's stealthy tactics were indeed strange. Since they couldn't locate him, the best strategy was to remain still, preventing him from picking them off one by one. After all, in a one-on-one situation, the Dragon Princess had already been defeated, so they stood no chance against Owen on their own. Facing him alone would be a death sentence. However, them gathering together was precisely what Owen wanted and had prepared for. If they had dispersed, it would have been a more troublesome situation for him. As the two protectors and Rachel drew close to each other, standing back to back, they surrounded themselves with special glowing patterns that protected them within. Owen's tactics may be strong, but his level is too low. The longer he drags this out, the more it benefits us. Rachel continued transmitting her thoughts to the two protectors. Judging by Owen's actions, it seemed he was determined to take her down today, and she had similar intentions. After all, aside from being associated with the Supreme Order, Owen's talent was extraordinary. He could be admitted into the most prestigious academies in Middle-earth, making him highly valuable for research. Chapter 166. Chapter 166 Clues to the Third Seal. Rachel and the two Master Tier Protectors stood back to back, forming a triangular stance as they hovered in the void. The surging mana from each of them converged into towering beams of light, merging above their heads into a dazzling point of light. Within this point of light, the powerful and domineering mana of the three intertwined and flowed, resembling a brilliant tricolored pearl. Once the light point reached a certain intensity, it quivered slightly and then cast down three brilliant beams, enveloping the trio within, forming a small, pyramid-like barrier. As the protective barrier took shape, both the prodigies from Middle-earth and the onlooking mages felt a rolling wave of repulsive force push them back, their faces filled with solemnity. Just the aura emanating from the barrier made them feel as if they were facing an unshakable mountain. No matter how much effort they put in, they couldn't leave even the slightest mark on that barrier. However, inside the barrier, Rachel and the two protectors didn't show the slightest relaxation. On the contrary, they became even more cautious. Despite their extensive search with mind power, they still couldn't detect Owen's whereabouts. Rachel, in particular, though only a diamond tier level 9 mage, had extraordinary talent that surpassed most mages in every aspect. Her spiritual perception was comparable to that of a late-stage master tier mage. At this moment, her mind power covered a radius of several dozen miles, with every mountain, river, and blade of grass clearly outlined in her mind, far surpassing the combined coverage of the two master tier mages. Yet, within this vast range, Owen's aura was completely absent. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in mana or space. It was as if Owen wasn't in this world. However, the sense of danger within Rachel's heart only grew stronger, like oil being poured on a raging fire. Unlike Rachel, the two master tier mages, after sensing for a moment, snorted lightly, and the vigilance on their faces gradually turned to disdain. HMPH, that guy's acting all mysterious. He's probably fled in fear by now. After all, a diamond tier weakling like him couldn't possibly escape our mind power detection. Exactly. Our mind power is partially merged with the world itself. That guy must have used some secret technique to flee. His earlier words were just to deceive us. With his diamond tier strength, there's no way he could cause any real trouble. The two master tier mages exchanged a glance, seeing the same indifference and contempt in each other's eyes. Don't underestimate him. Owen is definitely hiding here. Seeing the two mages growing more dismissive of Owen, Rachel frowned and quickly reminded them. Though she hadn't yet fought Owen, the feeling he gave her was deeper and more unfathomable than any opponent she'd faced before, like a dense fog. She knew she couldn't afford to be careless. However, the two master tier mages didn't take Rachel's warning seriously. With our perception, there's no way Owen could escape us. Rachel, you've just arrived in this barren place, so you're being a bit too tense. These bumpkins are good for nothing but empty talk. The two master tier protectors chuckled lightly, just about to continue speaking when suddenly, a sharp tearing sound rang in their ears. Rib. The two master tier protectors turned their heads to see the space beside them split open like a thin, transparent veil, and Owen, wielding the Godslayer's sword, emerged from within. Wrapped in lightning, striking with lethal intent. This strike was incredibly powerful. Just from the force of the sword, they felt a chill down their spines, their skin cracking and bleeding. Startled, they hadn't expected Owen to really be lurking nearby, much less that his attack would be so overwhelmingly fierce. No wonder he's so arrogant, he really does have some skill, but the gap between our levels is an insurmountable chasm. After their initial shock, the two quickly recovered and poured their surging mana into the barrier before them, causing it to shine brilliantly, radiating a sense of immortality. As Owen's sword struck, the entire barrier trembled violently. The impact caused the barrier to cave inward, spreading countless cracks that rapidly expanded across its surface. Crack. Asterisk. In the next moment, just as the two master tier mages were about to channel more mana to hold their ground, they saw a blinding flash as Owen's sword shattered the barrier and came slashing down at them with the speed of lightning. Though it was only a single strike, it locked onto both of them, sealing off the surrounding space and leaving no room for escape. The two master tier protectors were battle-hardened, yet they had never encountered such a bizarre sword technique. If we can't dodge it, then we'll die together. The two master tier mages exchanged a glance, seeing a trace of ferocity in each other's eyes. As the sword light closed in, mana began to flow through their bodies, transforming into strange and intricate patterns that merged into their flesh. Their bodies then began to writhe as if made of raw, living tissue. The terrifying golden light from the sword illuminated the world, evaporating the writhing flesh, until it seemed there was nothing in existence but that single beam of light. This sword strike came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. When the light faded, most of the writhing flesh had been obliterated by the sword's energy. However, some of the flesh still remained, floating in the void like grotesque, blood-soaked lumps, writhing unnervingly. These lumps of flesh, scattered by the force of the sword, suddenly sprouted long, bloody tendrils that thrust toward Owen's revealed form. As master tier mages, they naturally had some tricks up their sleeves. This blood-flesh transformation technique was a dark and gruesome magic. Their bodies turned into flesh with no vital points, allowing them to regenerate as long as any flesh remained. In fact, the stronger the attack they suffered, the more vicious and terrifying their counterattack would be. At that moment, the tendrils from the lumps of flesh, sharp as spikes, pierced into Owen's body, preparing to drain his flesh and blood to replenish their own, intending to suck him dry. But as soon as the spikes penetrated Owen's body, a cold smile appeared on his lips. In the next instant, his body transformed into mana and dissipated. Something's wrong. The remaining flesh of the two master tier protectors trembled with a sudden sense of foreboding. If this Owen was just a clone, then where was his true body? More importantly, if a mere clone was this terrifying, how powerful was Owen's true form? Could it be that what Owen said earlier was true? Had Grandmaster tier protectors really fallen at his hands? Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. Before they could suppress these thoughts, they suddenly felt a searing wave of heat descend from the sky, like a rapidly expanding sun. As it passed, it boiled the air and evaporated the remaining flesh. Horrific, eerie screams echoed from the flesh, but as the heat wave faded, the world fell silent. The figures and auras of the two master tier protectors were completely gone. The two master tier protectors had been killed. As the onlookers stared at Owen, whose body was now wreathed in flames and emerging from the void, their expressions were filled with terror. Especially the prodigies from Middle-earth, they knew all too well the power of master tier protectors. Even in Middle-earth, these master tier protectors held esteemed positions, to say nothing of a place as desolate as this. But now, they had been cut down like nothing by Owen, a mere diamond tier mage. Moreover, from the moment Owen struck to their demise, it had all happened in just a few breaths. Owen's power was utterly terrifying. Rachel, who had been standing not far from the two master tier protectors, also had her pupils suddenly contract, her face full of shock. She had sensed Owen's attack and originally thought those two could at least hold him off long enough for her to launch a fatal strike, but as she was preparing her forbidden spell, those two had already been wiped out in an instant. She realized now that she hadn't taken Owen seriously enough. Chapter 167. Chapter 167 Enslaving the top talent of Melodic Academy. A wave of panic surged in Rachel's heart. She knew that even with her current combat strength, it would take an immense effort and a prolonged battle to kill those two master tier protectors. It was unimaginable to do so as effortlessly as Owen had just demonstrated. Moreover, Owen showed no signs of exhaustion, as if eliminating them was merely a casual task for him. This realization filled Rachel with unprecedented caution and vigilance. Owen's combat prowess was superior to hers. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Immediately, Rachel hastened her hand movements, preparing to activate the forbidden spell she had nearly completed. Once the spell was unleashed, even if Owen was stronger than her, victory would still be within her grasp. However, as Rachel decisively continued forming the hand seals, Owen, who had been watching her closely, wasn't about to give her the chance to complete her preparations. A barrage of judgment light swords, brimming with vast mana, rained down from the sky, accompanied by the sound of tearing wind, bombarding the area where Rachel stood, sealing it off entirely. Boom, 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 asterisk. A series of relentless collisions echoed. Suddenly, a radiant, seven-colored light burst forth from Rachel's body. The gems on her bracelet emitted a hazy mana, enveloping her and dissipating the incoming light swords. However, the sword strikes were only the beginning. As the void rippled, lightning and flames intertwined, streaking across the sky like meteors, slamming into the seven-colored light. This strike, infused with the power of order, acted like a grinding mill, quickly wearing down the seven-colored light before continuing its assault on Rachel. The rainbow-colored bracelet shattered under the force of the attack. Rachel's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected Owen's assault to be so powerful that even this magical artifact, capable of withstanding Master Tier Mage attacks, could only last a moment before breaking. Skyfall thunder formation. A cold gleam flashed in Rachel's eyes. From beneath her feet and above her head, the patterns of a formation emerged, with strands of lightning leaping from it, exuding an aura of utter destruction, shattering the void. Under the influence of this aura, the light swords continued to be extinguished by the dancing lightning, turning to nothing. As the formation began to take shape, a smile appeared on Rachel's face. Skyfall thunder formation. This was one of her trump cards. Once fully formed, it would transform into a boundless sea of lightning, annihilating all life within it. Even with Owen's terrifying strength, under the onslaught of this formation, a Master Tier Mage would perish. Owen might struggle for a while, but he would still be forced to submit. After all, this formation was famous even in Middle-earth. But just as this smile formed on her face, Rachel's pupils suddenly contracted as she felt a presence behind her. This presence exuded a familiar aura. Owen, when did he get behind me? Rachel was horrified, her skin prickling with goosebumps. Though the forbidden spell was powerful, it required full formation to reach its peak strength. If interrupted midway, not only would she suffer severe backlash, but she also wouldn't be able to pose a lethal threat to Owen. As the sense of foreboding intensified, she quickly prepared to change her hand seals and shift the formation to move away from Owen. But just as she began to shift the seals, she felt a sudden cold sensation around her neck, as if something had clamped down on it, causing the mana within her to halt abruptly, as if weighed down by a mountain. The formation beneath her feet collapsed instantly. A powerful backlash surged through her, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, an unimaginable sense of submission, like a sharp spike, pierced deeply into her spirit, engraving Owen's name within it. With the mana sealed by the chain around her neck, Rachel already sensed something was wrong. Now, the incessant murmurs and restless thoughts invading her mind only deepened her turmoil, her emotions rising and falling with the waves of those insidious whispers. While Rachel struggled against the slave chain, Owen, who had suddenly appeared behind her, was also slightly surprised as he gazed at the chain now wrapped around her neck. He hadn't expected the chain's effects to be so potent. Merely by activating it, Rachel's mana was already suppressed. Moreover, the sense of submission emanating from the chain was so strong that even Owen felt dazed for a moment. Congratulations, host, for killing 2 Master Tier Mages and subduing Rachel. You have earned 300,000 fate points. As Owen regained his composure, a system notification echoed in his mind. 300,000 fate points. A satisfied smile spread across Owen's face. Fate points were becoming increasingly important to him, and they were getting harder to obtain. Gaining 300,000 fate points in one go was beyond Owen's expectations. At the same time, a glow of light enveloped Owen's body as he leveled up. His level advanced from Diamond Tier level 7 to Diamond Tier level 8. Even a small tier increase nearly doubled Owen's mana reserves. His physical strength also grew, and his spiritual perception extended even further. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to break through, but even a small tier increase brings a massive boost. Feeling the surge of mana within him, Owen murmured to himself. His combat power had significantly increased compared to just moments before, and his control over mana had become even more precise and intense. He even felt a sense of merging with the elements. This sense of elemental integration was a hallmark of seasoned Master Tier mages, and though Owen had not yet reached the Master Tier, he was already brushing against its threshold. What intrigued Owen even more, however, was the final reward from the system. The location of the third component of the Godslayer staff. A red dot had appeared on the system's interface. Owen's eyes burned with excitement. This piece of information was incredibly important to Owen. After all, the quickest way to rapidly enhance his combat strength was through unsealing the Godslayer staff. Moreover, the help provided by unsealing the Godslayer staff was incomparable to any other method. Judging by the position of the red dot, he could confirm that the key to unlocking the third seal of the Godslayer staff lay within the royal family of Kyric. As Owen stared intently at the red dot on the system interface, the onlookers around him were all gazing at him with expressions of horror. Henry and the others, not far behind Owen, were already staring in stunned silence. From swiftly killing 2 Master Tier protectors to easily subduing Rachel with some unknown method, everything had happened so quickly. While they had some confidence in Owen, they were also well aware of how terrifying Rachel was. She was a formidable figure in Middle-earth, capable of defeating enemies across tiers. Originally, they believed that whether Owen or Rachel emerged victorious, it would only be after a fierce and grueling battle. But now, Owen had effortlessly subdued them. How many more tricks does Owen have up his sleeve? That chain actually subdued Rachel. I thought his claim of capturing Rachel was just a boast, but he's proven us wrong so quickly. This is incredible. At this rate, the major forces of Middle-earth will soon fear him like the plague. Henry and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. As for the prodigies who had followed Rachel, they were drenched in cold sweat, wondering if they had come to the wrong place today. Weren't they supposed to be teleported to a barren land outside the mana-rich Middle-earth? How did they end up encountering someone as terrifying as Owen? Not only had he killed 2 Master Tier protectors, but even Rachel, their idol in war, goddess, couldn't withstand a single blow from Owen and was swiftly taken down. The shock they felt was nothing short of earth-shattering. And as they watched in terror, Rachel, now wearing the slave chain and gradually succumbing to the chain's influence, began to blush. Her cold demeanor softened, her eyes grew hazy with infatuation, and she opened her mouth, sticking out her tongue like a submissive dog, gazing at Owen. Chapter 168. Chapter 168. Shaking Middle-earth with one man's strength. Rachel, dressed in her mage's robe, gazed at Owen with soft, tender eyes. Her fair cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and her eyes, once cold, now shimmered with a look of adoration and submission, as if she were looking at her master, awaiting his commands and comfort. Seeing Rachel's reaction, Owen couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face. He hadn't expected the slave chain to be so powerful. It had only been on Rachel's neck for a short time, yet it seemed her spirit had already been influenced, as if she would do anything at his slightest command. This reaction from Rachel, who had always been an untouchable figure, left the already shocked prodigies from Middle-earth and Henry's group even more astounded. In their eyes, Rachel was the untouchable first chair of Melodic Academy, the goddess they revered, cold and indifferent to everyone. Now, she had become like a lovesick woman in front of Owen, a mere native. They could only think that Owen had used some strange and sinister method. My goddess, some of the prodigies felt a surge of anger, wishing they could tear Owen to pieces on the spot. But the aura emanating from Owen was too terrifying, like a fierce beast, making them too fearful to act. They could only fume inwardly. After all, Rachel had been defeated, and 2 master-tier protectors had been killed. Such a remarkable and brutal record was something they could never have imagined. The last bit of pride in Henry and the others' hearts vanished the moment Rachel, like a besotted fool, reached out and wrapped her arms around Owen's neck. Previously, they had looked down on Owen due to his humble origins, even after he had slain Calden and many powerful protectors. In their minds, the top prodigies of Middle-earth were still stronger than Owen. But now, seeing Rachel, the first chair of one of the 3 major academies, being easily subdued by Owen, they finally realized that one day, Owen's name might truly shake Middle-earth. In fact, it could be said that he had already started to shake the entire Middle-earth. As countless eyes watched, and Rachel's soft, delicate hands caressed him, Owen couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. If Leslie was a woman who was cold both inside and out, then Rachel felt like fire encased in ice, a blazing passion hidden beneath the cold exterior. Others might not be able to melt the ice on her surface, but with the help of the slave chain, Owen had indirectly melted the icy facade. All that fiery passion was now directed at him, but just as Rachel's hand touched Owen's cheek, a look of struggle suddenly appeared on her face. What have you done to me? The next moment, a flash of clarity passed through Rachel's eyes. The fiery gaze was once again covered by cold frost as she glared at Owen. She had tried to attack Owen just now, but to her shock, she found that after the thought arose, her body refused to obey her commands. She could only stare angrily at Owen. Seeing Rachel regain a sliver of her consciousness, Owen wasn't surprised. Rachel was, after all, the first chair of Melodic Academy. She had many treasures and secrets. Although the slave chain was powerful, it couldn't easily subjugate someone like her. To be honest, I have no ill will toward you personally, but circumstances have forced me to kidnap you. Owen looked at the now cold Rachel, and after a moment of silence, spoke slowly. Why? Because I'm the first chair of Melodic Academy, Rachel asked, her anger growing. Owen nodded, that's right. Rachel narrowed her eyes and said coldly, circumstances forced you. It seems that the forces of Middle-earth have made you feel greatly threatened, so you want to use me to threaten Middle-earth. Seeing how Rachel had guessed his intentions from a few words, Owen remained silent. Owen's silence was enough for Rachel to take it as confirmation of her suspicion. She snorted coldly. Don't you think your plan is too far-fetched? Do you really believe you can use me to threaten the people of Middle-earth? Dream on. Neither the people of Middle-earth nor those from Melodic Academy would take such a threat seriously. Melodic Academy has stood for thousands of years, never lacking in genius-level students. Even though I'm the first chair now, in the history of Melodic Academy, I'm just one among many, a mere drop in the ocean. For someone like me, do you think Melodic Academy or Middle-earth would make any concessions? Stop dreaming. Even though she was currently subdued by Owen, Rachel's attitude remained proud and cold. Owen, seeing her demeanor, shook his head slightly. Is that so? Don't you think that? Sometimes, you lack self-confidence. Overestimating oneself can be a tragedy, but so can underestimating oneself. As Owen spoke, he looked at Rachel with a hint of pity. Hearing this, Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She stared hard at Owen. What do you mean? You think your status in Middle-earth and Melodic Academy is insignificant, but that's just your perception. When you first joined Melodic Academy, and none of the mentors took you in, it wasn't because they ignored you. It was because your talent, your future, was shrouded in mystery. They couldn't see through you and didn't know how to teach or cultivate you. But you thought the Academy had abandoned you, so you planned to become a backup student. But later, the reclusive headmaster decided to guide you at crucial moments, taking you under his wing and occasionally offering guidance. This wasn't because they didn't value you, but because they valued you so much that they didn't want to interfere with your path. They wanted you to find your own way. And clearly, you didn't disappoint those old figures at the Academy, steadily growing too. Where you are now. As Owen spoke, Rachel felt a slight shock in her heart. The events of her joining the Academy had happened a long time ago, and even most of the current students at the Academy were unaware of them. Yet Owen, someone neither from Middle-earth nor the Academy, knew so much. More importantly, Owen claimed that the Academy's apparent disregard for her was actually a sign of their high regard. This was something she had never considered. Reflecting on it now with this perspective, aside from the fact that no mentors wanted her and the headmaster rarely taught her, she did indeed have unrestricted access to resources, the library, and various training grounds within the Academy more so than even the core. Students, even if what you say is true, that the Academy values me and lets me grow on my own, you must not understand the weight of Melodic Academy. For such a colossal institution, no one is indispensable, least of all me. Although she found some truth in Owen's words, Rachel didn't believe she could influence Melodic Academy, let alone Middle-earth. If you knew the sacrifices the Academy made for you in secret, you wouldn't say such things. Owen shook his head slightly, a look of reminiscence crossing his face. You should remember that every time you were about to break through to a higher tier, you would be challenged by senior students or even mentors, causing your tier to become unstable and eventually making you fall back, right? Didn't you ever find it strange? Why would some students and elders at the Academy go out of their way to make things difficult for you, even to the point of damaging your tier and harming your foundation? Hearing Owen mention this, a wave of anger surged within Rachel. Since she had joined the Academy, every time she had broken through to a higher tier on her own, there was always a student who would challenge her. It was as if she was born to attract hatred, and whether she accepted the challenge or not, they would strike, resulting in her being severely injured and her newly acquired tier falling apart due to the impact. To recover her tier and seek revenge, she had to train day and night, and the bitter experience of this struggle was etched deeply into her bones. Just thinking about it made her entire body ache. Seeing Rachel's reaction, Owen sighed. Didn't you ever find it odd that every time you fell from a higher tier, you were able to recover so quickly, almost as if you had divine assistance? Chapter 169, The Shocked Dragon Princess. Did you become more than 10 times stronger after breaking through again? Owen asked. Rachel's heart trembled, and although she wanted to refute him, she eventually pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Owen's words were true. Although the process was painful and she had to train tirelessly day and night, every time she cultivated after a setback, it was as if she were blessed by the gods. Her strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. This improvement was so significant that even she was surprised by it. Seeing Rachel's hesitation, Owen smiled and said, "That's because you didn't just break through a tier again. You reached level 10 of that tier and then broke through to the next major tier." If Madeline was the first mage Owen encountered who reached the pinnacle of level 10, then Rachel was even more special. She reached the pinnacle at every tier. Yes, Rachel had reached the pinnacle at every major tier. The entire Melodic Academy had been orchestrating her progression. The pinnacle of a tier. Hearing this, Rachel felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her mind. She had suspected that she might have reached the pinnacle of a tier, otherwise, her strength wouldn't have increased so dramatically. But achieving this pinnacle required not just luck but also vast resources. She didn't think she had the fortune or the resources necessary for such a feat. If what Owen said was true, and every time she fell and rose again, she was breaking through to the pinnacle, then Melodic Academy had been orchestrating her breakthroughs all along. The students and mentors she had once hated were, in fact, her greatest benefactors. Moreover, the Academy must have been secretly providing her with rare treasures after all. Both recovering from a teardrop and breaking through to the pinnacle would require immense resources, even by Middle-earth standards. Few forces could afford such expenditures. You're spouting nonsense. How could Melodic Academy devote so much effort and resources for me? Rachel's mind was in turmoil. She had never seriously considered these things before, always focused on improving her strength as quickly as possible. Now, with Owen's words, her worldview began to crumble. Hey, if these events don't convince you, then surely you remember the blood catastrophe in Middle-earth, Owen continued. The blood catastrophe. At those words, Rachel's face suddenly changed. Back when she had defeated many of the Academy's prodigies and became the first chair, she was considered the most esteemed individual in the Academy, second only to the headmaster. At that time, the Academy's long-lost treasure reappeared, and she led a group of students to retrieve it, only to fall into an ambush set by enemy forces. Everyone except her was killed. Afterwards, the enemy forces, which included Grandmaster tier mages and all the kingdoms involved, were obliterated overnight. It shook all of Middle-earth. She had assumed that the Academy's wrath was due to the loss of its treasure and the deaths of the students. But the terrifying blood catastrophe had ceased just as suddenly after she regained consciousness. To the Academy, your importance is paramount. Haven't you noticed that other top forces respect and value you even more than they do the first chair? They've already seen from Melodic Academy's actions how important you are to the Academy. If anything happens to you, all of Middle-earth will be thrown into chaos. Owen spoke seriously, his gaze fixed on Rachel. Rachel wasn't just an elite of Middle-earth, one of the most gifted individuals, she also carried great destiny. In the original story, she played a pivotal role in helping the protagonist, John, and was rightfully the primary female lead. Only later, through the Academy's unique methods of cultivation, did Rachel begin to understand the Academy's true intentions. Now, with Owen's words revealing the truth, Rachel began to realize what had been happening. Her mind sank into deep reflection, feeling as if she were seeing the world for the first time. Meanwhile, the battle between Serafina and the Dragon Princess had reached its peak. A giant python and a true dragon. They clashed in the sky, both injured and bloody, their energies beginning to wane. Despite Serafina having absorbed some of the Crimson Dragon's blood, the Dragon Princess's numerous techniques and magical items gave her the upper hand. Serafina had fewer means to rely on, possessing only her innate magic and lacking any magical items. When the Dragon Princess noticed that the two Master Tier mages had fallen and Rachel had been captured, her emotions surged, and her attacks on Serafina became even more frenzied. Serafina, wounded and retreating, sent a telepathic message to Owen. Master, the Dragon Princess has too many tricks up her sleeve. I can't beat her as I am now. Hearing Serafina's message, Owen immediately turned his attention to the battle. He saw the Dragon Princess glowing with golden light, even activating the Dragon Clan emblem on her forehead, her power surging as she launched a fatal attack on Serafina. Owen narrowed his eyes, moving like lightning to land on Serafina's head. Feeling Owen's presence, Serafina breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Owen was with her, no matter how dangerous it got, she had no fear. Master, be careful. She's of noble blood in the Dragon Clan and has activated the power of the clan emblem. Her strength has skyrocketed. Serafina sent a telepathic warning, then immediately moved her injured, bleeding body in front of Owen to block the dragon. Princess's lethal strike. Whoosh. Asterisk. A sharp sound tore through the air as the Dragon Princess, mustering her full strength for her most powerful attack, shot forward like a golden arrow, leaving a long golden trail in the sky that lingered for a long time, illuminating the heavens. As the Dragon Princess closed in, both Serafina and Owen felt a sharp pain between their eyebrows, as if a steel needle had been driven into them. The Dragon Princess was a Master Tier existence, and as a dragon, she was far stronger than an average mage, especially with the added power of the Dragon Clan emblem. This attack could threaten even a Grandmaster Tier mage. Owen, you've arrived just in time to be buried here with this beast, the Dragon Princess roared, accelerating her charge, her golden light dazzling and blinding. However, as soon as she transformed into a golden arrow and reached Serafina and Owen, she suddenly saw a golden light radiate from Owen's body, forming a soft, gauzy barrier. Her powerful charge, which should have struck like a hammer, landed on it as if hitting cotton, rendering it completely ineffective. More importantly, within this golden light, she sensed an aura that was all too familiar. This is impossible. Upon closer inspection of the aura within the golden light, the Dragon Princess's eyes widened in disbelief. Because right now, on Owen's forehead, there was also a golden Dragon Clan emblem. The Dragon Clan emblem only appeared on those of noble blood within the Dragon Clan. Any creature bearing this emblem could command the dragons to obey them. How could a lowly human like Owen possess their Dragon Clan emblem? The Dragon Princess rubbed her eyes vigorously and repeatedly stared at the emblem on Owen's forehead. It was identical to the one on her own forehead. Exactly the same. What is going on? The Dragon Princess's heart pounded wildly. Seeing her reaction, Owen reached up and touched the golden Dragon Clan emblem on his forehead, a smile forming on his lips. The absolute copy ability had indeed copied the Dragon Clan emblem, exerting absolute control over dragons. As long as the emblem's level was not higher than his own, no dragon could harm him. After all, internal conflict among dragons was forbidden. This was why the Dragon Princess's powerful attack had dissipated upon encountering the Dragon Clan emblem. The other mages watching were equally stunned as they stared at Owen. They had expected a fierce life and death battle between the Dragon Princess and Owen, but it had been resolved so easily. At that moment, Rachel, who had regained her composure, suddenly noticed Ymir's figure among the crowd. Sister Ymir. Upon seeing the shadow floating in midair, Rachel's face lit up with surprise and joy. Chapter 170. Chapter 170 Mega Coolom John encounters again. Sister. As a descendant of Middle-earth House Kate, Rachel had been required from a young age to learn from her sister, Ymir. Her sister had once led House Kate to a period of prominence, bringing glory to the family. However, for reasons unknown, Ymir mysteriously disappeared, and without her, House Kate struggled in Middle-earth, falling into decline. Despite this decline, Ymir remained a figure of reverence in the hearts of everyone in House Kate. During Rachel's darkest moments at Melodic Academy, her faith was fueled not only by her family's expectations but also by the desire to restore her sister Ymir's glory. After all, Ymir had always been the role model Rachel aspired to emulate. Rachel never imagined that outside of Middle-earth, in Kyric, she would see her sister Ymir's figure. Although Ymir was only a spectral image and not her true form, the aura emanating from Ymir surpassed that of most mages and was far stronger than Owen. If Ymir were to act, she could not only turn the tide of the situation today, defeating Owen but also make the name of House Kate resound throughout Middle-earth once more. As Rachel recognized Ymir and called out, all the talents from Middle-earth and other gathered geniuses followed her gaze. The Middle-earth talents were well aware of Rachel's background. House Kate, though now a lower-tier family, had once been glorious. The sister she spoke of immediately brought Ymir's image to their minds. However, the non-Middle-earth mages were unaware of who Rachel's sister was, but they knew Rachel held a significant position within the Middle-earth group, and someone she called sister must be even more powerful. They feared that today's events would take yet another unexpected turn. Under their watchful eyes, the crowd parted, revealing John and Ymir, who had been hiding among them. The events that had transpired earlier were silently observed by both John and Ymir. Owen's formidable strength deeply shocked them both. This made Ymir even more hesitant about whether to help Rachel, the most outstanding descendant of their family and her younger sister. But before Ymir could decide, Rachel had already recognized her in the crowd. At this moment, because Ymir was in her soul state, the other mages could only see John and could not perceive Ymir behind him. Only a few master-tier mages could vaguely sense an obscure presence behind John, like a deep, unfathomable black hole emitting a unique wave. Sister, Owen is too brutal. I beg you, sister, to strike him down and kill him. Rachel's mind power was strong, and as a descendant of House Kate, she could clearly see Ymir. At this time, she struggled against the influence of the slave chain while loudly pleading for her sister Ymir to take action. She could tell that Ymir was far stronger than Owen at this point. Even the young man standing before her sister exuded an aura of strength and had a certain enigmatic charm. Ymir's heart trembled at Rachel's plea. She could sense the terrifying slave energy emanating from the chain around Rachel's neck. If she didn't intervene, it wouldn't be long before Rachel's spirit would fall, turning her into Owen's eternal slave. Rachel, such an exceptional descendant, had gathered the fortune of House Kate for centuries. If she were to fall, House Kate might not see another prodigy for a long time. However, the ring in Owen's hand weighed heavily on Ymir's heart, making it hard for her to muster the resolve to strike against him. Standing before Ymir, John heard Rachel's plea and found her increasingly pitiable, stirring a sense of sympathy within him. Rachel was not only a noble beauty but also the top student at Melodic Academy, which held an undeniable attraction for John. From the moment he saw her, a strong desire to possess her surged within him. Seeing her being so enslaved by Owen only fueled his desire to play the hero and rescue her. Although such an action might seem cliched, he believed that saving Rachel from her plight would surely win her favor. His future could be greatly transformed by the ties and conflicts that would arise with her. Most importantly, her sister was his mentor. With Ymir's encouragement, he felt confident in his chances of winning over this proud beauty. The opportunity to soar to new heights was right before him. Mentor, Owen is becoming more monstrous. Even before entering Middle-earth, he has already become nearly invincible. Today, in the presence of so many Middle-earth people, is the perfect time to kill him. John sent a telepathic message to Ymir. He had never forgotten his humiliating defeat at Owen's hands and had been diligently training ever since, not daring to slacken for a moment. Now, in the presence of so many onlookers, with his mentor's covert assistance, Owen would surely meet his end. Not only could he reclaim the dignity he had lost to Owen, but he could also rise by stepping on Owen's reputation, becoming the #1 prodigy outside of Middle-earth. Ymir frowned deeply. She knew all too well John's hatred and desire to kill Owen. However, she couldn't bring herself back. So, despite John's and Rachel's pleas, Ymir sighed and retreated into a necklace, refusing to come out, pretending she had never been there. Sister, Owen not only killed Kalden of Pyrothrone Kingdom but also slaughtered the protectors of many Middle-earth geniuses. He is bloodthirsty and ruthless, like a demon king. Now he's attacking us again. If he enters Middle-earth, he will be a disaster. Rachel's anxiety grew as Ymir remained silent. She quickly spoke, accusing Owen of his cruelty. Owen chuckled at this and couldn't help but respond. You speak so self-righteously, but wasn't it you people from Middle-earth who attacked me first? I was merely defending myself. Now that you can't win, you start spewing nonsense and slandering me. Is this what Middle-earth is about? Is this what Middle-earth's so-called geniuses are? Owen's eyes grew cold. He had already suspected that Rachel and John were birds of a feather. When they had the power, they talked about strength. When they didn't, they began to preach about morals. Disgusting. Not wanting to waste any more words with Rachel, Owen waved his hand, intending to forcibly take her away. Once the slave chain enslaved her spirit, let's see how much longer she would continue to cry out. Stop, but at that moment, John suddenly leapt into the air, blocking Owen's path. You murderous demon, how dare you continue to bark here? Release Rachel, the top student, now, or today we fight to the death. At this moment, John stood with a righteous air, radiating a heavy and powerful magical aura that faintly locked on Owen. Owen had already noticed John earlier but hadn't expected him to jump out so directly. But it didn't matter. As the protagonist of the anime, John was full of fate points, something Owen had long coveted. John, isn't he the dark horse who defeated Azure Kingdom's Princess Mary? I've heard of him. Princess Mary, such a prodigy, could have last 10 moves against him. He's one of the top 5 on the genius leaderboard in Academy City. As John appeared and blocked Owen's path, many of the mages present recognized him, feeling a bit startled as they began to discuss him. Seeing that many had recognized him, John couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Even though Owen had overshadowed him, he was still a prominent figure among the prodigies. However, just as his pride was rising, the subsequent remarks from the crowd shattered it into pieces. But I think he lost to Owen before, didn't he? And it seemed like a pretty bad loss. Yeah, he was at a higher level than Owen and still lost badly. Now his level is lower than Owen's. If he challenges Owen again, he's likely to lose miserably. To keep fighting despite repeated defeats, that's something commendable. Losing to Owen doesn't really bring shame. Chapter 171. Chapter 171. Seeing me is like seeing a god. The mocking voices of the crowd converged, causing John's face to twitch as he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Why did everyone think he was inferior to Owen? Why was Owen celebrated as a genius while he was just a stepping stone? From his 3 years of bitter training to the intense battles against spellbeasts in Kyric, all that was meant to bring him fame and respect as a brilliant talent. He had originally planned to amaze everyone during the 3-year agreement and had already shaken the Azure Kingdom, but Owen had ruthlessly crushed him into the dirt. This grudge had always lingered in his heart. Although this moment had come somewhat suddenly, John had made extensive preparations to defeat Owen and wash away his shame. In front of the Middle-earth prodigies and the many continental mages gathered here, he was determined to kill Owen. If he could defeat Owen, his name would not only spread across the continent but might even reach Middle-earth. Owen, this time, your death has come. Anger flared in John's eyes as his diamond tier level 1 aura surged, spreading like molten lava, staining the air a deep, dark purple. The pressure from this aura was so immense that the air crackled, and black cracks appeared and spread in the void. The mages present looked at the aura surrounding John with astonishment, feeling an overwhelming pressure that forced them to step back involuntarily. To the mages of the continent, John was not an unknown figure. On the contrary, his 3-year agreement and his victory over Princess Mary had made him a prominent figure. Unfortunately, his humiliating defeat at Owen's hands had severely damaged his reputation. After all, to most mages, the victor becomes the king, and no one sings praises for the loser, they only remember the unparalleled king. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from John gave them the illusion that they were facing the Dragon Princess again. Despite being just Diamond Tier Level 1, John's aura was as powerful as that of a Master Tier mage. John was indeed terrifying. No wonder he dared to stand up and challenge Owen at this time. The prodigies from Middle-earth, including Rachel, the Dragon Princess, and Henry, knew little about John. But judging by the aura he was emitting, this mage from a barren land possessed strength and talent that surpassed most Middle-earth prodigies, approaching the level of the top-tier geniuses. If he could defeat Owen this time, John would rank among the top prodigies of Middle-earth. Especially Rachel, who looked at John with deep seriousness. She didn't know much about John, but she knew her sister very well. If Ymir was secretly assisting him, John's talent must be extraordinary. Otherwise, with Ymir's pride, she wouldn't voluntarily help or guide anyone. Most importantly, Ymir, for some reason, didn't want to act and was hiding in the necklace. But John, despite being far below Owen in level, still stood up without hesitation. As the crowd watched, the dark purple aura surrounding John gradually condensed into intricate, palm-sized runes as he formed hand seals. These runes were extremely complex and, once they appeared, radiated a powerful suppressive aura that made mountains and all living things tremble slightly in their presence. While John was gathering his strength, Owen's gaze was fully focused on him. Owen had seen this technique from John before and knew it to be a very special method in the original anime. Previously, John's aura had been golden, but now it had turned dark purple, indicating that he had advanced his mastery of this special rune magic. As Owen watched calmly, John, who had been ready to strike for some time, rapidly changed his hand seals, sending the runes forward like shooting stars. They tore through the air with a screeching noise and dazzling sparks. This master tier magic skill has been prepared for you for a long time, John declared. This rune magic was divided into 3 levels. The first level, which John had previously demonstrated, was the mountain rune, possessing a crushing impact as heavy as 1,000 tons. Even the most physically robust spellbeasts would be pulverized by the mountain rune's crushing force. The second level, the sea rune, had a relentless, wave-like corrosive force. Now, John was approaching the 3rd level, combining the mountain and sea runes, which could kill even a master tier mage. Boom! The dark purple runes reached Owen in an instant, filling the air with a sound like a collapsing mountain or surging sea, resonating deeply within the heart, distorting the void, and crashing fiercely on Owen, resulting in a series of continuous booms. As these booms echoed, a deep black light glowed around Owen's body. This was the light emitted by the fallen angel set in the activated Obsidify. Although John's attack was powerful, the fallen angel set could withstand attacks from master tier magic. When the runes hit the black light, they were quickly devoured as if sinking into the sea. Seeing this, John's brows furrowed. His supposedly trump card technique had been so easily blocked by Owen's ordinary defense. It didn't even pose a threat to him. Was the gap between him and Owen now this vast? John's face immediately darkened. Use whatever tricks you have. Show me what you've got. I don't believe this is your final move, Owen taunted, waving his hand dismissively after blocking John's attack with the fallen angel set. John, despite being the original protagonist, was favored by fate and had Ymir's support. After all his intense training in Kyric, his strength must have undergone a dramatic transformation. Based on Owen's understanding of the system, the stronger John was, the greater the benefits Owen would reap from defeating him. Therefore, Owen didn't plan to crush him right away. He wanted to see how far John had grown. Owen's taunting words felt like a slap in the face to John, shattering his pride and dignity. Owen, there's always someone stronger out there, and you're too arrogant. John glared at Owen, took a deep breath to suppress his agitation, and then a pale light began to radiate from his body, making him look like an indestructible stone statue. Under this light, his body even appeared somewhat translucent, gleaming with a peculiar radiance. White King form. This was an extremely powerful dark magic technique. Once activated, the body became as hard as diamond, nearly impossible to damage. Additionally, reaction speed and mana sensitivity would increase significantly, temporarily boosting him from Diamond Tier Level 1 to Diamond Tier Level 5. With this dark magic, he could temporarily increase his level by 4. The mages watching couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, to most continental mages, Diamond Tier was already the pinnacle of power. Temporarily boosting one's level by 4 was almost unheard of. Even the Middle-earth prodigies were stunned by the transformation in John's body. With their extensive knowledge, they quickly recognized that this dark magic technique was incredibly rare and powerful, even in Middle-earth. With the power of this technique, John's combat strength had risen to the point where he could face a master tier mage directly. Bang! The sudden surge in strength rekindled John's confidence, and he charged at Owen with renewed determination. His elbows, fists, and feet all transformed into the most ruthless weapons, aiming straight for Owen's vital points. Owen remained unafraid, his body, strengthened by Obsidify, as tough as metal, directly clashing with John's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out continuously as countless sparks flew from their collisions, burning through the void and emitting a pungent smell of scorched air. After dozens of fierce and brutal exchanges, John suddenly coughed up blood and was sent flying back. Owen's punch had landed squarely on his chest, bending him like a shrimp and sending him hurtling backward, spitting blood and staining his chest red. The once high aura quickly diminished under Owen's blow. Chapter 172. Chapter 172. The Great Change in the Fate Line. Pooh! John spat out blood as Owen's punch sent him flying. His face darkened to an extreme as he struggled to stabilize himself in midair, several dozen feet away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at Owen with eyes that burned with killing intent and madness, distorting the very air around him. Sensing the volcanic fury building within John, Ymir, hidden within the necklace, quickly sent him a telepathic message. John, that's enough. Your current strength is far inferior to Owen's. Continuing this fight will only lead to your defeat. She understood all too well the deep-seated enmity between John and Owen, as well as Owen's formidable power and terrifying talent. Not his match. Do you not have faith in me either? You used to say that there was no prodigy in this world who could compare to me, that I was the most brilliant genius in existence. Ymir's words of comfort only served to deeply provoke John. Memories of the past, along with his seething anger, surged within him, causing his eyes to bulge like fish eyes, bloodshot and deranged. John could never forget the day when Mary came with her haughty demeanor to annul their engagement. The searing humiliation nearly drove him to madness. It was Ymir's sudden appearance that had calmed and encouraged him, instilling within him a firm belief that his talent, strength, and determination were unmatched, even among the geniuses of Middle-earth. It was Ymir and this belief that had enabled him to forget the pain, the hardships, and the relentless training day and night. But now, Ymir was telling him that he was inferior to Owen. He couldn't accept it. John's increasingly erratic demeanor caused Ymir to fall silent. She had indeed once valued John's talent highly, recognizing an inexplicable great fortune surrounding him. Such a person was destined to become one of the world's top powerhouses with a boundless future. But she had never expected that in the barren land of Middle-earth, where producing one John was already astonishing and even more extraordinary, Owen would appear. If John's limitless potential was something she could foresee and predict, then Owen's talent and rapid rise were like some kind of error, a chaotic anomaly that defied all reason. Facing such an unpredictable existence, even Ymir had little confidence, for she had no idea how many trump cards Owen had yet to play. Moreover, Owen possessed that ring, making it impossible for her to take action against him. However, Ymir also knew that John was a person of unwavering will. Once he made up his mind, he would see it through to the end. In the past, as his mentor, he had shown her respect. But now, she could clearly feel John's growing distance from her. As Ymir sank back into contemplation, John, now gripped by a frenzy, charged at Owen like a wild beast, disregarding everything in his path. John's speed was nearly 10 times faster than before, and those present could only see the flames of rage dancing on his body as he transformed into a scorching fireball. The aura of destruction and madness he exuded was so intense that even observing from a distance made their hearts race in fear. Who would have thought that in this barren land, there would be such a formidable man as John? We were truly ignorant back in Middle-earth, the Dragon Princess and several other Middle-earth prodigies remarked with solemn expressions as they watched John. While John's strength had initially drawn some attention, it still paled in comparison to Owen, and even to some of the Middle-earth prodigies. But now, the sheer combat power John unleashed in his rage was enough to make even the Master-tier Dragon Princess cautious. His speed and power were such that even she would have to be extremely careful when facing him. The Continental mages, though aware of John's strength and his previous defeat at Owen's hands, had never imagined that his current battle prowess would reach such terrifying levels. As they watched John, who seemed to weave through the air like countless fiery threads, their shock gave way to awe. Perhaps, among the continent's prodigies, only Owen could be considered John's equal. However, despite John using every trick at his disposal, astonishing the onlookers with his terrifying and intricate attacks, Owen effortlessly neutralized them all. After dozens of exchanges, John's burst of energy reached its decline, while Owen, who had withstood the storm of attacks, remained as unyielding as a rock, completely unmoved. In the moment of John's weakness, Owen shook his head in disappointment. John's current strength left Owen feeling somewhat let down. Despite being the original protagonist, a man blessed with great fortune, capable of uncovering treasures and experiencing endless adventures, John now seemed to have fallen far behind Owen. Perhaps it was because Owen had repeatedly taken fate points from him, but John's growth rate was nowhere near what it once was. While John's attacks were enough to threaten a Master-tier mage, they were still far from enough to challenge Owen. The hint of disappointment and disdain on Owen's face was like the most venomous thorn, stabbing deep into John's heart. His breathing became ragged, and the complex thoughts swirling in his mind rapidly dissipated, leaving only endless killing intent. The very air around them seemed to shudder as the wind turned cold, and a faint blood red hue tinged the atmosphere. In that moment, the world seemed to fade into darkness for John, with only Owen's figure blazing like a beacon in the night. Kill him, kill him, a strange whisper echoed in John's mind as the mana within and around him surged to a boil. Armament merged. John's face twisted into a blood-red grimace as his veins bulged, covering his forehead. A hoarse voice burst from his throat, filled with a madness that could drive anyone to the brink of insanity. If conventional methods couldn't harm Owen, then surely his most powerful, secret technique prepared specifically for Owen would catch him off guard. Armament merged, second stage. As John's crazed voice rang out, his skin began to bulge and writhe, as various magical artifacts emerged from beneath his flesh, dripping with blood and exuding a pungent metallic odor. These were the magical artifacts he had collected during his time, guided by Ymir. Swords, spears, staves, and more, all emanating their own domineering auras, far from ordinary. Many of these had once been used by Master-tier mages, and there were even a few Grand Master-tier and legendary magical artifacts among them. Due to the unique nature of these artifacts, it was almost impossible to refine them through conventional means. After all, magical artifacts of this level possess their own spiritual essence. However, the armament merge technique that Ymir had taught him was highly unique, with an ultimate secret far beyond the second stage that Owen had learned. This ultimate secret was John's greatest hope of defeating Owen. No matter how terrifying Owen's strength and talent were, even making Ymir feel a touch of despair, the immense power contained within these artifacts was overwhelming. If he could harness this power, not only would Owen fall, but even a Grand Master-tier mage would be doomed. Thus, to wield this ultimate secret, John didn't hesitate to use his body as a vessel to nurture these artifacts. Although he had only established a preliminary connection with these magical artifacts, the power within them was already vast as an ocean, his strongest trump card. Swish, swish, swish. The artifacts flew around him like a torrential flood, cutting through the space around them like transparent ice, leaving behind deep scars and emitting a hoarse, sizzling sound as black smoke occasionally rose from the air. I have nurtured you with my body for so long, and now, it is time for you to serve. John abruptly raised his blood-streaked right hand, and the wounds on his hand seemed like a mass of blood-red eyes, lightly pulsating, emitting a tremendous suction force that swirled up countless silver streams of energy. Then, the densely packed magical artifacts began to emit a brilliant light, and countless tiny elemental particles flew out from the artifacts, converging into John's body. Chapter 173. Chapter 173. The Growth of the World Tree. Under the clear, blue sky, John stepped through the void, his right hand raised high. His entire body seemed like the gaping maw of a demon, devouring the elemental energy contained within the magical artifacts surrounding him. As the countless elemental particles illuminated his body, he suddenly radiated a dazzling light, and then his form began to swell. He transformed into a towering, blood-red elemental giant, standing between heaven and earth, immense and imposing, exerting a crushing pressure that seemed to forbid the very existence of the world. The Dragon Princess and the other Middle-earth prodigies and mages, who had just been floating in midair, now felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from John, as if the sky itself were collapsing, making it impossible for them to continue flying. What kind of technique is this? It's terrifying. It seems like a forbidden technique, and John has mastered it to an extremely high level, using the forbidden technique right away. What kind of grudge does John have with Owen? No matter what, after this move, the outcome between the two will definitely be decided, perhaps even to the point of life and death. At this moment, as they gazed upon the blood-red elemental giant towering over the earth, the Dragon Princess and the others were filled with terror and astonishment. From this technique alone, they could sense the aura of death. If they had to face it directly, their minds would be in turmoil, and they would have no choice but to close their eyes and await death. The power of this move was simply too terrifying. While everyone retreated in fear, Owen, who was facing this attack head-on, showed a slightly more serious expression. He knew that if John dared to challenge him, he must have some sort of trump card. This move, in particular, made Owen feel a tint of danger, even more so than when he faced the Dragon Princess before. However, that was all it was. You are indeed strong, but your fate is to fall by my hand. From now on, seeing me will be like seeing a god. Kneel. Owen's eyes widened as the colossal shadow of the Supreme Order manifested behind him. The enormous shadow seemed to engulf the heavens and the earth, then instantly merged into Owen's body. The power bestowed by the Supreme Order was something beyond John's comprehension. As the shadow merged with him, Owen's eyes became almost entirely filled with elemental energy, glowing with a dazzling, blinding light. Within his eyes, one could see thunder falling like rain, flames spreading like light smoke across the sky, and vast expanses of ice sealing the world, with snowflakes drifting like willow fluff. In Owen's gaze, the Supreme Order, under the influence of a terrifying will, manifested and flowed, particularly the three elements Owen had mastered: thunder, flame, and ice. As the elemental giant formed by John threw a punch, before it could even reach Owen, it began to boil, freeze, and flash like lightning under the flux of these three elements in Owen's eyes. The elemental giant was completely broken down into its constituent elements, rapidly dissipating into the air, causing the towering figure of John's elemental giant to quickly shrink and disintegrate. No, at that moment, John felt an indescribable discomfort. The mana that was originally under his control was being sliced apart, evaporating and dissipating as if his very flesh were being cut away. In this bone-deep pain, it felt both like an instant and like countless years had passed. When John finally regained his senses, the scene before him had changed dramatically. The vast sky was gone, replaced by solid ground. Somehow, he had already fallen to his knees, his legs numb, his body utterly drained of strength, unable to move. Standing before him was Owen, his hands behind his back, calmly looking down at John, his robe completely unscathed. "You lost." The cold, blunt words from Owen struck John like a hammer. His head buzzed, and his eyes bulged as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. He had used the technique he had painstakingly prepared for so long. Those magical artifacts contained immense, terrifying energy, enough to threaten even a master-tier existence. Why had he still been so easily defeated by Owen? He hadn't even been able to harm him in the slightest. Was the gap between their strengths truly so vast and insurmountable? As John's expression became dazed, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded in Owen's ear. "Congratulations, Master, for defeating the Fated One, John. Reward, 50,000 fate points." Upon hearing the system's notification, Owen's eyes lit up, and a smile of excitement crept across his face. Just as he had expected, John, as the Fated One, contained far more fate points than any other mage. To give an example, when Owen defeated the Dragon Princess, severely injured two Master-tier mages from Middle-earth, and even enslaved the main heroine Rachel, the system only rewarded him with 30,000 fate points. But now, for defeating John, he had earned 50,000 fate points. Moreover, the system's rewards weren't over yet. Detected significant change in the fate line of the Fated One, John. Reward, 3 silver. Tears. As the system's voice ended, 3 droplets resembling liquid mercury appeared in Owen's storage ring. Owen was very familiar with these. They were extremely high-quality materials. They had the supreme ability to unlock potential and were incredibly rare, even in resource-rich Middle-earth, where they could incite fierce competition among various factions. He hadn't expected the system to reward him with 3 of them at once due to today's events. It seemed that his repeated provocations and suppression of John had had an irreversible impact on John's heart. Such valuable items are best used promptly to maximize their benefits. Owen, following his thoughts, immediately took the first drop of silver tear from his storage ring and dripped it onto the roots of the Tree of the World. Ever since the system had rewarded him with this Tree of the World, it had been absorbing a massive amount of mana daily, but its growth had been exceedingly slow, almost imperceptible. However, based on the system's brief description in the tree's name, it was clear that this tree was anything but ordinary. Using a silver tear to stimulate its growth seemed necessary. As the silver tear touched the roots of the Tree of the World, its delicate, densely packed roots, anchored in the void, trembled slightly. The roots, like living tendrils, quickly absorbed the silver tear, and wherever it was absorbed, a tenacious, immortal silver hue appeared, significantly accelerating the tree's mana absorption. The Tree of the World's growth also visibly sped up, with more roots spreading into the void. The trunk became thicker, and the leaves turned a vibrant, jade-like green, emitting a mysterious glow. Although Owen still didn't know exactly what purpose the Tree of the World would serve, its growth made him instinctively feel a sense of closeness, as if being near the tree enhanced his mana absorption and deepened his understanding of the order. This discovery delighted Owen. Although the Tree of the World was difficult to cultivate, he had a strong intuition that once it matured, it would bring him unimaginable gains and advancements. After collecting his thoughts, Owen then took out the second drop of silver tear and fed it to Serafina, who was recovering from her injuries. In the earlier battle, Serafina had sustained serious injuries. Although its bloodline was stronger than the Dragon Princess's, it lacked in level, combat experience, and external aids. Fortunately, it had almost fully recovered by now. The moment Owen took out the silver tear, Serafina felt an intense desire within her, sensing that devouring this silver drop would bring her immense benefits. "Serafina, grow strong. The next time, even dragons with pure bloodlines will be nothing but prey for you." Owen gently petted Serafina before feeding her the silver tear, using it to enhance her bloodline. Although Serafina was already very powerful, she still struggled against formidable opponents. This silver tear would help nourish her further. After consuming the silver tear, Serafina contentedly closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in absorbing its power. The silver tear immediately transformed into a silver mist upon entering her mouth, permeating her internal organs and even her bones, causing her entire body to appear as if clad in silver armor, emitting a radiant silver glow. Chapter 174. Chapter 174. Becoming a god in a thought, becoming a demon in a thought. The changes in Serafina's body and aura were immediately noticed by the Dragon Princess and other Middle-earth prodigies, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Evolution and growth. Could they be seeing this correctly? Previously, Serafina was indeed terrifying, but she had not seemed invincible. However, now, with the changes occurring from within, an instinctive fear rooted deep in their bloodlines began to rise. It was clear that Serafina was evolving, but such changes usually only occurred when breaking through to a higher tier or advancing to the next growth stage. Yet, Serafina had not reached either of these milestones, and still, she was undergoing a massive transformation. Once this evolution was complete, her power would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. For a moment, the awe in their eyes as they looked at Serafina intensified. What exactly did Owen feed her? Why is she changing so drastically, even evolving toward maturity, with her bloodline still continuing to strengthen? The Dragon Princess was especially shocked, as she vaguely sensed that Serafina's drastic evolution was due to some kind of liquid that Owen had suddenly given her. Although the liquid had appeared for only a brief moment, the emanating waves from it made every cell in her body crave it. It was undoubtedly an extremely rare and precious treasure of the world. Once Serafina completed her transformation, the Dragon Princess knew she would stand no chance against her. The thought of a former defeated foe becoming a force that could crush her was something the proud Dragon Princess could not accept. Damn Owen! The Dragon Princess glared at Owen, gritting her sharp, white dragon teeth in frustration. If not for Owen's unexpected use of the dragon's holy token, Serafina would have certainly suffered serious injuries just moments ago. As the Dragon Princess glowered at Owen, he hesitated briefly before merging the last drop of silver tear into his own spirit. The silver tear had countless miraculous uses. By absorbing it with his spirit, Owen could ensure his consciousness would exist independently of his physical body. Even if his body were destroyed, Owen could find a way to rebuild it. Additionally, strengthening his spirit allowed Owen to sharpen his perception of the world around him, making the mana surrounding him more responsive, as if they were worshipping their king. Owen's mind began to feel slightly disoriented, his body ignited by some invisible force, turning into a blazing flame. This is elementalization. Owen was slightly surprised. Normally, only seasoned master tier mages who had achieved an exceptionally high degree of control and affinity with elements could achieve this. But now, with the aid of the Silver Tear, Owen's spirit had not only solidified into reality and received a significant boost, but his control over mana had also taken a qualitative leap forward. Owen's sudden surge in mind power in the beginning of his body's elementalization sent an invisible wave of shock and pressure through everyone present. After all, a single battle usually only brought about some experience, but how had Owen made such a massive leap forward? Before this, Owen's combat power was already terrifying, completely surpassing his peers. Even protectors, who were a full tier above him, had fallen by his hand. Now, with this immense improvement, it was unimaginable how terrifying Owen's combat strength had become. Henry, the Dragon Princess, and even the shackled Rachel all stared at Owen with expressions of horror. Compared to Owen's advancement, their own previously proud breakthrough seemed like nothing more than a snail's pace. Meanwhile, John, still kneeling before Owen in a state of despair, could sense the great improvement in Owen's power, causing him to cough up another mouthful of blood, staining his chest. Why, despite all his diligent and hard work, he couldn't catch up to this despicable man, Owen. After giving his all in this battle, he was seriously injured, suffering from the backlash of forbidden techniques, and still ended up in defeat. But Owen, not only unscathed, seemed to grow stronger with every fight, his power and tier increasing by leaps and bounds. John was originally no match for Owen, who had easily crushed him. Now, with Owen's power increasing so dramatically in such a short time, how could John ever hope to catch up using conventional means? He would be forever destined to be Owen's defeated foe. The more John thought about it, the more his heart twisted with bitterness. His blood-stained hands clenched tightly, sharp nails digging deep into his flesh. His heart sank into the darkest abyss, deeper and deeper, as his aura became colder and more chaotic. Ymir, sensing John's unusual state, was shocked and quickly sent a telepathic message to him. John, are you alright? However, Ymir's inquiry received no response from John. Instead, the cold aura around him grew even more frigid and piercing. In the silent void, a hoarse voice from the depths of hell seemed to echo in John's ears. Even Ymir vaguely sensed a corrupting sound, as if it were a demonic chant, gradually causing dark, writhing runes to appear on John's body. Demonic whispers. Was John about to descend into madness? Ymir's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with her vast knowledge and experience, this was the first time she had encountered such a state. This was clearly a case of demonic possession as mentioned in ancient texts. It was said that when the mind of a supreme prodigy crumbled, the ancient and evil demon realm would sense it and seduce the prodigy, leading them to the demon realm to train, ultimately becoming a terrifying force of chaos in the world. She couldn't believe that such a thing, mentioned only in legends, was really happening now. After John's defeat, John, apart from Owen, your talent and strength are second to none. Ymir, not wanting to see her extraordinarily gifted disciple fall to demonic influence, quickly tried to comfort him, but by this point, John could no longer hear her. His spirit seemed to have entered a dark kingdom, where no light could be seen, and only a hoarse, low voice filled with temptation whispered in his ear. Come enter the demon realm, and you will possess unimaginable power. Come, take this step. The victor rules, the loser serves. In this world, the strong make the rules, and the weak obey. But we will break the rules. Open your heart and embrace eternal power. As the voice shifted from hoarse to fervent, images of John's life flashed before his eyes, especially the humiliations and defeats he had suffered at the hands of Owen. These memories, like deep, bloody wounds, were vividly displayed before him. He was meant to soar like a divine dragon, but repeatedly losing to Owen had made him a laughingstock. Power. I need power. From now on, I will command the heavens to follow my will. I will rule the earth as king, and those who have hurt, hated, and harmed me will suffer in the 3,000 hells for eternity. John's heart screamed out, and the dark, deep shadows around him seemed to revel in his wicked banquet, seeping into his body through every pore. As John accepted the demon realm's invitation, Owen, who had just finished absorbing the benefits of the Silver Tear, suddenly heard the system's voice. Detected that the Fated One, John, is descending into madness. The second main quest has been activated. Quest requirement. After the Fated One, John, completes his transformation, kill him. Completing the quest will earn 1 million fate points and a choice of any universe tier spell. This quest is a special quest. You may choose to forfeit the quest, in which case you will receive no rewards or penalties. After hearing the system's quest, Owen's gaze fell on John, still kneeling on the ground. At this moment, John's body was covered in a strange, writhing black liquid that seemed to have a life of its own, parasitizing John's body. The light shining on him was absorbed by the liquid, making John's body appear distorted and blurred. So this is what it means to descend into madness. Though Owen had heard of such things before, this was the first time he had actually witnessed it, and he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Then, his thoughts quickly turned to the 1 million fate points in the universe tier spell. These were rewards Owen simply couldn't refuse. Chapter 175. Chapter 175. The insanely powerful Owen. 1 million fate points enough to directly purchase the advanced upgrade of Supreme Order. The current entry-level version of Supreme Order had already provided Owen with a tremendous boost. Without this order as an aid, he wouldn't have been able to stand against those protectors from Middle-earth. If Owen had the advanced version of Supreme Order, the enhancement to his strength would be unimaginable. Moreover, 1 million fate points would allow him to buy many strange and powerful items from the system shop, enough to arm himself to the teeth. As for the universe tier spell skill, just the thought of it made Owen drool with anticipation. After all, even the entry-level Supreme Order was only a planetary tier skill, while the universe tier was an entire tier higher. The power and value of such a skill far surpassed that of divine skills. Its might and rarity couldn't even be measured in fate points. The key was that this wasn't a random reward but one that Owen could personally choose. This meant the system's value had indirectly increased again. With these two combined rewards, there was absolutely no reason for Owen to refuse. Although the demon realm was terrifying, known as the source of evil and chaos, the dark side of light, an irredeemable place of corruption, anyone who entered would have their morals and humanity twisted, willing to do anything for power. The speed at which one could grow their strength was nearly tenfold or even 100-fold what it would normally be. The saying that corruption makes you 10 times stronger wasn't just a saying. If others knew that their mortal enemy had entered such a terrifying realm, they would be filled with dread, unable to sleep or eat in peace. After all, emerging from that realm meant rapidly and terrifyingly enhanced strength, with methods so cruel and horrifying that even the thought of it made one's scalp tingle. They would stop at nothing to eliminate the threat early. The thought of this also crossed the minds of Henry and the others. As prodigies of Middle-earth's top forces, they were naturally aware of the horrors of corruption. Now, being forced into the same situation as Owen, they couldn't help but quietly send him a telepathic message out of fear for what John might become. Owen, this man has already been corrupted. He will surely become a grave threat in the future. It's best to kill him now to prevent future problems. Throughout history, every prodigy who became corrupted has unleashed terrifying bloodshed and caused countless casualties. As they urged Owen to take advantage of John's weakened state to kill him, John slowly stood up, glancing at Ymir, who had been forced out of her necklace by the rolling demonic energy emanating from him. His eyes, devoid of any whites and filled with darkness, were cold and emotionless, like a deep abyss that swallowed all his feelings. Do you want to come with me? Although these words were spoken out of concern, they were so cold coming from John's mouth that they made Ymir shiver. Ymir looked at John, sensing that his aura had become increasingly indistinct and difficult to grasp. It felt as though the John she once knew was already dead, replaced by a shadow composed of chaos, madness, and killing intent. So, when John extended his invitation, Ymir shook her head in refusal. John, come back. You're not too far gone yet, there's still hope for you. But if you fall deeper into this, there will be no turning back. Hearing Ymir's refusal, John's already dazed expression seemed to shatter like glass, causing his entire body to tremble. He thought back to when Ymir had abandoned him, choosing to aid Owen instead, and now, after his humiliating defeat, all Ymir offered was words of comfort without ever stepping in to help. His heart turned completely cold. He realized that his mentor's heart had already belonged to someone else. John, standing alone on the ground, suddenly vanished like a thick shadow, dissolving into the air. Only his cold, emotionless voice echoed through the area as he disappeared. Owen, the next time we meet will be the day of your death. No one will be able to save you. John's voice was hoarse and low, like that of a wounded wolf licking its wounds. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but shiver instinctively. There was no denying that John's natural talent and strength were exceptional. Even among the prodigies born in Middle-earth, few would dare to underestimate him. Now, with him corrupted and filled with such deep resentment and murderous intent, even they couldn't help but worry for Owen. Owen, are you really just going to let him go like that? Henry and the others quickly asked. Owen's expression remained calm, but a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Do you have any idea how hard it is to earn $1 million from nothing? Henry and the others exchanged confused looks, unsure of what Owen meant. It seemed that Owen wasn't taking John seriously at all. This level of confidence was almost too much. Anyone who could be seduced by the demon realm and become corrupted was without exception a top-tier prodigy. Coupled with the unique environment of the demon realm, their progress would be lightning fast. How did Owen expect to fight against them when the time came? Owen paid no heed to their concerns. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked sharply toward the sky in the distance. There, a familiar figure approached. It was Edward, an old acquaintance from Academy City. Upon arriving in a hurry, Edward's face was somewhat grim, and his eyes were filled with doubt and disbelief. Owen, you really stirred up a huge mess. Did you kill Pyrothrone Kingdom's prince? Calden. Owen didn't understand why Edward was so agitated, but he nodded and replied, yes, I killed Calden and those protectors. What's going on? Rachel and the Dragon Princess scoffed at this, still not believing Owen had the power to kill Joseph, a Grandmaster tier mage. However, Edward didn't doubt Owen's claim. He frowned deeply inside. You have no idea. Middle-earth is in an uproar over this. Pyrothrone Kingdom has vowed to kill you at any cost to avenge Prince Calden. This time, they've sent Sage tier experts, and not just one. There are even rumors that God tier experts might come. As Edward finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. They all knew Edward, the historian of Academy City, and knew that he wouldn't lie. If he said so, it meant that the forces of Middle-earth had truly been enraged by Owen and were determined to settle this once and for all. To mages outside of Middle-earth, a Master tier mage was already considered the pinnacle of power, let alone Grandmaster tier, Sage tier, or God tier experts. To them, these were beings of legend, terrifying in their power. Even for mages from Middle-earth, Sage tier and God tier experts were incredibly rare and formidable. In Middle-earth, such beings rarely made appearances. Once they did, no matter how extraordinary Owen was, he would be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. However, while everyone else was shaken by this news, Owen remained exceptionally calm. He simply said, don't worry. They may talk big, but they won't actually come to the continent. Edward frowned, thinking Owen was underestimating the situation. Pyrothrone Kingdom was a giant even within Middle-earth, and they would take Prince Calden's death very seriously. Owen, I don't understand where your confidence comes from. While it's true that entering the continent from Middle-earth can cause damage to anyone above the Sage tier through the teleportation array, just one successful arrival would be fatal for you. And your possession of the Supreme Order gives them reason enough to take that risk. Are you really counting on luck that they'll all perish during teleportation? Owen smiled and confidently patted Edward's shoulder. I never rely on luck. After speaking, he turned his attention to Rachel, who was still bound in chains. Rachel had initially felt a glimmer of hope that the arrival of Pyrothrone Kingdom's experts would be her salvation. But now, as Owen looked at her with a smile, a chill ran down her spine. She shrank back and warned Owen, I advise you to give up. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to force the Academy to do anything. If you surrender now, I might leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, with Pyrothrone Kingdom's temperament, they'll make you wish you were dead. Owen didn't bother responding to her threats. Instead, he reached out and, as easily as lifting a small chick, carried her into a secluded chamber at the back of the group. This chamber had originally been prepared as a resting place for Calden, luxurious and fully equipped. It blocked all external sights and perceptions. Chapter 176. Chapter 176 Negotiation Rights. When Owen led Rachel alone to the secret chamber, the Dragon Princess and Ymir felt a jolt of unease, suspecting Owen had ill intentions. They immediately moved to intercept him. Owen, having anticipated their actions, glanced back at them with a sharp look that locked onto the two. The mind power he had enhanced through the silver tier was released, exerting a mental pressure that twisted the void like two invisible hands, pinning them firmly in place. The men in the group, including Henry, were momentarily stunned by this display, followed by a tint of envy. Who wouldn't want to abduct a stunning beauty? Moreover, seeing Owen deliberately stopping the Dragon Princess and Ymir while taking the defenseless Rachel into the secret chamber alone made them think all sorts of things. After all, in the eyes of Henry and the other prodigies of Middle-earth, Rachel, with her unparalleled beauty, was a goddess beyond reach. Many of the female mages present, meanwhile, gazed dreamily at Owen's departing figure, unable to hide their admiration as they started to drool. The mere thought of being taken into a secret chamber by a handsome man like Owen, to be at his mercy, made their faces flush and their thighs involuntarily tighten. Inside the secret chamber, Rachel's heart pounded as she faced Owen's cold expression. Feeling at a loss, she kept retreating until she found herself against the cold wall of the chamber. What do you want? Rachel put on a facade of bravery, but her trembling voice betrayed her fear, as though she might bite her tongue and kill herself if Owen came any closer. Seeing her in such a state, Owen realized that her spirit was under significant pressure, and her former arrogance had dissipated. Only then did he speak, listen to my orders carefully, and I promise not to harm you. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for what happens. Do you understand? What do you want me to do? Rachel hesitantly asked, noticing that Owen's gaze lacked any lecherous intent. First, bring out the heirloom of your melodic academy, the lunar disc, and then contact your academy's dean, Owen ordered, gesturing for her to proceed. According to the original intel, Rachel had been using this disc to quickly level up, and it was also the medium through which she communicated with the dean and the academy's higher-ups. The lunar disc. Hearing that Owen had set his sights on this treasure, Rachel's heart skipped a beat. The fact that she carried this heirloom was a closely guarded secret. How could Owen be so certain? Or was he merely testing her? Feigning confusion, Rachel replied, the lunar disc is the Academy's heirloom. Even the dean cannot easily access it. How could it be with me? Before she could finish, Owen's expression darkened slightly, and an invisible mental force rippled out from his eyes. Rachel barely had time to react before the slave chain around her neck quivered, emitting a powerful suppressive force that made her feel as though she was carrying a massive weight, rendering her immobile. I told you not to play tricks, but you just wouldn't listen, would you? Owen shook his head slightly. Under Rachel's fiery gaze, he reached towards her back. Owen's hand was rough, and as it approached, Rachel's pupil shrank. As the top student of Melodic Academy, she had never been so humiliated. But no matter how much she struggled, the slave chain suppression prevented her from moving. All she could do was watch helplessly as Owen's hand traced from her white neck down to the special circular sigil on her back. As soon as his hand made contact with the tattoo-like sigil, it flashed with a dazzling pure white light and transformed into a palm-sized disc of light that shot towards Owen's neck. Rachel, who had been full of rage, now showed a hint of cold satisfaction in her eyes. This lunar disc was one of the divine artifacts, and even she, as its temporary wielder, handled it with great caution, fearing its backlash. How dare Owen, an outsider, try to take it by hand he was courting death. However, to Rachel's shock, just as the disc's sharp white light began to swirl, it was caught in Owen's palm, forcibly subdued, and its glow dimmed slightly. The disc's innate arrogance was crushed in Owen's grip, weakening considerably. How is this possible? The lunar disc is a divine artifact. How could you suppress it with your bare hands? What did you do? Rachel's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. The lunar disc, being a divine artifact, was known for its arrogance. Even the dean, a formidable figure, struggled to fully tame it. Rachel herself had spent considerable effort to gain its approval. But now, Owen had subdued it with just his hand. How could this be? Rachel's outburst was ignored by Owen. Ever since he had merged the Godslayer staff into his body through armament merge, he had acquired the Supreme of All's unique constitution. Even though the lunar disc was a divine artifact, it couldn't pose any threat to him, nor would it dare act out in his presence. After playing with the lunar disc for a moment, Owen infused it with his mana. Sensing the unfamiliar mana invading, the disc shuddered slightly, and a seal deep within it cracked with a creak. Following this, the projection of an elderly man in a white mage's robe with silver hair and a white beard emerged from the disc. His eyes were deep, as if they had witnessed the changes of eons, and the shimmering visions of the cosmos occasionally appeared and vanished around him, exuding an air of profound mystery. As soon as the elder appeared, the air in the secret chamber seemed to boil. An unimaginable pressure emanated from him, shaking the void like molten lava. Then, he glanced at Owen, and a murderous intent flashed in his deep eyes. He clenched his right hand in the air, and the space around Owen began to collapse, shrinking like a prison, warping Owen's body as if to crush him on the spot. Dean, seeing the projection of the dean appear and attack Owen directly, Rachel's heart surged with excitement. No matter how powerful or strange Owen's abilities were, what did it matter? The dean's power was unfathomable, ranking among the top in Middle-earth and revered by countless mages. Even a mere projection of his was beyond Owen's ability to contend with. However, to Rachel's surprise, Owen remained calm despite the attack from the renowned Dean of Melodic Academy. He casually glanced at the elder and said, you must be the Dean of Melodic Academy, Richter, correct? I'm Owen. If you don't want anything to happen to your top disciple, I suggest you behave yourself. As he spoke, the figure of Owen trapped in the collapsing space suddenly dissolved into mana and vanished. At the same time, Owen stepped out of the void behind Rachel, placing a hand on her shoulder with a confident smile. The Melodic Academy's dean, who had been prepared to kill Owen, slowly relaxed his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. No wonder you dared to kidnap Rachel and threaten Melodic Academy. You do have some skill, Dean Richter remarked calmly, eyeing Owen with his confident and relaxed demeanor, making no further move to attack. Although Owen was despicable for threatening one of the 3 great academies of Middle-earth, Rachel's safety was paramount. From the brief exchange, it was clear that Owen's methods were peculiar, and it would be difficult to eliminate him quickly. Moreover, the slave chain around Rachel's neck was already causing him concern. Any rash action could result in irreparable harm to her. Therefore, to be safe, he decided to talk things over with Owen, especially since Owen didn't seem intent on killing Rachel. After a brief pause, he looked around the secret chamber and said cautiously, you brought Rachel here alone and summoned me. Whatever your intentions are, just say it clearly. If your demands aren't excessive, I might consider them. Dean Richter spoke conservatively, suspecting that Owen's intentions were likely related to the Pyrothrone Kingdom, which had recently taken an interest in him. Seeing the Dean's caution, Owen smiled slightly. Actually, my demands are simple just. 2. As long as Melodic Academy agrees, I'll release Rachel and all your Academy's prodigies unharmed. Chapter 177. Chapter 177 Owen's 2 demands. Are you serious? Seeing that Owen seemed inclined to negotiate, Dean Richter looked at him skeptically. Of course I'm serious. The reason I kidnapped Rachel and want to negotiate with your Melodic Academy is because Middle-earth forced me into this. If you hadn't attacked me, would I be doing all of this for fun? Owen snorted, turning the question back on him. Watching Owen play the victim, Dean Richter's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, Middle-earth was the first to make a move against Owen, but Owen's retaliation killing Calden and several protectors was clearly excessive. Even before Melodic Academy's people had made a move against him, Owen had either killed or enslaved them, and now he was threatening the Academy. For someone like that to claim to be a victim was something Richter found hard to accept. However, outwardly, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, the various forces of Middle-earth may have been too aggressive this time, but our Melodic Academy had no part in it. Consider the deaths of those 2 protectors as our apology. As long as you release Rachel, I can swear on my position as Dean that Melodic Academy will not pursue this matter any further. Richter followed Owen's words, trying to extricate the Academy and Rachel from the situation. Hearing this, Owen chuckled and said, I appreciate your sincerity, Dean Richter. Since Melodic Academy also bears some responsibility in this matter, I have a simple request. Help me keep Pyrothrone Kingdom at bay for 1 year. Make sure they don't bother me. That's my first condition. Keep Pyrothrone Kingdom at bay for a year. Rachel, standing in front of Owen, instinctively shook her head repeatedly. Pyrothrone Kingdom was a colossal force within Middle-earth, with countless powerful figures. The Emperor of Pyrothrone Kingdom was known to be extremely protective. After Owen killed Prince Calden, the entire kingdom, from top to bottom, would undoubtedly be enraged and would not let Owen off easily. Asking them to stay quiet for a year was almost impossible. Moreover, while Melodic Academy wielded considerable influence in Middle-earth, being one of the 3 ancient academies, it was a relatively loose and neutral organization, rarely involving itself in the conflicts of other powers. Owen was simply dreaming if he thought he could threaten the Academy into acting. Owen, when you killed Calden, you should have anticipated Pyrothrone Kingdom's retaliation. This isn't the time to be grasping at straws. Our Academy cannot help you with this, Rachel said directly, attempting to reject Owen's demand. To her, this request was simply impossible. Even if Melodic Academy decided to intervene and prevent Pyrothrone Kingdom from acting against Owen, it wouldn't be justifiable. However, Owen ignored Rachel and instead focused on the hesitant and conflicted Dean Richter, speaking slowly. Dean, if Melodic Academy steps in, Pyrothrone Kingdom will surely respect that. A year's time isn't an unreasonable request for either of you, is it? Pyrothrone Kingdom is fiercely protective. You're overestimating our academy's influence. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this, Dean Richter sighed, shaking his head slightly. Seeing his refusal, Owen wasn't surprised. He pointed upward. If you can't make this decision, why not consult with your academy's founding mage? At these words, both Rachel and Dean Richter's pupils shrank slightly. The academy's founding mage was ancient, the very foundation upon which the academy stood as one of the three great institutions of Middle-earth. This mage had surpassed the god tier and was in seclusion, known only to a select few. Most people in Middle-earth believed that he had either perished or ascended. Owen's confident mention of the founding dean made it clear he knew some of the academy's deepest secrets, which troubled Richter deeply. Out of caution, Richter decided to consult with the founding dean. After a brief moment, he received the response, permission granted. The founding dean had agreed. This development caused Richter's brows to furrow even deeper. However, when he turned back to Owen, his expression softened into a smile. Owen, after careful consideration by the academy, I can formally agree to your first condition. Although Owen had already suspected that Melodic Academy would eventually agree to his request, hearing Dean Richter's confirmation still brought him some relief. Good, good. I trust in the credibility of both you and your academy's founding dean. Now, I have just one final small request, Owen said, his expression growing more serious. Your academy should have some information regarding the unsealing of the Godslayer staff. Don't deny it. Your academy was involved in shattering it back then. Hearing this, Richter's heart shook. He had already learned from his earlier investigation that Owen wielded the Godslayer staff, but the fact that Owen knew about the academy's involvement in the staff sealing shocked him. Where did he get this information? Shaken, Dean Richter repeatedly shook his head, denying the claim. Owen, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but there's no such information in our academy. That was ages ago. Your intel must be mistaken. Owen didn't reply, simply staring at Richter. Richter held his ground, meeting Owen's gaze without backing down. The matter of the Godslayer staff was too important. Middle-earth had expended untold resources in effort to disperse and seal it. If the Godslayer staff were fully unsealed, it would undoubtedly cause widespread chaos. No matter what, he couldn't agree to Owen's demand. Are you really unwilling to give me the information? Owen's brow furrowed, his tone taking on a more threatening edge as he questioned Richter's firm stance. There truly is no such information. Richter shook his head firmly. Is that so? Owen, seeing Richter's unwavering attitude, snorted coldly before turning a lecherous gaze towards Rachel. He licked his lips, saying, then I guess I'll have to perform a live show right here. Is Melodic Academy's top student, someone your academy has invested so much in, you must be quite right. At these words, flames of rage ignited in Richter's eyes, and he was filled with the urge to tear Owen apart on the spot. Owen, don't you dare. Let's see if I dare or not. Owen didn't waste any time, reaching out to tear open Rachel's gown, revealing her snow-white neck and her graceful figure. Seeing Owen's sudden action, Richter panicked and quickly softened his tone, saying, Owen, didn't we already agree to help you keep Pyrothrone Kingdom at bay for a year? We can talk this over. Seeing Richter's reaction, Owen finally paused and gave a wicked smile. I've already said, I have only two requests. If you agree to them, I won't harm Rachel. When the time comes, I'll return her to your academy unharmed. But if you continue with this false reluctance, there's no guarantee she'll remain a virgin. Hearing this, Richter quickly suppressed his urge to argue and swiftly changed his stance, saying, to be honest, I just checked our records. We do have some information related to the Godslayer staff. Rachel, who had been in a state of panic, was furious when she saw the dean cave into Owen's threats, especially after Owen mentioned her virginity. Just moments ago, the dean had been firm, but now he was backing down. Dean, my body is a small matter, but the Godslayer staff is not. We cannot compromise with this villain. Rachel, though deeply concerned about her virginity, couldn't stand to see the dean being manipulated by Owen. Ha ha ha, Owen couldn't help but laugh aloud at Rachel's words. It seems you really don't know anything. Chapter 178, Chapter 178 all part of the plan, Rachel's breakdown. Owen's laughter echoed throughout the secret chamber. Dean Richter's face darkened, and a sense of foreboding began to creep into his heart. Rachel, on the other hand, furrowed her brows, staring at Owen. What didn't she know? Was there something she should have known? Under Rachel's questioning gaze, Owen squinted his eyes and sighed with a click of his tongue. Even now, you're still in the dark, fooled by your academy. The reason they care so much about whether you're a virgin is because you possess the bloodline of the ancient succubus progenitor. As you level up, if you lose your virginity, the person who takes it will experience a significant breakthrough in their own level. The founder of Melodic Academy, that first king, has been stuck at a bottleneck in his advancement. They've invested so many resources and efforts into you, hoping to use you to break through that barrier. Owen's words fell like sharp blades, piercing deep into Rachel's heart, leaving it bleeding. Her mind became hazy, unable to believe that this could be true. But as she thought back, ever since she joined Melodic Academy, the way the mentors looked at her had always been different, very special, unlike how they treated other students. And as one of the top 3 academies in Middle-earth, Melodic Academy had produced countless geniuses, yet it seemed they favored her above all others. This had caused some dissatisfaction among other students at the academy. At the time, she believed the academy valued her talent, and she felt deeply touched and grateful. The academy had greatly helped her achieve her current status and power. But now, it seemed she had been deeply manipulated. Nonsense. Rachel, the academy's investment in you is entirely selfless. Owen is just slandering us. Dean Richter quickly refuted, his eyes glaring angrily at Owen. Slandering you? Owen smiled slightly. That's easy. I'll just take Rachel's first time and then return her to you unharmed. How about that? You, shameless. Dean Richter hadn't expected Owen to be so insistent on this matter. The problem was that he genuinely feared Owen might do something so shameless. Even though Rachel wasn't yet at her peak, her bloodline was still special, and taking her virginity would still result in significant power gains. Owen was sure of this and might really take advantage of Rachel. And someone with Rachel's unique bloodline was not easy to find. If Owen destroyed her, it would be impossible to find a suitable replacement in the short term. After a brief moment of consideration, not wanting Owen to continue using this as leverage, Richter nodded and said, I can agree to your second demand, but you absolutely cannot harm Rachel. If you do, even if Pyrothrone Kingdom is willing to let you go, Melodic Academy will make sure you're crushed to dust. Owen nodded at Richter's stern warning, saying, rest assured, Dean, as long as you cooperate with me sincerely, I won't harm Rachel in the slightest. Richter's quick agreement to his second demand clearly showed his concern about Rachel's virginity being taken. At this moment, Rachel's expression became utterly lifeless. Although Richter had repeatedly denied it, his actions, especially his swift agreement with Owen, made it clear that she was just a tool. The dean, who she had once viewed as venerable and kind, had crumbled in her eyes, revealing himself as a snarling demon, terrifying and hideous. Owen immediately sensed the change in Rachel's mood, feeling a deep satisfaction. Ruining other schemes didn't give him the slightest guilt. Dean Richter's projection also noticed Rachel's shift in aura, but there was nothing he could say or do now. All he could do was wait until Rachel returned to the academy, where they would try to compensate her. The plan would still need to proceed. Soon, Dean Richter's projection faded away, and Owen opened the chamber door, leading a distraught Rachel out. As the door opened, Ymir and the Dragon Princess, who had been anxiously waiting outside, immediately rushed in with nervous expressions. Upon entering, they saw Rachel standing there, her eyes hollow, her chest exposed where her clothes had been violently torn, tears streaming down her face. Both the Dragon Princess and Ymir felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. It seemed Owen had indeed done something terrible to Rachel. Owen, you beast. Owen, I really misjudged you. The two women's eyes blazed with fury as they berated Owen. Owen's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly shook his head. Hold on, do you really think I'd take advantage of someone in such a situation? You're overthinking it. With that, he stepped aside. The two women glanced at Owen suspiciously, then rushed to Rachel's side. Rachel remained in deep despair, and seeing her familiar sister in the Dragon Princess, she felt she had found a pillar of support. Her sense of grievance only grew, causing her to cry even harder, her body trembling. Ymir, as Rachel's sister, didn't know what had happened, but her heart ached deeply. She quickly pulled Rachel into her arms, gently patting her back to comfort her. It's okay, your sister is here. The Dragon Princess, who had never seen Rachel so vulnerable, was also deeply pained. She stood by Rachel's side, glaring at Owen, acting as a shield between him and Rachel. Rachel, revenge is a dish best served cold. While we may not have the strength now, that doesn't mean we won't in the future. You're the top student of the academy. In time. The Dragon Princess, fearing that this incident would deal a fatal blow to Rachel, hurriedly tried to comfort her, but upon hearing the mention of the academy, Rachel's heart trembled. She then suddenly turned her head to look at Owen, her expression complicated. The Dragon Princess and Ymir, not knowing the truth, became tense. Though you were despicable, I still thank you for telling me the truth. Rachel's words left both the Dragon Princess and Ymir puzzled. What was going on? Shouldn't Rachel be filled with hatred for Owen right now? Why was she thanking him, and what was this so-called truth? Just as the two were about to question her, Rachel spoke first. I'm fine, I just want to be alone for a while. Ymir took another careful look at Rachel, noticing that while her chest was disheveled, the rest of her clothes were intact. It seemed that Owen hadn't actually done anything to her. Realizing she had misunderstood the situation out of concern, Ymir felt a bit relieved and her gaze toward Owen softened slightly. She gently stroked Rachel's long black hair, then, as if struck by a thought, she stood up and walked toward the door. At the doorway, she stopped and looked back at Owen. Owen, could we speak privately? Owen hesitated briefly, then nodded and followed Ymir out of the chamber. Once outside, Ymir led Owen to a deserted grassland, where she snapped her fingers, erecting a magical barrier around them, isolating them from all outside perception. Inside the barrier, Owen's expression grew slightly serious. Although he hadn't interacted much with Ymir, he knew that she was John's mentor, a crucial character in the original story, and she had been extremely helpful to him in the past. Now that John had gone astray and she was being so serious, Owen couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was about to happen. Ymir studied Owen for a moment, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. John was someone I valued greatly. I always believed he was destined to change the continent, perhaps even Middle-earth itself. And indeed, he did not disappoint. He grew quickly, smart, resilient, and with great fortune. However, everything changed when he met you. When I first saw you, I felt you were different from others. After your repeated victories over John, I became even more certain of it. Perhaps you're the one destined to change the continent and Middle-earth. Or perhaps you've already changed them. Looking back, your journey of cultivation and growth has been filled with miracles and impossibilities. Before you, the continent had never seen a mage like you. Perhaps handing the Godslayer staff over to you is the right choice after all. Chapter 179. Chapter 179. The Royal Tomb of Kyric. Within the pale purple magical barrier, Ymir's tall, striking figure hovered above the ground. Her long legs, as white as ivory, added a certain allure, as though she was a vision seen through a mist, despite her being in a spirit form. However, Owen's focus wasn't on Ymir's appearance but entirely on what she represented. The Godslayer staff. Was Ymir planning to give him all the information about the Godslayer staff? In the original story, Ymir was the one who knew all the clues about the Godslayer staff. It was through her help that the original protagonist, John, managed to fully grasp and unseal the Godslayer staff. Owen, on the other hand, had painstakingly gathered bits of information about the Godslayer staff from the system's hints. If Ymir were to reveal everything to him now, it would be an enormous advantage. After all, Melodic Academy had agreed to help him fend off Pyrothrone Kingdom for a year under the threat of Rachel's virginity. But after a year, the enraged Pyrothrone Kingdom would surely come after him with a vengeance. Melodic Academy might also secretly plot against him, not to mention other forces in Middle-earth eyeing the Supreme Order. His situation was far from secure. Unsealing the Godslayer staff would be a massive shortcut, significantly boosting his combat power within that year. As Owen's gaze grew more surprised than expectant, Ymir reflected on her past interactions with Owen. Finally, she made up her mind, and a ripple passed through her forehead. A scroll imbued with a part of her spirit slowly floated toward Owen. When Owen caught the scroll, detailed information about the Godslayer staff immediately flooded his mind. At the end of this information, Ymir's voice echoed in his thoughts. Although you are known to others as ruthless, violent, and uncontrollable, a demon king of sorts, I know that sometimes you act out of necessity. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have nearly restored the Godslayer staff. I'm leaving now. After being away from Middle-earth for so many years, I want to return. Also, during this year, please take care of my sister Rachel for me. Hearing this, Owen abruptly opened his eyes and looked around. The purple barrier had already vanished, and Ymir's figure had disappeared without a trace. Owen sighed in slight regret, wondering when and under what circumstances he would see her again. Since Rachel is your sister, I will take good care of her. As for the clues about the Godslayer staff, I will gather them one by one, Owen said seriously, even though Ymir was no longer there. He then carefully examined the memory Ymir had left behind. It contained all the clues about unsealing the remaining parts of the Godslayer staff, and many of these clues were quite detailed. Not long after, when Owen returned to where Henry and the other Middle-earth prodigies were, most of them greeted him with obsequious smiles. Owen, now that you've secured Rachel, isn't it time to let us go? Owen had shown incredible daring, and none of them knew what further trouble might follow if they stayed with him. Moreover, both Pyrothrone Kingdom and Melodic Academy were forces they didn't dare provoke, and Owen had already created significant enmity with both. If they didn't seize the chance to leave now, they feared being labeled as his accomplices, with no way to avoid a terrible fate. Seeing the eager looks on their faces, Owen slowly said, it's not impossible to let you go, but you have to help me with one last task. Once that's done, you can return to Middle-earth. Hearing this, Henry and the others felt a glimmer of hope. Returning to Middle-earth seemed possible. However, they also knew Owen was unpredictable, and whatever he asked them to do wouldn't be simple, making them a bit anxious. Henry nervously rubbed his hands together, cautiously asking, Owen, what do you want us to do? As long as it's within our capabilities, we'll do our best. Seeing Henry and the others on edge, Owen replied nonchalantly, don't worry. It's something you can handle. I just need you to help me unseal the Godslayer staff. Simply put, we're going to cause some trouble in Kyric. Cause trouble in Kyric. Henry and the others instinctively frowned, feeling even more apprehensive. Kyric was one of the most powerful nations on the continent, even renowned in Middle-earth. It was rumored to have secret dealings with several Middle-earth factions, making it far from an ordinary kingdom. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a teleportation array connecting Middle-earth to the continent within Kyric's territory. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Owen's gaze swept over them, questioning their hesitation. Henry and the others trembled, forcing themselves to nod quickly, willing, of course, were. Willing, but it didn't seem like Owen was asking they were orders. If they refused, Owen wouldn't hesitate to deal with them harshly, nor would he let them leave. The fate of the Carolingian Kingdom princess, who had died not long ago, served as a stark warning. Their only option now was to follow Owen down this dark path. Good, with your help, this task is sure to succeed. Owen nodded with satisfaction, then reopened the scroll Ymir had left him, carefully reviewing the clues about unsealing the Godslayer staff in Kyric. As he delved deeper, even he was momentarily taken aback by what he found. The next seal was located in the royal tomb of Kyric. This royal tomb, in the original story, was renowned as one of the 4 great forbidden zones on the continent because it contained all the Empire's defensive formations and countless undead creatures. It was a place where anyone who entered never returned. That a fragment of the Godslayer staff was hidden in such a dangerous place. However, upon further reflection, Owen's expression quickly returned to calm. He wasn't alone anymore. He had these prodigies from Middle-earth to use as pawns, and his own strength had reached Diamond Tier level 8. He was no longer afraid of any Master Tier mage. Even though the royal tomb of Kyric was a dragon's lair, it might still be worth the risk. Everyone, according to what I know, a fragment of the Godslayer staff is now in the royal tomb of Kyric. This time, I'll need all of you to give it your all, Owen declared. At this, the Middle-earth prodigies erupted into panic. Damn, the royal tomb of Kyric. That's one of the 4 forbidden zones, filled with countless vicious zombies and curses. They say that once you enter, there's no coming back. Why would it be in such a dangerous place? Besides zombies and curses, there are countless traps and formations in there. This is way too dangerous. As Middle-earth's prodigies, they were well versed in the continent's layout. While they could freely roam most of the continent, the 4 forbidden zones were places even they wouldn't dare to venture into lightly. Fear spread quickly among them as they discussed the tomb's many terrifying legends. The tomb was ancient, and because almost no one had ever returned after entering, its interior remained largely a mystery. Most of what was known came from rumors and legends. They couldn't say for sure what dangers lurked within, only that it was a place to be avoided at all costs. Unlike them, Owen, having read the original story, had a fairly clear understanding of the tomb's contents. The zombies within were powerful, numbering in the tens of thousands, forming terrifying hordes. Even more dangerous were the 4 strongest generals in Kyric's history, who had been turned into undead guardians of the tomb. Additionally, within the tomb lay the Fountain of Youth's waters in the body of Kyric's founding emperor. In the original story, this emperor sought immortality through the Fountain of Youth and had this palace built, where he placed himself in a deep sleep, surrounded by countless undead to guard his tomb. His plan was to devour the fountain's waters upon waking and ascend to God tier. However, in the original story, before he could achieve God tier, he was stabbed to death by Leslie. All in all, while the royal tomb of Kyric was undoubtedly perilous, Owen was determined to obtain the fragment of the Godslayer staff hidden within, no matter the danger. Chapter 180. Chapter 180. Pyrothrone Kingdom's killing intent. As the Middle-earth prodigies were fervently discussing the situation, Edward couldn't help but step forward, concern evident in his voice. Owen, according to the records in Academy City, the dangers within that tomb are immeasurable. Moreover, once Kyric discovers our intentions, they will undoubtedly mobilize their entire nation to stop you. While their strength may not match that of Middle-earth's forces, their numbers are not to be underestimated. Are you certain about this course of action? To Edward, Owen's plan seemed like another one of his audacious, continent-shaking schemes practically impossible to achieve. Owen's expression remained resolute as he responded without hesitation, the Godslayer staff must be unsealed, and no one will stand in my way. If the royal family of Kyric tries to stop me, then we'll annihilate them first. It's not out of the question. As soon as Owen's words fell, it was as if a thunderclap had erupted across the sky, sending a shiver down the spines of everyone present. Having spent time around Owen, they knew that once he made up his mind, nothing no matter how difficult could change it. Once again, the continent was on the verge of upheaval. Owen's deep gaze turned back to Edward, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, Edward, I hear the position of Academy City's head professor will soon be up for grabs. If you help me, you'll have a shot at that position. Hearing Owen's words, Edward's eyes immediately lit up. The head professor's upcoming ascension to Middle-earth was a settled matter, and his position had already become the target of countless ambitions within Academy City, including Edward's own. After all, who in Academy City didn't aspire to reach the pinnacle, to become the person who leads and sets historical records for the city? However, that position was not one just anyone could occupy. Up until now, it had been a distant dream for Edward, with his current strength, status, and influence still far from what was required. But with Owen's backing, Edward realized he might actually stand a chance. Even if he didn't secure the position this time, his future prospects would greatly improve. Given Owen's rising strength and influence across the continent, his opinions would increasingly shape decisions even within neutral Academy City. Owen, are you serious? Edward swallowed nervously, the temptation in Owen's words almost too great to resist. As long as Owen confirmed his promise, Edward would be willing to take on any risk, no matter how dangerous. Of course, I'm serious. Owen nodded without hesitation. The royal tomb of Kyric was extremely perilous, and to ensure success, Owen needed to rally every available ally. Edward, with his strong combat abilities and access to Academy City's intelligence network, could provide invaluable support. With Owen's confirmation, Edward's face flushed with excitement as he glimpsed a bright future ahead. At that moment, the sound of bodies descending through the air filled the area. Charlotte, leading a group of Dark Rose operatives, landed around Owen like raindrops. Each of them wore solemn expressions, dressed in tight, black gowns that accentuated their curvaceous figures, drawing the gazes of many men who couldn't help but stare and swallow with desire. However, these Dark Rose members seemed oblivious, kneeling before Owen under Charlotte's lead. Their voices, both alluring and sharp, rang out in unison. Owen, Dark Rose operatives number 1 through 99 are here, ready to follow your orders. Owen was somewhat surprised as he scanned the group around him. Dark Rose was Leslie's most trusted personal guard, each member a battle-hardened warrior and part of a continental intelligence network. Typically, they only answered to Leslie's commands. Why had all the top-tier operatives gathered here? Noticing Owen's confusion, Charlotte quickly reported, Owen, it was the young lady's order first to assist you. Upon hearing this, Owen nodded in understanding. He guessed that after Stanley relayed the message to Leslie, she had decided to deploy her most trusted Dark Rose operatives as a precaution. Now, with Edward, a historian of Academy City, on his side and Leslie's Dark Rose at his command, Owen felt more confident than ever. The combined forces of these two top-tier intelligence agencies would bolster his efforts significantly. The others present looked at the formidable Dark Rose women with a mix of awe and fear. As Leslie's power over the Azure Kingdom grew, the presence of Dark Rose operatives became more widespread across various regions. These women, as beautiful as they were deadly, were like their name roses with thorns, cold-blooded and ruthless, responsible for the deaths of many powerful figures and officials. The mere sight of them was enough to make many shudder in fear. For a moment, the Middle-earth prodigies felt as if Kyrick was on the brink of a bloody storm. Owen, at that moment, the door to the secret chamber opened, and the Dragon Princess emerged, leading Rachel out. Her expression was complicated as she looked at Owen. Through her earlier conversation with Rachel in the room, the Dragon Princess had learned that Owen hadn't taken advantage of Rachel in her vulnerable state. Instead, he had exposed Melodic Academy's plot against her. What initially seemed like persecution now appeared to be a form of protection through enslavement. It seemed she had misjudged Owen. However, her pride prevented her from apologizing directly, so she awkwardly said, "Owen, be careful and don't hurt Rachel. If I find out you have any ill intentions towards her, I'll fight you with all the strength of my dragon clan." With that harsh warning, the Dragon Princess quickly turned and left. Just moments before, she had received a message from her clan urging her to return as soon as possible. Owen, who is she? After the Dragon Princess left, Charlotte and the other Dark Rose women couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Rachel, who now looked pitiful with her red, swollen eyes. Rachel was exceptionally beautiful and carried herself with an extraordinary presence. Due to the emotional turmoil she had endured, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Owen, instinctively standing beside him and clinging to his arm. This display of intimacy caused Charlotte and the others to frown slightly. As Leslie's personal guards, they were well aware of how much their young lady valued Owen. Seeing this, Butterfly, trying to seduce Owen in Leslie's absence was infuriating. "She's my slave now, you don't need to worry. I'll take her back to the room and settle her first," Owen said, noticing the disapproving looks from Charlotte and the others. He knew they might have misunderstood the situation but didn't bother explaining further. He just wanted to ensure Rachel was taken care of before they tackled the royal tomb. Kyrick, if anything happened to Rachel, it would be a burden he couldn't bear. As Owen led Rachel back to the secret chamber, news of Owen's killing of Crown Prince Calden spread like wildfire across Pyrothrone Kingdom in Middle-earth, causing an uproar. In Middle-earth, Pyrothrone Kingdom was a dominant force, known for its strength and aggressive nature. They were the ones who bullied others, and no one dared to act against them, especially not against someone of royal bloodline like a prince. Now, a figure of such importance had been brutally killed outside Middle-earth by a barbarian from a remote land. For the warlike Pyrothrone Kingdom, this was not just a devastating loss but also an unbearable humiliation. The entourage that left Middle-earth for the continent was lavish, even including Grandmaster tier protectors. Yet despite this, Crown Prince Calden had been slain. Such a colossal grudge could only be avenged with blood. As tension simmered, everyone from Pyrothrone Kingdom's officials and citizens to the various factions beyond its borders held their breath, anticipating a storm of revenge to be unleashed upon the continent. Within Pyrothrone Kingdom, elite troops, great generals, and even more powerful sage-tier mages were all on high alert, poised to strike at the continent and destroy Owen once and for all. In the royal court, where the kingdom's nobility, high officials, and venerated mages gathered, the Emperor of Pyrothrone Kingdom sat on his throne. His eyes were filled with rage, his face flushed with fury, veins bulging with murderous intent. "Owen, that wretch, lawless and brazen, daring to slaughter my son. Hear me, generals, go to the continent, capture him, and tear him apart, so that his soul is condemned for eternity." As his cold voice echoed through the hall, the Emperor angrily picked up a golden token from the table and hurled it toward the assembled warriors below. Chapter 181. Chapter 181 Planning before the storm. In the Grand Hall, the golden token thrown by the Pyrothrone Kingdom Emperor suddenly hovered in midair, and the surrounding space rippled like water. Moments later, the Melodic Academy's dean, Richter, appeared out of nowhere. Richter extended his aged hand, catching the token that signified the order to move against Owen. As he rubbed the heavy, cold token between his fingers, he sighed softly. "Your Majesty, I urge you to reconsider taking action against Owen." The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the hall froze in place. They had not expected Richter, the dean of Melodic Academy, to personally appear here. Even more surprising was that he had come to prevent Pyrothrone Kingdom from taking action against Owen. Everyone in Middle-earth knew that Owen had killed the Crown Prince. How could such a grievous crime go unpunished? "Dean Richter, I respect you as the head of Melodic Academy, a man of great stature, but this is a private matter for Pyrothrone Kingdom. Even if you value that wretched Owen's talent, you have no right to interfere here." The Pyrothrone King slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Richter. Although Melodic Academy's power and influence exceeded that of Pyrothrone Kingdom, the death of the Crown Prince was like a sharp thorn lodged deep in the king's heart. No one could plead for Owen's life. The other ministers in the hall, feeling the king's anger, remained silent, though they looked at Richter with a mix of confusion and respect. Many of them had studied at Melodic Academy and were once Richter's students. They held him in high regard and didn't want to make things difficult for him. However, they also couldn't understand why Richter would defend Owen, especially with such firm resolve. "Your Majesty, I'm not saying you shouldn't avenge Prince Calden, but I ask that you refrain from any retaliatory action against Owen for 1 year. After that year, Melodic Academy will not interfere," Richter said, addressing the enraged Pyrothrone King in a tone that, though polite, left no room for negotiation. "Why?" The Pyrothrone King stared intently at Richter. Although Pyrothrone Kingdom and Melodic Academy were both top powers in Middle-earth, there had been little conflict or interaction between them. For Richter to personally intervene and stop the king from avenging his son left the king utterly perplexed. Naturally, Richter couldn't reveal that Owen had blackmailed him or the secret concerning Rachel. He merely responded calmly, "If Pyrothrone Kingdom takes any action against Owen within this year, it will be considered an act of war against Melodic Academy." At these words, the Pyrothrone King and his ministers were all stunned, their minds buzzing, unable to believe what they had just heard. Attacking Owen would be considered a declaration of war against Melodic Academy. If before, Richter's intervention seemed like a personal favor or a recognition of Owen's talent, this declaration changed everything. War was a harsh and ultimate response, signaling an unresolvable conflict between two powers. Once war broke out, regardless of who was right or wrong, the outcome would be devastating, with heavy losses on both sides. Moreover, Melodic Academy had a deeper foundation, with alumni and influence spread throughout Middle-earth. In a full-scale war, Pyrothrone Kingdom might not be able to hold its own. But for Melodic Academy, which had always remained neutral and refrained from engaging in such conflicts, to now threaten war over Owen was unprecedented. Even the enraged Pyrothrone King paused, his cold voice trembling slightly as he said, "Dean Richter, although you are the head of the Academy, this is a grave matter, and it's not something you can decide on your own." The other ministers nodded in agreement. Although Richter held a high position in Melodic Academy, dragging the Academy into the quagmire of war wasn't a decision he could make alone. Pyrathrone Kingdom was one of the most powerful kingdoms in Middle-earth. If they were to delay avenging the Crown Prince because of a threat, it would be a severe blow to the kingdom's prestige and to the morale of its soldiers. So, at this moment, nearly everyone in the hall sided with the king. Richter had anticipated this and replied calmly, "Of course, I can't make this decision alone, but this is an order from the Academy's founder." An order from the Academy's founder. The people in the hall widened their eyes in shock, as if they had just heard something unbelievable. They knew that Melodic Academy was ancient, founded by a mage who had surpassed God tier, a figure known as the first king of the Academy. However, this first king was so ancient that most mages in Middle-earth believed he had long since passed away. But now, Richter claimed that the founder had issued an order. And that order was to hold back Pyrathrone Kingdom for a year. The Pyrathrone King collapsed back into his throat working for a moment as if to argue, but the words died in his throat. If this was an order from the first king, then it truly represented the will of the Academy. Moreover, the first king's strength was unfathomable. In the presence of such a powerful figure, there was no room for negotiation. This matter is understood by Pyrathrone Kingdom. Thank you, Dean Richter, for informing us, and may the first king live as long as the heavens and earth. In the end, even though the Pyrathrone King was filled with immense bitterness, he had no choice but to concede to Richter's demand. I hope you will honor your word. Just 1 year after that, Melodic Academy will not interfere in this matter, Richter said one final time before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. And vanishing. Damn it. Damn Melodic Academy. Damn Owen. After the court session ended, the Pyrathrone King, his heart seething with rage, stormed into the royal court and began smashing everything in sight. The once luxurious and orderly hall was soon left in ruins, filled with the cold, violent aura of his fury. Your Majesty, Melodic Academy has gone too far this time. At that moment, an old man in a black skull robe appeared ghost-like within the royal court. His face was covered with eerie black tattoos, and as he entered, everything in the hall began to decay and wither as if it had aged 1,000 years in an instant, filling the air with the stench of rot. Bishop Taylor, you've returned from your travels. The Pyrathrone King turned his head and, upon seeing the old man, his face lit up with joy. This Bishop Taylor was the Archbishop of Pyrathrone Kingdom's largest religious order, the Scorched Flame Church. He had long been the king's right-hand man. However, a few years ago, he had a revelation and decided to journey through the forbidden zones of Middle-earth. Now, he had finally returned. Yes, I have returned. Under your Majesty's rule, Pyrathrone Kingdom has flourished, and even in the forbidden zones, your renown is widely spoken of. Taylor bowed with clasped hands in salute. Hey, if my renown were truly that powerful, we wouldn't be humiliated by Melodic Academy. Like this, prevented from avenging my son's murder, the Pyrathrone King growled, his anger flaring up again despite Taylor's praise. Your Majesty, that's precisely why I'm here. Taylor's voice remained calm, but a cold glint flickered deep in his eyes, like a venomous snake, sending a chill down one's spine. Do you have a way to avenge my son immediately? The Pyrathrone King looked at him eagerly. Taylor paused for a moment before replying, Your Majesty, Melodic Academy is taking this matter very seriously. We should avoid taking direct action, as it could be detrimental to the Empire if discovered. However, if we cannot strike at Owen directly, we can make him come to us. We just need to kidnap the right person, and Owen will come to us on his own. At that point, even Melodic Academy won't have anything to say. Upon hearing this, the Pyrathrone King's spirits lifted. And who is this person we should kidnap? Taylor gave a mysterious smile. I know just the right candidate. In the Kyric Kingdom, among the group of Middle-earth prodigies led by Henry. After Owen brought Rachel back into the secret chamber, he contemplated briefly before leading her into a separate space. This space was something Owen had created recently by drawing on his understanding of the Dark Tower. It was his own personal domain, designed to nurture the growth of the World Tree. Currently, this vast, white space was almost completely empty, with nothing but the small, central World Tree, standing like a blank canvas. Now you have two choices, either stay outside and stick close to me, even if it means getting sick of each other, or stay here and help me tend to this tree for a year. I'll provide you with all the necessary supplies for living and training. I won't bother you otherwise, and after a year, I'll let you out. Chapter 182, Chapter 182 The Division of Labor. Inside the mysterious small space, Rachel, slightly dazed, looked at Owen, who had just given her the conditions. After a brief pause, she opened her somewhat pale lips and said, I'll stay here. Her voice was soft but firm. The impact that both Owen and Melodic Academy had on her was overwhelming. She needed some time alone to calm down. Seeing this, Owen didn't say much, only issuing a final warning, since you chose to stay here, you better not have any improper thoughts. Every thought you have will be known to me through the chains. Betrayal or escape will result in unimaginable pain. After speaking, Owen took out a large amount of cultivation resources, food, and water from his storage ring and placed them in front of Rachel. Once everything was arranged, Owen's thoughts moved, and he returned to the outside world, immediately beginning to organize a meeting between Academy City, the Middle-earth prisoner group, and Dark Rose. Inside a hastily set up tent, Owen sat at the head of the table, while the others were seated on either side, their expressions somewhat grave. While Owen had been away, they had already been discussing among themselves how to take down Kyric as quickly as possible. They were well aware of Kyric's strength. Although their current lineup was quite formidable, they knew that a head-on confrontation, even if victorious, would result in heavy losses. Owen glanced at the attendees, noting their grave expressions and understanding that they lacked confidence in the task at hand. He then turned to Edward and said, Edward, your intelligence network is extensive. I need you to provide detailed information on Kyric's 8 princes and the whereabouts of Kyric's relatives. 8 princes? Aren't there 9 princes in total? The young elites from Middle-earth were startled upon hearing this. Edward cast a glance at the Middle-earth elites and replied, your information is outdated. The eldest prince, Billy, has already been killed. What? The Middle-earth elites were shocked. The death of a Kyric prince was a significant event, and from Edward's tone, it seemed that Billy's death was connected to Owen. Was Owen always this bold? Edward ignored their shock. As someone who documented Owen's incredible feats, he was often left in awe. These Middle-earth elites, who had not experienced as much turmoil, couldn't possibly comprehend it. Master Owen, rest assured, I will take care of this, Edward Said, bowing as he accepted the task. As he accepted the task, Edward sensed that Owen's plan was likely more complicated than just kidnapping. However, since Owen didn't elaborate, Edward didn't ask further. He trusted that Owen's decisions were well considered and meticulously prepared, so there was no need to worry. After Edward left to fulfill his task, Owen turned to Charlotte. Dark Rose, I need you to coordinate with the Azure Army at the border. Once you receive the signal, immediately launch an attack on Kyric. Charlotte was startled and quickly asked, Master Owen, what exactly is the signal? Owen looked up at the sky and slowly replied, explosions in Kyric's 4 major cities. Charlotte and the Dark Rose members were all taken aback. Kyric's 4 major cities were vital, second only to the capital. Causing such explosions in those places wouldn't be easy. What exactly was Master Owen's plan? Curiosity and confusion surged within Charlotte and the members of Dark Rose. However, they didn't ask further, instead turning to carry out their assigned tasks. They knew that if Owen had decided to strike Kyric, he would go all out. This might be a war to annihilate Kyric. If they succeeded in this battle, the long-standing threat to Azure Kingdom could be eradicated. They would also gain Kyric's vast, fertile lands, restoring Azure Kingdom's prestige. The significance of this battle was immense, and there was no room for error. As Charlotte and Dark Rose left, Harry and the other Middle-earth elites looked even more serious as they gazed at Owen. From Owen's orders, it was clear that this was a life-and-death struggle with Kyric, and the battle would be brutal. They were all a bit apprehensive and nervous. After all, they had only heard of such nation-destroying wars, they had never participated in. 1. In the tense atmosphere, Harry glanced at the other Middle-earth elites beside him and quietly asked, "Master Owen, do we have any tasks?" Owen smiled and glanced at them, then lightly patted Harry's shoulder. "Your task is simple. Infiltrate the Kyric King's bedroom and steal the method to enter the royal tomb." "What, Master Owen, you must be joking, right?" Harry and the others looked horrified, their faces contorted into forced smiles. Owen spoke casually, but they knew this was no simple task. Kyric King's palace was guarded by numerous Master Tier mages and even, it was rumored, a Grand Master Tier mage. With their current strength, they couldn't possibly complete such a perilous task. "Master Owen, we're not even enough to be a snack for those guards," other Middle-earth elites quietly protested. Following Owen's instructions seemed like a suicide mission. They didn't want to fall in this desolate land. Their reaction was expected by Owen, and under his somewhat stern gaze, everyone gradually fell silent, all staring at him, hoping he would reconsider. "The plan is already set and cannot be changed. However, I will draw away the strong guards while you infiltrate Kyric King's bedroom. Just focus on completing the task." Owen offered them some reassurance in the end. Hearing that Owen would distract the powerful guards, Harry and the other Middle-earth elites breathed a slight sigh of relief. Without those Master Tier mages, and especially the Grand Master Tier mage, Kyric King's bedroom, though still dangerous, was no longer an insurmountable death trap. "Alright, start your preparations. This time, failure is not an option." With that, Owen took Serafina and flew towards the Kyric capital. The remaining Harry and others, their expression serious, also began their preparations. In the Kyric capital, within the palace, several senior ministers were gathered before the Kyric King, discussing the matter of Owen. The news that Owen had led Serafina and the Fallen Angel, wiping out the Crimson Dragon Legion, 200,000 elite soldiers, and several deputy generals, had already shaken Kyric to its core. Before this incident, Kyric's morale had been high, their forces advancing with unstoppable momentum. It seemed that once they took Ironkeep, Azure Kingdom would be within their grasp. However, Owen's intervention had led to a massive loss for Kyric's army, ruining their favorable position. Furthermore, according to frontline intelligence, Owen had brought a group of Middle-earth elites and was heading straight for the Kyric capital. "Your Majesty, Owen is too ruthless and cannot be judged by common sense. In my opinion, we must send at least 2 Master Tier mages and 4 Diamond Tier mages to capture him. Isn't the Minister of War overestimating him a bit? While it's true that he killed several generals, he's still young and merely a Diamond Tier mage. To deploy such forces would be to boost his reputation while undermining our own." "I agree with the Minister of Finance. There's no denying Owen's talent and strength, but 1 Master Tier mage should be sufficient to capture him." The other ministers nodded in agreement. Although Owen had devastated their elite forces, those were only middle and lower tier soldiers. Kyric's true trump cards, the Master Tier mages, had yet to be deployed. As they debated, a guard suddenly rushed in and knelt before the king, saying, "Your Majesty. Bad news. Owen has already arrived outside the capital." Chapter 183. Chapter 183. The confrontation before the palace. What Owen has brought people here? The entire hall fell silent as everyone turned their wide-eyed gaze toward the kneeling guard commander, utterly shocked. It had only been a day or two since the frontline army had suffered a devastating defeat, and Owen had already crossed the border between the two countries. How could he have moved so quickly? Even the Kyric King, who had been sitting steadily on the dragon throne, changed his expression slightly. He abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed urgently on the guard commander. "Where exactly is Owen now?" The guard commander hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "In the sky." The hearts of everyone in the hall skipped a beat, and they quickly looked up toward the sky outside the hall. At that moment, the setting sun painted the sky red like blood. A colossal serpent, as vast as a mountain range, stretched across the heavens, its body piercing through the flaming clouds, making it appear even more menacing and gigantic, exuding an aura of terrifying power that sent chills down their spines. And atop the serpent's head stood a figure clad in a black robe, standing tall and straight. Although his figure seemed small, he appeared to be the very center of the world. The mana in the sky swirled around him as if the stars themselves were encircling him. Those ministers who saw Owen felt a deep, inexplicable chill in their hearts. Behind Owen, on the serpent's back, stood several other powerful figures, all glaring down at the scene below with menacing eyes. Owen had truly arrived. At that moment, the Kyric King and the many high-ranking officials were filled with dread. Meanwhile, the many mages in Kyric's capital had already noticed the massive serpent spiraling through the sky. The oppressive force radiating from the serpent as it soared through the sky weighed down on every Kyric mage, making their bodies and minds tremble with a sense of foreboding. Some mages, in particular, recalled the prophecy of the high priest, Kyric will fall at the hands of the snakefolk. Wasn't that massive serpent in the sky a kind of snakefolk? Although it appeared to be in its juvenile stage, the pressure it emitted left them without the slightest thought of resistance. As Owen, along with Serafina and others, arrived at the imperial palace of the capital, all the powerful mages, the imperial guard, and other formidable forces in Kyric mobilized urgently. In a matter of moments, the skies above the palace were filled with the sound of people breaking through the air. Several terrifying figures shot out from the palace, standing opposite Owen. Below the palace, countless mages, moving like a swarm of ants, surrounded the palace in dense numbers. As Kyric swiftly responded to Owen's arrival, Owen's attention gradually shifted to the figures in the sky not far away. Leading the group were 2 men and 1 woman, 3 Master Tier mages, all above level 3. They were quite old, their faces deeply lined with wrinkles, and they exuded a heavy aura of decay, as if they had just emerged from their coffins. Though they were clearly at the end of their lives, the oppressive force they radiated tore through the sky like roaring waves, constantly battering Owen, attempting to crush the Diamond Tier mage on the spot. Behind these 3 aged Master Tier mages stood 6 Diamond Tier mages at their peak. Though their aura wasn't as overwhelming as that of the Master Tier mages, the 6 of them were linked by a hexagram formation beneath their feet, creating an elusive, unified presence. As Owen observed these 9 mages, they were also scrutinizing him. Even the 3 Master Tier mages, who had been in seclusion, had heard Owen's name. After all, Owen was the most brilliant and dazzling genius on the continent today. One would be hard-pressed to find anyone like him throughout the annals of history. Diamond Tier level 8. When they sensed Owen's current level, the 6 Diamond Tier mages furrowed their brows. The speed of his advancement was simply too fast. They, who had been chosen as Kyric's top talents and had been nurtured with countless resources, had barely reached Diamond Tier level 9, despite being in their 50s or 60s, already considered elders among ordinary people. But Owen, only about 20 years old, had traversed the path they had taken half a century to complete. Moreover, as far as they knew, Owen had mostly relied on himself, unlike them, who had the full support of Kyric behind them. It was unimaginable what level Owen would reach by the time he was their age if he continued at this pace. What was even more astonishing was that, despite Owen's level being lower than theirs, they felt a sense of oppression from him, as if his level was higher than theirs, not the other way around. At that moment, the three Master Tier mages felt a growing sense of dread as they observed Owen. Despite their centuries of experience, they couldn't see through Owen at all, only sensing a mysterious fog surrounding him. Not only did it block their probing, but their Master Tier aura was also repelled by Owen, unable to affect him in the slightest. It was well known that the gap between Diamond Tier and Master Tier was vast, an insurmountable chasm. They had seen many prodigies in their time, but none could bridge this gap between these two levels. Yet here was Owen, standing before them, completely disregarding the difference between these two levels. This Owen was even more monstrous than they had imagined. Now that he had become their enemy, he could not be allowed to live. Owen, I haven't even ordered your capture, and yet you come here on your own. Good, good. Today will be the day you meet your end. As Owen and the 9 mages confronted each other, the Kyric King, flanked by the Imperial Guard, rushed out from the Great Hall, glaring up at Owen. The Kyric King had long harbored a desire to kill Owen. After all, Owen's talent was too monstrous. Such a person had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become a grave threat if he wasn't already. Owen glanced briefly at the Kyric King before turning his attention to the elderly man with white eyebrows standing beside him. This man's aura was so faint it was nearly undetectable, but Owen's keen eyes discerned his level, Master Tier level 9. Clearly, this man was the White Guardian, one of Kyric's most powerful protectors. Few knew that the White Guardian, who had reached the Master Tier centuries ago, had already begun to touch the Grand Master Tier. Owen's expression grew slightly more serious as he turned back to the Kyric King, who was shouting at him. You're not qualified to take my life, Owen declared. Hand over the fragments of the Godslayer staff. I know you have them. If you cooperate, I will spare you in Kyric today. For Owen, the 9 mages before him were indeed formidable, especially the White Guardian. Combined with the protective array left by Kyric's founding emperor, even a Grand Master Tier mage would struggle to break through. However, Owen's goal was never to capture the Kyric King's palace. He only needed to obtain the Godslayer staff fragments and unlock its seal. The Kyric King sneered coldly at Owen's demand. Hey, you must be dreaming. You are already a trapped rat, unable to escape. Instead of spouting nonsense, you'd better prepare your last words and face your death. To the Kyric King, Owen was just a Diamond Tier mage. Despite the strength and numbers of those he had brought with him, they were nothing compared to the mighty forces of Kyric gathered here. Owen's blind confidence had led him into an inescapable abyss. The Kyric King waved his hand grandly. Whoever kills Owen will be granted land and title. At these words, the assembled mages became visibly excited. The people of Kyric were known for their fierce spirit, and they highly valued noble titles. Such titles not only brought them personal wealth and status but also provided protection for their descendants. However, obtaining a title was extremely difficult, usually requiring significant military achievements. Now, simply by killing Owen, they could be granted a marquisate. The reward made their eyes burn with desire. Chapter 184. Chapter 184 The Ultimate Evolution of Obsidify. In front of the Kyric King's palace. As the Kyric soldiers and mages were roused by the king's words, their eyes burned with intense fervor as they glared at Owen, ready to strike at any moment. Owen remained calm, casually snapping his fingers. The storage ring on his hand flashed, and a small, transparent cross appeared in his palm, emitting a faint, flickering white light. That's TNT. As soon as Owen revealed the cross, nearly everyone present recoiled in fear, taking several steps back. With Owen's growing fame across the continent, rumors and stories of his various methods had spread widely. Among these, the most attention-grabbing technique was undoubtedly TNT. Back then, Owen had used this very method to transcend tiers, killing Tony in a single blow, causing a great uproar in Azure's capital. Later, even the Council of Elders, a gathering place for numerous powerful individuals in Azure Kingdom, was destroyed by TNT. The shockwaves of that event were felt even in Kyric. Owen's other techniques, such as the Godslayer staff, were undeniably powerful, but to most mages, TNT was Owen's signature move. And now, Owen had brought out TNT once again. The fear this instilled in everyone was unimaginable. As the crowd anxiously watched the cross in Owen's hand, Owen smiled faintly and raised it slightly. It seems you all are quite familiar with this thing. At his words, the people present swallowed nervously, their throats dry with fear. The aura emanating from the cross was intensely dangerous and terrifying. It was like tossing a restless catfish into a calm lake, stirring visible ripples of chaos in the surrounding void. Even the space around the cross trembled slightly, fracturing into black, twisted cracks that spread out like a spider web. This was naturally the result of Owen's enhanced understanding of order, making the cross even more terrifying. The other ministers present, sensing the dreadful energy from the cross, retreated further in fear. The Kyric King, seeing this, snorted coldly, stepped forward, and said in a stern voice, Owen, this TNT of yours indeed has some power, but I am not one to be easily frightened. If you have the guts, go ahead and use it. The protective array left by our ancestors has shielded Kyric for thousands of years, saving it from countless threats. What can your TNT do to us? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground of the entire palace trembled slightly. The cracks between the paving stones glowed with brilliant array patterns that converged and gathered at the center, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the sky. The dazzling light then bloomed like a flower, instantly covering the entire palace. The previously fearful ministers, now bathed in this light, quickly found their nerves calm. They watched as the blooming array light formed a massive dome-like shield over the palace, isolating Owen and his group. This was the Kyric royal family's ancient defensive formation, the Imperial Array. Even a Grandmaster Tier mage couldn't break through this fortress-like formation. No matter how terrifying Owen's TNT might be, how could it compare to the attacks of a Grandmaster Tier mage? It was simply impossible for it to shake the ultimate array left by Kyric's founding emperor. Within the array, the ministers' confidence returned, and their fear was replaced by mocking and provocation. Owen, go ahead and use your so-called technique. Let's see whether your power or the emperor's array is stronger. The previously cowering ministers now became brazen, taunting Owen with reckless abandon. Now that the array had been activated, they believed that once Owen used his most lethal weapon, TNT, he would no longer pose a threat to them. Then, they could easily overpower him. As their taunts grew more frenzied, Owen didn't indulge them, his deep gaze seemingly piercing through the jade-like array barrier, locking onto each jeering minister. Since you've all begged so sincerely, I'll be merciful and grant your wish. Owen narrowed his eyes and flicked his fingers, sending the cross shooting forward. The silver cross streaked through the sky like a ray of light, tearing open a black vacuum trail that lingered, and then it collided with the jade barrier above the palace. At that moment, every official and guard within the palace held their breath, their eyes fixed on the point of contact. Despite their absolute confidence in the array left by the emperor, the power of TNT had long since terrified them. They weren't entirely certain it could be stopped. Even though they were within the protective barrier, they still activated their mana, forming various radiant protective shields around themselves. As they braced themselves, the silver cross collided with the barrier. Boom! The silver cross exploded with a burst of chaotic mana, blooming like a small firework. Everyone was initially startled, then looked confused. The explosion, only the size of a fist, was more like a dud, with barely any power at all. Ha ha ha, so this is your famous TNT. If that's all, my fart has more power than this. Seeing this, the previously tense ministers burst into laughter. I thought you were something special, but clearly, I overestimated you. This little display is just for show, huh? The ministers laughed heartily, their previous anxiety replaced by mockery and ridicule. With your strength, you couldn't shake the capital even if you had 100 years. Even the Kyrite king couldn't help but smile, but before he could finish his thought, Owen smirked and said, who said I was going to blow up the capital? The Kyrite king and the others were momentarily stunned. If not the capital, then what? As the thought crossed their minds, a deafening explosion echoed from all directions, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even with Ira's protection, the entire palace trembled slightly, and the deafening roar was like needles piercing their ears, causing intense pain and leaving them disoriented. What's going on? The most powerful among them, the elderly white-browed man, was the first to react. His brows furrowed deeply as he quickly looked towards the source of the sound in all four directions, his face suddenly darkening. The Kyrite king and the other ministers soon followed suit, turning their gaze towards the four directions from which the roar had come, their hearts pounding. In all four directions east, west, south, and north massive mushroom clouds were rising, their searing magical energy distorting the sky and incinerating everything in their path. Beneath those mushroom clouds lay Kyrite's four most important major cities. At that moment, the four major cities were completely engulfed by the rising mushroom clouds, turning into scenes of hell on earth. The towering city walls had collapsed into rubble. Rows of houses and buildings were shattered into dust by the spreading shockwaves, scattering into the wind. Had they not known the exact locations of these four cities, they would hardly believe that the desolate, ravaged landscape before them was once the most prosperous and important cities. Next to the capital. Now, these four cities were utterly destroyed, reduced to nothing. The Kyrite king's fury reached its peak, his eyes bloodshot, his fingernails digging into his flesh. As the Kyrite king, he understood better than anyone the importance of these four major cities. Not only were they the four protective barriers around the capital, but they were also gathering places for many mages and elites. They even housed large bases for training and taming spellbeasts. The loss of any one of these cities would be incalculable, a devastating blow to Kyrite's national power. Kill him, strike now and grind Owen into dust. The hoarse, almost frantic voice of the Kyrite king echoed through the palace, spreading his order to every corner. Chapter 185. Chapter 185. The power of the Dharma form. In an instant, the numerous mages and imperial guards, who had been eagerly waiting for action, surged out like a swarm of locusts after the Kyrite king's command, rushing towards Owen. Seeing these Kyrite forces, who had been hiding within the protective array, now charging out, a smile appeared on Owen's face. The array was extremely intricate, and even with his current strength, it was difficult to break. If they had stayed inside, Owen wouldn't have had an easy solution. But since they were coming out to face him, Owen wasn't going to be polite. Immediately, Owen activated the Supreme Order. Several ethereal figures split from his body, engaging the attackers head-on. With Owen's current understanding of Supreme Order, he could create nearly 10 avatars. While these avatars weren't as powerful as his main body, they were more than enough to deal with diamond-tier mages and could even hold their own against master-tier mages for a considerable amount of time. Thud, thud, one by one, figures were sent flying, coughing up blood. The imperial guards who rushed forward were the weakest among them, merely coming into contact with one of Owen's avatars left them spitting blood and crashing heavily to the ground, their faces filled with shock. To become an imperial guard, one had to be among the best of their peers in both talent and strength. With the resources and magical artifacts at their disposal, their combat abilities far exceeded their level. But now, even working together, they were like ants before Owen's avatars, completely unable to resist. At the same time, the more powerful mages also began fiercely battling Owen's avatars, the resulting energy clashes distorting the very sky. Owen himself was prepared to join the fray, but then the system's notification suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host, you've gained 1 million EXP. 1 million Express. Owen's heart skipped a beat. With the way his Express requirements had evolved, a million Express was a monumental amount. But it made sense to Owen after all, the destruction of 4 major cities should yield such a massive reward. Congratulations, host, Obsidify has advanced to the highest level, unlocking the ultimate Dharma form. The system's notification continued, leaving Owen stunned. He hadn't expected to gain such a tremendous reward. Previously, he had invested considerable effort to upgrade Obsidify to what was then its limit. Beyond that point, it had seemed impossible to advance further, as he had reached the technique's bottleneck. Breaking through that bottleneck wasn't easy. Only a few exceptionally talented practitioners in history had managed to do so, often after expending immense resources. Owen, with his busy schedule, hadn't had the time or energy to attempt breaking through Obsidify's bottleneck. But now, seemingly through accumulation, he had unexpectedly broken through ultimate Dharma form. He had reached that level. This was a special tier rarely mentioned in any records. Owen himself only had a vague understanding of it. But one thing was certain, upon reaching this tier, his body would essentially become its own world. Every cell would be like a mountain, every drop of blood, like a river. Today is the perfect chance to test the power of this ultimate Dharma form. Owen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and then formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, the mana in the surrounding atmosphere surged and boiled, gathering madly towards him, causing invisible waves to ripple through the air, with piercing winds howling incessantly. The phenomenon caused by Owen's main body instantly drew everyone's attention. They instinctively diverted part of their focus, looking at Owen with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Though they didn't know what technique Owen was using, the terrifying phenomenon and the oppressive aura emanating from him filled them with a deep sense of foreboding. Under their stunned gazes, Owen's body, which seemed like a black hole, rapidly began to expand. His skin, bones, and the mana flowing through him all took on a deep, radiant glow. Then, Owen's expanding body transformed into a giant over 100 meters tall, standing like a pillar reaching the heavens, towering over the palace. Though his overall form remained similar, a dark halo now appeared behind his head, radiating an unimaginable gravitational force. The air itself turned black, cracking under the immense pressure. The space beneath his feet shattered, and the ground caved in, unable to bear the gravitational force emanating from the dark halo. As this gravitational force spread out, every mage in the vicinity felt as though their blood was carrying a heavy burden, slowing its flow, and even their bodies creaked as if about to break like brittle wood. This special gravitational pressure acted directly on their flesh, making it impossible for even diamond-tier mages to resist with magic. Their bodies fell from the sky like broken kites, their skin cracking, blood spraying out. Before Owen's colossal ultimate Dharma form, they were nothing more than ants, forced to Bow in submission. Owen, with his eyes slightly narrowed, felt the terrifying power coursing through this enormous form, a mix of shock and joy surging within him. The power of the ultimate Dharma form was even greater than he had imagined. It was as though he had become an indestructible giant, with the strength to move mountains. And seized with a mere gesture, especially the gravitational black light surrounding him, emitting a unique wave that naturally suppressed all living flesh. With a single thought, it felt as though he could crush anything into a pulp. This power was akin to a domain, imbued with the force of order and supremely domineering. However, while this power was incredibly formidable, the mana consumption was also unimaginably vast. Just by manifesting the Dharma form, half of Owen's mana had already been drained, to the point that he could no longer maintain the supreme order technique. His avatars quickly dissolved back into mana, returning to the massive Dharma form, alleviating the sense of weakness and depletion that had been creeping up on him. If Owen tried to maintain both the ultimate Dharma form and supreme order simultaneously, he estimated that with his current level in mana reserves, he could only last for about 10 breaths. Maybe instead of combining supreme order, I could try using mana void. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Owen quickly activated mana void. Mana void absorbed all the mana within its domain, creating a magical vacuum where no mana could exist, and the power of the Dharma form was equally mysterious. The gravitational black light suppressed the physical body. Mana void sealed the body. The combination of these two restrictive powers made Owen feel that even a grandmaster tier mage would have no choice but to submit before him. Boom! As the pale domain created by mana void rapidly expanded, the mana in the air was swiftly absorbed, forming a magical vacuum that continued to spread outward. The mages who were already terrified and awestruck by Owen's Dharma form were now further horrified by the appearance of this strange domain. The bizarre and massive Dharma form was already enough to send chills down their spines, making them feel utterly powerless. Now, with this eerie restraining magic domain manifesting, their hearts filled with nothing but despair and terror. In an instant, the confidence and resolve of the mages who had sworn to capture Owen melted away. Their legs trembled as they retreated, and Owen's already towering figure seemed even more colossal and unstoppable in their eyes. The Kyrite King, looking up at the overwhelming power Owen displayed, felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead, his heart filled with dread. His previous arrogance was completely replaced by shock and fear. How could Owen, a mere diamond tier mage, possess such terrifying abilities? Even within the protective array, the pressure emanating from Owen left him feeling terrified. With no sense of security at all. This boy is too dangerous. White Guardian, please take action. Now thoroughly afraid, the Kyrite King immediately ordered the White-Browed Elder to engage Owen. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and used an iron hook inside his ring to pierce his finger, letting blood drip down and soak into the ground, where it quickly vanished. Chapter 186. Chapter 186. The three shocking punches that stunned the world. Kyrite Palace. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Owen's massive Dharma form stood proudly between heaven and earth, radiating an oppressive aura. It felt like ants gazing up at the sky. All that remained on their faces was sheer terror. Owen's display of power was unprecedented. As they stared in horror, unsure of what to do, the White-Browed Elder who had received the command from the Kyrite King took a step forward. Like a white phantom, he flickered several times, appearing before Owen. His hair was gray, and the aura emanating from him was deeply heavy. Among all the mages suppressed here, he was the only one who maintained a calm demeanor. Even under the force of Owen's Dharma form, he could still rise into the air, resisting the bone-deep pressure. The younger generation has grown to such a level, making us old-timers feel ashamed. But fortunately, this old body of mine still has some strength left to shine. A rare gleam flashed in his murky eyes as he looked at Owen's massive Dharma form. Instead of intimidating him, it ignited a desire to fight. Since becoming the Protector, he hadn't fought a powerful opponent in many years. As the White-Browed Elder appeared before Owen, the eyes of everyone present, from the Kyrite King to the Master Tier and Diamond Tier mages, all focused on him. The fear in their expressions finally began to ease. This White Protector was the anchor of Kyrite. Since he became Protector, there had been no major upheavals in Kyrite for many years. All of this naturally stemmed from the White Protector's immense power. Master Tier level 9. He had reached the peak of the Master Tier and was showing signs of breaking through to the Grand Master Tier. In a land where even Diamond Tier mages were rare, the status and power of a Master Tier mage were beyond question. In fact, the strength and influence of a kingdom were closely tied to the number of Master Tier mages it possessed. Once someone reached the Master Tier, even if a kingdom expended all its resources to support them, breaking through to the next tier would be incredibly difficult, requiring years or even decades of arduous cultivation. Master Tier level 9 was the pinnacle for many mages across the continent, a level countless mages could only aspire to throughout their lives. Now, this legendary mage, who rarely made a move, had stepped forward. Although Owen's reputation had recently soared, giving him an almost unstoppable aura, the White Protector's fame had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Kyrite. No matter how extraordinary Owen was, he could never cross such a vast gap in levels. After all, the further one progressed in cultivation, the greater the difference between even the smallest tiers and insurmountable chasm. With the Protector taking action, no matter what tricks Owen has, he'll have no choice but to submit. As the White Protector's aura gradually spread, the eyes of those present immediately lit up with fervor. They continuously cheered for the White Protector within the array. At this moment, Owen looked at the Master Tier level 9 White Protector with a calm expression, with only a trace of disdain. If it had been before his breakthrough with Obsidify, Owen might have found this White Protector formidable. After all, breaking through to this level on this barren continent spoke volumes about the White Protector's talent and strength. But now, with Obsidify's breakthrough and the enhancement of Mana Void, Owen dared to face even a Grand Master Tier mage head-on, let alone this White Protector. So, when the White Protector's aura reached its peak, Owen's massive figure threw a simple yet powerful punch. Due to the sheer size of Owen's Dharma form, this punch was like a falling meteor, accompanied by piercing sound as it locked onto the White Protector below. Under the shadow of this punch, mana was sealed, and even the circulation of blood was suppressed by a terrifying black light of gravity. Facing this punch with Owen's Dharma form, the White Protector, despite sensing Owen's overwhelming power, found himself frowning and, for the first time, showing a hint of fear on his face. As the massive punch descended at a speed visible to the naked eye, the oppressive force emanating from Owen became even stronger, impossible to resist. Even though the White Protector had previously resisted without being affected, when that punch filled his entire vision, occupying his entire sight, the mana within him began to scatter, and his finely honed body started to decay and ache. This feeling was unmistakably a powerful suppressive effect. Yet, his level was clearly much higher than Owen's. But in this clash, he was the one being suppressed. Realizing the dire situation, the White-Browed Elder took a deep breath, and his body quickly expanded. His skin immediately turned jade-like, pure white, resembling an indestructible jade statue. As Kyrite's most powerful protector, he was not only well versed in white magic but also deeply knowledgeable in dark magic. Owen's Dharma form power was a form of overbearing dark magic. To counter such a force, he could only fight back with dark magic. And it just so happened that he had trained in a body forging dark magic. Sky Hand. This body forging technique focused primarily on the hands. Now that he had mastered it, his hands were indestructible and immensely powerful. The moment he activated it, the pressure from Owen's Dharma form lightened significantly. Then, the White Protector clasped his hands together, then clenched his right hand into a fist, gathering surging mana into it. He punched out at Owen's descending fist, twisting the void and forming a massive, blurry white fist mark. Boom! Black and white clashed, and the entire space-time rippled as if two massive meteors had collided. The gravitational black light and the crystalline jade light entangled, expanded, and devoured each other, each trying to annihilate the other. This collision lasted only a brief moment before a pale mana void power suddenly surged from Owen's Dharma form encased fist, like a white curtain. It wrapped around the White Protector's fist, causing the magical pressure from his fist to dissipate instantly. The jade-like fist lost its luster, returning to the color of flesh. Then, Owen's fist continued its unstoppable descent, striking the White Protector with such force that he was sent plummeting deep into the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. White Protector. The sight of the White Protector being punched into the ground was witnessed by Kyric's many ministers. They all cried out in shock, their faces turning ashen. The White Protector was their strongest figure. How could he be so utterly defeated in a single exchange? Even some of the prodigies who followed Owen from Middle-earth were shocked, the mere waves of power from Owen's punch giving them a sense of facing death. Now, seeing Owen effortlessly defeat a Master Tier Level 9 White Protector with a single punch, they realized that Owen's combat strength far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, as he gazed at the White Protector buried in the ground, Owen glanced at his fist, now glowing with pale light, and his face grew even more jubilant. The power generated by the fusion of Dharma form and Mana Void was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Whether dark magic or white magic, both were rooted in mana, and Mana Void could be considered the nemesis of most mages. Meanwhile, Dharma form could suppress the physical body, so even if a mage had an exceptionally strong physique, they would still be suppressed by Dharma form. With both at his disposal, even this Master Tier Level 9 White Protector, who had dominated Kyric for years, was defeated in a single move. However, Owen also understood that although the White Protector had been defeated, his foundation was solid. Meanwhile, maintaining his Dharma form was not easy, and he needed to end this quickly without delay. In an instant, killing intent flashed in Owen's eyes as he launched another thunderous punch. Downward, the White Protector, just emerging from the ground, saw Owen's fist once again bearing down on him. His face showed even more fear and a desire to retreat. From the brief exchange earlier, he could tell that Owen's strength had surpassed his own, especially with that bizarre domain that could forcibly absorb his mana. This was an utterly heaven-defying domain ability, making Owen a foe that could be underestimated. Chapter 187. Chapter 187. The Founding Emperor, a god-tier powerhouse. As soon as the thought of fleeing arose in the White Protector's mind, the feeling of being locked on by that overwhelming force surged back to the forefront. He realized that Owen's punch had already locked onto him, leaving him no choice but to retrieve a special staff from his storage ring and grip it tightly in his hand. This staff was adorned with 5 dragon heads, each in a different vibrant color, emanating a restless aura. The dragons seemed almost alive, and under the infusion of his mana, they roared to the heavens, echoing across the sky. Boom! Just as Owen's massive Dharma form was about to crush the White Protector, the dragon staff suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. It was as if 5 ferocious dragons leapt from the staff, coiling above the White Protector like pillars holding up the sky, blocking Owen's punch. The power of the Dharma form, capable of grinding flesh to dust, reverberated through the void, causing it to tremble violently. However, these 5 manifested dragons were not made of flesh, they were entirely composed of dense mana, exuding the dominant pressure of the dragon race, and astonishingly, they managed to withstand the punch. The White Protector breathed a slight sigh of relief. This dragon staff was his life-bound staff, a legendary magical artifact imbued with the power of the dragon race. He had relied on his own strength for most situations, rarely needing to use the dragon staff. But now, Owen's combat power was so terrifying that he had no choice but to play his trump card. Roar! The 5 dragons on the dragon staff roared thunderously under the White Protector's command, their deafening cries echoing through the heavens. The sound waves were incredibly effective in shaking mind power. All the mages who heard the dragon's roar found their vision quickly blurring, their senses weakening as if they had suffered a severe blow to the head. From Owen's previous attacks, it was clear that neither his physical body nor his mana void could be contested head-on. In the White Protector's view, Owen's only weakness was his mind power. Mind power cultivation was difficult, typically only increasing as one's level rose. Given Owen's current level of only Diamond Tier, even if his combat power was strong, his mental strength would surely be his weak point. Among the 5 colored dragons, aside from earth, fire, wind, and water, there was also a gray, ethereal dragon of mind power. This, the White Protector believed, was his greatest opportunity. However, as the mental dragon's roar spread, Owen's expression remained largely unchanged, unlike the other mages. Instead, he looked down calmly at the 5 colored dragons. Suddenly, the descending fist erupted with a deep, mysterious glow. Crack! The force contained within Owen's punch, like a tidal wave, exploded forth, crushing the 5 colored dragons. Their faces contorted with agony, and their roars turned into cries of fear and despair. Then, with a resounding boom, they shattered. As the 5 colored dragons were destroyed by Owen's punch, the hint of joy that had just appeared on the White Protector's face froze. The dragon staff in his hand began to tremble slightly, and from the fierce dragon heads, cracks started to spread, crossing each other from top to bottom. Finally, these cracks converged on the staff's shaft, which then abruptly shattered into tiny fragments, like grains of sand. The White Protector's face turned deathly pale, his chest heaving violently, and dark red blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth. The dragon staff was his life-bound artifact, connected to his mind and spirit, and was a legendary staff. Its destruction caused unimaginable backlash. It was as if all his energy, vitality, and spirit were suddenly drained. It ends here. Sensing the White Protector's weakness, Owen seized the opportunity, delivering another mountain-like punch that thundered down, enveloping the White Protector's form entirely in its shadow. In an instant, the combined power of the Dharma form and Mana Void erupted. The extreme black and pale white interwove, forming a yin-yang pattern on his fist, like 2 black and white fish chasing each other, radiating an overwhelming force of confinement. As the terrifying pressure descended, the White Protector was just about to activate his skills to escape when his body only half-phased before being locked in place by intersecting black and white light patterns. These black and white patterns infiltrated every part of the White Protector's body, gradually sealing his blood in the vast sea of elements within him. The White Protector tried to struggle and disperse this power, but the binding force only grew stronger. In mere moments, he had turned into an ordinary, frail old man, his body exuding the stench of decay, his skin wrinkling like tree bark. His energy, vitality, and spirit were deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly withered. In his dim eyes, only the rapidly approaching punch and a deep sense of regret remained. He couldn't accept dying here. He was a legend of Kyric, on the verge of breaking through to become a Grandmaster tier mage. He should be standing high above the world, looking down upon the changing winds of the no. You can't kill me, I am Kyric's protector. I am a legendary mage, about to step into the Grandmaster tier. At the brink of death, the White Protector let out a desperate cry and plea. But before he could finish, Owen's punch, like a giant black and white maw, swallowed his body whole. The White Protector's body vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. His presence completely erased. The White Protector had fallen. The Kyric King, the 3 Master Tier Mages, the 6 Diamond Tier Mages, and the many guards were all frozen in place, like puppets devoid of will. The White Protector had been their strongest guardian, one of Kyric's greatest assets. After all, across the continent, Master Tier Level 9 mages were few and far between, regarded as the pinnacle of power. But now, right before their eyes, he had been obliterated by Owen in just 3 punches. In the next moment, the once stunned Kyric mages' faces were instantly filled with terror. In dread, even their strongest White Protector wasn't a match for Owen, who had killed him so easily. They felt their courage to face Owen slipping away entirely. Owen's combat power was simply too terrifying. At that moment, Owen's attention was entirely focused on the system interface. After annihilating the Master Tier Level 9 White Protector and reaping the substantial experience he provided, along with his previous accumulation, Owen's level had once again increased, reaching Diamond Tier Level 9, just a step away from Master Tier. Additionally, the White Protector, being a figure of great importance in Kyric, had contributed 30,000 fate points upon his death. Owen was extremely pleased with the system's rewards, but just then, his massive Dharma form began to tremble slightly. A deep sense of emptiness welled up within him, gnawing at his insides, causing extreme discomfort. The combination of Dharma form and mana void, while formidable enough to crush even seasoned veterans like the White Protector as easily as a chicken, consumed an enormous amount of mana. Now, after only a few moves, Owen's mana was nearly depleted, and even his Obsidify-enhanced body was starting to crack, unable to bear the massive load. If he could perfectly control the fusion of Dharma form in the domain, Owen felt strongly that even a Sage Tier Mage wouldn't be able to stand against him. He could even obliterate them. With a thought, Owen spent 500 fate points to purchase an advanced healing potion, quickly restoring his body's depleted energy. Such a huge mana consumption, regular methods won't suffice to provide a continuous supply of mana. It seems that I'll have to wait until the Tree of World matures so that it can continuously provide me with mana to meet the consumption. As his mana rapidly recovered, Owen's mind shifted to the Tree of World. Only the Tree of World, with its immense power and uniqueness, could sustain the vast amount of mana he would need in the future. After all, even now, activating the Dharma form already made him feel like he was running out of mana. He was also thinking about simultaneously using the Supreme Order along with other skills, which would require even more mana. Likely only the Tree of World could provide such an endless supply. While Owen was deep in thought, he suddenly sensed something. He quickly turned to look at the palace shielded by the array. There, a vast, overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted. His instincts told him that this power was extremely dangerous, even life-threatening. Chapter 188. Chapter 188. A new internal conflict plan. Boom. The previously calm palace now trembled violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. All the mages within the palace looked around in terror, their bodies swaying, some unable to keep their footing. No one knew what was happening. As the palace shook, a terrifying aura that made everyone shudder emerged from beneath the palace. It was like a biting winter wind, causing everyone's hair to stand on end and their skin to crawl. The mages of Kyric, upon sensing this aura, felt their legs go weak, and they instinctively fell to their knees, their very bloodlines trembling in worship. Owen, who had sensed this terrifying presence first, immediately ordered a retreat. Without hesitation, he grabbed Serafina and flew off into the distance. Owen's actions and reactions were swift, and some of the prodigies from Middle-earth who were following him hadn't even realized what was happening. But out of trust in Owen, they quickly turned and fled. Once they had put some distance between themselves and the trembling palace, they curiously looked back, only for their pupils to constrict in shock. The palace, which had been firmly rooted to the ground, was now rising like a mountain. And beneath the palace, a colossal hand, with unimaginable strength, was lifting the palace into the air, revealing itself to the astonished crowd. Boom, the earth-shaking sounds continued. Under that giant hand was a massive figure. Though his face was difficult to discern, the majesty in his brow and the crown atop his head left no doubt this was Kyric's founding king, a god-tier powerhouse. At this realization, everyone's eyes widened in shock, their faces paling as cold sweat drenched their backs. As the imposing figure of the god-tier king appeared, the entire sky seemed to be sealed by some unknown force. The mages who had planned to escape felt the air around them solidify, turning into a quagmire. Their attempts to flee slowed dramatically. This is bad. As their bodies were nearly frozen in midair, the mages' faces turned grim, and a strong sense of impending death gripped their hearts. It seemed that with the complete manifestation of Kyric's founding emperor, their lives as insignificant ants would be snuffed out. The booming sounds grew more deafening, like the approach of death itself. As the emperor lifted the palace, his figure became increasingly clear and majestic. The Middle-earth prodigies, already nearly immobilized in midair, felt as if an invisible hand was crushing them. Their veins bulged as they struggled to breathe. Even Owen, still in his Dharma form state, felt immense pressure. Despite the vastness of his Dharma form, he seemed small in the face of the god-tier emperor. It was like a small wizard meeting a great sorcerer. The mere pressure from this manifested figure was terrifying. A god-tier powerhouse, how terrifying. Owen's desire to retreat intensified. His massive Dharma form hand suddenly opened, grabbing the immobilized Middle-earth prodigies and swiftly carrying them away. Back when he was watching anime, Owen knew that Kyric's first king was a god-tier powerhouse. But seeing a god-tier powerhouse in person, experiencing that soul-deep oppression, made Owen realize just how overwhelming it was. Just the illusory hand alone had power comparable to a Sage-tier mage. It was unimaginable how terrifying the true form of Kyric's founding emperor must be. No wonder the Kyric king had remained confident despite Owen's threats with TNT. Even after White Protector was annihilated, the king showed shock and fear but no despair. It turned out he had such a trump card. Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the sky echoed over Kyric. In just a few hundred breaths, Owen, who had exited his Dharma form state, had already led Serafina and the others far from Kyric Palace, arriving at a secluded camp outside the city. Charlotte had been waiting for Owen for some time. Seeing him land, she immediately approached and knelt on one knee, saying, "Mr. Owen, after the explosion, General Stanley has led the army from the border to attack Kyric." As she looked at Owen's figure, Charlotte's tone carried noticeable awe and reverence. The recent chain explosions in Kyric's 4 main cities had elevated Owen's image in her eyes to a new height. Those 4 main cities were second only to the capital in Kyric, bustling and prosperous. This single blow had dealt a massive blow to Kyric's vitality. It was an unprecedented feat in the history of the Azure Kingdom. Owen noticed Charlotte's subtle change in demeanor but didn't mind. Instead, he calmly assessed the current situation and said, "Notify General Stanley to accelerate the attack. The next 3 days are the best time to take Kyric. If we wait until after 3 days, when Kyric can redeploy its forces, it will be much harder." Charlotte nodded in agreement, understanding that Owen's destruction of the 4 main cities not only severely weakened Kyric's strength but also dealt a significant blow to their morale. Also, enhance intelligence gathering. We need to closely monitor the movements of Kyric's army and key generals. This is crucial for the upcoming battle. Charlotte nodded and swiftly turned to execute Owen's orders without delay. Mr. Owen, I didn't expect that in such a short time, you'd create such an earth-shaking event. At that moment, Edward approached, his face full of excitement. He hadn't expected that after gathering intelligence, he would return to find that Owen had destroyed Kyric's 4 main cities. Even though he had anticipated that Owen's actions would be extraordinary, the fact that the 4 major cities, Kyric's most critical locations, were now in ruins left him speechless. The thought of how this news would shake the continent once it spread made him feel a rush of excitement. So, with eagerness, he asked, Mr. Owen, with such a monumental event, do you think we should make a big announcement about it? Owen was indifferent to such matters and replied casually, if you want to publicize it, go ahead. It's not a big deal. To Owen, who had been through so much, the destruction of Kyric's 4 main cities wasn't particularly significant. He had long passed the stage of needing to boost his reputation. By now, who on the continent didn't know the name Owen? What Owen considered trivial, however, was a monumental event in Edward's eyes. After all, anything related to Owen would attract massive attention, let alone something unprecedented like this. With Owen's approval, Edward couldn't suppress the smile on his face, already envisioning the sensational impact this news would have on Academy City's daily reports. Then, as if recalling something, he hurriedly wiped the corners of his mouth and respectfully handed Owen a stack of documents. By the way, Mr. Owen, I found the information you asked me to investigate. Here's the list of Kyric King's mistresses and princes. Please take a look. Owen quickly took the documents and flipped through them, looking quite satisfied. As expected of intelligence from Academy City, the documents provided detailed information on each prince and also recorded recent details about their mistresses. As Owen finished reviewing the information, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, causing Edward to shudder. It was clear that this intelligence had given Owen ideas for a new grand plan. Edward was about to subtly inquire about Owen's plan when Henry and the others from Middle-earth rushed over, sighing deeply. Seeing their expressions, Owen immediately knew that the mission hadn't gone as smoothly as hoped. When they saw Owen standing in the camp, they shuddered as if mice had spotted a cat, there. Eyes full of fear and awe. Earlier, when they had sneaked into the palace, they had witnessed Owen's battle prowess, particularly his enormous Dharma form. Even from afar, they could feel its terrifying pressure. This only strengthened their resolve to never cross Owen and, above all, to never provoke him. Mr. Owen, while we managed to infiltrate Kyric King's bedroom smoothly, unfortunately, we didn't find any clues about opening the Kyric mausoleum, Henry said nervously and uneasily. Chapter 189. Chapter 189 The Furious Kyric King. Not finding it is fine. Owen thought for a moment but didn't blame the others. Considering the timing, the action against Kyric might not align with the anime's timeline, so it made sense they couldn't find clues about entering the mausoleum in the Kyric King's bedchamber. However, it wasn't a big issue. He already had a grand plan set to be executed tonight. Owen glanced at the intelligence report in his hand. The Empire's second prince is the king's favorite. The king's mistress is the 20-year-old daughter of the prime minister. These two are quite close in age. The others exchanged glances, not fully understanding Owen's plan, but seeing how confident he appeared, they knew this plan was likely more complex than he let on. Meanwhile, in the Kyric capital, the giant hand that had lifted the palace had disappeared, and the palace had temporarily returned to peace. But the Kyric king's heart remained restless. Owen was proving far more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated. He was barely in his 20s, at the diamond tier, yet even the master tier level 9 white protector had met his end at Owen's hands. If Owen continued to grow, what terrifying power would he wield when he broke through to the master tier? Though the palace was currently protected by formations in the power of the founding emperor, these were external forces and could only shield the palace. If Owen were to attack key cities like he did with the 4 major cities earlier, even with the palace standing, the king would be left isolated and alone. The more he thought about it, the more agitated the Kyric king became. He ran his hands through his messy hair, feeling a growing headache. The Empire's most powerful protector, the White Protector, had already fallen, and there was no one by his side capable of standing against Owen. Owen's combat prowess was simply overwhelming. Knock, knock, knock. As the Kyric king grew increasingly agitated, there was a knock on the study door, and a beautifully dressed, dazzling young woman timidly walked in. It was Windsor, the prime minister's daughter and the king's recently taken concubine. Windsor obediently walked over to the Kyric king, gently massaging his shoulders before laying beside him, batting her lively eyes. My lord, it's getting late. It's time to rest. She spoke softly, her breath fragrant, as she began to undress the Kyric king with her delicate hands. But the Kyric king was in no mood for this. He pushed her away roughly, glaring at her coldly. Get out. Windsor, shocked that the king, who had called her his sweetheart just that morning, was now telling her to leave, felt her eyes welling up with tears. She looked at him, hoping he might change his mind. However, the Kyric king, his mind consumed with how to deal with the looming threat of Owen, only grew more furious as Windsor didn't leave and began to sob softly. Didn't you hear me? I said get out. His voice was hoarse and tinged with madness. Windsor, startled, clutched her chest and, deeply disappointed, turned and left the room, thinking that all men were no good. The sweet words of yesterday were all forgotten now. With a sigh, she returned to her bedroom and lay down, sulking. The scent of the incense at her bedside seemed to grow stronger, her eyelids growing heavy. Soon, she closed her eyes and drifted off into unconsciousness, unaware that she had lost consciousness. Shortly after Windsor fell asleep, a shadow flickered past the door, silently entering the room. The figure placed her into a sack and carried her away. The figure waited a moment, ensuring no one noticed anything unusual before cautiously leaving the room and taking her to a brightly lit, bustling brothel. Not long after, another shadow arrived at the brothel, this one carrying a naked man over his shoulder. The next morning, the Kyric king, who had not slept a wink and had dark circles under his eyes, rose from his bed in a foul mood. He immediately began sifting through the books in his study, searching for a way to eliminate Owen. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Your Majesty. The footsteps stopped, and the commander of the royal guards knelt, speaking softly but urgently. Already irritable, the Kyric king was in no mood for interruptions. He slammed the book in his hand to the floor, glaring at the guard commander at the study's entrance. Speak and be done with it. The guard commander swallowed nervously, surprised at how foul the king's mood was so early in the morning, and quickly said. Your Majesty, there are rumors that the second prince was seen entering a brothel last night. The Kyric king frowned but didn't think much of it. Although the royal family forbade princes from visiting such lowly places as brothels, boys will be boys, and if the prince had gone, so be it. But the guard commander remained kneeling, showing no intention of leaving, which made the Kyric king pause. Frowning, he barked. Out with it. The guard commander's voice trembled as he continued, Your Majesty, the prince wasn't alone. Your beloved concubine, Windsor, was found with him. The Kyric king's eyes widened, his already sleep-deprived eyes instantly bloodshot, burning. With murderous intent, Windsor, his beloved concubine, in a brothel. With the second prince, could it be that something was happening between them? At that thought, the Kyric king's rage exploded, his lungs nearly bursting. Take me there. Now. Not long after, the Kyric king, accompanied by his royal guards, arrived at the brothel, which was now surrounded by the royal guard. Anyone not involved had been cleared out, and the brothel was in an uproar, yet no one dared voice any complaints. They all recognized the emperor's personal guards. Many of those who were forced out didn't leave but instead gathered around, sensing that today there might be some juicy scandal to witness. Boom. Led by the guard commander, the Kyric king kicked open the door to the luxurious private room. As the door flew open, the already enraged Kyric king nearly lost his breath, his face turning pale and then ashen. In the room, the second prince and Windsor were lying naked, entwined in each other's arms like two serpents. Around them, dozens of naked men and women lay intertwined, the scene one of utter debauchery, an orgy, and with his most beloved concubine. The Kyric king nearly spat blood from rage. He rushed forward and slapped the second prince across the face. Prince, you are Kyric's second prince, the future heir, and in the midst of a national crisis, you engage in such disgraceful acts. The Kyric king was livid. His son was about the same age as Owen, so why was the difference between them so vast? Owen kept him awake at night with worry, while this prince, whom he favored and cherished, was not only useless but also created such a disgraceful scandal. And you shameless harlot. After slapping the prince, the Kyric king turned his fiery gaze on Windsor, who lay clinging to the prince. It felt as though a dagger had been plunged into his heart, leaving him unable to breathe. In his fury, the Kyric king's heart began to ache intensely. His body convulsed as he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his breath erratic. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The guard commander and the royal guards turned pale with fear at the sight of the collapsing king. They hurriedly lifted him and rushed him back to the palace for treatment. Not long after they returned to the palace, the king's condition stabilized under the care of the royal physician, and he slowly regained consciousness. However, his eyes were still bloodshot, burning with indescribable fury and murderous intent. Then, as the Kyric king slowly recovered from his anger, he seemed to make a firm decision. Clenching his fists, he gazed into the distance, his resolve unshakable. Prepare the carriage, we're going to the mausoleum. The matters concerning Owen and the second prince had pushed him to the brink. Perhaps it was time to invoke the power of the mausoleum to turn the tide. Hearing the word mausoleum, the guard commander couldn't suppress a shiver. The mausoleum wasn't just one of the continent's 4 forbidden zones. Within Kyric, it was the forbidden zone of forbidden zones, filled with unimaginable danger. Of those who ventured near, 9 out of 10 never returned. It was a place so feared that people generally avoided even mentioning it. Chapter 190. Chapter 190. Kyric Mausoleum. As soon as the cold yet firm words of the Kyric king echoed out, he strode out of the great hall with determined steps. However, the moment he stepped outside, he was greeted by rows of men and women kneeling at the entrance, all trembling in fear with their heads lowered. Among them, conspicuously, were the second prince and Windsor, who had been lying in a brothel not long ago. When the Kyric king had flown into a rage earlier, they were immediately roused by the royal guards, and now they knelt at the entrance, trembling with terror as they begged for forgiveness. They had no idea how to explain the absurdity of the situation. Everything felt like a dream, falling asleep the night before and waking up now, only to find themselves inexplicably inside a brothel. As the Kyric king scanned the row of kneeling figures, including the second prince, his gaze was like a sharp blade, as if he could slice them to pieces on the spot. His already indifferent expression grew even colder. He had once held great expectations for the second prince and these other princes. They were all quite talented and had the full support of Kyric's resources. The Kyric king had hoped they would become the pillars of the nation. To this end, he had hired the best mentors and provided them with precious cultivation resources, hoping they would achieve something great and contribute to Kyric's strength. But to his utter shock and disappointment, the second prince and those he had valued so highly, instead of helping him in this critical moment by thinking of ways to eliminate Owen, had indulged in debauchery and disgrace, even bringing shame upon him. The more the Kyric king thought about it, the angrier he became. His chest heaved violently as rage boiled within him like an erupting volcano. His fists clenched tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the strain. Slash! In the next instant, he abruptly drew the sword of the guard next to him. The cold light flashed, and before the nearest princes could even beg for mercy, blood spurted from their necks and their heads fell to the ground in an instant. Warm blood splattered across the faces of the second prince and others kneeling nearby. They stared in horror, their eyes wide, but none dared to make a sound. Silence, an eerie stillness blanketed the scene. No one had expected the king to be so enraged, slaughtering his own sons with his own hands. The severed heads that rolled on the ground still bore expressions of terror and despair. Having beheaded several princes with a single sword, the Kyric king tossed the bloodstained blade to the ground with a loud clank, the sound echoing sharply in the oppressive silence. He turned his cold gaze to Kate, the captain of the royal guards, his eyes devoid of any mercy or hesitation. Captain Kate, send the second prince and Windsor on their way, the Kyric king said, his voice as cold and final as if it came from the depths of hell. Without looking back, the Kyric king strode away from the palace. Behind him, 6 master-tier powerhouses, who had been summoned earlier, followed closely, their expressions solemn as they acted as his bodyguards. Their shadows stretched long behind them in the fading light, as if they were an extension of the surrounding darkness. As soon as the Kyric king left, Captain Kate let out a soft sigh, then gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at the second prince and Windsor. Second prince, don't blame me. I'm just following orders, Captain Kate said, his voice heavy with resignation. Without hesitation, he moved. The sword flashed, and in an instant, the second prince and Windsor, who had just snapped out of their shock, were all beheaded with a single slash. Blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain, filling the air with the stench of iron and death. Meanwhile, in a tall tower within the palace, a shadowy figure flickered into view, none other than the invisible Owen. Owen gazed at the retreating figure of the Kyric king, whispering to himself, I didn't expect him to move so soon. Off to the mausoleum for reinforcements already, huh? Well, this works out just fine. Owen narrowed his eyes, a trace of calculation flickering within them as if he were plotting something. Before long, after the Kyric king had left with the master-tier mages, Owen's figure vanished as if he had never been there. While Owen began laying his plans, it didn't take long for news about him, spread by Edward, to sweep across the continent once again. Cloud Empire. Inside a bustling tavern filled with smoke and chatter, groups of mages gathered around in 3s and 5s, loudly discussing the latest rumors. Did you hear? Owen's negotiations with the Kyric king fell through, and in his fury, Owen blew up 4 of Kyric's major cities. Unbelievable, shouted a mage with a scruffy beard, his face flushed as he waved his arms animatedly. I haven't heard anything about Owen for days, but I never thought he was brewing something this big. That's 4 of Kyric's major cities, exclaimed a young mage nearby, his eyes wide with disbelief. With 4 major cities destroyed, the Kyric king definitely won't take this lying down. Owen may be a genius, but he doesn't have the foundation to back this up. Offending Kyric like this seems way too reckless, another mage chimed in. That's all old news from this morning. The latest is that Owen used some secret technique and took down Kyric's top master-tier powerhouse, the White Guardian, with just 3 punches. What are you serious? The White Guardian has been unrivaled in Kyric for years, a master-tier powerhouse at the peak of his strength. How could Owen take him down so easily? As the discussions about Owen grew louder, more details about his deeds left the mages in the tavern gasping in astonishment. In a corner of the tavern, however, there was a strange silence. The Archbishop of Pyrothrone Kingdom, quietly sipping his drink, slowly lifted his head, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Owen, I look forward to meeting you soon, he muttered softly, a faint and enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. An hour later, Owen, along with Henry and a group of Middle-earth elites, silently arrived above the Kyric mausoleum, standing on the back of a colossal Seraphina. Hidden among the clouds, they looked down from the sky. Below them, the Kyric mausoleum loomed like a ghost town nestled within the desert. Howling winds swept across the barren land, kicking up clouds of dust and sand. The ancient tomb, nearly one with the surrounding mountains, exuded an aura of mystery and dread. The towering mountains, carved and chiseled by time, were etched with the scars of wind and frost. The enormous stones were weathered and cracked, with twisted thorns and wild grasses growing in the crevices. The stone gates of the mausoleum, set among the wild grass, remained tightly shut. The iron guards standing watch at the entrance were rusted and worn, silently telling the tale of past glories and ancient sorrow. Surrounding the mausoleum was a vast, desolate wasteland, devoid of any vegetation, just endless sand and stones, with occasional glimpses of scattered bones. In the fading light of the sunset, the desert took on a blood-red hue, sending chills down the spine. From within the mausoleum, faint growls and eerie wind sounds echoed, as if countless vengeful spirits roamed inside. Owen stood atop Seraphina's head, blending seamlessly into the thick clouds, silently observing the scene below. The Middle-earth elites behind him were growing increasingly restless. Earlier, Owen had tasked them with infiltrating the royal palace to find clues on how to enter the mausoleum. Despite their best efforts, they had found nothing of use, leaving them feeling uneasy. As Owen's power continued to grow more terrifying, so too did their reverence and fear for him. They knew their situation was precarious and were eager for any chance to redeem themselves. Henry took a deep breath and, gathering his courage, cautiously approached Owen. Master Owen, is there anything we can do? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. Owen cast a cold glance at them and spat out two words, stay quiet. Henry and the others nodded repeatedly, and time slowly passed in the suffocating silence. After a while, Owen's expression suddenly sharpened, and he muttered under his breath, they're here. Behind him, Henry and the others from Middle-earth flinched and quickly followed Owen's gaze, looking down through the clouds. The Kyric king had arrived with his army. Chapter 191 Seeking help from the four generals. Henry and the other Middle-earth elites took deep breaths, swiftly steadying their restless hearts. From their vantage point high in the sky, and with the thick clouds as cover, they could only make out the vague outlines of the Kyric king and his army approaching below. However, Owen's eyes were extraordinary, and with his exceptional vision, he could clearly see everything. At this moment, the Kyric king, accompanied by 6 master-tier powerhouses, approached the mausoleum with a solemn expression. The aura of pride exuded by the master-tier mages spread out, distorting the very air around them, creating a powerful pressure that warped the void. Surrounded by these powerhouses, the Kyric king, who had already changed into his royal robes and donned a gleaming crown, stood at the center of their formation. With the protection of the 6 master-tier mages, their surging mana swept through the air, clearing a path by dispersing the overgrown weeds that covered the front of the mausoleum, opening a way forward. As the weeds were pushed aside and they reached the tightly sealed stone gates of the mausoleum, a sense of nervousness and anticipation welled up inside the Kyric king. The mausoleum was not only the resting place of the kings of Kyric but also the foundation of Kyric's power. Within this mausoleum lay Kyric's mightiest mages and its final trump cards. Though the mausoleum now appeared somewhat neglected, with overgrown weeds and signs of disrepair, the Kyric king knew well that if he could persuade the beings inside to lend their strength, defeating Owen would be a matter of moments. However, even he wasn't sure about the state of the mausoleum's interior after so many years. Were the ancient tomb guardians still as fearsome as they once were? His mind raced with thoughts as the Kyric king gently traced the intricate patterns on the tomb's gates, reminiscing about Kyric's glorious past. Kyric cannot fall during my reign. With this thought firmly planted in his heart, the Kyric king immediately pulled out a golden dagger from his waist and began cutting his palm. Drip. Thick blood oozed from the wound in his palm, filling the air with a pungent metallic smell. Despite the pain, the Kyric king pressed his hand firmly against the stone gates, and the blood quickly flowed along the special patterns carved into the gate, seeping into it. Boom. As the blood was absorbed, the tightly sealed and ancient gates trembled as if something immense was about to rise from the ground. Under the watchful gaze of the Kyric king and his entourage, the gates, which had been sealed for countless years, finally began to open. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Owen couldn't help but marvel. It turns out the key to entering the mausoleum is the blood of the Kyric royal family. Boom. It turns out the key to entering the mausoleum is the blood of the Kyric royal family. Boom. With an earth-shaking rumble, the grand and imposing gate slowly opened, releasing a bone-chilling cold that swept out from within, causing the temperature to plummet. Snowflakes began to dance in the air. Soon, after the gates fully opened, 4 towering figures, like small giants, appeared before the Kyric king and his followers. These 4 figures, besides their massive and imposing statures, were clad in blood-red armor, which was covered with scars from swords, spears, and other weapons, exuding a terrifyingly oppressive aura that would strike fear into the hearts of all who saw them. Seeing these 4 figures, Owen's expression immediately became serious. These 4 must be the legendary undead generals, the 4 generals of Kyric. Each of these generals had gained their fearsome reputation through the trials of blood and fire, standing out as Kyric's most formidable warriors, towering over their peers in every aspect. As Owen observed the 4 generals, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Mission: infiltrate the mausoleum and pry open the coffin of Kyric's founding emperor. Completion rewards: unlocking the conditions for the Godslayer staff, 100,000 fate points, and unlocking the second skill of the Spear of Longinus. Failure: downgrade to gold tier. Owen's heart stirred, and his gaze quickly returned to the illusory system panel. The mission appeared perilous, but he possessed the perfect stealth skill Shadow Step. Even Grandmaster tier mages wouldn't be able to detect his presence. As long as he acted carefully, he shouldn't be discovered. Resolving himself, Owen swiftly stored Seraphina into his personal world. Under the astonished gazes of Henry and the others, his body transformed into a dimming black streak of light, silently streaking downward. The closer Owen got to the Kyric king, the more faint his aura and figure became, until he finally landed soundlessly above the king's head. At that moment, the Kyric king, now face to face with the legendary ghost generals, was staring at them with fervent eyes and a pleading expression. Great generals, Kyric is on the verge of collapse. Could you lead your ghost armies to help us fight Azure? He implored. Just by standing before these 4 ghost generals, the Kyric king could feel the oppressive aura emanating from them, far surpassing even the White Guardian. Had it not been for his royal bloodline, he might not have even been able to stand in their presence. As long as these generals acted, Owen could easily be eradicated, and the Azure Kingdom would fall into his hands. However, despite his near begging, the leading general remained expressionless and coldly replied, "We are commanded to guard the mausoleum and cannot leave. You should return." Though the words were polite, the refusal was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, the Kyric king hastily pleaded, "Great generals, I've come here today because I have no other choice. The situation is dire. The Azure Kingdom has declared war on Kyric, Owen has killed the White Guardian, and 4 of our main cities have been destroyed. If you don't act soon, Kyric will fall. But no matter how urgent the Kyric king's pleas, the lead general remained unmoved, coldly stating, if Kyric falls, it will be your failure. Should that day come, the founding emperor will command us to reclaim Kyric himself. Do not disturb us again. With that, the general turned and began to close the mausoleum gates. As the gates shut, the eerie cold that had pervaded the air vanished instantly. The figures of the 4 ghost generals were also hidden behind the gates, cutting the Kyric king off from them as if they were in 2 separate worlds. The Kyric king stood there, stunned, unable to believe that the 4 generals had refused to help him. Even after all his begging, they still had no intention of intervening. But these 4 ghost generals were powerful, once generals handpicked by Kyric's founding emperor. Even though they had now become puppets, the Kyric king dared not underestimate or show any disrespect toward them. He could only stand there, his aura growing increasingly desolate. With the 4 ghost generals refusing to act, his greatest hope had been extinguished, leaving him feeling disheartened. However, after a moment of thought, he seemed to come up with a new plan. He looked toward the distant horizon, lost in thought. If the ghost generals of the mausoleum refused to act, then the only option left was to ask the Swordmaster to descend the mountain. After all, the Swordmaster's favorite disciple, the White Brow Elder, had been killed by Owen. Given the Swordmaster's fiercely protective nature, he would surely act. And with a bit of embellishment, not only would Owen meet his end at the Swordmaster's hands, but the Azure Kingdom would also be destroyed in the process. While the Kyric king was devising his plan against Owen, Owen had already slipped inside the mausoleum before the gates fully closed. With the unique magical skill Shadow Step, Owen merged seamlessly with the void, unnoticed by any of the mages. His movements were as light as the wind, making not a sound. However, just as the gates were about to close, the 4 ghost generals suddenly sensed a faint, mysterious presence approaching from the outside, as if something intended to slip past them unnoticed. They exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. With their current strength and perception, especially while inside the mausoleum, their mind power was sharp and infallible. But in their senses, nothing was there. Yet, their instincts, a talent they had honed, told them otherwise. Even if one of them had been wrong, it was impossible for all 4 to be mistaken. Something or someone had snuck inside. Their gazes turned wary as they scanned the tomb, searching for the source of the hidden presence. Chapter 192, Chapter 192a, Familiar Face, Inside the Mausoleum. Inside the mausoleum, the 4 ghost generals scanned the surroundings, their sharp gazes like lightning. A dense, viscous mind power spread out, penetrating every corner of the mausoleum. As the primary guardians of the mausoleum, their duty was not only to prevent its destruction but also to stop any intruders. Anyone who dared to trespass would be killed without mercy. Under their icy mental sweeps, Owen, who was lurking within the mausoleum like a ghost, felt his muscles tighten. He instinctively slowed his breathing. Though Shadow Step made him almost one with the surrounding void, undetectable even by Grandmaster tier mages, these 4 ghost generals were far more formidable than ordinary Master tier mages. They had sensed something amiss, even if they couldn't pinpoint his exact location. If they found him and attacked together, Owen would be in extreme danger in this treacherous mausoleum. The tension in the air was palpable, the atmosphere so tight it felt like it might snap. The 4 ghost generals investigated for a while, but aside from the eerie fog swirling in the deep corridors, they found nothing out of the ordinary. The generals furrowed their brows, still somewhat suspicious. However, seeing no clear signs of intrusion, they slowly closed their eyes and returned to their posts, standing guard in the 4 cardinal directions like statues. Once the ghost generals had settled into their positions, Owen remained still for a few moments before exhaling slowly and regaining his composure. He glanced deeper into the passageway, took a deep breath to steady his heartbeat, and cautiously ventured further. Relying on his memory from the original anime, Owen had some understanding of the mausoleum. The coffin of Kyric's founder king should be located in the deepest part of the tomb. As Owen moved deeper into the passage, the eerie gray fog thickened, obscuring his vision. He could barely make out the giant, broken statues standing on either side of the passage, like soldiers guarding the dead. Their faces were twisted and menacing, their bulging eyes seemingly glaring at any intruders. Patrolling around these statues were undead soldiers, their armor corroded and full of holes from the ravages of time. The weapons they clutched were rusted and decayed, yet the cold aura emanating from their bodies was strong and chilling, like a winter wind cutting to the bone. With each step these undead took on the crumbling stone floor, a spine-chilling creak echoed through the corridor, as if carrying an ancient curse. Owen carefully avoided the patrolling undead. Although they were not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers filled the passage, and the slightest disturbance would draw their attention. Moving with utmost caution, Owen's faint breaths and heartbeat seemed deafening in the deadly silence. After winding his way through the maze-like corridors for half an hour, Owen finally reached the end of the fog-shrouded passage, where a faint light flickered ahead. I'm finally close. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, Owen extended his mind power forward. After detecting no abnormalities, he let out a breath of relief and quickly stepped out of the fog-covered corridor. At the end of the passage lay a grand and vast hall. The hall was resplendent, with walls inlaid with shining gemstones. It was the light from these gems, in a myriad of colors, that illuminated the hall, casting a dazzling yet eerie glow. In the center of the hall stood a raised platform, shimmering with 5 colors. Atop the platform lay a luxurious golden coffin, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns and adorned with rare and precious gems. Around the coffin, green flames blazed fiercely, leaping and twisting as if they were alive. From time to time, distorted faces emerged from the flames, screaming in agony as if they sought to escape the fire's hold. Upon seeing the coffin, Owen's eyes lit up. The coffin of Kyric's founder king. He had finally made it this far. Yet, to be cautious, Owen suppressed his excitement and let his mind power spread like a hurricane, meticulously scanning every inch of the hall, leaving no corner unchecked. There were no undead in this hall, and it was eerily quiet, far from the patrolling undead soldiers outside. Satisfied that there was no immediate danger, Owen glanced behind him and said softly, "You've been following me for quite a while. Isn't it time to show yourself?" As soon as Owen spoke, the already quiet hall seemed to fall into an even deeper silence. A moment later, under Owen's watchful gaze, the air split apart, and a figure stepped out from the void. This person was none other than a disguised student of Sunluna Academy, Diana. Owen narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and wary. "Who are you?" Though the person before him appeared male, everything about them, their aura and their almost androgynous, handsome appearance made Owen certain this was a woman in disguise, and a powerful one at that. If he hadn't been careful, he might never have noticed her presence. Diana blinked playfully, a bright smile spreading across her face. "So, you're Owen. Not bad, quite handsome, and your senses aren't bad either. No wonder. Even our Sunluna Academy has taken an interest in you." Owen frowned, his expression growing more serious. "Sunluna Academy, you must be Diana." Diana's eyes flashed with surprise. "You know me?" Seeing Diana admit her identity, Owen relaxed slightly. Although her appearance had changed, Diana was known for her lively and carefree personality traits that made her easily recognizable in Sunluna Academy. Even with her altered appearance, Owen had no trouble identifying her. He also knew about her relationship with Leslie, which made him frown and ask irritably. This place is extremely dangerous. What are you doing here? Diana smiled mischievously and replied, I'm here to bring you back. Bring me back. Does your sister Leslie know about this? Owen asked, raising an eyebrow. At the mention of her sister, Diana's smile froze and she fell silent. Leslie, her stern older sister, had left a deep impression on Diana during her childhood, instilling a certain fear in her. As the two of them spoke, the ground outside the hall suddenly trembled, and an icy, bone-chilling aura surged into the room. Owen and Diana's expressions immediately turned serious. Both sensed that one of the ghost generals was approaching. Thump, thump, the heavy footsteps of the armored ghost general echoed through the hall. In his hand, he gripped a skeletal battle axe, its blade etched with cursed runes. As the general entered the hall, his hollow eyes scanned the surroundings, and the frigid air beneath him crystallized into frost on the floor. With each step the ghost general took, the ground quivered slightly, producing a deep, ominous sound. Owen and Diana quickly hid behind the coffin, suppressing their auras and making themselves as invisible as possible, not daring to make the slightest sound. After patrolling the hall for a while, the ghost general approached the golden coffin on the platform, lingering for a moment as though sensing something. Owen and Diana exchanged glances, each secretly gathering mana. If the ghost general detected them, they would strike together and eliminate him swiftly. Just as their tension reached its peak, the ghost general shook his head, then turned and left the hall. A short while later, as the sound of the ghost general's footsteps faded, both Owen and Diana exhaled in relief. Owen glanced at Diana and warned, Diana, this place is incredibly dangerous. If the ghost generals discover us, this will turn into a deadly trap. Stay close to me and don't act recklessly. Diana didn't argue. Instead, she looked at Owen curiously and asked, what exactly are you doing here? Owen pointed to the golden coffin in front of them. There's something inside that I need. Diana's eyes widened in realization, and she quickly shook her head, trying to stop him. No, Owen, my mentor once told me that something terrible is sealed inside this coffin beneath Carrick's mausoleum. You absolutely cannot open it. Owen was well aware that this place was dangerous, and he knew that the Founder King's coffin was no ordinary object. But between the system's rewards and unlocking the Godslayer staff, the coffin had to be open. Taking a deep breath, Owen said resolutely, no matter what, I have to try. Chapter 193, Chapter 193 The Corpse in the Golden Coffin. As Owen placed his hands firmly on the golden coffin trembled slightly. In that instant, a faint sound of breathing emerged from within, although it was barely audible. Both Owen and Diana, being highly skilled mages, clearly sensed it. Owen's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the coffin, murmuring softly, could it really be the body of the Founder King inside? The Founder King of Carrick was a god-tier powerhouse who built the mausoleum for the purpose of seclusion in the future. If he were truly lying inside, opening the coffin could awaken him. Despite Owen's current strength, compared to a god-tier mage, he was still leagues behind. A single finger from the Founder King could easily defeat him. The gap in their power was insurmountable. However, Owen had come this far and had found the coffin. There was no way he could give up now. Despite the risks, the coffin had to be opened. Firming his resolve, Owen took a deep breath and began applying pressure to the edges of the coffin with his hands. Owen's physical strength had become terrifying, especially after his breakthrough in Obsidify, which had transformed his body into something far beyond its previous state. Even a mountain could be pushed aside with his raw physical power. As he exerted pressure, a bone-chilling coldness seeped from the coffin, traveling up his hands and into his fingertips, as if trying to freeze his spirit. Fortunately, Owen's mind and body were far stronger than others at his level, and the cold posed no significant threat to him. He continued pushing on the coffin lid, but it didn't budge, as though a mysterious force was sealing it in place. Surprised, Owen's expression grew more serious. Clearly, something significant was hidden within the golden coffin, and the possibility that the Founder King was lying inside became more and more likely. Diana had already noticed Owen's unusual struggle. If even he couldn't open the coffin easily, then it was certainly no ordinary coffin. She called out anxiously from the side, Owen, stop wasting your energy. We need to leave, now. Owen ignored her, focusing his attention on trying to push the lid once more. This time, he summoned every bit of strength he had, activating Obsidify, causing his body to turn pitch black like ink. His skin glistened with a crystalline sheen, as if coated in black crystal, increasing his strength immensely. Creak. A faint sound echoed as the tightly sealed coffin lid shifted slightly. The movement was small, but it was enough to unsettle the coffin. At the same time, that faint breathing sound became clearer, as if something was about to break out of the coffin. Gritting his teeth, Owen mustered all his strength and pushed the coffin open in one powerful motion. As the coffin lid slid open, Owen's gaze was immediately drawn to the sight inside, and his heart raced with tension. The breathing was now unmistakably loud. Inside the golden coffin lay an absolutely stunning woman dressed in a red gown. Her chest rose and fell slightly, the breathing clearly coming from her. Owen froze for a moment. This woman had been lying in the coffin for who knew how long, yet her skin was as smooth and delicate as white jade, as if untouched by time. She didn't look like a corpse at all, more like a sleeping beauty, poised to wake up at any moment. Owen's attention was soon drawn to the crown on her head. The crown was exceptionally ornate, with golden tassels and vivid decorations resembling phoenixes, all crafted with exquisite detail. At the center of this luxurious adornment was a blood-red gem. This blood-red gem was about the size of a thumb and emitted a thick, sticky red glow that enveloped the woman in the coffin like a veil. With a single glance, Owen recognized that it was a fragment of the Godslayer staff. Finally found it. A wide smile spread across Owen's face, filled with excitement and desire. The Godslayer staff, a legendary artifact, had been instrumental to him. With each unsealing, its power grew more terrifying. Owen had a strong feeling that unlocking one more seal would bring a massive transformation. Swallowing his eagerness, Owen reached out slowly, intending to retrieve the red gem from the crown. As his fingers touched the red gem, he immediately sensed a profound and mystical energy emanating from it. Intricate runes flowed out from the gem, and the aura it gave off was unmistakably that of the ancient Dark God King, unique to the Godslayer staff. However, when Owen tried to pull the gem out, it remained firmly lodged in the crown. Refusing to budge, surprised, Owen applied more force. The Godslayer staff fragment was right in front of him. He had to obtain it. As Owen increased his effort, a strange power suddenly surged from within the woman's body, like countless red tendrils wrapping tightly around the gem, holding it firmly in place. No matter how hard Owen pulled, the gem wouldn't move. I've never failed to get what I want. Determined, Owen activated the power of the Godslayer staff that had fused into his body. Dark golden light flowed from the staff and coated his hand, turning it into a brilliant metallic gold, as though it had been forged from solid metal. With the Godslayer staff's power amplifying his strength, the red gem finally began to loosen. However, at the same time, the strange force from the woman's body grew stronger, tightening its grip on the gem. The two forces pulled on the gem in a chaotic struggle, warping the surrounding space and creating fine cracks in the air. Realizing that this tug of war could potentially alert the four ghost generals, Owen clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the woman squarely on the forehead. He could feel that the only reason the gem wasn't coming loose was because of the interference from the woman's body. Bang! Owen's powerful punch struck the woman's smooth forehead, causing her head to reel as though she had been struck by a mighty hammer. Her previously flawless forehead swelled with a dark red bump. Her serene expression twisted slightly in response to the pain, and the mana within her body grew chaotic. Seizing the moment, Owen exerted all his strength with his right hand and finally wrenched the red gem from the woman's crown. The red gem glowed brightly, casting a blood-red light like a unique lantern. Not wanting to waste time, Owen immediately summoned the Godslayer staff and embedded the gem into the staff shaft. The Godslayer staff trembled slightly as intricate patterns spread from the red gem across the staff, filling every inch with intricate designs. A special aura quickly began to emanate from the staff. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have received 100,000 fate points. You have unlocked the second skill of the Spear of Longinus Fallen Sun. The third seal of the Godslayer staff has been lifted, granting the skill Godslayer 8 1/3. Beginner level. A series of system notifications flashed before Owen's eyes, filling him with joy and excitement. But he also felt a bit puzzled. Had it really been that easy? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Owen's pupils shrank in shock. He realized that the woman lying in the coffin had suddenly opened her eyes, which were now filled with blood-red light. At the same time, a chilling pressure surged from her body, freezing the air around them. Layers of frost spread out from the golden coffin, covering the entire hall in ice. Damn intruder, how dare you steal my treasure? A hoarse voice, laced with madness, escaped the woman's lips as she sat upright, her bloodshot eyes locking onto the fleeing Owen with a deadly glare. But before Owen could make his escape, Diana, sensing danger as soon as the woman had opened her eyes, had already turned and bolted. Though Diana didn't know exactly what the red gem was, she could tell from Owen's reaction that it was the object he had come for. As the two of them reached the entrance to the hall, four towering figures blocked their way. The four ghost generals had been alerted by the disturbance. Chapter 194. Chapter 194 Death of the Ghost General. In the cold and eerie mausoleum hall, the red-clad female corpse, now floating in midair, moved rapidly toward Owen with each step, intent on hunting him down. The chilling aura emanating from her body froze the ground beneath her feet, as though an ice goddess had descended upon the world. Feeling the cold emanating behind them, both Owen and Diana grew tense. This red-clad corpse had already reached the master tier level, exuding an oppressive aura. They could both sense the danger she posed. Even more concerning, she had referred to herself as a princess. It was highly likely that she was the daughter of the Kyric Founder King, and with such a background, she would be extremely troublesome to deal with. If they alerted the Founder King, their situation would become far more dangerous and dire. However, blocking their escape were the four ghost generals who had suddenly appeared at the exit. They stood like impenetrable walls, exuding a manic, blood-red energy, cutting off their retreat. We sensed something unusual earlier, but we didn't expect two rats to sneak in here and disturb Princess Victoria's slumber. The four ghost generals glared down at Owen and Diana, their expressions filled with a murderous intent so palpable it almost took physical form. As the guardians of this place, their duty was not only to protect the Founder King but also to guard the princess, who was the Founder King's most beloved daughter. Thieves, return the gem to me, now. And who are you? How dare you lay hands on me? Do you even know that not even my father ever struck me? Seeing Owen and Diana blocked by the four ghost generals, Princess Victoria, still dressed in her red gown, was furious. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Owen. Though she had been asleep earlier, she clearly remembered that it was this annoying boy who had struck her. As Princess Victoria's gaze locked on Owen, so did the auras of the four ghost generals. Especially when they noticed the large bump on Princess Victoria's forehead, their fury surged. Even more, it was their duty to protect the princess, and now that she had been harmed, they had failed. This was a grave dishonor to the proud ghost generals, like a slap in the face. Kill. In an instant, their cold, merciless killing intent materialized like invisible blades, slashing toward Owen. Being targeted by 5 Master Tier mages at once, Princess Victoria and the 4 Ghost Generals would make even someone as battle-hardened as Owen feel the immense pressure. These 5 Master Tier mages were far from ordinary. The auras they emitted were leagues beyond those of the Master Tier protectors from Middle-earth. Any one of them could easily annihilate a Middle-earth protector. Now that all 5 were focusing on him, Owen felt as though mountains were pressing down on him, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Diana, standing beside Owen, had long since lost her usual playful demeanor, her expression now filled with seriousness. Just from enduring the residual auras of the 5 Master Tier mages, her own mana circulation had slowed significantly, making it clear how overwhelming their power was. It was hard to imagine how much pressure Owen was enduring while directly confronting the auras of these 5 Master Tier mages. Yet, despite her worries, Diana noticed that while Owen's expression was serious, his own aura was not collapsing. He was resisting the overwhelming pressure from all 5 Master Tier mages. 5 Master Tier mages couldn't suppress Owen. Diana was astonished. Even though she had great confidence in her own abilities, she knew that she would be completely overwhelmed by these 5 powerful mages. She wouldn't even stand a chance. No wonder my sister in the academy acknowledged him. He truly is something else. Diana murmured in admiration, her eyes flashing mischievously as she seemed to think of something. A sly smile crept across her face. This was your mess to begin with, so let's see how far you can go. As soon as she said this, a mysterious light enveloped Diana, and a strange array of symbols surrounded her. In the next moment, she vanished from the spot, her presence completely disappearing as well. At the same time that Diana disappeared, the 5 Master Tier mages locked on Owen and launched their attacks. Among them, Princess Victoria was the strongest, exuding the aura of an ice goddess. As her hand seals formed, a swirling snowstorm erupted, twisting into a vortex that shot directly at Owen. The vortex's terrifying pull distorted the space around it, making it unstable. Ice Snow Whirlwind. This was one of Princess Victoria's most powerful spells, capable of freezing everything within a radius of dozens of miles. Even Master Tier mages would be turned into ice statues, leaving them at her mercy. Heavenly Ghost devours the sun. Nether Hell Slash. Bone Inferno. Endless Sea of Blood. As Princess Victoria unleashed her attack, the 4 Ghost Generals also followed suit, using their signature techniques. In an instant, ghostly wails filled the air, and the hall was consumed by chilling atmosphere as the temperature plummeted. In the blink of an eye, the hall was transformed into a hellish scene, filled with blood, corpses, and haunting imagery. These 4 Ghost Generals were once Kyric's mightiest warriors, standing at the pinnacle of Master Tier mages. Ordinary Master Tier mages wouldn't last a single move against them. After being transformed into Mausoleum Guardians by the Founder King, their physical strength, mental fortitude, and overall power had all increased drastically. They no longer feared death or fatigue and felt no pain. Linked together by a shared mind, they had become unparalleled warriors. Boom! As the 5 Master Tier mages attacked with full force, a terrifying shockwave spread in all directions. The entire hall shook violently, and deafening crashes echoed throughout. The powerful magic slammed into Owen, swallowing him up. The freezing winds of the snowstorm clung to Owen, encasing him in ice as he was suspended in midair. Then, the chaotic barrage of attacks rained down on the frozen Owen, shattering the ice. Encasing him, cracks quickly spread across the ice, and within moments, it crumbled into dust. Seeing Owen's form disappear, the 4 ghost generals smirked coldly. Any who dared trespass in the mausoleum was bound to die. Now that they had reduced Owen to dust, they could at least redeem themselves for their earlier failure. This would be enough to report to their emperor. However, while the ghost generals were feeling relieved, Princess Victoria scanned the empty hall with a frown, sensing that something was off. Be careful, that scoundrel isn't dead yet. Suddenly, Princess Victoria's pupils dilated as she cried out in alarm. The 4 ghost generals quickly followed her gaze, focusing on the area where the ice had just shattered. There, the air began to rise strangely, like dough being kneaded. Then, 2 blinding red lights appeared, like 2 falling suns from the horizon, burning through the air before slamming into one of the ghost generals. This was none other than the second skill of the Spear of Longinus that Owen had just unlocked. Fallen Sun. The unexpected attack caught the 4 ghost generals off guard. Their pupils contracted in shock, and cold sweat broke out across their backs. The general hit by the 2 burning suns could only watch in horror as his body, mana, and flesh melted into molten lava, dissolving into black smoke. Sizzle. In a matter of moments, the once towering figure had been reduced to charred remains, his once powerful aura now dissipated. General Grimblade. As General Grimblade's life force quickly faded, the remaining 3 ghost generals and Princess Victoria gasped in disbelief. General Grimblade, whose power was equal to theirs, had been killed in a single strike by Owen's sudden assault. How had this guy survived their combined attack? And more importantly, how was he, a mere diamond tier mage, able to unleash such devastating power? At that moment, the shocked ghost generals and princess stared at Owen, their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing. Chapter 195. Chapter 195 Desperation, the Founder King's killing intent. General Grimblade, clad in full armor, wore a look of utter horror on his face as 2 massive holes, the size of millstones, were blasted through his chest. His body rapidly disintegrated into dust, starting from the gaping wounds left by Fallen Sun, and vanished into the wind. As everyone stared in shock at Owen, General Grimblade had already dissipated into nothingness, as if he had never existed. Hidden in the shadows, Diana was equally stunned, her gaze fixed on Owen as if seeing her brother-in-law for the first time. She had seen Owen leave behind a clone while concealing his real body. At first, she thought Owen was simply dodging the ghost generals and the princess's attacks, much like she had done. But it turned out Owen had been silently gathering his power. The 2 blazing beams that shot from his eyes had been so intense that even the mere aftershock made her eyes sting, rendering her momentarily blind, as if she had gone blind. The power of that attack was truly terrifying. General Grimblade, who was clearly stronger than the average Master Tier mage, had barely managed to form any defenses before being annihilated by this fearsome strike. Diana, a prodigy of Sunluna Academy, was horrified. She had encountered many top-tier powerhouses in her life. Anyone who reached the level of a Master Tier mage was, without exception, exceptional in terms of talent, insight, and determination. At that level, it was already incredibly difficult to gain an advantage in a duel with an opponent of equal tier, let alone kill them with a single blow. The most astonishing fact was that Owen was currently only a Diamond Tier level 9 mage. He hadn't even reached the Master Tier yet, and he was still worlds apart from these ghost generals. Brother-in-law's power is insane, but I really like it. Diana bit her lip, her eyes practically sparkling with admiration as she stared at Owen. The remaining 3 ghost generals, sensing the complete disappearance of General Grimblade's aura and watching his body turn to ashes, were left in a daze, struggling to believe what had just happened. As members of the 4 ghost generals, their strength was nearly equal. If Owen could kill General Grimblade in one strike, it meant he had the power to kill them all. Could he be that Owen? Suddenly, the 3 surviving ghost generals trembled, recalling Kyrat King's earlier request when he had come to the mausoleum. At the time, they hadn't taken Owen seriously, dismissing Kyrat King as a weakling. But now, having faced Owen themselves, they realized just how gravely they had miscalculated. Princess Victoria, meanwhile, was drenched in cold sweat, her back soaked. If Owen's attack had been directed at her instead of General Grimblade, she would have had no way to defend herself against such a terrifying magical assault. As everyone in the hall stood frozen in terror, Owen blinked his red eyes, struggling to calm himself. The second skill of the Spear of Longinus Fallen Sun. Even Owen had been shocked by its power. The sheer piercing force and the destructive, searing intent were far more vicious and bloodthirsty than the Godslayer's staff's supreme sword. It felt as though nothing could survive beneath the scorching heat of the sun. However, as powerful as the skill was, it consumed an immense amount of mana, especially mind power. After using it just once, Owen felt a dull ache between his brows, and his mind grew heavy with fatigue. Congratulations to the host for killing a Master Tier Ghost General. Express increased by 100,000. The system notification filled Owen with excitement. His gaze turned predatory as he sized up the remaining 3 ghost generals and Princess Victoria. Together, they were a formidable force, but if faced one-on-one, none of them would stand a chance against him. As Owen's gaze, brimming with killing intent, swept across the remaining Master Tier mages, the 4 shivered involuntarily and instinctively took a step back. In the past, even one of them would have been enough to swiftly deal with any intruder, let alone all 4 of them together. But now, faced with an opponent like Owen, they were at a loss. Never in their long years of guarding the mausoleum had they encountered such a situation. As they stood in a daze, Owen's hand flickered with dark golden light, and the Godslayer sword appeared in his grasp. In an instant, he lunged toward Princess Victoria at lightning speed. Owen moved so quickly that he was upon her in a heartbeat. The razor-sharp Godslayer sword, empowered by its recent unsealing, sliced through the air, tearing the void in half as it targeted Princess Victoria's neck. It was the supreme sword in full effect. Princess Victoria reacted quickly, but the supreme sword, infused with the power of order, was inescapable. The sword's energy twisted time and space, shattering all the mana surrounding her. An unprecedented sense of impending death surged through her heart. Under this sword, all her defenses felt futile. Death was her inevitable fate. Father, save me. Knowing she was no match for him, Princess Victoria cried out in desperation. In that instant, a ripple spread from the mirror hanging around her neck, as though water were flowing over its surface. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the blurred reflection, an old man, wearing a crown, with a regal and commanding presence. Instantly, an overwhelming divine power surged through the air, causing a violent storm of energy. Who dares harm my beloved daughter? A cold, authoritative voice echoed through the hall, shaking the very space and causing everyone's blood to boil. Their ears rang, and their vision blurred from the sheer intensity of the sound. Your Majesty. The 3 ghost generals trembled in unison, their once fierce faces now filled with deep Reverence. They immediately lowered their heads, falling to one knee, their expressions growing even more respectful. They knew that voice well. It belonged to their emperor, the founder king of Kyric, god-tier mage Emperor Nicola. Hearing that voice, Princess Victoria's pale face lit up with joy. Father. Her red eyes sparkled with tears as she called out with relief. At the same moment, as Owen reached Princess Victoria, he suddenly felt an immense power sweep over him like an endless tide, hurling him backward. The divine aura contained within that force made Owen's body tingle, his bones feeling as though they were being torn apart. This is Kyric's founder king, Nicola, the god-tier mage. Owen was sent flying dozens of meters before he finally managed to stabilize himself, staring in shock at the mirror on Princess Victoria's chest. From the reflection, he saw a bald, elderly man with a wrinkled face and a fierce expression, wearing an imperial dragon robe and a crown. Despite his age, the terrifying power and authority that emanated from him made it feel as though simply looking at him was a blasphemy, a crime. This was someone Owen recognized immediately, the founder king of Kyric, a true god-tier mage. A god-tier mage. Such a being was a legendary existence on the continent. Even in Middle-earth, god-tier mages were the most powerful beings, capable of mastering entire regions like lords of the land. They could turn the world into their domain. For those who had not reached the god-tier, facing such a being was like facing an insect before a giant. A single thought from a god-tier mage could wipe them out. Meanwhile, Diana, who had been hiding in the void, was forced out by the overwhelming divine power, revealing herself not far behind Owen. Her face was pale with terror as she stared at the elderly figure in the mirror. Even at Sunluna Academy, god-tier mages were not beings that ordinary students could encounter. Each god-tier mage was a living legend, a part of history. Thus, Diana knew all too well how terrifying such a being was. Any tricks or defenses would be useless against a god-tier mage. A god-tier mage was no longer human in the conventional sense. They had transcended into another dimension, becoming a different kind of existence. Altogether, Diana glanced at Owen, her face twitching slightly. Owen's actions in the mausoleum had caused a massive disturbance, and now things had taken a very dangerous turn. Even the name of Sunluna Academy wouldn't be enough to quell the wrath of Kyric's founder. King, Owen, you've really gotten us into a mess this time. Diana's face turned pale. This was the first time she had felt the chilling presence of death so strongly. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Facing Divine Magic. Owen, how about you hand it over, and maybe apologize? Feeling the increasingly terrifying divine presence, Diana quickly sent a telepathic message to Owen, her voice tinged with fear. Facing a god-tier mage, even someone as carefree as her couldn't help but feel a tinge of dread. If they were only up against the 4 ghost generals and Princess Victoria, while it would be a tough situation, she had already made some preparations, and it might not be impossible to fight or escape. However, a mysterious mage with such terrifying power was a completely different story. For mages like them, it was an overwhelming, insurmountable force. As Diana sent her telepathic message to Owen, the lens on Princess Victoria's neck suddenly gathered golden specks of light, resembling clusters of fireflies, gradually forming into an illusory finger. To die under my finger is an honor you should be proud of. The illusory finger, as thick as a massive pillar, shot out from the mirror, causing the void to burst with a deafening crackle, with fine black cracks continuously expanding. At the same time, the void in front of the finger seemed frozen in time, even the mana ceased to flow, becoming immobilized. As the finger pressed forward, everything shattered, producing a piercing roar. When the finger appeared, the 3 ghost generals, Princess Victoria, and even Diana were all struck with terror, their eyes wide and bodies trembling uncontrollably. Though the finger was aimed directly at Owen, the residual power it emanated pierced their eyes like needles, causing their vision to blur. It was as if ants were witnessing the vastness of the heavens completely beyond their comprehension. Every drop of mana in their bodies seemed to worship this force, their blood circulation nearly stopping. Under this attack, all resistance felt as futile as smashing an egg against a rock. While everyone in the hall was paralyzed with fear, Owen was the only one unaffected by the divine presence. As the illusory finger grew larger in his pupils, every detail of the fingerprint became crystal clear. The overwhelming divine power tried to crush his spirit and force him to submit. But Owen, always steadfast, felt his Godslayer staff, now unsealed, flare up in response, as if provoked by the divine power. It suddenly emitted a dark golden light, transforming into a golden shield that greatly diminished the divine force, protecting Owen from being crushed. If not for the Godslayer staff, Owen's mind would have already been overwhelmed, succumbing to the divine presence, leading to certain death. So this is the terrifying power of a god-tier mage. Just an illusory finger can cause such havoc. Owen squinted his eyes. Even with the Godslayer staff's protection, shielding him from the tidal wave of divine force, the mana fluctuations from the illusory finger left his heart pounding. The power was restrained, but it was by far the most fearsome skill Owen had ever encountered. Step back, I'm about to make my move. Sensing the danger, Owen quickly sent a telepathic message to Diana, then clenched his fist as the Godslayer staff, inlaid with a ruby, appeared in his palm. As soon as he gripped it, a domineering aura surged from him, rippling out in golden waves, dispersing the divine force contained within the finger. Diana, who had been paralyzed by the divine presence, snapped back to reality and looked at Owen, standing tall and defiant before the divine finger. She retreated in shock, utterly taken aback. Owen's previous display of power had already far exceeded her expectations. Though he hadn't yet broken through to the master tier, he had managed to fend off the attacks of 5 master tier mages and even killed one of them. Now, facing an attack from a god tier mage of Kyric, he was still standing his ground. Regardless of the outcome, the sheer courage alone surpassed that of any genius she had ever encountered. Even at Sunluna Academy, there wasn't a single genius who dared to confront a god tier mage head-on, let alone counterattack. This guy, no wonder he's her sister's fiancé. They're both lunatics. To defy my father, you're courting death. As Owen faced the divine finger with the Godslayer staff, Princess Victoria felt a flash of surprise but was quickly consumed by cold, murderous intent. Such treasonous scum should be executed with 1,000 cuts. The 3 ghost generals, eyes blazing with fury, glared at Owen. To them, the founder king of Kyric was an untouchable, supreme existence. Before his divine presence, all must submit. Not only did Owen refuse to submit, but he also dared to strike back. Such a traitor must not be allowed to exist. To dare face my attack head-on. It's been years, you're the first. Seeing Owen channeling his mana, preparing for a desperate resistance, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the Kyric founder king within the mirror. But soon, his killing intent surged even stronger. In his ancient memory, he had never encountered a mage like Owen. Though still only diamond tier, Owen already possessed such power and courage. If he were to grow any stronger, he might one day pose a threat to the king himself. As the Kyric founder king's killing intent intensified, the speed of the divine finger accelerated, tearing through the void. Just as the finger was about to strike Owen, intricate arrays of runes appeared around him, slicing the space before him into fragmented pieces. Sizzling. The divine finger collided with the array, the 2 forces grinding against each other like meat grinders, sparks flying like waterfalls across the hall. The two forces became deadlocked. The Kyric Founder King's face darkened. Even with the power of his divine finger, he couldn't obliterate this diamond tier mage. What was this strange technique Owen was using? Everyone else in the hall, seeing the divine finger halted, froze in disbelief. Their astonished expressions faded into stunned silence. This was a divine attack. Owen should have been wiped out effortlessly, both body and soul obliterated as if he had never existed. Yet here, in front of their eyes, Owen had managed to block it. What kind of array was this? As everyone looked on in shock, the Kyric Founder King's eyes grew even more vicious. The divine finger pressed forward with greater force, intensifying the collision. Behind the array, Owen saw that the Godslayer array had truly blocked the divine finger, a flicker of shock crossing his face. No wonder it was the third skill provided by the unsealed Godslayer staff. The destructive aura emanating from the Godslayer array even eroded the divine power, and began devouring the divine finger, creeping toward the mirror on Princess Victoria's chest. Princess Victoria's expression changed drastically. The complex array spun, slicing through the void in the divine finger, reaching the mirror at lightning speed. The change came too fast for her to react. She only felt a sharp pain in her neck as the mirror shattered, shards embedding in her flesh, blood flowing down in streams, bringing with it a deep, piercing pain. Her father's attack had been blocked. Everyone present was filled with disbelief. What shocked them even more was the golden blood dripping from the shattered mirror. Each drop of blood swarmed like a living creature, radiating divine power that twisted the void. The Emperor is wounded. Seeing this, the three ghost generals were terrified, their eyes bloodshot, their worldviews shattered. Who was this Owen? For him to block the Emperor's attack was already unbelievable. They, as servants of the Emperor, knew all too well the extent of his power. Beneath God tier, all were ants. Yet here was an ant defying the heavens. Diana, too, felt her mind reeling. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, wondering if she was seeing things. Had that God tier mage been injured by Owen? Holy, this guy is a beast. Diana had no words to describe the shock in her heart. Staring at Owen's back in the shattered mirror stained with divine blood, she couldn't help but think that this world was far too surreal. Chapter 197. Chapter 197 Wounding a God tier mage. From now on, in the academy, I won't even look up to the headmaster, only you. This thought gradually filled Diana's mind. At Sunluna Academy, a place full of geniuses, she had always thought of herself as the top talent. The headmaster was only ahead because he'd been cultivating for a few more years. If she reached his age, she was certain her level and strength would surpass his. Therefore, at Sunluna Academy, she treated everyone with a carefree attitude, showing no reverence to anyone. But now, after seeing Owen on the God tier mage, it was as if a great mountain had pressed down on her heart. For once, she was truly impressed. Owen is amazing. I'll be his fan for life. Why are you spacing out? Hurry up and run. If you don't leave now, you might not get the chance. While Diana was lost in thought, staring at Owen's back, Owen suddenly flickered and turned to run. The power of the Godslayer array had far exceeded his expectations. It seemed like it truly had the ability to slay gods. But even though its power was terrifying, it had drained 2/3 of his mana. He didn't have enough mana to continue using such a powerful move. If the Kyric Founder King attacked again, he would have no means to resist. As Owen bolted, Diana snapped back to reality upon hearing his voice and hurriedly followed him. It wasn't until Owen and Diana had escaped that the three ghost generals and Princess Victoria finally realized what had happened. Although that move wounded his majesty, Owen's condition must be terrible now. A technique like that must be hard to pull off. As they prepared to chase after Owen and Diana, a terrifying fury, accompanied by divine power, tore through the layers of space and descended upon the hall. The entire hall shook like waves, rumbling as smoke and debris fell from the ceiling. It seemed as though the hall would collapse at any moment. So many years, a diamond tier ant has actually wounded me. The Kyric Founder King's voice, filled with rage and madness, echoed in every corner of the mausoleum. Kill him, at all costs, kill him. His bloodthirsty command reverberated from the mouths of every zombie in the mausoleum. The three ghost generals and Princess Victoria, their eyes brimming with excitement, immediately began pursuing Owen. Meanwhile, feeling the tremors behind them, Owen and Diana sped up. In front and behind them, hordes of zombies rushed forward, fearless and relentless, their sunken eyes filled with an unimaginable madness. Although each individual zombie wasn't particularly strong, their sheer numbers made one's scalp tingle. The key issue was that if they were entangled by these zombies, the pursuing ghost generals, and even the Founder King, would quickly surround them. In Owen's depleted state, he stood no chance. You rest and recover, leave the rest to me. Sensing Owen's deteriorating condition, Diana snapped her fingers. As soon as she spoke, the oncoming zombies were suddenly enveloped by crisscrossing arrays of light, that exploded like bombs, leaving only petals of blood and flesh. Seeing this, Owen let out a small sigh of relief. He knew that as a top talent from Kangoo Academy, Diana must have set up some precautions, knowing how dangerous this place was. And sure enough, these arrays she had prepared were powerful enough to pose a threat even to master tier mages. Although there were many zombies, and their bodies had been specially refined, they couldn't withstand the array's power for even a second, and they disintegrated into dust. As the zombies were obliterated, Owen noticed that he was gaining experience points. Though each kill gave only a small amount, the frequency was quite high. It seemed that nearly half of the experience from the zombies Diana killed was flowing into him. This unexpected bonus brought a smile to Owen's face. Brother-in-law, aren't I amazing too? As Diana continued activating the arrays, she looked at Owen, like a child seeking praise. Owen, who had no ill feelings toward Diana, nodded and complimented, not bad, you're nearly as strong as me. Receiving Owen's praise was a huge morale boost for Diana, who had just started viewing him as her idol. With renewed enthusiasm, Diana led the way, taking Owen along as they quickly followed the path marked by the arrays she had laid earlier. Any zombies that came within a few meters of them were immediately shredded by the glowing lines of the arrays. Thanks to these preset arrays, Diana and Owen moved swiftly and unobstructed, quickly escaping from the mausoleum. Not long after they escaped, Owen and Diana ascended into the clouds and reunited with the other talents from Middle-earth, led by Henry. As soon as they appeared, all eyes turned to them, filled with shock. They had all felt the tremors from the mausoleum, even from high in the sky, especially the divine aura that had leaked out. Even the slightest hint of it had chilled them to the bone, making them think of the Kyric Founder King, the only god tier mage in Kyric. They had assumed that Owen, having ventured inside, must have encountered him and clashed with him. At the time, their hearts had sunk. They didn't think Owen could survive an attack from a god tier mage, and they were already preparing to leave quickly. But then, they had felt the terrifying aura of the Godslayer staff. So, they had hurried back to this spot. Though they didn't know exactly what had transpired inside the mausoleum, the two overwhelming forces they had sensed were rarely encountered even in Middle-earth. For Owen to have emerged unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. What a terrifying aura is that the Godslayer staff, unsealed again. Soon, everyone's gaze fell on the Godslayer staff clenched in Owen's hand, and there Expressions grew even more astonished. From Owen's appearance and the frenzied aura emitted by the Godslayer staff, especially the lingering madness coming from within the mausoleum, it was clear that Owen had further unlocked the mysteries of this powerful staff. For a moment, Henry and the others from Middle-earth rushed forward, their faces filled with concern. Owen, are you alright? Do you need our help? Those ghost generals are powerful, but if we join forces, we might not need to fear them. Owen waved them off casually, uninterested in their concern, and gestured toward Diana. This is Diana. She's a friend of mine. Treat her well. I've got some things to take care of. With that, he turned and walked straight into his private sanctuary without looking back. Henry and the others stared at Diana, bewildered. When Owen had entered the mausoleum earlier, he had brought no one along. Who was this? Diana. Though she appeared to be male, her mannerisms and demeanor were entirely feminine. Was she cross-dressing? Could she be Owen's confidant? After a moment of confusion, they quickly plastered on ingratiating smiles, showering Diana with attention. Diana, meanwhile, was just as surprised to see how these famous talents from Middle-earth, who had always been so arrogant, were now so deferential to Owen. After all, these people, each with illustrious backgrounds and exceptional talent, would even treat the Prince of Pyrothrone Kingdom, Calden, with veiled contempt. Yet, after spending a short amount of time with Owen, they were now fully devoted to him. It only reinforced Diana's belief that her idol and brother-in-law was truly a rare and extraordinary man. Owen flickered, and using the Dark Tower, entered his personal sanctuary. The moment Owen appeared, Serafina, who had been stored here for only a short while, eagerly swam over to him, affectionately rubbing her head against his arm, flicking her red tongue as if expressing how much she had missed him. Rachel, who had been locked up here earlier, now seemed much calmer upon seeing Owen. You're growing nicely. Owen scratched Serafina's head, he glanced at the tree of world that had been planted here, a look of surprise and joy appearing on his face. Chapter 198. Chapter 198. Rachel, don't come any closer. At this moment, the tree of world stretched its lush green branches freely in the small world, brimming with vitality. Every leaf seemed to be filled with endless life force. Compared to when it was first planted, it had grown twice as large, now nearly reaching Owen's height from its original palm-sized sapling. The mana emanating from the tree of world had also become thicker, like clouds of mist gathering between the branches, exuding an air of mystery. As Owen was examining the tree of world, Rachel, dressed in a long gown, slowly walked over. Perhaps due to being confined here for some time, she no longer appeared as the despondent, abandoned figure she once was. She had regained her composure, and a trace of liveliness returned to her bright eyes. Her gaze toward Owen was somewhat complex as she slowly handed him a finely crafted crystal cup and softly said, "These are 3 drops of dew from the tree of world. I collected them for you." Oh, Owen was surprised and quickly reached out to take the cup. When he saw the 3 pearl-like drops inside, a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. The dew from the tree of world was an extremely rare and precious material, possessing miraculous powers capable of healing nearly any severe injury in the world. Its value was immeasurable. Once the dew formed, it would soon evaporate and return to the environment. For Rachel to have managed to collect 3 drops during this time clearly showed that she had been carefully tending to the tree of world. More importantly, Rachel could have absorbed the dew herself, but she chose to give it to him instead. This dew was extremely important to Owen, who frequently found himself in fierce battles. Filled with gratitude, Owen looked sincerely at Rachel and said, "Thank you, Rachel." Hearing Owen's thanks, Rachel froze, standing still. In her mind, Owen had always been a cold, ruthless, and cruel figure. To hear the word, "thank you," filled with warmth from Owen's mouth was beyond shocking for her. However, she could tell that Owen's gratitude was genuine, without any pretense. Rachel raised her delicate eyebrows and studied Owen's slightly joyful expression, silently wondering, this man is indeed handsome, but it's a pity his heart is so wicked. Her mind wandered back to her past encounters with Owen. Although Owen appeared to be quite evil, he had never actually harmed her. The most crucial thing was that if Owen hadn't exposed Melodic Academy's schemes, she would still be serving them, unaware of their betrayal. Unknowingly, the fear and resistance in her heart began to give way to a subtle ripple of change. Setting aside her bias against Owen, she realized that his talent, courage, and strategy far surpassed any of the exceptional individuals she had ever known. It was only now that she fully understood just how remarkable Owen's abilities were. Rachel took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and asked, "Owen, did you know about my special bloodline from the beginning? Is that why you had me tend to the tree of world?" Owen paused for a moment, locking eyes with Rachel before nodding slightly and replying bluntly. Yes, Owen had long coveted Rachel's special bloodline after all. It was the kind of bloodline that could even tempt god-tier mages. However, despite his desires, Owen wasn't a monster. Rachel had been manipulated her entire life, and he couldn't bring himself to exploit her further. He figured that using her abilities a little, as repayment for revealing the truth, wasn't too unfair. Hearing Owen's straightforward response, Rachel sighed in resignation and asked, "Have you gotten what you wanted?" Owen nodded, "Yes, I have." Rachel frowned, still puzzled, and asked, "Then what are you planning to do next? If you've gotten what you came for, why haven't you left?" Owen's expression became deadly serious as he replied, "I need your body to help me recover." After the recent battles and the use of high-level skills, Owen's body had been severely depleted. He needed to heal properly, and Rachel's unique constitution was the perfect remedy. Rachel was stunned, immediately stepping back in shock. Moments ago, she had been thinking about Owen's greatness, and now, he was lusting after her body. Her face flushed with anger as she glared at Owen, "You beast." Just as she prepared to resist, enduring the pain, Owen sternly commanded, "Sit still and don't move." Because of the slave chain, Rachel couldn't disobey Owen's orders. She instinctively sat down in front of him. Owen then narrowed his eyes, and fine threads of mind power spread out like tendrils, guiding the mana within his body into Rachel's. The mana circulated through Rachel's body for one cycle before returning to Owen's. Once the mana passed through Rachel, it became pure, with tiny, sticky white light particles resembling life energy, radiating a powerful vitality. As this refined mana entered Owen's body, his injuries rapidly healed. His bones, muscles, tendons, and even marrow began to regenerate and transform. All the subtle injuries and fatigue across his body quickly vanished. Owen felt as though he were soaking in a soft, warm spring, like gentle hands massaging his tired body. Watching Owen with his eyes closed, clearly enjoying the process, Rachel pursed her lips in frustration. What does he think I am? Though she was irritated, she didn't dare resist, fearing that Owen might actually start taking advantage of her. Feeling both angry and helpless, Rachel glared at the recovering Owen, baring her teeth in claws at him in a silent display of dissatisfaction. Just because he has such an innocent face. After venting her frustration for a while, Rachel's gaze was once again drawn to Owen's chiseled and stern features. Whether it was because she was too close to him or because of the slave chain, the more she looked, the more she felt that Owen's face seemed to possess some kind of magnetic charm, making her inexplicably attracted to him. While Rachel's feelings toward Owen wavered, Owen suddenly sensed something unusual. During his recovery, it was the sensation of an impending breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, Owen decided to use the accumulated express to push himself directly to Master Tier LVI. Most of his current enemies were Master Tier, and as a Diamond Tier LV9 mage, he was still too weak. The gap between tiers was an insurmountable divide for most mages, especially at the Master Tier, where even a small difference in levels could mean a world of difference. Breaking through to Master Tier LVI would result in a dramatic increase in his power. With the influx of express, the flow of mana within Owen's body suddenly accelerated, and the mana in the small world around him gathered like dancing sprites. Even the Tree of World, as if sensing something, began releasing pure clouds of mana, pushing it toward Owen's body. As this mana flowed into Owen, it also passed through Rachel's body, completing a cycle before returning to Owen. In no time, with the dual nourishment from the Tree of World and Rachel, Owen's body emitted the glow of a level up. Immediately, he felt his meridians and flesh rapidly regenerating and transforming, as if they were merging with the surrounding world. His affinity with mana soared, and it seemed that with a single thought, he could control all the mana within a radius of dozens of miles. Master Tier LV1. He had finally broken through. As Owen marveled at the newfound mastery over his body, a notification from the system rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the powerful order that controls the power of healing. Order of Life. Chapter 199. Chapter 199. Order of Life. Order of Life. As Owen felt the mystical order radiating pure white life energy within his domain, a deep sense of joy spread across his face. Though the order appeared to be a palm-sized droplet, it held an overwhelming life force, far more intense than any river, lake, or sea. Staring at this order, it was as if one could witness the revival of all things lush greenery and boundless vitality. Unlike the aggressive auras of the Order of Thunder or Order of Fire, the Order of Life was exceedingly gentle. The pure white life energy emitted from the order continuously flowed into his body, accelerating the healing of his injuries and hidden wounds. It felt like a spring breeze caressing him, soothing and refreshing his entire body. As his wounds rapidly healed, Owen grew even more satisfied with the Order of Life. While his combat strength far exceeded others at his tier, and he had explosive powers from the Supreme Order and Obsidify, his recovery had always been a significant weakness. Now, with the Order of Life, that shortcoming was remedied. Moreover, within Owen's order domain, the birth of the Order of Life seemed to enhance the Order of Fire and Order of Thunder, causing them to become more volatile and powerful. After getting accustomed to his newly strengthened body and refined mana, Owen suddenly sensed the presence of Dark Rose approaching, clearly in a rush to find him with urgent news. Owen stood up and left the space. As soon as Owen departed, Rachel, who had been sitting dazed, suddenly shuddered, her expression slowly returning to normal. Moments ago, when the Order of Life was born within Owen, the pure life energy had also flowed into her body, making her feel as though she was floating on clouds, her mind in a dizzy haze. It wasn't until Owen left that she gradually snapped out of this strange sensation. What just happened? Rachel was bewildered, but when she examined her body through internal observation, a flash of shock crossed her face. In her perception, a mysterious blood-red rune had suddenly emerged from her chest, radiating an irresistible allure. Just looking at the rune, she could see her own desires and emotions reflected back at her, particularly lust, which made her blush with embarrassment. Within the rune, it seemed as though a red bridal chamber was unfolding, waves of passion surging within. In the chamber, she saw herself, barely clothed, her snow-white skin exposed, while the man on top of her was none other than Owen. Rachel's heart raced in panic at the sight, and she noticed the blood-red rune was gradually merging into her body. Her skin became even more radiant and smooth, gleaming with a seductive allure. Her figure also became more voluptuous, her curves straining against her dress, which seemed ready to burst at any moment. Her face flushed with a rosy tint, exuding a strong sense of enchantment. The ancestral bloodline of the ancient succubus. In an instant, Owen's earlier mention of her bloodline power flashed through Rachel's mind. It seemed that when Owen had used her body to heal his injuries, he had accidentally unlocked her bloodline power. Meanwhile, at the borders of Kyric, the army led by General Stanley was launching a fierce assault. After Owen had decided to take action against the mausoleum, Stanley, following his orders, led the elite forces in a rapid strike on Kyric's border cities. With Owen having destroyed 4 of Kyric's major cities, the entire country was in turmoil and morale had plummeted. Stanley's army advanced with overwhelming momentum, cutting through the defenses like a hot knife through butter. The troops of the Azure Kingdom, who had long harbored resentment toward Kyric for years of oppression, were especially bloodthirsty. Not long ago, they had nearly been annihilated by Kyric's army. Now, with Owen himself taking the fight to Kyric, their morale surged to unprecedented heights. In just a short time, they had captured 10 border cities of Kyric, achieving unprecedented success. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they reached the northern capital that Owen had destroyed. Once they passed that formidable stronghold, they could march straight toward Kyric's imperial capital. The news of Owen killing the White Brow Protector in Kyric spread quickly, boosting the army's morale to a new peak. General, the commander of White City has fled. We will take the city within a day at most. An aide rushed into the tent, kneeling before General Stanley to deliver the report. Excellent. At this pace, we'll soon meet up with Mr. Owen. We should accelerate our advance. While Mr. Owen is strong, Kyric has deep reserves. If they rally against him, things could become dangerous for him. Charlotte spoke seriously. Though she knew Owen was incredibly powerful, she was also well aware of how much Emperor Leslie valued him. General Stanley nodded slightly. Send the order. Advance quickly. Once White City is captured, we'll rest briefly, then press on. With Owen holding back Kyric's elite forces and top fighters, Stanley was confident in capturing most of Kyric's border cities. The soldier nodded and turned to relay the order. However, just then, Charlotte, who had been clutching a jade pendant at her waist, suddenly gasped. Wait! Everyone in the tent turned to look at Charlotte in surprise, just as she frowned and said, urgent news, Mr. Owen has abruptly left Kyric's imperial capital and is heading back to the Azure Kingdom. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Things were going so well, why would Owen suddenly leave and return to the Azure Kingdom? Miss Charlotte, what's going on? Mr. Owen's plans for Kyric were carefully thought out. Why would he retreat now? As commander of the army, Stanley's intelligence network was well developed. He knew that Kyric's forces were in disarray, and abandoning this golden opportunity would make it difficult to achieve the same results if Kyric had time to recover. I'm not sure yet, but Mr. Owen used the angel wings to retreat swiftly, so whatever's happening must be incredibly urgent. Charlotte was unsure of the exact reason. However, knowing Owen wasn't one to act rashly, if he had abandoned the advantageous situation so abruptly, it had to be something serious. Above Kyric's skies, a figure streaked across the horizon like a comet, covering miles in an instant, moving so fast it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. All that could be seen were the massive white wings beating rapidly. It was Owen, racing back to the Azure Kingdom. Just after leaving his private world, Owen had received an urgent message that shook him to his core. A mysterious figure had appeared in the Azure Kingdom and had attacked Duke Charles's residence. If it hadn't been for Leslie's timely intervention, Duke Charles's fate would have been sealed. Moreover, the mysterious figure had shown power beyond that of a master tier mage. The mages in the capital were no match, and the casualties were severe. Leslie was currently Locked in battle with the mysterious foe, Leslie is in danger. This was Owen's first thought upon hearing the news. Even with his rapid advancement and skyrocketing battle strength, facing a Grandmaster tier mage of power above Master tier would require him to give his all and use his most secret techniques. Leslie's level was now below his, and even with the Dark Tower as her trump card, she would struggle against a Grandmaster tier mage. The enemy had targeted Duke Charles right from the start, clearly indicating they were no ally. Leslie, as she was now, would not stand a chance against a Grandmaster tier mage. Who is it? As Owen frantically pushed his angel wings to their limit, speeding back toward the Azure Kingdom, he ordered Dark Rose to investigate the mysterious Grandmaster tier mage. In the continent, Master tier mages were already near the peak of power, and Grandmaster tier mages were even rare beings on an entirely different level. They could wield the power of the heavens and earth itself, and even with the Order of Ice, Leslie would be at a huge disadvantage. Moreover, such powerful individuals were renowned across the continent, and even in Middle Earth. Why had this one suddenly attacked the Duke's residence and engaged Leslie in battle? Chapter 200 Leslie vs Grandmaster tier mage. Who exactly are you? Why did you attack Duke Charles? Outside the Duke Charles's manor in the imperial capital, Leslie, clad in an extravagant golden robe and crown, stared at the figure in a black cloak opposite her, her expression stern as she questioned him. The black cloaked figure slowly raised his head, revealing a face covered in eerie black tattoos, exuding a terrifying aura of decay. As this aura swept through the area, the cobblestones on the street, the high walls on either side, and even the corpses he had killed, rapidly decayed, emitting a foul stench. Even Leslie's gaze upon him felt like it had crossed ancient time, becoming distorted and blurred. In the face of Leslie's questioning, the figure, who was Taylor, the Grandmaster tier archbishop of one of the top sects in Pyrothrone Kingdom sect of the Scorched Silence, did not respond to her. Instead, he looked at the young queen before him with some surprise. Not long ago, he had broken into House Ravenwood, intending to take Duke Charles and bring him to Pyrothrone Kingdom to force Owen to come forward. According to his information, Owen was an orphan with few people he cared about. Duke Charles, as his future father-in-law and benefactor, was someone Owen would undoubtedly be concerned about. But what Taylor didn't expect was that as soon as he entered House Ravenwood, ready to capture Duke Charles, he was stopped by this young queen. Initially, Taylor hadn't taken Leslie seriously. However, Leslie had unexpectedly blocked his attack. It must be noted that Taylor's level had now reached Grandmaster tier LV2. At such a level, he was practically an emperor in the Azure Kingdom. As far as he knew, Owen had already killed the last Master tier mage in Azure Kingdom, leaving the Empire without any Master tier mages. Yet Leslie, who was only at Diamond tier LV5, somehow gave him a faint sense of danger. What's more, this person actually had the audacity to question him. His dark eyes scrutinized Leslie, and he said coldly, "So, you're Leslie, the Queen of the Azure Kingdom. I originally planned to capture Duke Charles first and then come for you. But since you've delivered yourself to me, you and Duke Charles can come with me now." As Taylor spoke, his voice seemed to carry an undeniable authority, making it impossible for others to resist. Leslie's brow furrowed slightly. From the moment Taylor appeared in the capital, she had sensed something was wrong. The pressure from a Grandmaster tier mage was nearly suffocating. However, since she didn't know this powerful figure's identity or intentions, she had refrained from acting rashly. But to her surprise, this mysterious mage had directly targeted Duke Charles. Although Duke Charles wasn't her biological father, he had raised her and treated her well, so she couldn't tolerate this mysterious figure's actions. And now, he was after her. Moreover, from the looks of it, he seemed to know a lot about her in House Ravenwood, speaking with clear hostility and even murderous intent. Yet Leslie couldn't recall ever offending such a powerful figure. "You must be from Pyrothrone Kingdom of Middle-earth, correct?" Leslie said after a moment of silence, her voice combat with firm certainty. Owen killed several geniuses from Middle-earth, including Calden, the Crown Prince of Pyrothrone Kingdom. Among those forces, your Pyrothrone Kingdom is the most ruthless and vengeful, always seeking retribution for the smallest slight. Since Duke Charles and I are the closest to Owen, you must have suffered a loss trying to deal with him and change your strategy. Seeing the snowflakes swirling in Leslie's eyes and her accurate deduction of his origin and purpose, Taylor's surprise grew even stronger, and he couldn't help but praise her. Such a small kingdom like Azure produced two prodigies like you and Owen, truly remarkable. But so what if you've figured it out? The outcome is already decided. Cooperate with Pyrothrone Kingdom, and I might spare your life. As he spoke, his Grandmaster tier aura descended like a collapsing sky and trembling earth, pressing down on Leslie. The oppressive force of a Grandmaster tier mage was so immense that it could crush mountains. Even Master tier mages could only bow under such pressure. Let alone Leslie, who was merely a Diamond tier mage. There was a gap as vast as the distance between an ant and a giant. Such a mage could obliterate vast areas with just a thought. Meanwhile, spies from other kingdoms had already taken notice of the anomaly at House Ravenwood, for the Grandmaster tier mage's aura was like a towering iron pillar, covering the entire capital. Everyone in the capital was under his pressure, stopping their activities and staring in horror in his direction. There's been conflict and battles in the capital recently, even attacks by Master tier mages, but this aura is far stronger than any Master tier mage we've encountered. Could it be a late-stage Master tier mage? No, even a late-stage Master tier mage couldn't cause such chaos without using their domain. This must be a Grandmaster tier mage. A Grandmaster tier mage. At this realization, many people trembled. For them, seeing a Master tier mage was already rare enough, an almost legendary figure. But a Grandmaster tier mage, one tier higher, was something they had only ever heard of in rumors. Now, they were witnessing such a figure for the first time and perhaps the last. The terror in their hearts grew. A Master tier mage could already destroy a city, but a Grandmaster tier mage. They were 100 times more terrifying. Leslie would surely be no match for him. Under the terrified gazes of many, Taylor's Grandmaster tier pressure pushed Leslie's feet deeper into the ground, but just then, her snow-white skin began to emit a layer of ice crystals, like indestructible diamonds, pushing back against the overwhelming pressure. "Kneel." Seeing Leslie attempting to resist, Taylor sneered. His tattoo-covered hand pressed down harder, and the pressure increased, this time with a corrosive aura. The air sizzled as it was corroded. The ice crystals that had just formed on Leslie's body quickly became riddled with holes, emitting black smoke, and this was only the beginning. The corrosive pressure continued to descend, threatening to destroy Leslie's clothes, flesh, and even her magic. But just as the pressure mounted, Leslie's limbs suddenly elongated, and her body became covered in dense white fur like silver needles. The oppressive aura pressing on her was instantly dispelled. Leslie, who had been driven into the ground, sprang up like a coiled spring, and a spear materialized, shooting toward Taylor's forehead at a sharp angle. This was Leslie's first true confrontation with a Grandmaster tier mage, and she knew the gap between them was vast. So, she chose to take the initiative, attacking to defend. Only by doing so could she find a slim chance of survival in this desperate situation. Her sudden assault was lightning fast. The spear's brilliant gleam tore through Taylor's protective magic, striking directly at his forehead. However, just as the spear was about to pierce through, the black tattoos on Taylor's face began to writhe as if alive. A layer of obsidian-like scales appeared, deflecting the spear with a powerful shockwave. The spear recoiled, and Leslie, still gripping it, was sent flying backward, her hands bloodied. From the force, you've got some skill. That was a swift and sharp attack. A typical master tier mage could have been caught off guard and injured. But the difference between us is too great. Taylor shook his head as Leslie flew back. He could see her potential, but it didn't matter. She was still within his grasp. As he finished speaking, a black magic pattern flew from the tattoos on his body, forming an indestructible black robe. Ignoring the distance, it bound Leslie's mutated form tightly. Chapter 201 Deathmatch, Burning the Mana Core. Bound by the black magic patterns, Leslie suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of aging. Her vitality seemed to drain away, her spirit weakened, her blood turned sluggish, and the magic flowing within her felt as though it had lost its energy. Every aspect of her strength had drastically diminished. This sensation caused Leslie's expression to darken. Although she knew how terrifying a Grandmaster tier mage could be, especially one from the Middle-earth Pyrothrone Kingdom, like the tattoo-covered mage before her, she hadn't expected such a vast gap between their powers. The fact that Taylor had effortlessly dissolved her attack and restrained her so easily shook even Leslie's usually steady heart. But quickly, she banished these distracting thoughts. Her body swelled rapidly, and the power of the Kitsune bloodline surged through her. Invisible spiritual flames ignited from the center of her brow, spreading across her entire body. When the flames came into contact with the black magic patterns binding her, they sizzled and exploded. Kitsune aura, the ferocious beast, has long since gone extinct, yet you possess its bloodline. Is this your trump card for defying me? Taylor shook his head slightly. Although Leslie's aura was increasing rapidly, it was still insignificant to him. With a flick of his finger, a small firefly-like light shot out, quickly expanding in the air and transforming into a golden magic circle suspended before him. Within the array, scenes of temporal distortion appeared, emitting a glow that bent space. The light shone on Leslie and began pulling her into the array. The divine confinement array. Under this array, everything from mana to blood energy would be heavily suppressed, becoming Taylor's to control. Within the array's light, the spiritual flames that had just flared from Leslie's body flickered wildly, dimming significantly. The Kitsune's innate technique was being suppressed. This was the first time Leslie had encountered such a situation since tapping into the Kitsune's power. Her heart heavy, she gripped her long spear tightly, layer after layer of ice forming along its shaft. Bitter cold emanated from it, and then, like an arrow loosed from a bow, she thrust forward. As the spear moved, ice and snow howled like a descending ice dragon, bringing forth a flurry of frost that slammed into the magic array. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the spear's icy power surged like crashing waves. At first, it seemed to have little effect on the array, but then, a multitude of ice runes burst from the spear, and the array froze instantly, ice spreading across its surface before shattering explosively. Taylor's expression darkened. Leslie was truly reckless, daring to attack him time and time again, refusing to surrender. Just as anger began to rise within him, Leslie's spear reached him. The ice runes embedded in the spear shot like arrows, bombarding his protective shield. The ice runes contained a trace of the power of order, and even though Taylor was a Grandmaster tier mage, the surface of his shield began to frost over, the ice spreading. Inward, the order of ice. You have some fortune, but it's a pity you don't yet grasp the true mysteries of order, Taylor scoffed. His magic shield trembled and shattered the ice. At that moment, Leslie, her limbs elongated and her body covered in white fur, appeared behind Taylor like lightning. In her palm, a black glow flickered, and she slammed it into his back. Taylor initially didn't pay her any mind. With the power of his shield, a mere diamond tier mage couldn't hope to break through. He thought the backlash alone would severely injure or even cripple Leslie. But when the black glow from Leslie's hand appeared, Taylor suddenly felt a sense of danger. Startled, he instinctively turned to defend, but a sharp pain stabbed through his forehead, as though a silver needle had pierced his mind, agitating his spirit. The Kitsune's innate ability, mental shock. This ability directly attacked the mind of the target. The victim could experience anything from temporary confusion and vulnerability to complete mental collapse and death. Although Leslie's level was far beneath Taylor's, the Kitsune's power significantly narrowed the gap in their mental strength. Caught off guard, Taylor's mind was momentarily thrown into disarray. In that split second, the black glow in Leslie's hand intensified, and a miniature dark tower emerged from her palm, shooting toward Taylor's shield. The moment the dark tower touched his shield, it pierced through it effortlessly, the tower barely shuddering under the repelling force of the shield before dispelling it entirely. His shield shattered, Taylor snapped out of his daze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. His shield was strong enough to withstand the full force of a Master tier mage's assault. Even a Grandmaster tier mage would need several strikes to break it. But the dark tower had pierced through it as if the shield didn't even exist. What is this thing? Taylor's mind raced with confusion. From the tower, he sensed a threat greater than any magical artifact he'd ever encountered. Clang! As the dark tower was about to pierce Taylor's body, he let out a low growl, a solid plate of protective armor forming over his chest like an impenetrable shield. The tower slowed down, its radiance dimming slightly. Finally, the dark tower stopped after penetrating just an inch into his chest, drawing blood. Blood trickled from the wound on Taylor's chest, his expression momentarily dazed. This long-forgotten sensation of pain stirred something within him, something he hadn't felt in a long time. You dare! Being injured by a diamond tier mage was a humiliation unlike any Taylor had ever experienced. His rage boiled over, and a violent magical storm erupted from him, sweeping both Leslie and the dark tower away. Boom! In rage, Taylor's aura surged wildly. The mana within a radius of dozens of miles was sucked into his body like water into a black hole. In an instant, Taylor appeared before Leslie, who was still recovering from being thrown back. He slammed his palm down onto the crown of her head, intending to knock her unconscious so he could torture her at his leisure. Bang! His palm, as heavy as a mountain and as fearsome as a prison, landed on Leslie's forehead. Mana followed, and her skull nearly shattered, blood gushing from her forehead. Leslie's head throbbed as if it had been struck with a hammer, her brain rattling inside her skull. With just a single strike, Taylor had gravely wounded her. Taylor chuckled coldly and was about to deliver another blow when he suddenly felt an extreme surge of madness radiating from Leslie. This burning your mana core, are you insane? Taylor's pupils contracted as he sensed Leslie's rapidly rising aura. In an instant, she had reached the Master tier level, and the mana swirling around her was filled with uncontrollable frenzy. She was burning her mana core. Burning one's mana core was a desperate, suicidal tactic. Once ignited, the mana core couldn't be extinguished. When the core was depleted, the mage would either become a cripple or die on the spot. For any mage, this was the ultimate taboo, a path no mage would willingly take unless they had no other choice. From now on, this battle is to the death. Empowered by the terrifying surge of mana, Leslie's forehead wound rapidly healed, and her body expanded. A storm of ice and snow radiated from her, dropping the temperature drastically as countless snowflakes descended. Simultaneously, the dark tower, bolstered by Leslie's enhanced magic, hovered above Taylor's head, casting down beams of black light that suppressed his aura. As the gap between them narrowed, the feeling of danger within Taylor grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, in the skies above the edge of Kyric, Owen was in constant contact with Dark Rose, asking for updates on Leslie and the Imperial capital situation. Middle-earth, Pyrothrone Kingdom's Archbishop a Grandmaster Tier Mage name. Taylor. Upon hearing the identity and strength of the person attacking the capital, Owen's anxiety grew. A Grandmaster Tier Mage was formidable even for him, and Leslie was in even greater danger. Chapter 202. Chapter 202. The entire city trembles. Over the imperial capital of Kyric, a black tower loomed in the sky, emanating a cold, merciless aura. It was like the chill of winter, piercing and biting, with white snowflakes frozen in the air, drifting down continuously. Interesting, it's been a long time since I've seen such a reckless junior, Taylor said with a cold smile as he stood under the shadow of the dark tower, watching Leslie charge toward him. The black tattoos on his aged face squirmed, gathering at his feet and transforming into a thick, inky black swamp. Then, black spikes shot upward, colliding with the frigid current emanating from the dark tower, producing a resounding clash. Even though Taylor could see that the dark tower was extraordinary and mysterious, as a Grandmaster Tier Mage, he wielded the power of the world itself. He transformed the environment into a swamp, matching the power of the dark tower. With each collision, his suppressed aura was gradually recovering. Ice Dragon's wrath. At that moment, Leslie's cold, low voice suddenly rang out. The turbulent mana and mind power surged from her, pouring into the ice runes. Behind her, a massive ice dragon, formed entirely of frosty energy, slowly emerged. This ice dragon, tens of meters tall like a towering structure, gleamed with sharp triangular scales that reflected the biting cold. Its imposing and ruthless gaze conveyed its overwhelming might. As Leslie charged at Taylor like a meteor, the dragon opened its fearsome maw and unleashed a blast of frigid blue dragon breath. Wherever the breath reached, the temperature plummeted, and everything froze over in a flurry of snow and ice. The dragon's breath contained the power of order, and even Taylor, a Grandmaster Tier Mage, found his body encased in thick ice, freezing him into a statue and completely halting his movements. However, the frozen layer cracked almost immediately, the fissures resembling exploded fish scales, ready to shatter at any moment. But in that brief instant of freezing, Leslie had already closed the distance. Surrounded by the blazing magic flames born from burning her mana core, Leslie's aura became even more volatile and fierce. Boom, boom, boom. Leslie had turned into a human weapon, unleashing a relentless barrage of magical attacks that pounded against the ice encasing Taylor. Empowered by the Order of Ice, each attack landed with deafening force. Ah, Taylor groaned in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. The blood was ice cold, steaming with frost, and even had tiny ice crystals forming within it. After being frozen by the Order of Ice, Taylor's defenses were at their weakest. He couldn't cast any spells to block Leslie's ferocious assault, and he was forced to endure the full brunt of her terrifying attacks. Damn it! Within the blink of an eye, the enraged Taylor clenched his fists. The black swamp beneath him exploded outward in a powerful shockwave instantly, shattering the ice formed by the Order of Ice into dust. Then, with a fist that had been gathering strength, Taylor struck forward like a sledgehammer. Mana swirled like a hurricane around his fist, the force of his blow tearing through the void. The swamp transformed into countless twisted tentacles, sealing off Leslie's escape routes. Taylor's rage-fueled fist grew larger and larger in Leslie's eyes, but she was already prepared. Her cold, ruthless gaze shot toward the dark tower above Taylor's head. The dark tower trembled, and from its abyssal depths, a massive kitsune claw emerged like a descending pillar of heaven, slamming into Taylor's body unexpectedly. Taylor, whose attention had been fully focused on Leslie, didn't anticipate this sudden change. The kitsune claw pinned him in midair, pressing him into the shattered void, his lower body sinking into the broken mirror-like space. The injury, combined with the fact that he had been wounded by Leslie, a mere diamond tier mage, made Taylor's eyes burn red with fury, as though they would bleed. Inferno obliteration. A hoarse and crazed voice erupted from Taylor's throat. His body turned into a black sludge, breaking free from the kitsune claw's hold and the constraints of the void. He reappeared in front of Leslie like a specter. Taylor could sense clearly that Leslie's mana core was nearly half burned. On any other day, he might have backed off, allowing her to destroy herself. But Leslie's defiance and provocations had stoked his fury. He wanted Leslie to die by his own hands, not by the burning of her mana core. Instantly, Taylor, now wrapped in black sludge like a menacing specter, lunged at Leslie with relentless fury, aiming to destroy her completely. Leslie's body glowed with a cold light, armor of solid ice forming around her. Like an ice queen, her entire being radiated with surging magical energy. Their collision shattered the very space around them, their intertwined figures blurring as they exchanged rapid, unpredictable strikes. Buildings near the battle zone, even under the protection of the dark tower, cracked in. Crumbled. In the shockwaves of their combat, it seemed as though all matter was on the verge of being pulverized. Her Majesty Leslie's strength is terrifying. She's fighting a Grandmaster Tier Mage. To think a Diamond Tier Mage could hold her own against a Grandmaster Tier Mage, this is unbelievable. The mages in the Imperial capital, who had been watching the battle between Leslie and Taylor, were in utter shock. Though they had always known Leslie was an exceptionally talented and powerful queen, they hadn't realized her power reached such extraordinary levels. Even the spies from various nations, who had been lurking in the capital, were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. For them, a Master Tier Mage was already considered the pinnacle of strength. Now, this Grandmaster Tier Mage was clearly going all out, shattering the very void, yet he couldn't take down Leslie. In fact, his injuries were growing more severe. The clash between these two had shaken the entire city. Everyone had stopped what they were doing, staring at the distant battle in awe. Though they didn't know why the Grandmaster Tier Mage was fighting Leslie, the outcome of their battle would undoubtedly alter the course of history. As the first queen of Azure Kingdom, Leslie's fall or survival would decide the fate of the kingdom, whether it would be torn apart by other hungry nations or continue to stand strong. And if she defeated a Grandmaster Tier Mage, it would be a historic first on the continent. Boom, boom, boom. Their battle continued for only a short while longer. After exchanging hundreds of blows in quick succession, a deafening crash echoed across the sky. Suddenly, a figure was thrown back, battered and bloodied by the aftermath of the clash. The onlookers held their breath, staring intently at the scene. Was Leslie finally overwhelmed? As this thought crossed their minds, they saw the figure arc through the air before crashing into the palace walls with immense force, shattering the wall into rubble and sending dust flying. Then, everyone saw Taylor lying in the massive crater, his body drenched in blood, covered in claw marks, with crimson blood pooling around him. Taylor, the Grandmaster Tier Mage, had been severely injured and thrown from the battlefield. Countless onlookers widened their eyes in shock, unable to close their gaping mouths. At that moment, a chilling gleam cut through the air, a spear thrown by Leslie, tearing through the sky with the sound of splitting fabric. It aimed directly at Taylor's forehead, carrying the final blow of the fight. Taylor, still in excruciating pain, felt his body unresponsive. Leslie's relentless attacks, along with the Dark Tower and Kitsune, had been more than he could handle. Now, this spear was imbued with lethal intent, and in his current state, he had no way to Survive a final strike infused with order. In desperation, Taylor crushed a ring on his finger, causing the space behind him to warp and swallow him whole. Almost at the same moment he vanished, Leslie's spear, its energy spent, fell from the sky, its glow fading as it tumbled to the ground. Chapter 203, the first time with Leslie. Leslie couldn't hold on any longer. As Taylor was about to leave, this thought suddenly crossed his mind. Regret flooded his heart. If he had endured just a little longer, even with his severely injured body, Leslie, whose level was far below his own and who had burned her monocore, would have been left completely helpless, a wounded husk, at his mercy. Yet, fear of death and Leslie's unwavering resolve had forced him to retreat. Throughout their intense battle, Taylor had sensed Leslie's strength waning. However, each time he believed she had reached her limit, Leslie had somehow managed to persevere. This repeated disappointment instilled a sliver of fear deep within him. Her willpower was unmatched by any Middle-earth warrior or ascetic he had encountered. It was as if nothing could stop her once she set her mind to something. Damn it! In a mix of anger and regret, Taylor was swallowed by the space portal, leaving the battlefield and returning to Middle-earth. This spatial escape was his greatest trump card to safeguard in case of life-threatening danger. However, using it now made him wish he had no such option. He couldn't shake the feeling that things would have been different without it. After Taylor disappeared, Leslie's airborne body trembled violently before she crashed to the ground. If not for the spear she leaned on, she wouldn't have been able to stand at all. She was drenched in blood, her once pale skin covered in burn marks. Her entire body seemed withered, her face deadly pale. She licked her parched lips, watching as Taylor disappeared through the spatial portal back to Middle-earth. Only then did she allow herself a small sigh of relief. If not for the last burst of strength that had forced Taylor to retreat, she would have been completely defenseless against him in her current state. Looking down at her burning, aching body, Leslie sensed the remains of her monocore within her. Once her wellspring of magic, it had withered, though it had not yet crumbled like sand in the wind. A wave of dread surged through her as she tried to summon mana to stabilize the core. If her monocore dissolved, she would lose her magic forever and become unable to practice again, a magical cripple. Despite her best efforts, no mana responded to her commands. Instead, the remaining magic within her began to leak out, dissipating along with her failing core. Your Majesty, the guards from House Ravenwood in the palace, having arrived at the scene, saw the state Leslie was in, and many of them had tears in their eyes. Although some people had called Leslie a ruthless tyrant, they knew that since ascending the throne, she had improved their lives, showing concern for both the soldiers and the common folk. She was the queen who had propelled Azure Kingdom toward its rise. But now, the queen had burned her monocore, becoming a cripple who could never use magic again. Meanwhile, spies from other kingdoms were thrilled. Leslie, the recently ascended queen of Azure Kingdom, had fallen. This was exactly what they had hoped for. Leslie had been listed as second on the domination leaderboard, right below Owen. If both Leslie and Owen had fully risen to power, they would have become the greatest threat to the other kingdoms. But now, it seemed fate had turned, and Leslie's promising future had been cut short. Academy City members observing the scene felt deep regret. They had seen Leslie as someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Owen, someone whose strength and ambition would reshape the continent. The world would have been forever changed by her. But now, this remarkable figure was broken. Within the city, some ambitious families, seeing Leslie's mana dwindle, began to stir. Leslie had ruled with a firm hand, but her strength, meticulous planning, and the support of Owen had kept them in check. Now that Owen was far away in Kyric, and Leslie had become powerless, it was the perfect time to seize control. Some family heads began to plot. If a mere woman could sit on the throne, surely they could too. However, just as these thoughts were forming, a streak of light shot across the sky, blazing with brilliant white wings, splitting the heavens with the sound of wind and thunder. All eyes widened in shock. It was Owen. There wasn't a mage in the imperial capital who didn't recognize Owen. Not long ago, news from Academy City about Owen had shaken the entire continent. But wasn't Owen supposed to be in Kyric? He had destroyed 4 of Kyric's main cities, confronting the king of Kyric himself, who had summoned their founding emperor. The two nations were separated by a vast distance, and even for a diamond-tier mage traveling at full speed, it would take at least a day. Owen's speed was unbelievable. As the crowd watched in astonishment, Leslie, now at her limit, closed her eyes and began to collapse backward, her body like that of a withered tree. Just as she was about to fall, she felt herself caught by a warm and familiar embrace. Using the last bit of her consciousness, she squinted and saw Owen's face, full of pain and sorrow. Inside House Ravenwood, in a small courtyard covered by trees. Leslie, sitting on the ground, coughed weakly as she slowly opened her gem-like eyes. Across from her sat Owen, surrounded by a radiant, life-giving aura, which steadily flowed into her, healing her injuries. The vitality radiating from Owen was unlike any healing magic she had ever encountered, far more precise and powerful. Her injuries had been severe, with deep, bone-revealing wounds and mana-induced internal damage. Even with regular magic, it would have taken a long time to recover. Yet, under the influence of Owen's magic, most of her injuries had already healed. Only her severely damaged internal organs and her destroyed mana core had not yet recovered. When Leslie awoke, Owen exhaled a long breath of relief. The Order of Life truly lived up to its reputation as the strongest healing force. Although Owen had only begun to grasp its power, it had already managed to heal the majority of Leslie's injuries. Owen, thank you, Leslie said softly, her expression filled with gratitude as she regained her voice. You're my fiancé, no need to be so formal, Owen replied, somewhat uncomfortable with Leslie's politeness. In his mind, Leslie was already his wife. What Leslie said next left Owen stunned. Owen, I'm a cripple now. I can no longer use magic. Let's call off our engagement. Leslie's voice was calm at first, but when she reached the words, call off our engagement, her lips trembled slightly. She knew Owen's talent was boundless. The continent was merely the beginning for him. He was like an eagle destined to soar higher and higher. Before, Leslie had been confident in her own abilities. She had believed she could stand by Owen's side and explore the vast world together. But now, as a cripple with a burned-out mana core, that dream was gone. Since she could no longer accompany him on his journey, she would let him go, even if she loved him deeply. Owen's mind buzzed as he realized Leslie's intent. She didn't want to hold him back. Without hesitation, he pulled Leslie into his arms and kissed her passionately, his embrace both commanding and resolute. In that instant, it was as if the two of them had ignited, their kisses deep and intense, as if trying to merge into one another completely. Chapter 204, sending troops to the Pyrothrone Kingdom. In the small courtyard, Owen and Leslie shared a passionate kiss. Perhaps due to her broken mana core and a sense of despair, or maybe because she had a premonition that she was about to lose Owen forever, Leslie shed her usual cold demeanor and actively embraced Owen. After a long while, the two finally separated. Owen gazed at Leslie's flushed face with a serious and determined expression and said, "Since you're my fiancé, no matter sickness or health, you are mine." Leslie had rarely seen Owen this serious. Her face flushed even more, and she buried her head in Owen's chest. If anyone else had seen Leslie acting so meek and affectionate, they wouldn't have believed their eyes. After all, Leslie was always cold and distant toward others, holding herself like an untouchable monarch without a hint of other emotions. Owen, too, was momentarily mesmerized. It took him a while to snap out of it. He gently patted her back and said, "Even if you really can't use mana anymore, we're still husband and wife. Besides, who says your mana core can't be restored?" Leslie blushed even more at Owen's sweet words, but when she heard the second part, she suddenly froze, lifting her head in disbelief as if she had misheard. Her mana core had already been burned out, turned to ash. Everyone knew it was impossible to recover from that. However, Leslie also knew that ever since Owen had risen to prominence, miracles seemed to happen frequently around him. Given her understanding of him, Owen was not someone to make empty promises. If he said there was a way, then there might really be a way. In Leslie's astonished, hopeful gaze, a light flashed from Owen's storage ring. A single drop of dew from the tree of the world floated in the palm of his hand. For ordinary people, ordinary methods wouldn't work, but I am no ordinary person. Owen smiled, then infused the drop of tree of the world's dew into Leslie's body. Leslie immediately felt a slight warmth in her abdomen, followed by refreshing coolness that flowed throughout her body, as though sweet spring water was washing over her. The sensation was indescribably soothing. Owen then formed a series of hand seals, and the order of life flew out from his ordered domain, channeling mana into Leslie's body, reaching deep into her dantian. As the order of life entered her body, the dew from the tree of the world became even more dazzling, eventually transforming into a dense mist that permeated Leslie's meridians, healing the damage. The life-infused mist gathered in her abdomen, gradually forming a new mana core, about the size of a thumb. With the appearance of the mana core, Leslie felt her once broken connection to mana rekindle with intensity. Her fallen rank swiftly rose as her mana core regenerated. Her mana core had truly returned. Even now, Leslie felt dazed. The complete destruction of a mana core was considered irreversible, even by the most powerful forces of Middle-earth. And yet, Owen had truly restored it for her. Overcome with joy, a genuine smile spread across Leslie's usually cold face. She tested her magic once more, and instantly, beautiful snowflakes swirled around her, their icy and familiar aura enveloping her. Raising her delicate hand, she cut a snowflake with her slender fingers. It was cold to the touch, and the chill ran through her mind. Her mana had returned. Perhaps only after losing it did she fully understand the true value of her mana. Leslie's thoughts were scattered as she recalled her years of secret training, her first meeting and collaboration with Owen, and now, how he had healed her. Memories flashed through her mind. She looked at Owen, who was now retracting his mana, and a smile crept onto her face. As if making a decision, she suddenly tackled Owen onto the ground, amidst the golden fallen leaves. Their eyes met, brimming with affection. The two kissed again. Not long after, it was unclear whether Owen took the initiative or whether Leslie's passion took over, but their clothes began to come off. As Owen gazed at Leslie's flawless, snow-white figure, his throat tightened. Compared to before, Leslie was now even more breathtakingly beautiful. Before long, a mix of pain, excitement, and a faint sadness echoed in the courtyard. The sound soon became low, suppressed moans, filled with longing and desire. An hour later, in the courtyard, dressed again, Owen held Leslie in his arms as they shared the events that had transpired during their time apart. When Leslie learned that Owen had unsealed the Godslayer staff from the Kyric royal tomb, she was elated. She knew well the power of the Godslayer staff, comparable to her own dark tower. If fully unsealed, it would be one of the most formidable magical artifacts in Middle-earth. Owen, on the other hand, focused on the black-robed mage who had attacked the ducal mansion, the Pyrothrone Kingdom. Pyrothrone Kingdom. After confirming from Leslie that the black-robed mage was indeed from the Pyrothrone Kingdom, anger surged within Owen. Initially, he hadn't planned to confront the Pyrothrone Kingdom yet, even though it was Prince Calden of Pyrothrone who had attacked him first. The Pyrothrone Kingdom wasn't just any power in Middle-earth. Owen knew his current strength was insufficient to take them on, and he had planned to spend the next year bolstering his power and influence. However, instead of attacking him directly, the Pyrothrone Kingdom, under pressure from Melodic Academy, had targeted his loved ones. If Leslie hadn't burned her mana core and unleashed her full power, the entire ducal mansion, along with Leslie and the others, would have been taken hostage. This malicious intent had crossed Owen's line. Feeling Owen's body tense with anger, Leslie clasped his hand, her gaze resolute. With your talent in mind, even though the Pyrothrone Kingdom is a mighty empire in Middle-earth, we will have the power to bring it down in a few years. She knew Owen could be impulsive, and this incident had clearly pushed him. But now wasn't the right time to act. Owen squeezed her soft hand, shaking his head slightly. If someone hits my wife, and I do nothing, what kind of man would I be? Seeing Owen so determined, Leslie smiled. Whatever you decide, I'll follow you. Though she didn't know what Owen planned, she didn't ask. She trusted that while this decision might partly be made in the heat of the moment, Owen must have some plan, and even if he didn't, as long as she could do with him, she had no regrets. Leslie's unwavering support only strengthened Owen's resolve. With a thought, two radiant holy tokens appeared on his forehead. One fallen holy token, one dragon holy token. As these two tokens appeared, they immediately cracked, releasing brilliant beams of light that shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds and exploding at the peak of the heavens. The dazzling points of light spread across the sky like a spectacular fireworks display. Every corner of the continent could see it clearly. Mages across the land were drawn to the phenomenon, but they were not of the dragon or fallen angel races, so they couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind the holy tokens. They only felt a bone-chilling coldness from the light, an ominous sense of foreboding. At the same time, the fallen angel patriarch gazed at the shattered fallen angel holy token in stunned silence. Though most people didn't understand the holy token's meaning, he did. It was a message of war. Every fallen angel, including the king, was to invade the Pyrothrone Kingdom. The message was simple, but its implications made his eyes widen in shock. As a king, he knew full well the ancient strength and far-reaching influence of the Pyrothrone Kingdom in Middle-earth. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, the joint operation of the Dragon Clan and Fallen Angels. Though he wasn't entirely sure why Owen harbored such murderous intent toward the Pyrothrone Kingdom, the Heavenly King knew that with Owen's current power, confronting such a massive force head-on was unwise. Once war broke out with the Pyrothrone Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be a battle to the death. Frowning slightly, the Heavenly King hesitated. Following Owen's order, regardless of the outcome, would have profound consequences for the fallen angel race. However, his hesitation didn't last long. He ultimately decided to follow Owen's plan. All members of the fallen angel clan, prepare for battle. This command, carried by his will, appeared in the minds of every fallen angel. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Valley, the domain that the Dragon Clan had ruled over for millions of years in Middle-earth, the elderly Gold Dragon King stretched his massive body comfortably in a mana-rich hot spring. The Dragon Clan had kept a low profile in recent years, and no one had dared to provoke them. This secluded and peaceful life pleased the Gold Dragon King, and he had grown content with it. However, he sometimes wondered if he had become too idle, doing nothing but enjoying a life of indulgence. Forget it, I'll think about it tomorrow, he muttered as his budding ambition was once again subdued by the soothing hot spring. His massive head sank into the water, bubbling contentedly. But the next moment, a dazzling light erupted above Dragon Valley like fireworks. Startled, the Gold Dragon King felt the fluctuation of the Dragon Clan's holy token from this strange phenomenon. What's going on? The Dragon Clan has been extremely low profile in recent years. How could there be a fluctuation from the holy token? He stroked his dragon beard in confusion. Within the Dragon Clan, the holy token was an extremely precious object. Only those who had surpassed most of the Dragon Clan in strength and gained widespread recognition would be granted a holy token. Alternatively, dragons born with exceptionally noble bloodlines might also receive one. However, those who held holy tokens were all within Dragon Valley. His momentary confusion was quickly replaced by an even greater puzzle. He understood the command embedded within the holy token: exterminate the Pyrothron Kingdom. The Gold Dragon King was dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan held itself above all other races, including humans, and rarely interacted with them. He had heard of the Pyrothron Kingdom, a relatively powerful human force, but the Dragon Clan had no deep-seated hatred toward them. Who issued this command using the holy token? All dragons who held a holy token shared the Gold Dragon King's confusion. They could sense the sudden command. The Dragon Princess, who had just returned to Middle-earth from the continent, shook her head slightly at the Gold Dragon King's query. She was about to say she didn't know when she realized that the direction from which the holy token had activated seemed to come from the continent, specifically the Azure Kingdom. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly transmitted a message to the Gold Dragon King: Ancestor, if I'm not mistaken, this holy token command wasn't issued by our Dragon Clan. The Gold Dragon King was full of questions. What did she mean by that? The holy token was only possessed by a select few within the Dragon Clan, and even other races rarely saw it, let alone own one. Sensing the Gold Dragon King's confusion, the Dragon Princess quickly explained. Ancestor, I just returned from the continent, and if my guess is correct, this holy token command was likely issued by Owen, the wielder of the Godslayer staff. He has a deep grudge with the Pyrothron Kingdom. The strange thing is, I don't know how, but he somehow possesses one of our Dragon Clan's holy tokens. In our previous encounters, he has used the power of the holy token. The Gold Dragon King's eyes widened in shock. He was the one who managed the Dragon Clan's holy tokens, and he had never granted one to Owen, nor to anyone outside the Dragon Clan. These tokens were incredibly precious, after all. Those who held them were either highly respected, powerful members of the Dragon Clan, or those with noble bloodlines who carried the future of the clan. Any command issued through a holy token had to be followed by the Dragon Clan. In other words, if the holy token commanded them to strike the Pyrothron Kingdom, they had no choice but to comply. Ancestor, I met Owen. While he has some power and talent, he's definitely not one of us, so we don't need to follow our internal rules regarding this, the Dragon Princess said with a shake of her head. After a brief moment of thought, the Gold Dragon King narrowed his eyes. The Godslayer staff and a Dragon Clan holy token, this Owen fellow is quite interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the Fallen Angel Clan's holy token. The message within it was clear: the entire Fallen Angel Clan was to attack the Pyrothron Kingdom. Tisk tisk, is this also Owen's doing? The curiosity in the Gold Dragon King's expression grew. Then, as if seeing something amusing, a playful smile tugged at his lips. Even that old turtle of the Fallen Angel Clan accepted this command. It seems the Fallen Angel holy token isn't a forgery. If the Fallen Angels are all mobilizing, we might as well join in. It's been a long time since we've taken action. A mere Pyrothron Kingdom, let's destroy it. Let's just hope this Owen doesn't disappoint me. In the Demon Realm, where darkness and death reigned, the sudden flash of light illuminated a land of bones and corpses. In the Bone Dragon Clan's territory, the sight of the holy token's command awakened them from their long slumber. A command from the holy token. How many years has it been since we received a command? We can finally leave this place. The Bone Dragons were thrilled, their skeletal bodies trembling with excitement. After being dormant in this realm for so long, they finally had the chance to act again. Now they could wreak havoc in other lands, spreading fear and terror. How could our Bone Dragon Clan miss such a delightful slaughter? Quickly log onto the coordinates and open a void channel. Let's descend immediately. I can't wait to taste the blood. The Bone Dragons roared in anticipation, their towering skeletal forms shaking. Many of them turned their gaze toward the depths of the Bone Forest, where a grand stone palace stood. In front of the palace was a small girl with a human form. Seeing her, every Bone Dragon's eyes filled with reverence and awe. This was the prodigy of their clan, a being with a semi-ancestor level bloodline. She was their princess, and at only 3 years old, she had already reached the master tier. It was an occasion worth celebrating. They would spread her name across the realms, ensuring that all living beings would know and fear her. Under the gaze of countless Bone Dragons, the Bone Dragon Princess, a delicate little girl, tugged on the arm of a middle-aged man with a dragon's head and a human's body, asking in a sweet voice, "Daddy, what are we going to do?" The Bone Dragon chief doted on the little one, gently stroking her silky black hair. "We're going to destroy the Pyrothron Kingdom, sweetheart," he replied with a smile. The little princess tilted her head, her bright, clear eyes blinking with curiosity. "Why are we destroying the Pyrothron Kingdom? Do we have a grudge with them?" The Bone Dragon chief laughed heartily. "Who cares about that? We're wiping them out just because we can. They're just a puny human kingdom. When the time comes, whatever you want, just let Daddy know. Daddy will get it for you." "Yay, Daddy, you're the best." In the Azure Kingdom, in the small courtyard. After Owen crushed the 2 holy tokens, 2 symbols automatically appeared on his left and right hands, marking them like coordinates, like banners. In his mind, he received responses from the Gold Dragon King and the Fallen Angel Heavenly King. They agreed to follow his command. Excellent. After this battle, the Pyrothron Kingdom will be no more. Owen's eyes burned with rage, and the murderous aura radiating from him caused the air in the courtyard to boil, the temperature rapidly rising. Chapter 206 Time Reversal. On the high mountains where the Fallen Angel Clan resided, massive, cold-breathing fallen angels, with wings far larger than their bodies, flapped against the wind, surging in the direction of the Azure Kingdom. The chilling aura they emitted caused the sky to darken, as though the once clear sky had instantly transformed into a cold, eerie night. Nearby, various spellbeast races sensed the abnormality. They looked up at the suddenly darkened heavens, and upon seeing the sight of the numerous fallen angels, they hurriedly restrained their own auras in fear. What are they planning with such a large-scale mobilization? It's one thing for ordinary fallen angels to move together, but why is the aura of the Heavenly King mixed in with them? Could it be that the Heavenly King is going to take action too? These spellbeasts, most of whom were powerful and intelligent, couldn't figure out what was going on. They suspected it had something to do with the earlier glowing holy token of the fallen angels. Meanwhile, within Middle-earth, following the Gold Dragon King's order, enormous dragons, as large as mountains, soared into the sky, converging toward the Azure Kingdom, their colossal forms blotting out the sun. As their overwhelming pressure swept across the skies and lands, spellbeasts and humans alike trembled under it, feeling as though these dragons could crush them with a mere thought. This grand display soon caused a massive uproar across the land. The sight of so many dragons taking to the skies at once was something most had only heard of in legends. After all, the dragon clan, with its noble and ancient bloodline, had always stood at the pinnacle of all life. Though their numbers had dwindled, and they had maintained a low profile for centuries, their presence was still a heavy, invisible weight on everyone's minds. Every movement of the dragon clan caught the attention of the great powers, and now, with such a large mobilization, everyone wondered what had happened to shake the dragons into action. In the demon realm, following the resonance of the dragon clan's holy token, the bone dragons, with their skeletal wings, locked onto the coordinates of the holy token and began flying toward the Azure Kingdom. Their movements caused tremors throughout the vast demon realm, as this was the first large-scale mobilization of the bone dragons in thousands of years. At the ducal mansion, led by Diana and Edward, the people from Middle-earth hurried to the mansion. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on them as they noticed how suddenly busy the mansion had become. They had all seen the two holy token lights rising into the sky earlier, and they knew the source of the light was the ducal mansion. As they entered and saw Owen, their attention was immediately drawn to his arms, which were surrounded by special runes. "Mr. Owen, I knew you were the one who shattered the holy tokens," Edward sighed, his heart full of shock. Even though he had previously suspected that Owen was behind this, having it confirmed now left him even more astonished. As a historian of Academy City, Edward recognized the command embedded in the two holy tokens and attack on the Pyrothrone Kingdom of Middle-earth. It was absolute madness. "Sis, Mr. Owen, I have to say, you're really bold. That's the Pyrothrone Kingdom of Middle-earth. You said you'd attack them, and now you really are going to attack them," Diana exclaimed, her eyes shining as she looked at Owen. After their previous expedition to the mausoleum, she knew Owen was fearless, defying even the gods' might in attacks. However, the Pyrothrone Kingdom was vastly more terrifying than Kyric. Compared to the founder king of Kyric, the Pyrothrone Kingdom was far more formidable. Even after each major upheaval in Middle-earth, the Pyrothrone Kingdom had remained unshaken, a testament to its deep and immeasurable power. Now, someone from a remote continent like Owen was actually attempting to wipe out a force that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Diana felt both awe and admiration. Owen truly lived up to being her idol. He was willing to risk everything for the woman he loved. The other Middle-earth elites, like Henry, wore strange expressions as they stared at Owen, unsure of what to say. That was the Pyrothrone Kingdom, an empire that had existed for countless millennia, and yet, Owen was acting as if attacking it was no big deal. It was sheer madness. They saw no hope in this endeavor. If anyone other than Owen had made such a move, they would have thought that person had gone mad. Still, they recognized that Owen's attack on the Pyrothrone Kingdom might give them an opportunity to return to Middle-earth, which wasn't too bad for them. Otherwise, staying by Owen's side, who knew what other crazy things he would do next. Owen, however, paid no mind to the thoughts of these Middle-earth prodigies. He glanced at Diana and said, "The Dragon Clan and the Fallen Angel Clan still need some time to get here. In the meantime, I have some matters to attend to. Help me watch over these people." Among the group, Owen trusted Diana the most, and her strength was also sufficient to keep everyone in check. Diana and Edward understood Owen's intent. Before coming here, they had received an order to search for Madeline's whereabouts. As Leslie's sister, Madeline had been living in the ducal mansion, but she had suddenly disappeared not long ago. Initially, everyone thought Madeline had just hidden somewhere or temporarily left the mansion, so they hadn't paid much attention. But after Taylor had been driven away by Leslie and Owen had stabilized the situation at the mansion, Madeline was nowhere to be found. Duke Charles and the others felt a small sense of relief when Owen brought up the matter, believing that with his growing power, he would surely find Madeline. Duke Charles was well aware that Madeline wasn't his biological daughter, and technically, Owen wasn't his son-in-law. But with Madeline's mysterious disappearance, if Owen didn't help, he didn't know what else to do. Given Owen's now unfathomable strength, Duke Charles believed Owen could certainly find her. He also understood that with Owen and Leslie growing ever more powerful, the small Azure Kingdom could no longer contain them. To Owen and Leslie, the ducal mansion, though a giant to ordinary mages, might soon become nothing more than a memory. Fortunately, Duke Charles had always shown goodwill toward Owen and Leslie from the beginning. Under Duke Charles's complicated gaze, Owen's mind power suddenly expanded instantly, covering every inch of the ducal mansion. Even the secret chambers deep underground could not escape his detection. Yet, after this thorough search, there was no sign of Madeline. Where could she have gone? Seeing Owen's mind power dissipate as quickly as it had spread, Duke Charles, Diana, and Edward noticed the deepening frown on his face and realized that even Owen hadn't found Madeline. This is truly strange. Madeline was clearly in the mansion's courtyard just before, Duke Charles thought, his heart sinking. The other members of the mansion were equally anxious, their eyes red from worry. Madeline had always been kind to them, and they didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Owen held a favorable impression of Madeline, who had once helped him keep the kingdom vault a secret and even devised plans for him and Leslie's future. She had treated them as family. If she was in the courtyard earlier, then her disappearance must have left some trace. "Let's see what really happened," Owen muttered, mana beginning to circulate around him. Diana was momentarily stunned. "What happened before has already passed, how could you possibly see it?" "By reversing time, of course," Owen replied calmly. "Time reversal." Diana stared at Owen in utter disbelief. She had heard of this ability, knowing it was a tremendously powerful investigative spell, but it involved the mysterious order of time and space, something even their headmaster struggled to perform. How could Owen, a newly ascended master tier mage, possibly pull it off? Chapter 207, The Awakening of Madeline. Under Diana's doubtful gaze, Owen remained calm, and the Supreme Order's power began to radiate from him. Time reversal was impossible for most people, but for someone wielding the Supreme Order like Owen, it was no challenge. He could draw upon his future self's power and briefly reverse time, though he couldn't alter the past. However, witnessing past events was well within his capabilities. As the Supreme Order's aura spread from Owen, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure weigh down on their hearts. Soon after, the scene before them blurred, and like a movie being rewound, all the events that had transpired in the ducal mansion began to play out in reverse. Wow, is this what time reversal looks like? How in the world did Mr. Owen pull this off? Those present were filled with awe as they watched Owen's back, their respect for him reaching new heights. This ability, which seemed divine in nature, was now under Owen's control. Even Diana, her eyes wide with shock, muttered to herself, "No wonder the headmaster wanted me to bring him to the academy. If he joins the academy, I can't imagine the kind of upheaval he'll cause." As the group's thoughts raced, the scene through the reverse timeline stabilized, and they found themselves looking at Madeline inside the ducal mansion. The time reversal began to flow forward normally. Now, it was as if everyone was there in person, watching the past unfold. Though they couldn't touch or speak to Madeline, nothing they did could affect her. Bang! The sudden sound of a door being kicked open echoed through the mansion. The group watched as the guards stationed at the entrance were thrown back, crashing into the room unconscious, their fate unknown. The ducal mansion had finally arrived. A cold, iron-like voice came from the entrance, and then a figure in a black robe with dark markings on his face Taylor stepped into view. The group, already on edge, trembled with fear at the sight. They now knew that the previous attack on the ducal mansion had been carried out by Taylor, the Archbishop of the Pyrothrone Kingdom. And now, here he was, just as they feared. Taylor's icy gaze swept across the room, quickly locking onto Madeline. He sensed a unique energy coming from her. As he focused on her, his expression changed slightly. Madeline's eyes were blood red. Blood eye. While Taylor stared at her, Madeline frowned, studying him in return. She had been about to leave the mansion to purchase some spellbeast crystals for her training, as she'd been feeling unusually hot lately, a sign that she was close to a breakthrough. But before she could step outside, she encountered this unwelcome black-robed guest Taylor. Indeed, it's a rare blood eye. Unfortunately, it hasn't awakened yet, but even so, this is a valuable discovery, Taylor muttered, his eyes gleaming with greed as he confirmed what he saw. The blood eye was an extremely rare talent, even in Middle-earth. Before its awakening, it didn't display any remarkable abilities, but once awakened, it became one of the most terrifying gifts, granting not only immense power but also the ability to manifest incredible and mysterious techniques. Blood eye. Confusion flickered across Madeline's face as she heard Taylor's greedy words. She didn't understand what the so-called blood eye was, but one thing was clear, this black-robed mage was up to no good. The malevolent aura radiating from him made her skin crawl. How dare you attack the ducal mansion? Who are you? Madeline quickly composed herself, fixing her gaze on Taylor and demanding answers. Mana began to swirl around her, ready to strike at any moment. For some time now, Madeline had been feeling frustrated. Ever since Owen had appeared and her sister had revealed her true strength, she, once hailed as a genius, had been slowly forgotten. Watching them grow stronger while she remained stagnant had left her feeling anxious, as if she had become a burden. Now, with her sister in seclusion in the ducal mansion under attack by an intruder, it was the perfect opportunity for her to take action. You must be Owen's sister. You're quite remarkable. With the blood eye, you shouldn't be left here to wither. Come with me to the Pyrothrone Kingdom. I'll use you to advance my own power. Taylor laughed maniacally, reaching out to capture her within his domain. In an instant, Madeline, who had been preparing to fight back, found herself completely immobilized. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped her tightly, preventing her from using any mana. This overwhelming suppression left her feeling deeply frustrated. The gap in their power was far too vast. Taylor's hand closed around her throat, and black mana surged like a tide, ready to envelop her and seal her in eternal darkness. Sleep, sleep. Taylor's low voice echoed in the air. Madeline's eyelids grew heavier, and just as they were about to close, images of Owen and Leslie flashed through her mind. If they were in her place, even if they couldn't defeat such a powerful enemy, would they give in so easily? This thought ignited a spark within her, and suddenly, a surge of mana burst from her eyes. In that instant, as Taylor was about to pull her into his domain, he felt a sudden numbness in his arm. The next thing he saw was two dazzling beams of blood-red light flooding his vision. The blood-red light was thick and overwhelming, as if it were transforming the very air around them into writhing blood. The intoxicating yet nauseating sensation was so strong that even Taylor momentarily lost control of his mind, slipping into a daze. The blood eye has awakened. In his brief moment of confusion, Taylor's only thought was that Madeline's blood eye had fully awakened. He was a Grandmaster tier mage, and Madeline was only a peak gold tier mage. The difference in power was immense. Only the blood eye's awakening could have such an effect on his mind. Immediately, Taylor unleashed his mind power from his forehead, like an invisible hand attempting to tear through the blood-red curtain before him. But the blood-red curtain was as solid as iron under his mental assault, and the blood-colored light began seeping into his mind, as though it were trying to turn him into a slave of the blood eye. Blood eye may be powerful, but at your level, you can't suppress me. Do you think my centuries of Grandmaster tier power are so easily overcome? Taylor snarled as the influence of the blood eye grew stronger, twisting his expression. With a roar, a black swamp-like energy surged from him, swallowing up the blood-red light and attempting to devour Madeline. However, just as Taylor unleashed his domain's power, a massive tide of blood surged toward him, crashing against the black swamp. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in Taylor's mind. His body was thrown backward, the black swamp retreating back into him, unable to expand any further. As Taylor crashed to the ground, the pain coursing through his body brought clarity back to his mind. The blood-red light faded from the air, and when he opened his eyes, his pupils constricted in shock. Madeline had undergone a complete transformation after the blood eye's awakening. She now wore a blood-red dress, her 3,000 strands of white hair cascading like a waterfall. She was a breathtaking figure, as if she had emerged from the very depths of darkness. Her blood-red eyes, in particular, looked like they were formed from the purest essence of blood. A single glance at her blood eye evoked an irresistible allure, and one's own blood seemed to boil uncontrollably. After awakening, Madeline's blood-red eyes were devoid of emotion. She stretched out her pale, slender hand, and eerie blood-colored waves emanated from her, striking Taylor again. Taylor tried to summon his mana to resist, but he found that the lingering blood-colored energy on his body had suppressed his mana. In this state, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. His face twisted in fear. As the blood-colored waves sliced through the air like blades, he felt the chilling presence of death approaching. Chapter 208. Chapter 208. Mary and Leslie. Within the Duke's manor. Madeline, dressed in red, looked like a demon lord born from a bath of fresh blood. The waves of crimson energy radiating from her sliced through the void, leaving behind lingering black scars that didn't fade for a long time. Locked in the crimson ripples, Taylor felt as though he was staring death in the face, his scalp tingling with fear. But just at that critical moment, Taylor was suddenly stunned. The crimson energy surging toward him abruptly froze in the air, as if held in place. Then, the space behind the blood-clad woman suddenly split open on both sides, like a door slowly opening. A tall woman with a mask, her figure slender and curvaceous, her long lashes fluttering, and an expression of pride, stepped out. Her movements were slow, but with her sudden appearance, time seemed to freeze in this part of the world. After stepping out of the void, the proud and stunning beauty with a hint of a domineering presence lightly placed a hand on Madeline's head. Madeline, still in her red clothes, didn't even have time to react before her eyes closed drowsily, and she fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, the restless crimson energy radiating from Madeline vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Taylor, who had been watching, was dumbfounded, his back cold with sweat. Even with his current cultivation, there was no way he could survive after Madeline had awakened the blood eye. Yet this mysterious masked woman had put blood eye to sleep with just one hand. Such terrifying power. Even more shocking was that before this woman appeared, Taylor hadn't sensed even a hint of her presence. May I ask, what is your name, senior? He swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and then cautiously asked. This woman was far too mysterious, her strength unfathomable, likely some long-renowned elder. Moreover, with Madeline having awakened the blood eye, the situation was critical. The masked woman seemed to have set her sights on Madeline. However, the masked woman didn't respond to Taylor's inquiry. Instead, she narrowed her bright eyes, smiling faintly as she glanced in Owen's direction. I'll be taking this young girl with me for now. Her voice was light, but it sent a chill down Owen's spine. The people behind Owen, even more terrified, paled and recoiled in fear. We're supposed to be observing through time. Could this masked woman actually see us? Holy crap, she really seems to see us. Who is she? Could she be a god tier expert? Maybe the god king of Middle Earth. No way, it can't be the god king. The god king is a man, not a woman. As the group murmured in fear, Owen shook his head slightly and said, this person isn't a god tier expert, and she's definitely not the god king. This is the archdemon. Owen remembered from the anime that in the demon realm where John had fallen, there was a demon lord who ruled over an entire realm. His elder sister was the archdemon. It was said that because of her extraordinary beauty, this woman always wore a mask when she appeared, and very few people had ever seen her true face. The others, hearing the name, archdemon, looked bewildered, not fully understanding who Owen was referring to. However, through this time-traveling experience, they at least learned Madeline's current situation. With a wave of Owen's hand, the surrounding scenery shifted, and everyone soon returned to reality, the surreal feeling replaced with the solid ground beneath their feet. Back in reality, everyone's expressions grew more solemn. The masked woman, whom Owen had called the archdemon, left a deep impression on them, her aura too terrifying to forget. Master Owen, suddenly, Charlotte hurried over, her expression serious. She bowed to Owen, hesitating before speaking. What is it? Owen, still preoccupied with thoughts of the archdemon, replied. Absent-mindedly. After a brief hesitation, Charlotte spoke softly. Master Owen, Mary is waiting for you outside the Duke's manor. At these words, Owen's body tensed, and he immediately snapped to attention. Mary had come to see him. That was definitely not a good sign. After all, he and Leslie had worked together to overthrow the royal family of Azure Kingdom. He had claimed the royal treasures, and even destroyed the Council of Elders, the royal family's ultimate trump card. Although the Azure Kingdom was rotten to its core, Mary herself had little connection to the royal family. She had left to study at the academy from a young age. She had always treated Owen well before, which left Owen feeling a bit guilty toward her. Seeing Owen's brief silence, Charlotte cautiously suggested. Master Owen, maybe you shouldn't meet with her today. After some thought, Owen shook his head. No, I'll go and see her. Soon after, in the rear garden of the Duke's manor, Owen sat in a wicker chair in the pavilion, with a few cups of fine tea steeping in front of him. The mingling scents of tea and flowers filled the air, calming the senses. He quietly watched as Mary approached step by step from the distance. Mary was dressed in a white lace gown with a tight bodice, highlighting her graceful figure. The wide skirt cascaded down like a waterfall, resembling a blooming white lotus. Her steps were slow, steady, and her gaze was calm and emotionless. Having witnessed the fall of the Azure Kingdom, Mary had matured significantly. The haughty arrogance of the spoiled princess was mostly replaced by steely determination. Like a sword tempered through countless trials, as she walked, there was a slight air of aggression about her. As Owen observed Mary, she approached the pavilion, her breathing quickening slightly. The calm on her delicate face gradually faded, replaced by flashes of anger, killing intent, affection, and gratitude. All these emotions uncontrollably flickered across her face. In the end, these emotions were suppressed into a tense calm. She took a deep breath, gently smoothing her heaving chest, and sat down opposite Owen. I think it's time we had a proper talk. She stared straight at Owen, her gem-like eyes seemingly trying to peer into his very soul. Owen, feeling uneasy under her gaze, cleared his throat and gently pushed a cup of tea toward her, speaking softly. Have some tea first. We can talk about anything you want, as long as you're willing to talk to me. Mary didn't refuse the tea, but neither did she drink it. She simply continued to look at Owen. Owen, we were friends, aren't we? Owen nodded, increasingly sensing that Mary's visit was far from ordinary. Seeing Owen nod, Mary's expression grew more conflicted, her eyes reddening slightly. Owen, do you know, from the moment I first met you, I started to notice you. No one has ever shone as brightly as you, like a star in the sky. You were just like the one I dreamed of. As she spoke, memories of the many times Owen had helped her resurfaced, each rescue deepening her feelings for him. But just as Owen was unsure of what to say, Mary suddenly changed the subject. King Aldrich and the Council of Elders, it was you who killed them with TNT, wasn't it? And the royal treasures, those were taken by you, right? Her voice carried a hint of accusation. Though Owen had anticipated this day would come, he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly, not intending to lie to Mary. Hearing this, Mary gazed at him in a daze. Although rumors and reports from Academy City had pointed to Owen as a key player in the royal family's downfall, she still wanted to hear it from his own lips. As Mary seemed lost in thought, Owen was about to offer some comfort, but Mary continued. Speaking, in truth, from the moment King Aldrich and the royal family forced me to drink the Min-Lost potion for their own safety, my feelings for them disappeared. From that moment on, I realized that to them, I was nothing more than a tool to be discarded for the greater good. Mary grew more agitated, and tears began to fall from her eyes like a broken kite string. Chapter 209. Chapter 209. The person Mentor wants to kill, could it be you? Mary cried sorrowfully. It was the first time Owen had seen the usually cold and independent Mary showing such vulnerability. Faced with the tears of such a stunning beauty, Owen felt flustered, not knowing how to react. Mary, who had been sobbing, noticed Owen's awkwardness, his hands unsure of where to go, and couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Honestly, when they made me drink the Min-Lost potion, I felt utterly hopeless, like I had been abandoned by the world, and I wanted to die right then and there. But that masked man knocked the potion away. He thought he was hiding his identity well, but I knew it was you in disguise. Someone in this world still cared about me. As she spoke, she inched closer to Owen, the grief and sorrow in her eyes gradually replaced by a shy sparkle. Owen coughed twice, quickly gulping down 2 cups of strong tea in front of him. He couldn't help but think of the old saying, women and petty men are the hardest to deal with. Just moments ago, she had been crying her heart out, and now she was acting like this. It was impossible to figure out what was going on in her mind. But since she had already guessed it, Owen decided to admit it openly. However, just as he was about to speak, Mary continued, aside from you, the only other person who truly cares about me is my mentor. Mary's mentor. Owen's heart sank. Although there had been some factors like the influence of a love potion and Lana's involvement, he had indeed slept with Reyna. As Owen's hands fidgeted and his toes curled with embarrassment, Mary sighed and said, I don't know why, but ever since she escorted me and King Aldrich that time, my mentor has been acting strange. Oh, how so? Owen's eyes widened, and he asked quietly. You don't know. My mentor's been mumbling every day, saying she's determined to kill someone. She's so adamant but hasn't made a move. Every time I ask her, she says I misheard and tells me to train hard so I can avenge her in the future. Mary's expression grew more serious as she continued, staring intently at Owen with her clear eyes. Based on what I know about my mentor and the situation at that time, I feel like the person she wants to kill might be you. After all, you were the one in disguise with the mask who appeared there. Hearing this, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Owen's forehead. He hadn't expected Reyna to harbor such strong murderous intent toward him, nor had he anticipated that Mary's intuition would be so accurate, directly pointing to him. Ahem, Mary, I've heard you've already reached platinum tier. That's really impressive. Owen awkwardly tried to change the subject. However, Mary didn't respond, instead frowning slightly. Owen, why has my mentor been feeling nauseous and losing her appetite? What really happened in the mountains that day? Did you hurt her? Owen was at a loss for words when suddenly, Leslie appeared out of nowhere, looking at Owen with curiosity. Oh, what happened in the valley? Come on, tell me, I'm interested. When Mary had asked to meet Owen, the news had also reached Leslie. While she fully trusted Owen, she was still concerned about Mary. After all, Mary was the last remaining member of the Azure royal family, and Leslie worried that Owen might soften his heart and be harmed by Mary. Most importantly, she had heard the rumors about Mary and Owen. As soon as Leslie appeared in the pavilion, Mary's attention shifted entirely to her. Her mind buzzed as if the sky had fallen. Immediately, uncontrollable rage and killing intent flared within her. She stared daggers at Leslie, a cold magical sword, sharp and clear like water, forming in her hand, mist swirling around it. If Mary could understand Owen's actions against the Azure royal family, she could never forgive Leslie. Leslie was her true enemy, the one who had orchestrated the downfall of the Azure royal family. Mary's teeth clenched in anger, her sword pointing directly at Leslie. You treacherous madwoman, you vile usurper. Seeing Mary's furious expression, Leslie smiled calmly. What's wrong, little sister? You seem very tense. To Leslie, Mary's current level was insignificant, like an ant. If not for Owen's presence, she wouldn't mind eliminating Mary on the spot. Their gazes locked, and the air between them grew thick with tension, as if ready to explode at any moment. Leslie, you executioner, traitor, how dare you not kneel and beg for forgiveness in front of this princess? Seeing Mary's childish outburst, Leslie replied indifferently, the throne has always belonged to the capable, sister. Surely you understand the phrase, the victor becomes king, and the defeated become prisoners. You only won through trickery. If the empire hadn't let its guard down, you wouldn't be here. Today, with that, Mary furiously charged at Leslie, her sword flashing as she struck. The sound of rushing rivers echoed, as if the entire void was about to be drowned by an ocean of mana, an overwhelming sense of danger filling the air. However, just as Mary's strongest attack was unleashed, Leslie merely shook her head. With a simple flick of her slender white fingers, Mary's body was immediately yanked forward, her neck firmly gripped by Leslie's hand, lifting her off the ground. Mary's face turned red, veins bulging on her forehead. She struggled desperately but was utterly powerless, unable to break free from Leslie's grasp. Owen, seeing this, felt a pang of guilt and was about to speak when Leslie gave him a slight smile, tilting her head. What's the matter? Already feeling sorry for the former princess. With that, she casually tossed Mary aside. Mary stumbled back dozens of steps before regaining her balance. I'll spare your life this time for my husband's sake, Leslie said coldly. But if you dare come here again, I'll kill you without mercy. Mary rubbed her neck, where red marks from Leslie's fingers remained, and clenched her fist. Tightly, she had known Leslie was much stronger, but she hadn't realized just how vast the gap between them was. Leslie had defeated her in a single move. They weren't even on the same level. For now, Mary suppressed her rage and looked toward Owen. I will find out what happened in that valley. With those words, she quickly turned and left. After she was gone, Owen immediately looked toward Leslie, ready to explain. But before he could speak, Leslie smiled and stepped forward, silencing him with a kiss. The sweet scent of her breath and the softness of her lips, like decadent chocolate, scattered all the words Owen had prepared to say. After a moment of kissing, Leslie licked her lips and said possessively, You're mine. I won't let another woman have you. She then leaned in and planted a heavy kiss on Owen's neck, leaving a red mark that pulsed faintly with mana. The mark bore Leslie's essence. No matter where Owen went, she would be able to sense him. Owen touched the mark on his neck, preparing to spend some rare, intimate time with Leslie. At that moment, Serafina suddenly burst out of Owen's small, personal world. Her tiny form, resembling a plump little snake, affectionately coiled around Owen's arm. Nuzzling his cheek, Leslie looked at the sudden appearance of Serafina and found the little creature irresistibly cute. She reached out with her pale hand and gently stroked Serafina's head. Serafina tilted her head, glancing up and down at Leslie. She could sense something unusual about the relationship between Leslie and Owen, though. Being so young, she couldn't fully comprehend it. Owen gently knocked on Serafina's head, feigning anger as he asked, What's the matter? Why did you come out of your little world without permission? Serafina rubbed her itchy little head with her tail and flicked her tongue, sending an excited mental wave to Owen. Chapter 210. Chapter 210 Leslie declares her sovereignty. The sun. Are you saying Rachel grew a son in the small world? Owen was startled by the mental wave Serafina sent him. Growing a son, Owen was shocked. According to his calculations, it would take 3 months for that small world to generate life. Yet, thanks to Rachel's bloodline, it had only been less than a month, and there were already such incredible results. Leslie, unaware of the situation, curiously asked, Owen, what's going on? Owen immediately explained the situation regarding Rachel's kidnapping in the Tree of World. The succubus progenitor's bloodline, held alone in a small world. Leslie narrowed her eyes, murmuring to herself. She was well aware that men were often fickle creatures, and when faced with an extraordinary beauty, they could easily lose control of themselves. Even though she knew Owen wasn't an ordinary man, Leslie also understood the unique allure of a succubus. Their temptation could make any man willing to do anything. Rachel, not only of noble birth but also possessing the bloodline of the succubus progenitor, had a seductive power that was beyond ordinary. Moreover, even after being imprisoned in Owen's small world, she had diligently taken care of the Tree of World. Leslie nodded slightly, saying, I didn't expect a hostage to be of such use. Since that's the case, let's go see her together. With the bloodline of the succubus progenitor, she must be an exceptional beauty. Hearing the jealousy in Leslie's words, Owen's mouth twitched. He had thought Leslie didn't care about such things, but now it seemed that no matter the woman, bloodlines couldn't escape such rivalry. Both Leslie and Rachel were anything but ordinary women. The thought of them meeting and possibly competing for dominance made Owen feel a headache coming on. Luckily, at that moment, a piercing sound came from the distant sky, followed by chilling cold rapidly sweeping over them. The fallen angels had arrived. Owen and Leslie immediately shifted their attention to the sky, their expressions growing serious. As they looked toward the horizon, the mages and commoners within the capital felt the temperature plummet, becoming bone-chilling cold. Confused, they glanced around. Snow began to fall from the sky, and wherever it landed, a thin layer of frost quickly spread, creating a biting cold. Many who witnessed this were deeply frightened. Fallen angels. The fallen angels are here. Their fears were soon confirmed as cries of terror echoed through the capital, causing panic to spread. Especially when they looked toward the sky and saw the terrifying scene, dark, ominous mist rolling in, blotting out the sun. Within that mist, fallen angels with their black wings flapping descended from the sky, like reapers of death descending over the Azure Kingdom. The icy aura they emitted was so intense that the city walls began to freeze, turning into walls of ice. The people's traumatic memories surged back to the surface. The last time, a single fallen angel had caused immense destruction in the city. The time before that, 9 fallen angels had nearly wiped out the capital. Now, the number of fallen angels gathering from all directions far exceeded those previous encounters. It seemed like they had all mobilized. The people couldn't even imagine the devastation that so many fallen angels could bring. The city walls provided them with no sense of security at all. Just as the panic reached its peak, someone spotted Owen and his group appearing in the sky. Immediately, the terrified crowd breathed a sigh of relief and began to cheer. It seemed that as long as Owen was there, no matter how dangerous the situation, it could be resolved. Owen and his companions quickly moved to the outskirts of the city, preparing for the approaching fallen angels. They all held their breath, ready for battle. After all, Otto, the leader of the fallen angels, was a true god. Otto had played a significant role in their attack on the Pyrothron kingdom. As Owen stood solemnly, Serafina, coiled around his wrist, slithered over his body, enjoying herself. Occasionally, she would sniff his scent with a look of bliss and playfully nibble on his skin like a mischievous child, showing her affection for him. Leslie, watching for a moment, was lost in thought. Someday, I'll give you a child as cute as her. Owen was taken aback and turned to look at Leslie, not expecting her to bring up such a topic. But he knew Leslie was serious about what she said, and if she brought it up, it meant she truly meant it, so he nodded and smiled, whatever you say. Whoosh, 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 asterisk. The sound of wind cutting through the air grew louder. Led by the six-winged Otto, a vast army of fallen angels appeared in the sky, hovering not far from Owen, all of them watching him with serious expressions. Otto glanced at the two glowing holy tokens on Owen's arm and shook his head with a bitter smile. How long have you had those holy tokens? And you've already crushed them. And to launch an attack on the Pyrothron kingdom, no less. I have to say, your courage far surpasses mine. There was no choice. Someone dared to harm my family, so I'll grind them into dust. No matter who they are or what force they belong to, even gods can't stop me. The Pyrothron kingdom will pay the same price. Owen stared directly into Otto's eyes, his expression calm, but the fire of rage in his eyes made Otto feel as though he were being burned. Otto's initially teasing demeanor quickly turned serious. To Otto, Owen had always been the calm type. For him to act so recklessly meant the Pyrothron kingdom had crossed a line with Owen. Harming Owen's family was a surefire way to invite the wrath of many. But Otto hadn't expected Owen to be this angry. The determination radiating from Owen was absolute, there would be no stopping him. The Pyrothron kingdom was no ordinary foe, and Owen had taken a huge risk this time. However, Otto knew that while Owen was still only at the master tier, his talent, strength, and influence had already made him like a young dragon soaring toward the heavens. This attack on the Pyrothron kingdom, driven by his immense rage, would surely be remembered in history, regardless of the outcome. And now Otto himself was involved in this monumental event. Otto's attention shifted to Serafina, who was on Owen's arm, noticing the aura she exuded. Otto's face showed a deep sense of shock. It's been so little time since I last saw her, and her bloodline has already reached semi-god tier. That bloodline growth rate is terrifying. Is this the fearsome potential of the continents? Number 1 Spellbeast. Owen's expression remained calm. It's only semi-god tier. At my current rate of nurturing, she'll reach god tier bloodline soon enough. That day isn't far off. Hearing Owen's words, Serafina nodded firmly, her trust in Owen deeply ingrained in her very being. Owen patted her head and looked back at Otto. Are all the fallen angels here? Otto nodded. This time, the 3-tribe coalition includes 3 god tier beings, 17 sage tier, countless master tier experts, and over 1,000 diamond tier warriors. Everyone is assembled. The lineup was truly formidable. Still, the Pyrothron kingdom was not to be underestimated, and Owen remained cautious. Despite his newfound confidence, Otto looked Owen up and down, heading to Middle-earth with the Order and the Godslayer. Staff in your possession, I doubt Middle-earth will let you leave easily. Are you sure you want to go? The Pyrothron kingdom might not go all out against the coalition forces, but Owen was a different story. He had personal enmity with the Pyrothron kingdom's Pyrothron king, and with the coveted artifacts in his possession, Owen was sure to be a target. He would face overwhelming opposition. Owen said nothing, only nodded firmly. The Pyrothron kingdom had crossed a line. They had touched his untouchable reverse scale and must pay the price. As Owen's emotions surged, he suddenly felt a soft hand clasp his own from behind. Turning, he saw it was Leslie. Leslie smiled gently and said, I'll go with you. Chapter 211. Chapter 211. My daughter has a demigod bloodline. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of rapid movement through the air echoed across the imperial capital as the fallen angel army, led by Owen, surged toward the teleportation array to Middle-earth, covering the sky like a black cloud. Each fallen angel was incredibly powerful, leaving a trail of cold darkness in the void where they passed. The massive gathering of fallen angels resembled a black storm cloud, blotting out the sun. Every kingdom and power on the continent was in shock, gazing up at the oppressive sight. What's happening? Why are so many fallen angels mobilized? It seems Owen has gathered them, and they're headed for Middle-earth. What are they going to do in Middle-earth? I heard that Owen is leading the fallen angels to attack the Pyrothron kingdom. What attack Pyrothron kingdom? That's one of the most renowned dynasties in Middle-earth. Owen must be insane. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems the Pyrothron kingdom provoked Owen first. At that moment, countless powers and top experts across the continent were discussing the matter. After all, this was the first time anyone had dared to invade Middle-earth. Middle-earth, in front of the Bronze Gate. The once clear sky was now covered with dark clouds, and within those clouds, massive true dragons swirled, exhaling clouds and dripping lightning as if they were lords of heaven and earth. It was the god dragon clan gathered here. Your bone dragon clan is almost entirely out, huh? What's with bringing so many? Amid the dark clouds, the leader, the gold dragon king, revealed his golden, forge-like body. His slitted eyes glanced toward the ground as his dragon whiskers floated, expressing his surprise. Before he could finish speaking, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed through the skies. In the area the gold dragon king was gazing at, black mist rose and coalesced into a dark god of light. The light rapidly expanded, and massive bone dragons appeared on the vast plains, like towering mountains. A wave of ancient and oppressive energy instantly filled every corner of the world. It was the Bone Dragon clan. With so many of your god dragon clan's strong members here, how could the Bone Dragon clan fall behind? The Bone Dragon king, with the head of a dragon and the body of a human, looked up at the lazy gold dragon king and said casually. Then, he patted the head of a little girl beside him and chuckled. Gold Dragon King, this is my daughter. Her talent is so-so. You god dragons should take good care of her in the future. The Gold Dragon King's gaze instantly fell on the little girl beside him, and he casually remarked, since she's the daughter of the Bone Dragon King, no problem. Our god dragon clan has the dragon tempering pool. It could enhance her potential. He hadn't finished speaking when his pupils suddenly contracted. He realized that even though this little girl looked only a few years old, she already had a demigod bloodline, and her level had reached master tier. The Bone Dragon King's remark about her, so talent, and needing care, was clearly just reverse bragging. Behind the Gold Dragon King, several hundred dragons stared at the little girl in shock. As dragons with extraordinary natural gifts, they all felt a sense of bloodline oppression from the girl. Her bloodline was anything but ordinary. Seeing the god dragon clan's shock, the Bone Dragon King was immensely proud. He had brought his tribe here today just to show off his daughter, and now he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Gold Dragon King, you've worked your whole life, and none of your dragon children and grandchildren can compare to my precious daughter. Come, sweetheart, let daddy give you a big kiss. With that, he planted a heavy kiss on the girl's cheek and shot a smug look at the Gold Dragon King. The Gold Dragon King gritted his teeth in frustration, then patted the Dragon Princess beside him. Bone Dragon King, don't be too proud. When my daughter has children, they'll surely have a god-tier bloodline. The Dragon Princess twitched. She hadn't expected to be dragged into this, used as a point of pride by her father. The Bone Dragon King glanced at the Dragon Princess, snorted, and glared at the Gold Dragon King. You're ugly and delusional. You think your daughter will marry Owen, as if he'd want her. You fool. My daughter is naturally beautiful and highly fertile. Whoever she marries, her children will be superior to yours. How do you know Owen won't want her? I'd be the one considering if he's worthy. Say all you want. If you're so confident, let's see her have a child. You're just jealous of me, ridiculous. A demigod bloodline. Is that all you're proud of? Clearly, you haven't seen the big leagues. Soon, the Bronze Gate was filled with the bickering voices of the Bone Dragon King and the Gold Dragon King. The other dragons exchanged looks, all a bit speechless. At that moment, the tightly shut Bronze Gate trembled, and a fallen angel teleportation array appeared before the gate. The Bronze Gate slowly opened. One figure after another emerged, led by none other than Owen and the Fallen Angel clan. The Bone Dragon King, Gold Dragon King, and the other dragons were already drawn to the teleportation array. When they saw Owen leading the way, they were all somewhat surprised. As long-lived dragons, Owen's youthful appearance barely in his 20s seemed unusually young, but the aura emanating from him was unexpectedly powerful. On the surface, his level was already Master Tier. For most dragons, reaching this tier was only possible after reaching maturity. Yet Owen's talent seemed to far surpass that of even the Bone Dragon Princess, who appeared to be several decades old. Moreover, the pressure from Owen's aura was far beyond that of a typical Master Tier being, even giving the dragons a faint sense of oppression. This guy was no ordinary person. Though it was their first time meeting Owen, both the Gold Dragon King and the Bone Dragon King wore solemn expressions, finding Owen even more impressive than the rumors suggested. They also noticed that Otto, a leading member of the Fallen Angel clan, stood beside Owen. Under Otto's lead, countless powerful Fallen Angels followed, causing the skies to shift. The entire Fallen Angel clan had clearly mobilized. Considering that the Fallen Angel clan had faced reproductive challenges, losing even one top-tier Fallen Angel would be a significant blow to Otto. Yet now, because Owen had broken the holy token and given the order, Otto had brought his entire clan, demonstrating unprecedented regard for Owen. The dragons didn't know much about Owen, relying mostly on rumors, but they were very familiar with Otto. He was known to be a serious and cautious elder. If Otto valued Owen this much, then following the holy token's command and aiding Owen was undoubtedly the right choice. Their attention then shifted to Serafina, coiled around Owen's arm. Though Serafina's level wasn't high, the unique bloodline aura she emitted made their eyes twitch in shock. This snake possessed a demigod bloodline. And from the feeling of her bloodline, she might even surpass the Bone Dragon Princess in potential. Demigod bloodlines were extremely rare and powerful, even among the dragon clans, representing the potential to ascend to godhood. Yet Serafina, a serpent from the mainland, possessed such a remarkable bloodline. Moreover, she clung to Owen affectionately, seemingly like his pet. The Gold Dragon King and Bone Dragon King exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise and shock in each other's eyes, as Otto prepared to introduce Owen to the Gold Dragon King and Bone Dragon King and begin some basic negotiations. The Bone Dragon daughter sniffed the air, as if catching a delightful scent. In an instant, she darted to Owen, hugging his leg, her big eyes blinking as she sweetly said, hug me, hug me. Owen had long noticed this adorable little one. Despite her small size, the aura she emitted was already Master Tier. Without hesitation, Owen picked her up. She was too cute to resist. Big brother, you smell so nice. Chapter 212, Chapter 212 Jealousy. Hearing a little girl say that he smelled good, Owen's mouth twitched. What kind of compliment was that? But seeing how serious she was, sniffing him like a little puppy, Owen suddenly had a thought and quietly asked, is the scent you like from the drops of the Tree of World? The Bone Dragon Princess nodded. The drops of the Tree of World mixed with your scent make it even better. Her big, bright eyes stared into Owen's, and she rubbed her head against him, as if trying to imprint his scent on herself. Owen chuckled and was about to pat her head, but just then, he noticed that Serafina's tail had slithered out and wrapped around his extended right hand. Turning his head, Owen saw Serafina looking at him with pitiful eyes, like a neglected lover. Serafina had been happily spending time with her master, but now this little girl had barged in, stealing his attention. Owen immediately understood that Serafina was jealous. He retracted his hand and gently stroked her head to soothe her feelings. Meanwhile, the Bone Dragon Princess, seeing that Owen's attention had shifted to the little snake, hugged Owen's neck and prepared to sniff his scent there. Serafina, noticing this, slightly flared her scales and slithered up to Owen's shoulder, bearing her fangs at the Bone Dragon Princess. He's my master, so back off, you vixen. Serafina's hostile mental message echoed in the Bone Dragon Princess's mind. Sensing the mental wave, the Bone Dragon Princess glared at Serafina and clung tightly to Owen. HMPH, you're the vixen. I'm the little princess of the Bone Dragon clan, and this is my big brother. I like his scent. Let go of my master. He's my master, and you're not allowed to touch him. Their eyes locked in a tense stare, and it seemed as though sparks were flying between them, ready to erupt into a fight. Seeing this, Owen sighed and quickly intervened. You both have special bloodlines. You're friends, not enemies. There's no need to be so hostile. I'll be your friend if it's your command, master, Serafina said obediently, but quickly added with a pitiful look, but master, you love me more than her, right? Owen was about to nod when the Bone Dragon Princess puffed out her cheeks, her pearly tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Leslie, watching nearby, shook her head slightly, stepped forward, and scooped the Bone Dragon Princess out of Owen's arms. The Bone Dragon Princess struggled in Leslie's grasp, protesting, let me go. I want my big brother to hold me. I want him to hold me. But Leslie calmly responded, a hug is a hug, doesn't matter who gives it. No, you're not the same. You're mean, not like him, he smells good. The Bone Dragon Princess continued to resist, but as soon as Leslie held her close, a strong, unique aura radiated from Leslie, suppressing the princess's struggle as if her bloodline was being overpowered. Seeing the Bone Dragon Princess finally calm down, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the Bone Dragon King's deep eyes. The princess, despite her soft and cute appearance, was not the type to let just anyone hold her. As his gaze shifted to Leslie, the Bone Dragon King quickly noticed that she was no ordinary person. Despite her relatively low level, the aura she emitted was terrifying even to them. The Gold Dragon King and the other dragons also began to take notice of the woman standing beside Owen. She exuded an inexplicable pressure, like a natural-born ruler, and showed no trace of fear in front of so many powerful beings. At this moment, seeing the Bone Dragon Princess still fidgeting in Leslie's arms, Owen extended his hand and said, if she doesn't want you to hold her, then just let her go. Leslie looked at Owen with a teasing smile. Oh, are you feeling protective? Owen coughed awkwardly. No, I'm just worried you'll get tired. He then gazed affectionately at Leslie, whose face had taken on a maternal glow. Leslie patted the Bone Dragon Princess's back to calm her, then turned to Owen and said, I won't allow you to look at other women like that. That look is only for me. Of course, Owen replied with a wide grin, his eyes locking with Leslie's in a gaze so full of affection it seemed almost tangible. Tisk, you two are showing off your love right in front of us old-timers. Haven't you thought about how we feel? Otto couldn't stand it any longer and stepped in between them. He had been through countless battles, but even he couldn't withstand the intensity of Owen and Leslie's loving gaze. They're young, it's the honeymoon phase, we can understand, the Bone Dragon King and Gold Dragon King chimed in, teasing them. After Otto and the others spoke, Owen took a deep breath, his expression becoming more serious. He turned to the Bone Dragon King and Gold Dragon King, cupped his hands, and respectfully said, Owen, greetings to both esteemed seniors. He showed deference to the two God-tier Dragon Kings, knowing that they were both God-tier mages and leaders of the top-tier dragon race. Without the Dragon Clan's holy token, he would have had no chance of interacting with such beings. The Gold Dragon King chuckled and spoke first, your name, Owen, has long been famous in Middle-earth. They say you're unruly, bloodthirsty, and lawless. Initially, I didn't even want to come, but now that I've met you, I realize those rumors are just slander. Willing to destroy a kingdom for the woman you love, that takes guts. Though he didn't know why Owen had the Dragon Clan's holy token, he admired Owen's courage and dedication to his beloved. There were few in Middle-earth with such boldness and loyalty. The Bone Dragon King narrowed his eyes, sizing up Owen. While he had initially come just to join the spectacle and show off his daughter, he now felt that Owen was someone worth befriending. The Pyrothrone Kingdom is strong, not some minor power. I want to know, if we dragons chose not to help you, would you still move against the Pyrothrone Kingdom? As soon as the Bone Dragon King asked this, all eyes turned to Owen. They had heard the rumors about Owen's extraordinary talent. He was said to rival even the greatest prodigies of Middle-earth. But talent didn't equal power. Many of history's strongest figures weren't the most gifted, but simply those who had lived the longest. Without the Dragon Clan's help, even with the aid of the fallen angels, Owen's forces would be no match for the Pyrothrone Kingdom. Under the weight of all those gazes, Owen took Leslie's hand and said seriously, it's said that dragons have a reverse scale, and those who touch it must die. I, too, have my reverse scale. Anyone who dares touch it will face death. Haha, bold, I like it. This time, the Bone Dragon Clan is joining in the fun. Owen scanned the dragons and fallen angels in front of him. Since it's settled, let's go. The Pyrothrone Kingdom must pay. Move out. Hearing Owen's words, Otto raised his hand, leading the charge. More convinced than ever that aligning with Owen was the best decision. Move out. Seeing Otto, the strongest among them, take action, the Gold Dragon King and Bone Dragon King exchanged glances before following closely behind. Though they were a tier below Otto, who had ascended to the higher planes, they were still among the elite of God-tier mages. In an instant, hundreds of dragons and a swarm of fallen angels surged toward the Pyrothrone Kingdom, filling the skies above Middle-earth. Mages across Middle-earth looked up in shock at the terrifying scene. They had heard rumors that Owen planned to attack the Pyrothrone Kingdom, but they had dismissed them as a joke. Now, however, faced with such a terrifying force, they were truly frightened. It had been many years since Middle-earth had seen a war of this scale. Chapter 213. Chapter 213. The Tremors across Middle-earth. In Middle-earth, massive clouds, resembling giant whales, soared across the sky like they were navigating through the sea of clouds. They moved at incredible speed, shattering the cloud formations in their path. At the bow of this cloud ship, Owen and Leslie stood side by side, gazing into the distance. Neither of them spoke, but their hands were tightly clasped together, as if sharing a silent promise. Serafina, playful like a child, slithered across their bodies with her scaled form, occasionally rubbing her little head against them. Her large eyes sparkled with joy, almost as if she were smiling. Bright rays of light pierced through the thick clouds, scattering light golden threads upon them, making it appear as though they were draped in delicate golden veils. The scene looked peaceful and harmonious, like a richly painted family portrait filled with vibrant colors. The family appeared united in content. Not far away, the scene fell into the eyes of the Bone Dragon Princess, and a deep sense of envy filled her gaze. She was especially envious of Serafina, who crawled all over Owen without restraint, sniffing him as if savoring his scent, her face full of bliss. The princess's eyes widened in disbelief. Alas, such a perfect moment, and yet she had no place in it. With a sigh of regret, she nestled into the arms of the Bone Dragon King. Meanwhile, this harmonious scene caught the eye of the Gold Dragon King, and a cunning look began to form in his mind. Owen, someone so loyal and talented, is rare indeed. I think you two would make a great match. You should work hard to win him over, he said. Once you give birth to a strong heir, let's see if that old bone dares to brag about his precious daughter in front of me again. I'm getting old now, and you are the most talented in the God Dragon clan. Once you secure Owen, I can entrust the clan to you, the Gold Dragon King said with a wide grin as he looked at the Dragon Princess beside him. He hadn't known much about Owen before, but as he learned more, the more convinced he became that Owen would make a fine son-in-law. After all, Owen excelled in many ways, especially his boldness in confronting the Pyrothrone Kingdom for Leslie's sake. This reassured the Gold Dragon King that his daughter would at least not suffer in the future. However, after hearing the grand promises her father painted, the Dragon Princess gave him an exasperated look, lifted her proud chest, and shook her head. I am the Dragon Princess, my bloodline is noble. No matter how gifted he is, he's just a human. Besides, he already has Leslie. We are not suitable. The Gold Dragon King shook his head, unconvinced, and gently urged, why wouldn't it work? You two would be a power couple. There's no one more exceptional than Owen in all of Middle-earth. I think you're perfect together. Although you're not as pretty as Leslie, you have a better figure. Seeing her father's endless rambling, the Dragon Princess couldn't bear it any longer. Covering her ears, she hurried away. The Gold Dragon King quickly chased after her, eager to continue advising his proud daughter. Meanwhile, after spending some quiet moments with Leslie, Owen glanced down at the increasingly bustling scene below in Middle-earth. He gathered the young talents of Middle-earth on the deck of the cloud ship. Henry and the others stepped onto the deck, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. None of them had expected that Owen would truly make a move against the Pyrothrone Kingdom, nor that the God Dragon clan, the Bone Dragon clan, and the Fallen Angel clan would all side with him. These three races were all renowned throughout Middle-earth. With their strong support, even Henry and the others couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence in Owen's upcoming endeavor. Owen swept his gaze across Henry and the others and said calmly, now that we've reached Middle-earth, you're free to go. Leave as you wish. With the dragons and fallen angels aiding him, these young talents from Middle-earth no longer had much use. So, Owen decided to let them go, bringing this matter to a close. Upon hearing that they could leave, Henry and the others couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. After all, Owen had left an indelible psychological shadow on them. Escaping from Owen had been their only wish up to this point. However, this excitement only lasted a moment before they suppressed it. Their gazes became somewhat dazed as they looked at Owen. They remembered when they first met Owen, they had scoffed at this so-called genius mage of the continent, thinking he was nothing more than a frog in a well. But after seeing Owen kill Calden and those master-tier protectors, their attitudes had drastically changed. They feared Owen's brutality, down to their very bones. But after witnessing the events at the Slave King's tomb and Owen's bold actions against the Pyrothron Kingdom, their views on him had shifted once again. Mr. Owen, I wish to continue following you, to witness the fall of the Pyrothron Kingdom. What do you think? Henry spoke up after a brief moment of contemplation. Owen's move against the Pyrothron Kingdom was a momentous event that would shake all of Middle-earth, an event that would certainly go down in history. At such a critical moment, Henry didn't want to miss out. He planned to stay by Owen's side. For now and evaluate the situation after this affair was settled. Owen's current power placed him among the top talents of Middle-earth. With the backing of the Dragon and Fallen Angel clans, he had unknowingly become a major figure with limitless potential. Other young talents in Middle-earth shared Henry's sentiment. If they left Owen now, it would be much harder to approach him again in the future. It was better to stay by his side at this pivotal moment and show their support. Owen was somewhat surprised by their decision, but he didn't mind. Whether they stayed or left was entirely up to them. Diana, as a student of Sunluna Academy, it's not appropriate for you to stay here, is it? Leslie, standing beside Owen, glanced at Diana and asked. Typically, the three major academies in Middle-earth avoided getting involved in political conflicts, focusing solely on education. As a student of Sunluna Academy, Diana was expected to follow this rule. Diana stuck out her tongue playfully. No rush, no rush. I'm in disguise anyway. No one will recognize me. I'll deal with it after all this is over. As Owen's cloud ship and his formidable army drew ever closer to the Pyrothron Kingdom, the various factions across Middle-earth were gradually stirred into action. The implications of this event were too significant. Regardless of the outcome, it would certainly impact the current balance in Middle-earth. At Melodic Academy, Richter, the headmaster, clad in a white mage robe, sat at the head of the round table. Other mentors from the academy were seated around the table, most of them furious, engaging in heated discussions. The headmaster warned the Pyrothron Kingdom not to touch Owen for a year. The Pyrothron King agreed but secretly targeted his fiancée Leslie. This is blatant disrespect too. Our Melodic Academy. Although it hadn't been the academy's original intention to buy Owen a year, the headmaster had personally gone to the Pyrothron Kingdom to declare this decision. Yet, it seemed the Pyrothron Kingdom was acting with complete disregard for the academy. Some hot-headed professors and mentors angrily demanded immediate action against the Pyrothron Kingdom. Others, aware of Rachel's importance, suggested collaborating with the Pyrothron Kingdom to deal with Owen's army. However, most of the professors and mentors preferred to watch the situation unfold without directly intervening. After all, by sitting back and letting the two sides fight, the academy would have room to maneuver regardless of who emerged victorious. This debate didn't last long. Richter, sitting at the head of the table, glanced around and cleared his throat before speaking. The Pyrothron Kingdom disrespected our Melodic Academy, and Owen used Rachel to threaten us. Neither of them is a suitable ally. Let them fight it out. This situation will ultimately benefit us. If we intervene, it will only put us in a passive position and harm the academy's reputation. Hearing Richter's words, the room gradually quieted down, with most of the professors and mentors nodding in agreement with the headmaster's judgment. At the same time, in Sunluna Academy, the professors and mentors were also in discussion. They were well aware of the headmaster's high regard for Owen, and based on the information they had gathered, Owen deserved such attention. However, his bold move against the Pyrothron Kingdom seemed too reckless in their eyes. Chapter 214. Chapter 214. Overwhelming battle power. Tall trees gets the win. No matter the outcome, this battle will be highly detrimental to Owen, the prodigy. Several professors shook their heads slightly. The stronger Owen appeared on the surface, the more forces in Middle-earth wouldn't allow him to grow. However, at the moment, they decided to wait and see. Meanwhile, deep within the southernmost primeval jungle, in Aiden Castle, a seductive woman with ram's horns, black wings, and a long tail, resembling a succubus, looked at a magical mirror before her with peach blossom eyes, gazing at the latest intelligence reports from various sources. Interesting, this little guy has already caused quite a stir before. I thought he'd quiet down for a while, but now he's making an even bigger storm. With such talent and deep emotions, he's truly a rare man. However, the Pyrothron Kingdom is not like other powers on this continent. She murmured to herself, her tail swaying slightly, a trace of expectation in her eyes. I hope this time, you can bring me another surprise. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to temporarily refrain from helping Owen. It was still a bit too early to get involved in this storm of attention. At the same time, after repeated discussions, the various factions in Middle-earth all agreed on one thing: wait. Wait for the situation to become clear before taking action. For these factions, there is no such thing as helping in a time of need, only embellishing success or kicking someone when they're down. Time passed swiftly. As the sun rose on the horizon, after a night of travel and rest, Owen's airship finally arrived at the first city on the edge of the Pyrothron Kingdom, Nicole City. This was the first border city into the Pyrothron Kingdom and an important gateway. Usually, it was bustling with mages coming and going, and trade flourished, making it an incredibly prosperous city. However, now with Owen's army arriving, the city's gates had long been sealed shut, cutting off trade and giving the place an eerie stillness with a faint scent of bloodlust in the air. As the vast airship approached, the prepared city lord of Nicole, standing on the city walls, immediately gave the order. In an instant, the mages and guards within the city ignited their magic, gathering it into the city's magical defense array, enveloping the entire city and blocking the airship's path. Owen's movements had long been closely monitored, and City Lord Matthew had made ample preparations, swearing to stop Owen at the border of the Pyrothron Kingdom. Lord City Lord, the rock fortress array has been activated. Standing atop the city wall, Matthew, surveying the rising array, heard the report from a kneeling soldier. The army Owen led brought an unprecedented sense of oppression to them, yet it also stirred their fighting spirit. Now, this rock fortress array, powered by over 10,000 mages and tens of thousands of city guards, was as solid as a rock. It was like an invisible mountain, exuding a pressure that darkened the skies and forced the winds to divert. Once the array was activated, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and any attempt to break through would be crushed by its immense power. Good, close the gates and defend to the death. I'd like to see how they plan to break through this iron wall. Matthew squinted slightly, gazing through the thick protective barrier at Owen on the ship's bow, a confident smile on his face. He knew Owen had brought an overwhelming force, so he never intended to engage Owen head-on, instead choosing to rely on the fortress defense array. After all, with so many mages and soldiers powering the array, it was an impenetrable barrier. Boom! Just as Matthew was full of confidence, Owen looked at the rising array and shook his head slightly. The array's defensive strength was indeed formidable, but the army behind him was extraordinary. This array might stop the attacks of a Grandmaster tier mage, but it couldn't withstand the combined assault of a group of Master tier and Grandmaster tier mages. Since this is the first battle against the Pyrothron Kingdom, let's strike together and crush them utterly, breaking their spirit. Owen waved his hand, signaling the dragons to attack. The Gold Dragon King and the Bone Dragon King exchanged a glance, then turned to their dragon army, smiles touching their eyes. It's been a long time since the dragons have fought. It's time for the dragon's name to resound across Middle-earth once again. Go, let them know what the wrath of dragons Means, both the Bone Dragon King and the Gold Dragon King gave the order. Boom, in an instant, golden dragons and bone dragons alike descended from the swirling clouds. Their vast forms like towering mountains, plummeting toward Year A. Their scales and bones rubbed against the void, emitting a thunderous sound. Their massive bodies blotted out the bright light of the sky, plunging Nicole City into a sudden, eerie night. The oppressive force that shattered the void and annihilated all in its path made it hard for anyone to breathe. Inside the city, the once confident city lord Matthew saw the light in his eyes replaced by fear and dread. He had known Owen had the help of dragons and fallen angels, but as the first border city, Nicole had been fortified many times, and the city's defense array could withstand the attacks of several Grandmaster tier mages. It was a veritable iron wall. However, now seeing the terrifying dragons in action, just the aura they exuded sent shivers down his spine. The once seemingly impenetrable barrier offered him no sense of security. Inside the city, the soldiers and mages were all fixated on the dragon's forms, overwhelmed by an unprecedented terror of death. Their hearts raced, and magical waves surged from their bodies like never before. For a moment, the protective barrier around Nicole City, pushed to its limits by the soldiers and mages, shone brilliantly. However, as the rock fortress Ur-A reached its peak, the dragon's attacks rained down on the Ur-A, flaming breath, corrosive mist, bone spikes. Each dragon possessed at least master tier strength, and their unique bloodlines placed them at the top of most lifeforms. With their full strength unleashed, the air around them crackled, and rolling flames blanketed every corner of the Ur-A. The seemingly unbreakable Ur-A, upon contact with dragon fire, darkened and withered, evaporated by the intense heat into magical mist that shot into the sky. Next, the corrosive mist from the bone dragon spread, further dissolving to weaken barrier with a harsh sizzling sound. The protective barrier around the city collapsed with a thunderous crash. The mages and soldiers powering the Ur-A were hit by intense backlash, pale-faced, vomiting blood, and trembling as they struggled to stand. And that was just the beginning. With the defense Ur-A shattered, sharp bone spikes descended like icy spears from the sky, a dense rain covering nearly the entire city. Whoosh! The bone spikes struck the city walls first, their sharp sound slicing through the air. The heavy city walls, built from obsidian and other sturdy materials, were pierced like tofu, leaving bowl-sized holes. Without the barrier and the protection of the walls, the soldiers and mages had no defense against the bone spikes. As the spikes struck, they were skewered, turned into pools of blood, exploding like crimson roses, eerie and terrifying. In an instant, the Ur-A below Owen was broken, and the city walls collapsed in a web of cracks, burying the slain soldiers and mages beneath the rubble, dust rising into the air. Outside the city, many mages who had fled earlier turned to look at the ancient city they had lived in for decades, their faces filled with shock. They never expected that after fleeing for only a short time, the first border city of their kingdom would fall, reduced to a pile of ruins. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. Why duel when you can gang up? Outside Nicole City, the residents and mages who had fled for dozens of miles overnight saw their city crumble behind them, as if a mighty beast that once stood tall between heaven and earth had collapsed. Even from afar, they could clearly feel the chaotic and terrifying shockwaves. Their faces were all filled with horror, and their pace quickened considerably. They had sensed earlier that Owen's army was not something Nicole City could withstand, which is why they had packed up and left overnight. They had originally thought Nicole City could hold off Owen's forces for some time before falling, but they never imagined it would be destroyed so quickly, turning into a pile of ruins. As the defensive array shattered and the city walls collapsed, the survivors inside the city looked in horror at the descending dragons. In front of those dragons, they were as insignificant as ants. Some severely injured soldiers of the Pyrothron Kingdom even exploded into piles of flesh under the dragon's oppressive might. Even the stronger mages, under the immense pressure of the dragon's bloodlines and aura, couldn't stand. They trembled and knelt, feeling as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, their lives at the mercy of the dragons. On the airship, Owen watched the swift, overwhelming destruction of the border city with satisfaction. He had always known the power of the dragons was immense, but he hadn't realized it was to this extent. In just a few breaths, the massive border city had turned into a fiery ruin, devoid of its previous grandeur and majesty. The speed at which the city fell made it seem like child's play, with no resistance whatsoever. It was so fast that Owen found it somewhat unreal. Whoosh! At that moment, over a dozen streaks of light suddenly shot out from the city, transforming into more than a dozen figures. They stood in the air, glaring furiously at Owen, with the leader, an old man with white hair, pointing his staff at him. Owen, if you have any courage, fight me one-on-one. What honor is there in relying on dragons? Owen glanced at them, his expression slightly serious. These mages had decent power, all of them at the master tier level, with the leader being at the grandmaster tier. This level of strength was considered middle tier in Middle Earth. However, given that most of the city had been destroyed by the dragons, the fact that these mages didn't flee but instead confronted him showed a degree of bravery and patriotism. Owen respected these mages, who were willing to die for their country. Mages with such integrity were rare in any kingdom, each one invaluable, a cornerstone and pillar of a nation. But when he heard their challenge for a one-on-one duel, Owen couldn't help but smirk with mockery. First of all, with your strength, you're not worthy of being my opponent, nor are you qualified to challenge me. Secondly, why duel when you can gang up? Your sense of honor is admirable, but it's misplaced. Owen had no time to waste playing with them. While the mages grew furious at Owen's words, he casually waved his hand and coldly commanded, wipe them all out. As soon as Owen gave the order, 10 Grandmaster tier bone dragons opened their gaping mouths full of skeletal fangs and unleashed a blast of grey mist breath. In an instant, the grey mist filled the air, corroding everything it touched with a sharp hissing sound. Before the mages could react, they were engulfed in the mist. When the mist dissipated, their figures had vanished, as if they had never been there. How is that? My bone dragons aren't bad, are they? The Bone Dragon King chuckled, walking up to Owen with a smug expression. Owen nodded. These mages were all at least master tier, with the leader being grandmaster tier, yet they couldn't withstand even a single move from the bone dragons. The power of the bone dragons was evident. With the Bone Dragon King and the Gold Dragon King assisting us, the cities and warriors of the Pyrothron Kingdom were nothing more than paper tigers. Owen had always known the dragons were powerful, ranking among the top of all creatures. However, seeing them in action now, their combat prowess far exceeded his expectations, enough to crush through any opposition without much effort. There are still many cities between here and the capital of the Pyrothron Kingdom. If you plan to completely destroy the kingdom, you'll need to pick up the pace. The Pyrothron Kingdom has over 200 cities, and although none are as fortified as Nicole, there are quite a few of them, scattered across a wide area. The Bone Dragon King spoke up. For him, annihilating the Pyrothron Kingdom wasn't difficult, just time-consuming. Owen understood what the Bone Dragon King meant and nodded. Why don't we split into smaller groups and attack the Pyrothron Kingdom from different directions? This way, we can move faster and prevent anyone from slipping through the cracks. The Bone Dragon King, the Gold Dragon King, and Otto all pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. They were all confident in their strength and their respective armies. The Pyrothron Kingdom posed no real threat to them. The Gold Dragon King found the idea intriguing and suddenly suggested, I think Owen's plan is excellent. Not only can we save time, but we can also use this to settle. Let's see who reaches the Pyrothron Kingdom's capital first. Who, as soon as he finished, the Gold Dragon King shot a provocative glance at the Bone Dragon King. The Bone Dragon King, who had been boasting about his prowess, was eager to compete, and the Gold Dragon King had long wanted a chance to show him up. The Bone Dragon King chuckled. Compete? Sure, let's see who's afraid of who. Both were god-tier powerhouses and couldn't fight directly, so this kind of challenge suited them perfectly. Otto, watching their wager with amusement, said, "You two better give it your all, but I'm claiming first place. You can fight over who's second. And who's third?" With the three leaders in agreement, Harry and the others who had been standing by Owen's side grew a bit concerned. Master Owen, splitting up will indeed speed up the campaign, but what if other forces intervene? If the Pyrothron Kingdom gets desperate, our divided forces might be defeated. One by one, Owen shook his head slightly and replied, "Your concerns are valid, but such a thing won't happen. Don't worry, you'll understand why." Soon enough, Owen's confidence reassured Henry and the others. The dragons and fallen angels will split into 3 groups. Master Owen, do you have any plans or arrangements for us? Leslie stepped forward and said calmly, "My husband and I have already made plans. While you're all fighting, our target is the capital of the Pyrothron Kingdom. Owen owes me a date there." Owen took Leslie's hand and said seriously, "Don't worry, whatever my other fiancés have, you will have too." Seeing the two of them gazing lovingly at each other, Harry and the others, who had been worried about them entering the Pyrothron Kingdom alone, were now completely at ease. Their relaxed demeanor gave off the feeling that everything was well in hand. "Since the plan is set, let's each move out. Leslie and I will be waiting for you all in the Pyrothron Kingdom's capital." Owen clasped his hands in farewell to the others. The Bone Dragon King, the Gold Dragon King, and Otto quickly rallied their respective forces, eager not to fall behind. As they began their separate actions, Owen and Leslie transformed into 2 beams of light, shooting toward the northern capital of the Pyrothron Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of the Pyrothron Kingdom, the Pyrothron King sat gloomily on his throne. Standing beside him were 4 elderly generals who had just reached god tier. These 4 were the top warriors of the Pyrothron Kingdom, commanding most of its military forces. After Owen brought the dragons and fallen angels into Middle-earth, the Pyrothron King had summoned these 4 high-ranking generals. With such powerful warriors by his side, his personal safety was assured. He could now focus on quickly formulating a plan, ready to mobilize the soldiers and mages of the Pyrothron Kingdom to ensure that Owen's plan to destroy the kingdom would die before it even began. Chapter 216, The Furious Pyrothron King. Report, Your Majesty, Nicole City has fallen, and they request reinforcements. As the Pyrothron King was discussing strategies to counter Owen's army with his 4 god-tier generals, a royal guard rushed in, kneeling with a grave expression. The Pyrothron King's brow furrowed. He remembered receiving news not long ago that Owen's army had only just arrived at Nicole City. How could this centuries-old stronghold have been breached so quickly? It's just a border city. Let him enjoy his victory for now. Suppressing his rage, the Pyrothron King was about to continue his discussions with the generals when another royal guard hurried in, kneeling. Your Majesty, the northernmost city, Allure, has been taken by the fallen angel race. Trained city requests aid. The Pyrothron King's heart sank. Another city had fallen. Just as he was reeling from this, yet another guard rushed in with an anxious expression. Your Majesty, Bayport has been taken by the god dragon race, requesting reinforcements. Your Majesty, Masson has been taken by the god dragon race. One after another, reports of cities falling reached the Pyrothron King's ears. His fists were already clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted with rage, as if he could devour someone alive. Damn you, Owen. He slammed his fist down on the table, smashing it to dust, though it did nothing to quell his anger. The Pyrothron Kingdom had always dominated its neighboring kingdoms and factions, ruling with arrogance. They were used to bullying others, but now Owen had not only challenged their authority but had captured city after city. When word of this spread, it would deal a severe blow to the Pyrothron Kingdom's prestige and rule. Your Majesty. Suddenly, another royal guard rushed in, but before he could speak, he was met with the Pyrothron King's murderous glare. The guard trembled, his back drenched in cold sweat. He knew the king was furious over the fall of the cities, but he steeled himself and reported. Your Majesty, the latest report. Owen and Leslie have just entered the capital. What? The Pyrothron King stepped forward and grabbed the guard by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Did you say Owen and Leslie are in the capital? The 4 generals beside the Pyrothron King were equally shocked, staring at the guard. Wasn't Owen supposed to be attacking the cities alongside the dragons and fallen angels? How could they be in the capital? Are you sure it's just the 2 of them? No one else with them? The Pyrothron King asked, still bewildered. According to our intelligence, it's just the 2 of them. No one else followed. What are they doing in the capital? The guard hesitated, then said. They're eating noodles at a noodle shop. The Pyrothron King and his 4 generals furrowed their brows. Did they mishear something? At such a critical moment, when their 2 factions were at each other's throats, the enemy leaders were in the capital to eat noodles. Your Majesty, this must be some sort of scheme. We cannot be careless. Indeed, Owen is ruthless and cunning. There must be more to this than meets the eye. Your Majesty, could it be that Owen intends to replicate his previous strategies and blow up the capital directly? One of the generals, with a large belly and a serious expression, spoke up. When Owen declared war on the Pyrothron Kingdom, they had studied all his previous actions, including his past achievements and every move he had made. What concerned them most was how Owen had used something he called TNT to blow up the Azure Kingdom's Council of Elders in 4 of Kyric's main cities. Such a destructive tactic had to be guarded against. Owen loves using these methods. If the capital is attacked, even if we remain unharmed, the kingdom's morale will plummet. The capital is the heart of our nation. If chaos erupts here, the dragon and fallen angel armies will be unstoppable. After a brief discussion, the generals became convinced that Owen and Leslie were in the capital to destroy it. After all, Owen had already blown up several cities with just a snap of his fingers. Your Majesty, Owen is taking a dangerous gamble, but it presents us with an opportunity. Capture him, and the dragons and fallen angels will retreat. Owen may be strong, but he's clearly overconfident this time. If we all strike together, he won't escape. But what if Owen is deliberately luring us into a trap? One of the generals, stroking his beard, said gravely. Even if it's a trap, so what? We're god-tier mages. What could we have to fear? Exactly. Your Majesty, we must act quickly. The Pyrothron King nodded decisively. Let's go. Whatever tricks he has, we'll see them for ourselves. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Pyrothron Kingdom, in a small street-side noodle shop, Owen and Leslie sat by the window, each with a steaming bowl of mushroom noodles in front of them, the aroma filling the air. Leslie glanced at the simple bowl of noodles and asked coldly. This is what you call a date? Owen scratched his head awkwardly. Everyone's fled the capital by now. This is the only place still open. After the news of the fallen cities reached the capital, panic had spread, and many businesses, including the Grand Nazi Hotel, had long since closed. Besides, even though it's just noodles, I did rent out the whole place for you. That counts for something, right? Leslie snorted and, with a flash from her storage ring, produced an ornate crystal fork, encrusted with sparkling gems. Holding the fork with her pale, elegant hand, she began to delicately eat her noodles. Her refined manners and the luxurious fork made her seem completely out of place in the simple noodle shop. Owen scratched his head again, trying to ease the awkwardness. You're not going to ask why I'm here. Leslie dabbed her mouth with a silk napkin and replied. Didn't you say it was for a date? Owen's mouth twitched. The date was just an excuse. The real reason Owen had come to the capital was because the people from Melodic Academy had contacted him through the lunar disc the day before. Since he had completely fallen out with the Pyrothrone Kingdom, their previous cooperation was now meaningless. They wanted to end their alliance early and bring Rachel back to the Academy. Owen understood their concerns. After all, from Melodic Academy's perspective, his victory or defeat didn't matter. What mattered was Rachel's safety. More importantly, they offered Owen something he couldn't refuse. If Owen agreed, he would receive the key item needed to unlock the Godslayer staff, holy water. While Rachel's unique bloodline was valuable, the Godslayer staff was even more so, so Owen agreed to their request. And the meeting place they arranged was here, in the capital of the Pyrothrone Kingdom. Although Leslie didn't seem particularly interested, Owen explained the situation to her. Briefly, Leslie nodded and continued eating her noodles. It wasn't that she didn't care about the matter, she simply trusted Owen completely. As Owen and Leslie dined, a large number of Pyrothrone Kingdom mages had gathered around the noodle shop. When they saw Owen and Leslie enter the city, they immediately recognized them. After all, the two were now prominent figures in the kingdom. Especially Owen, who had led the dragons and fallen angels to invade the Pyrothrone Kingdom. His reputation preceded him. The mages were curious but unsure of Owen and Leslie's true intentions. Afraid to disturb them, they simply watched quietly from outside the noodle shop. They knew that whether or not this was truly Owen and Leslie, things were bound to get interesting soon. Not long after, Richter, the headmaster of Melodic Academy, arrived on the scene. Chapter 217, Rachel's confrontation. Inside the quiet restaurant, Owen and Leslie calmly ate their noodles. Their striking appearance as a couple drew admiration from many onlookers, especially the mages. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted by Richter's arrival. SSSHHH. Outside the restaurant, the air twisted, and suddenly, a dark void ripped open, forming a black space tunnel. Powerful spatial waves forced the crowd back. Then, an elderly mage wearing an elegant white robe with a solemn expression stepped out. It was none other than Richter, the headmaster of Melodic Academy. The headmaster of Melodic Academy. As soon as Richter appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to him, and expressions of surprise spread across their faces. Melodic Academy, one of the 3 great academies of Middle-earth, was renowned, and nearly every mage dreamed of training there. And Richter, as its headmaster, was a legendary figure, known by all. But why would such a prominent figure suddenly show up here? Was it because of Owen? Many people turned their curious gaze toward Owen, wondering if there was a deeper connection between him and Richter. Previously, Richter had appeared in the Pyrothrone Kingdom's royal court and personally overruled the Pyrothrone King's order to pursue Owen, a matter that had caused widespread commotion. Now, not long after Owen's arrival in the capital, Richter had followed. Could there be a close relationship between the two? Amidst the curious stares, Richter paid no attention to the crowd and strode into the restaurant. Owen, I brought what you asked for. Where's Rachel? As soon as he entered, Richter flipped his hand, revealing a glass bottle inscribed with runes, his expression stern. Owen glanced at the bottle, which contained a special light blue liquid, as pure as the clearest ocean water, radiating a strange aura. Even though the runes on the bottle sealed the energy, Owen could feel the tremor of the Godslayer staff within him. Clearly, the blue liquid in the bottle was the holy water needed to unlock the 4th seal of the Godslayer staff. Owen's eyes grew more intense as he gazed at it. Each time a seal of the Godslayer staff was broken, its power surged, granting it new forms and powerful abilities. The last time, using the ruby found in the Kyric Mausoleum, Owen had unlocked the Godslayer Array, which had blocked and even countered an attack from the Kyric Founder King. If the 4th seal were open, how much more powerful could the Godslayer staff become? Owen couldn't wait to find out. Without delay, he activated his magic and summoned Rachel from his personal dimension. In a flash of light, Rachel appeared beside Owen. Rachel frowned slightly, then spotted Richter, her former mentor, standing nearby. When Richter saw Rachel, his gaze focused on her. He noticed that not only had her energy not diminished, but it had actually increased. The bloodline aura she emitted was significantly stronger than before. This brought a faint smile to Richter's lips. It seemed that Owen had behaved appropriately and hadn't mistreated Rachel. Moreover, the ordeal might have even spurred a breakthrough in Rachel's bloodline power, a great boon, increasing the chances that the Academy's founder could use her bloodline to achieve a breakthrough. Just as Richter was about to finalize the exchange, Rachel suddenly spoke up. Richter, I just have one question. Did you plan to marry me off to the founder of the Academy? At the mention of this topic, Richter's eyelid twitched, and he cast an annoyed glance at Owen. If it weren't for Owen exposing this secret, Rachel would still be the obedient prodigy of Melodic Academy. But now, all he could do was harbor some resentment toward Owen. Rachel, some matters should be discussed back at the Academy. Don't be misled by Owen's words. Richter avoided directly answering the question, not wanting to dwell on the subject in front of Rachel, who was, after all, still his student. Seeing that Richter wasn't giving her a straight answer, Rachel's face grew pale, as if her spirit had been drained. She stared blankly at the elder she once deeply respected, her voice hoarse. As she asked, is there really no other way? Richter remained silent. Rachel felt as if a sharp thorn had pierced her heart. She found it difficult to breathe. After a long pause, she slowly raised her head and stared at Richter with determination. If returning to the Academy means becoming someone else's tool, I'd rather stay in Owen's dimension, planting trees, than ever go back. Rachel's firm resolve caused Richter's expression to darken, and he glared daggers at Owen, convinced that Rachel's defiance was entirely due to Owen's influence. The crowd of mages watching were also surprised at Rachel's outburst. They had heard of Rachel, the top prodigy of Melodic Academy, but none expected her to side with Owen after being kidnapped and to refuse to return to the Academy. Could Owen have some special ability to win over this renowned prodigy of Melodic Academy? Rachel herself was a stunning beauty, and after Owen's encounter with the Order of Life, her ancient succubus bloodline had awakened, adding to her allure. Many of the mages who gazed upon her found it hard to look away, each captivated by Rachel's undeniable charm. Some men, especially, felt their blood boil the longer they looked at her, imagining pulling her close and dominating her, as they thought of Owen locking Rachel in his dimension, alone together. Their expressions turned envious as they glanced at Owen. Sitting beside Owen, Leslie elegantly wiped her mouth, having finished her meal, and calmly watched the unfolding scene. Richter, as the headmaster of Melodic Academy, still had his pride to consider. Seeing Rachel cause more of a stir, his face darkened further. Rachel, enough nonsense. Come back with me at once. Even if you want to stay, do you really think Owen would want to keep you around? Owen already has someone as beautiful as Leslie by his side. Having lived for centuries, and as Rachel's mentor, Richter could tell that Rachel's reluctance to leave stemmed not just from the Academy's plans but also from a growing affection for Owen. Exposing her feelings so directly, Rachel's pale cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She glanced at Leslie, who sat gracefully beside Owen. The two looked like a match made in heaven, their silent understanding unmistakable. Leslie's serene but proud demeanor, combined with her beauty, made Rachel feel inadequate. At that moment, Owen leaned over to Rachel and whispered, "Rachel, no matter what happens, I need to get that holy water today." Hearing this, Rachel, already feeling despondent, felt as if she had fallen into an abyss. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Like a lifeless puppet, she turned toward Richter. Seeing this, Richter knew she had resigned herself. Not wanting to risk any further complications, he quickly handed the glass bottle containing the holy water to Owen. "Here's the holy water. We're done." Without another word, Richter prepared to take Rachel and leave. But as Owen weighed the holy water in his hand, he suddenly called out, "Rachel, are you really going back as my prisoner? You're quite good at planting trees, but remember, if you go back this time, it's entirely your choice." Owen's words fell softly, but to Rachel, they were like a ray of light in the dark abyss she had fallen into. She snapped out of her daze and turned to look at Owen, her resolve hardening. Though she hadn't spent much time with Owen, she knew him to be a man of honor who valued loyalty and would never truly harm her. She refused to continue being a pawn, kept in the dark and used against her will. Suddenly, mana surged around Rachel, and she bolted toward Owen. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. Owen, you're cornered. Richter had been closely monitoring Rachel's every move, and when he saw her attempting to return to Owen's side, he snorted coldly. A bubble of mana instantly enveloped Rachel, trapping her within it no matter how hard she tried to escape. As discussion spread among the demon realm's inhabitants, a massive black entity, like an enormous cloud, loomed over the entirety of the demon sky citadel. The Hellfire Warship. The beings of the demon realm looked up, and when they saw the black, bone-like warship above them, their hearts were filled with dread. It really is the Hellfire Warship. What could have happened to warrant its sudden mobilization? I heard the Demon King and Archdemon are planning to breach the Demon Abyss and conquer the most notorious forbidden zone in the demon realm. What the Demon Abyss is a barren land where countless god-tier mages have met their doom. Although it's dangerous, the Demon King and Archdemon aren't ordinary people. If they can return safely, it would be a monumental achievement for the demon realm. Yes, it's said that many heavenly treasures and ancient legacies are hidden within. If they can break through the Demon Abyss, they'll be the greatest heroes of our time. After learning the purpose of Owen and the Archdemon's journey, many of the demon realm's residents were filled with deep admiration and awe. After all, for countless eras, many of the demon realm's great figures had attempted to conquer the Demon Abyss, only to be devoured by it in the end. Because of this, the beings of the demon realm harbored a deep-seated fear of the Demon Abyss. The idea of conquering it rarely crossed their minds. They didn't even have the courage to approach it. Now that the Archdemon and the Demon King were joining forces, regardless of the outcome, they were worthy of being remembered as heroes of the demon realm. Wishing the Demon King and the Archdemon a triumphant return. In the vast crowd of demon realm beings, someone shouted. Instantly, countless demons joined in, their voices rising in a deafening chorus. Triumphant return, triumphant return. The sound merged into a powerful roar, piercing the sky. Even aboard the warship, Owen and the Archdemon could hear it clearly. The Demon Abyss, hailed as the last forbidden zone of the demon realm. If you can bring my sister back, your reputation in the demon realm will be strong enough to make you the true Demon King, ruling over the land. Watching the cheers of the demon realm beings below, the Archdemon felt a surge of emotion. After all, the Demon Abyss was fraught with danger even for her. Owen didn't fall for her toxic encouragement. He simply sorted through the information about the Demon Abyss in his mind. Boom. After the Hellfire Warship launched, its speed increased dramatically. It transformed into a streak of black light, tearing through the void and flying over the demon realm at an astonishing speed, causing widespread shock wherever it passed. After traveling at high speed for half a day, Owen, standing at the bow of the ship, suddenly narrowed his eyes as he saw a vast and seemingly endless abyssal entrance in the distance. The Demon Abyss was in sight. The massive abyss was pitch black, as if it devoured all light. When Owen attempted to extend his mind power to probe it, he was immediately met with strange, drifting mists that acted like impenetrable walls, making it difficult for his senses to go any deeper. The deeper you go, the thicker the demonic mist becomes. Even with my current level, I can only probe within a 100-meter radius around me. Sensing Owen's attempt to explore the Demon Abyss with his mind power, the Archdemon shook her head slightly, a rare look of solemnity in her eyes. She then maneuvered the Hellfire Warship to descend rapidly into the abyss. The warship, massive as a fortress, was dwarfed by the immense black maw of the Demon Abyss, appearing as insignificant as a speck of dust. The Demon Abyss seemed capable of devouring everything in existence. Just staring into it made one's scalp tingle, filling the heart with an overwhelming sense of dread. As the Hellfire Warship continued to descend, the light around Owen grew dimmer, as if they were entering a world devoid of light. At the same time, it seemed as though many eerie creatures dwelled within the abyss. Rustling in the darkness, Owen focused, and the spear of Longinus emitted a blood-red glow, barely piercing through the fog and darkness, revealing strange, shadowy figures. Some looked human, others like demon realm creatures, but each had vines growing from their bodies, forming wings as they moved like zombies, hurtling toward the warship. Bang, bang, bang. The Hellfire Warship, as solid as a mountain, remained unmoved, while the eerie creatures were shattered by the powerful recoil, blown into pieces. Yet even in pieces, the scattered flesh sprouted vines and hurriedly fled. These are beings that ventured into the Demon Abyss and were killed by the immortal Devilvian. After death, they became the Devilvian's puppets. Although they're not very strong, they're extremely hard to kill completely. Many mages who entered the abyss never even made it to the true entrance before being wiped out. The Archdemon spoke slowly, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Owen was beginning to grasp the true terror of the Demon Abyss. They had encountered constant assaults just at the entrance. What dangers would they face once they delved deeper? Fortunately, with the Hellfire Warship's protection, they continued their descent without needing to pay attention to these puppets. This descent lasted for an entire hour before the Hellfire Warship finally reached the bottom of the abyss, a depth of 100,000 meters truly deserving of the name, Demon Abyss. Owen squinted. At this depth, they were nearly at the core of the earth. He could see molten magma flowing along the surrounding rock walls, radiating scorching heat and blinding light. And in this region of lava, the ground and rock walls were covered in black-red, tentacle light. Vines. Immortal Devilvian. Chapter 261. Wrong chapters. Do not purchase. Deep within the Demon Abyss, Owen, the Archdemon, and Madeline leapt down from the bow of the Hellfire Warship, landing on the abyssal ground covered in black-red vines. This is the Immortal Devilvian. What a terrifying aura. Madeline's face grew serious. Following the immortal Devilvian with her gaze, she saw countless vines rooted in the magma, intertwining endlessly with no visible end in sight. The immortal Devilvian had not been active before and remained dormant, but a few days ago, for unknown reasons, it began preventing anyone from approaching. The Archhuman turned her head and looked at Owen. The entrance to the deeper part of the demon abyss is located beneath the roots of the immortal Devilvian. We have to eradicate it. From here on, it's up to you. Before she could finish speaking, as if sensing the approach of a living presence, the previously motionless immortal Devilvian suddenly sprang to life, climbing up from the ground and the surrounding rock walls. It then shot towards the three of them like countless arrows loosed from top bows, piercing through the void with explosive sonic booms. Dark vortex. The Archhuman formed a seal with one hand, and a series of hurricane-like black vortices appeared around her, swallowing up the incoming vines and grinding them into powder. However, as soon as these vines were shredded, they quickly transformed into a dark, indestructible aura and reabsorbed into the immortal Devilvian. Seeing this, even though Owen had anticipated it, he still felt a headache coming on. The immortal Devilvian's attack was frighteningly powerful. Had the Archhuman not acted in time, even Owen would have struggled to hold his ground. Let me try. Madeline, unwilling to admit defeat, retrieved the staff from her storage ring. Fiery elements danced around her, coalescing into a blazing fireball the size of a millstone, which she hurled at the immortal Devilvian. Boom! The moment the fireball touched the immortal Devilvian, it exploded violently, and the raging flames, imbued with the intent to incinerate all, clung to the vine's surface, burning persistently. However, the expected elemental suppression did not occur. Instead, the raging fire seemed to serve as nourishment for the immortal Devilvian, which absorbed it rapidly and grew even thicker and more robust. With even greater speed, it shot towards Madeline. A look of panic flashed across Madeline's delicate face. She hadn't expected her magic not only to fail but to make the immortal Devilvian stronger. Fortunately, Owen was prepared for this. The Godslayer staff transformed in his hand, becoming the supreme sword, which he swung in a swift arc. A streak of dark gold sword energy tore through the air, forming a long, narrow line that shredded the attacking vines to pieces. This time, the shredded vines did not recondense into the indestructible aura but completely disintegrated and vanished. It worked. The Archhuman's eyes gleamed with excitement. She had tried countless methods to deal with this Devilvian before, but none had been effective. She had always been blocked from reaching the true depths of the demon abyss. Fortunately, the ancient legends were true. The immortal Devilvian was a monstrous creature planted by the ancient Dark God King, and only the King's staff could truly destroy it. Cover me. I'll go deep into the Devilvian and sever its roots. The Archhuman spoke decisively. Owen nodded and looked at Madeline. Stay close to the Archhuman and be careful. I'll be right back. With that, and under Madeline's worried gaze, he charged toward the dense cluster of vines. The closer he got, the hotter the air became, as if silver needles were piercing his lungs. At the same time, the Devilvian grew even denser, weaving together so tightly it made his scalp tingle. Sensing the approach of a living being, the vines surged toward Owen like a torrential river, each one exuding an aura of frenzied terror. The void around him shattered, leaving it riddled with cracks. Yet, as the vines neared Owen, they seemed to recognize the aura of the supreme sword and hesitated, their aggressive energy diminishing significantly. Seeing this, Owen felt a bit more at ease. The dark golden light of the supreme sword flared brilliantly, and streaks of sword energy shot out, tearing apart the approaching vines. However, the immortal Devilvian's vines were overwhelmingly dense. Even though Owen's supreme sword could shred them, at this pace, reaching the core to sever its roots would take far too long. He might even end up exhausting his mana and being overwhelmed by the Devilvian. I have to finish this quickly. Realizing that entering the demon abyss was only the beginning, Owen took a deep breath, and a third of the slain god formation appeared around him. Dark golden light flowed, forming a complex six-pointed star array that rotated slowly. Any vine that came into contact with the formation instantly exploded into pulp, splattering in all directions. With the slain god formation's protection, Owen's speed surged. Behind him, the Archhuman and Madeline weren't idle either. The Archhuman summoned a crimson long blade, emitting a nauseating smell of blood, as if fresh blood was flowing along its edge, radiating a bone-chilling murderous aura. The blade was a manifestation of her power, imbued with the essence of greed and killing. Intent. The distant vines that approached were shredded by the blade's aura. Although the vines quickly reformed into the indestructible aura and reassembled into the immortal Devilvian, the brief delay allowed her to protect Owen as he pushed forward. Madeline, knowing her own strength was insufficient, chose to channel a portion of her mana directly into Owen's body, aiding his recovery. With their coordinated effort, they soon spotted a towering rock wall. On the wall was a massive flower, swaying gently even without wind, its smile almost mocking. Countless indestructible vines sprouted from beneath this flower, like its tentacles. That's the core of the immortal Devilvian. Destroy it, and we'll be able to access the lowest layer of the demon abyss, which is a world unto itself. Only by passing through here can we enter it. Having reached this point alongside Owen, the Archhuman's expression turned even more solemn. She had once reached this place before but had been forced to retreat under the Devilvian's relentless assaults and regeneration. Now, whether they could find her sister's whereabouts depended on Owen. As she looked at Owen, he took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of the supreme sword tightly. With a powerful swing, he slashed at the massive flower. Supreme sword, the Godslayer staff's ultimate strike. The giant flower trembled slightly, instinctively sensing the danger. But there was nowhere to escape. It could only weave more vines in front of itself, trying to neutralize the oncoming sword energy. However, as Owen's mastery of the Godslayer staff deepened and his understanding of the supreme sword grew, the vines, though capable of diminishing the sword energy, couldn't fully negate its impact. Ultimately, the sword energy tore into the giant flower. Compared to the flower, Owen's sword energy seemed small, but the closer it got, the more violent its fluctuations became, like unstable explosives. When it finally touched the petals, it erupted violently. The razor-sharp sword energy penetrated the flower's stem, causing it to wilt slightly. However, this attack also provoked a frenzied reaction from the surrounding vines, which lashed at Owen like whips, shattering the void and leaving behind a trail of black afterimages. With the immortal Devilvian now in a state of frenzy, Owen pressed on, aiming his sword energy at the newly formed cracks, widening the fractures. The Archhuman and Madeline faced increased pressure, but they could see the flower's stem weakening. This was merely the immortal Devilvian's last struggle. Owen did not dare to relax for a second. He couldn't withstand a direct confrontation with the Devilvian's assault, forcing him to even dodge, striking only when an opening presented itself. Boom! Under Owen's relentless barrage of sword energy, the bottom of the demon abyss seemed to experience a massive earthquake. The ground trembled violently. The immortal Devilvian persisted for a few more moments, but with its stem severed, the vines attacking the trio fell limply to the ground. All the previous ferocity was gone. As the immortal Devilvian was extinguished, the barrier behind it began to show signs of weakening, and a massive stone archway gradually came into view before the three of them. Chapter 262, Chapter 258 Jade Dragon. For spells at the universe tier level, each increase in proficiency is a qualitative leap. If he chose the blessing of God, not only would it greatly enhance his current combat power, but it would also save him decades or even centuries of comprehension and arduous cultivation. Should he choose to learn another universe tier spell or go for the blessing of God? This was a difficult decision. Both options were incredibly valuable, and once missed, it would be impossible to predict when he might have a similar opportunity again. As Owen hesitated, a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. The crimson text flashed ominously, radiating a sense of danger. Detected the death of John. World line shifting dramatically. Special main quest activated Millennial Cataclysm. Time until the Great Calamity 3 months. Main quest, survive the chaos of the Millennial Cataclysm. Quest failure, death and eternal oblivion. Quest success, reward immortal tier treasure, Pandora's box. Staring at the blood-red text, Owen froze for a moment. He remembered the Millennial Cataclysm from the original story. Every 10,000 years, this realm would transition from a period of extreme prosperity to extreme decline and eventual death, a cycle of endless rebirth. He recalled this catastrophe, which was also the reason why Leslie in the original plot was so desperate. Though not an unparalleled powerhouse, Leslie had sensed the future chaos through the Order of Ice. But from what he remembered, the Millennial Cataclysm wasn't supposed to happen for several more years. It seemed that his elimination of the protagonist John had triggered a series of butterfly effects. Thinking about the sporadic mentions of the Millennial Cataclysm in the original work, Owen's expression grew solemn. After all, in this catastrophe, no one in this entire plane, neither individuals nor races, would remain unscathed. Even the top-tier powerhouses would not be spared. The Millennial Cataclysm was both a disaster and an opportunity. During this time, the mana of the entire realm would experience unprecedented resurgence, and countless talents would emerge from trials of fire, marking the last grand celebration for countless magical practitioners. But for the vast majority of mages, it would spell utter doom. Under such overwhelming natural forces, billions would perish, and countless powerhouses beyond God tier would fall. Owen, are you alright? Are you hurt? Seeing Owen staring blankly ahead, the Archdemon frowned slightly, looking him up and down. Owen snapped back to reality, his gaze complex as he looked at the Archdemon. As the ruler of the demon realm, if she knew that the Millennial Cataclysm would wipe out half of her realm's inhabitants, how would she react? Despite her peculiar personality, the Archdemon did care deeply for the lives of the demon realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have proposed binding herself to him through marriage, hoping to secure a better future for the demon realm. I'm fine, I just got a bit lost in thought after eliminating a formidable enemy. Owen smiled, deciding not to inform the Archdemon for now. After all, telling her wouldn't change much. During the Millennial Cataclysm, all beings were like ants. After adjusting his emotions and preparing to lead the Archdemon deeper into the abyss, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from not far away like a monstrous wave. Simultaneously, whether it was Owen, the Archdemon, or the others, they all felt as if they were being targeted by a primordial beast, their hair standing on end. Who dares to disturb my slumber? A cold, emotionless voice rang out. As this icy voice swept through, Owen instinctively turned towards its source. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as the reverberating sound waves shook the void. From the vibrations in the air, he sensed an aura far beyond the terror emitted by the Archdemon. Even the Archdemon, the ruler of the demon realm, paled in comparison to this sudden surge of power. The Archdemon, Madeline, and the others were visibly shaken by this overwhelming presence. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the entire ground of the demon abyss began to quake. The nearby blood pool suddenly exploded, and viscous blood splashed in all directions. Scalding magma gushed from the ruptured ground, merging with the blood and producing a piercing hissing sound as steam billowed. Then, a massive jade green dragon claw, the size of a house, reached out from the pit. Its sharp claws, like bronze castings, shimmered with a metallic luster. The aura that made Owen's whole body shiver now filled every corner of the heavens and earth, making the air heavy and stiflingly hot. Whoosh! After the dragon claw emerged, an even more massive and menacing dragon head followed. Its eyes, emerald-like gemstones, emitted a chilling, bone-piercing light. Jade Dragon. Seeing the dragon, Owen's brows furrowed even deeper. At the same time, the Godslayer staff in his hand trembled slightly, as if it had encountered something it deeply desired. The Jade Dragon's scales were the key to unsealing the fifth seal of the Godslayer staff. The information Ymir had provided him specifically mentioned that it resided in the demon abyss. He had also mentioned that the Jade Dragon had a unique bloodline, spending most of its time in slumber and rarely causing trouble. But once awakened, it was a terror that would make countless beings tremble in fear. Its combat strength was unimaginably formidable. Owen hadn't expected this Jade Dragon to have power that not only rivaled the Archdemon but perhaps even surpassed her. Jade Dragon. Madeline and Rachel cried out in shock. They had never imagined they would encounter such a legendary terror here. It seems the battle just now disturbed its slumber. We must leave before it fully awakens. Once it's fully awake, it will devour every living being within hundreds of miles. The Archdemon urged Owen and the others to leave without hesitation. But just as she finished speaking, the Jade Dragon licked its lips, and drool began to drip from its jaws. Since you've disturbed my maturity, let me feast on you insignificant insects to my hearts content. As it spoke, it sneered coldly. A jade green radiance burst from its forehead, enveloping Owen and the others in a flash, sealing off the void for hundreds of miles. Dreamscape domain. Within this emerald green domain, Owen's mana seemed to lose control continuously. Leaking from his body, his entire being felt drowsy, as if intoxicated. Madeline, Rachel, and Serafina fared even worse. Their legs trembled, and they were on the verge of fainting. Enduring the intense sleepiness, Owen forcefully waved his hand, sending Madeline and the others into his small world. The Jade Dragon was far too powerful. Even the residual waves of its power were unbearable for them. Seeing Owen send the two and the beast into his small world, the Jade Dragon looked at Owen with slight surprise. The fluctuations of a small world. Interesting, boy, it seems I've found a treasure this time. The Jade Dragon laughed wildly. Small worlds were exceedingly rare, and even archgods found it difficult to create one. Yet this Grandmaster tier mage, an ant, possessed such a treasure. Locked onto by the Jade Dragon's covetous gaze, the Godslayer staff in Owen's hand suddenly transformed into the Supreme Sword, and the aura of Supreme Order began emanating from his body. As Owen prepared to activate the Supreme Order, the Archdemon suddenly stepped in front of him, her body swirling with black vortices that forcibly drew the Jade Dragon's gaze toward her. We have no intention of disturbing your rest, Great Dragon. Why be so ruthless? We shall leave immediately and let you continue your slumber. How about that? The Archdemon spoke softly, adopting a more conciliatory tone as even she felt the pressure from the Jade Dragon's overwhelming aura. With just the likes of you, you dare bargain with me? It would be your honor to become food for my belly. Dare to refuse. The Jade Dragon snorted dismissively, scorching hot breath billowing from its nostrils as it swiped its massive claw toward Owen and the Archdemon. You can't beat it. I'll hold it off. You must leave now and find my sister. Take her away. The gigantic jade green claw blotted out the sky, replacing the entire horizon. A terrifying aura of destruction radiated from it. The heavens roared and collapsed under that single claw, returning to primordial chaos. Sending Owen a message, the Archdemon charged forward, her eyes blazing with battle intent. I've long heard that the Jade Dragon is extraordinary. Let's see if you're as formidable as the legends say. Chapter 263, Chapter 260 The Future Silhouette. Seeing this, Owen realized that the Archdemon's current power was still insufficient to contend with such a dreadful being as the Jade Dragon. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the Jade Dragon, seemingly enraged by the feeble figure before it, lashed out with a single claw, tearing through the void as if it were fragile silk. The devouring vortices surrounding the Archdemon crumbled under that one claw, unable to block it in the slightest. The Archdemon's delicate brows furrowed. Just as she was about to tear through the void to retreat, she discovered that under the increasingly intense emerald light, she could no longer rip open the space around her. She could only watch helplessly as the claw loomed larger in her eyes. Screech! The sharp dragon's claw glinted coldly as it tore a massive gash across the Archdemon's body, nearly splitting her in two. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the wound. The ore that had been rising within her earlier plummeted in an instant. Moreover, the gaping wound on her body refused to heal, as the emerald light ceaselessly eroded what little vitality remained. Being devoured by this dragon should be considered an honor for you. Must you suffer first to learn obedience? Then again, this isn't so bad. After slumbering for so many years, it's good to stretch out my muscles a bit. The Jade Dragon yawned lazily, showing no urgency to press its advantage after wounding the Archdemon. Only after it felt its energy surge once more did it extend a claw with an overbearing might, aiming to suppress the Archdemon and grasp her in its palm. However, at that very moment, an extremely dangerous aura surged within the Archdemon's eyes. The Jade Dragon's claw came to a halt, as a sense of unease rose from deep within. It seemed as though the Archdemon's earlier silence was a prelude to some terrifying move. And indeed, ever since the moment she first struck at the Jade Dragon, the Archdemon had prepared for the worst. She had been covertly forming hand seals, setting up a formation. Otherwise, even if the Jade Dragon's power was far superior to hers, it had yet to fully awaken. She would have been able to contend with it for a while longer, rather than being grievously wounded so quickly. Now that the Jade Dragon had grown careless, she had her trump card ready. Temporal rift, open for me. An angry roar erupted from her throat, shaking the heavens and the earth. Following that, the Archdemon's blood-stained 10 fingers curled into claws and viciously tore at the space around the Jade Dragon. Creak! It was as if a heavy door had been forcefully opened, emitting an eerie, disorienting sound that reverberated through the air. The space around the Jade Dragon cracked open into a long, narrow rift resembling a pitch-black eye. Both time and space seemed to freeze at that moment. A temporal rift, a sealing technique that could only be cast at the cost of one's own lifespan. Anyone below the Archgod level who fell into a temporal rift would become eternally lost within, never to escape. Even an Archgod level being, once trapped inside, would find it difficult to emerge unscathed. All her previous attacks against the Jade Dragon were merely distractions. This was the true killing move. With the emergence of the temporal rift, a flicker of surprise and caution appeared in the Jade Dragon's once arrogant gaze. If it fell into such a dangerous crevice, it could be at risk of perishing. After all, it wasn't truly immortal or impervious to the ravages of time and space. Get in there! Veins bulged on the Archdemon's smooth forehead as she snarled. A fierce wind roared from within the temporal rift, like invisible hands pulling at the Jade Dragon's colossal form. HMPH. Such temporal manipulation is nothing but a parlor trick before me. The Jade Dragon sneered coldly. It had some resistance to the erosion of time, and the Archdemon's power was not as strong as its own. Although this technique was fearsome, it was still lacking against it. Jade Dragon, let's see the power of the new Supreme Order. Owen's hands formed a series of ancient seals, and an overwhelming surge of mana burst forth, manifesting as an immense phantom that pierced through the heavens and the earth. With the appearance of this figure, the Jade Dragon's attention was instantly drawn. From that silhouette, it sensed an indescribable presence, as if standing before the supreme ruler of the future. Even its most exalted ancient dragon bloodline quivered faintly, as if instinctively paying homage to an absolute monarch. Despite having lived for eons, it had never felt such a sensation before. And it was coming from an ant-like grandmaster tier mage like Owen. What in the world was this figure? The Jade Dragon's brows furrowed deeply, its emerald eyes emitting a terrifying light as it tried to pierce through the thick layers of fog to see the silhouette's face. But under the probing of its eyes of insight, the fog only thickened. Even more unnervingly, its rash intrusion seemed to have alerted the shadowy figure. The mist cleared, and the previously blurry figure became strangely vivid. At that very moment, the Jade Dragon's eyes suddenly felt as if they were being stabbed by needles, and 2 streams of crimson blood tears flowed down. This is impossible. Despite the blood streaming from its eyes, the Jade Dragon still widened its gaze, trying to confirm that it hadn't seen wrong. But when it looked again, the massive silhouette had already merged into Owen's body. Owen's aura began to soar wildly. This time, Owen was not using the primary Supreme Order, but, thanks to the blessing of God, had forcibly elevated it to the mid-level. The mid-level Supreme Order had undergone a qualitative transformation, allowing Owen to wield far more terrifying power from the future. Under the overwhelming force of the future's power, even Owen's refined body showed signs of being pushed to its limits, covered in cracks with beads of blood seeping through. Heaven Emperor Fist. With this immense power coursing through him, Owen roared skyward and unleashed a punch that channeled a torrent of magic energy. The Heaven Emperor Fist was already a domineering move. Now, empowered by the Supreme Order, it had undergone a metamorphosis. The moment the fist was thrown, the fabric of space-time rippled like water, and the imprint of the punch appeared on the Jade Dragon's chest. It seemed to contain the cause and effect of the universe itself. One punch, and the target would be severely wounded. Even with the Jade Dragon's strength, which could contend with the Order, it didn't have time to react. Its massive body was sent flying the instant Owen's punch landed. Under the impact of this punch, its entire body went numb, and at the last moment before the temporal rift closed, the Jade Dragon was forcibly struck into the rift by Owen's heaven Emperor Fist. The rift was pitch black, like the densest swamp. The moment the Jade Dragon's body touched it, it disappeared completely, leaving no trace behind. By the time it realized the danger, its body was already trapped in a dark, desolate void. Its colossal form, in this icy void, seemed as insignificant as a grain of sand, drifting aimlessly within. Here, time seemed to cease to exist. The Jade Dragon struggled, but found itself unable to move. Only its bleeding eyes could slowly turn. As the Jade Dragon was struck by the Heaven Emperor Fist, the Archdemon seized the opportunity to escape from its claw, her entire body weak and sinking rapidly. Just as her wounded body was about to crash heavily onto the spike-laden ruins below, Owen dashed over and caught her in his arms, looking at her with concern. Held in Owen's embrace, a wave of heat washed over her face. The Archdemon's cheeks flushed slightly. She tried to push herself out of his arms but could only lift her hand weakly and lightly pat his chest, almost like a playful slap. You're gravely injured, don't move around. Owen gave her a stern look, examining her wounds with a pained expression. A massive claw mark nearly split her in two, and the lingering destructive aura from the Jade Dragon continued to wreak havoc on her body. Moreover, the strain of forcefully deploying the temporal rift had further shortened her already limited lifespan. Through the order of life, Owen could sense the heavy presence of decay within her, as if her life was nearing its end. Owen's heart trembled. Although the Archdemon could be domineering and capricious at times, she had once saved his life from the encirclement of the God Emperor and many God Kings. Now, with the Jade Dragon's sudden appearance, if she hadn't stepped in and used such a technique to hold it off, he would undoubtedly be dead by now. In fact, she had saved his life twice. As Owen's intense gaze bore into her, the Archdemon stubbornly met his eyes, only to avert her gaze quickly with a soft huff. The Jade Dragon is only temporarily sealed within the temporal rift. With its strength, it won't stay there for long. We need to leave immediately. If you push yourself like this, your injuries will worsen, and you'll lose your life. Chapter 264, Chapter 261 The Ancient Corpse in the Majestic Mountains. After all, with the millennial cataclysm approaching, the Archdemon's strength would be a tremendous asset. Seeing the concern in Owen's eyes, the Archdemon was deeply moved and spoke softly. Owen, don't worry. My sister ventured into the demon abyss for a reason. She found clues to the Fate Crystal. Before she could finish speaking, the space around them suddenly trembled, and the Jade Dragon's furious roar echoed faintly through the depths of the abyss, as if reverberating across time and space. The Jade Dragon was breaking free. Chapter 261 The Ancient Corpse in the Majestic Mountains. Deep within the demon abyss, Owen led the Archdemon along the path of flowing molten magma, breaking through the fiery waves as they descended deeper into the Earth's core. Although they were far from the surface, this place was not barren. Numerous magical plants that had never been seen in the outside world grew tenaciously here. Their leaves were tinged with yellow, and their roots were deeply embedded in the magma-streaked rock walls, appearing sturdy and resilient. Owen sensed the growth patterns of these plants and detected a faint yet vibrant life force. Although this energy was extremely weak, for someone like Owen, who wielded the Order of Life, it was distinct and noticeable. As he held his breath and focused his senses, delving deeper into his investigation, he could even discern the source of this life energy. Narrowing his eyes, he activated the light patterns of the Order of Life, which surrounded his pupils, turning his vision into a hazy monochrome. The life force appeared as scattered dots of light, becoming denser as he moved further in. It seemed that many of these magical plants were sustained by this potent life energy, enabling them to thrive in such a harsh environment. Let's go. Sensing this, Owen felt a surge of excitement and immediately pulled the severely wounded Archdemon, quickening their pace. The Archdemon's lifespan was running out, and they couldn't afford to waste any time. Seeing this, the Archdemon gathered her remaining demonic energy and sped up to keep pace. After descending this far, she could vaguely feel faint traces of demonic energy lingering in the air, very thin, but unmistakably familiar. It was the aura of her sister, Elysia. She was somewhere deeper within the demon abyss. After traveling through the dark demon abyss for about an hour, Owen suddenly felt a sense of openness. In front of them lay a vast, undulating underground mountain range, appearing like a twisted, colossal dragon. It was incomprehensibly massive, covered in various magical plants that emitted a faint glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness. And at the end of the mountain range, the vibrant life force grew even more intense. Through the Order of Life, Owen caught sight of a transparent crystal radiating with abundant life energy. Fate Crystal. Owen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to move closer, the Archdemon seemed to sense something and abruptly grabbed him. Something's wrong. There's something strange about this mountain range. The Archdemon cast a suspicious gaze at the mountains, feeling an inexplicable pressure gradually permeating the air. Taking her cue, Owen cautiously extended his mind power toward the mountains. His current level was still far behind the Archdemon's. Within the pervasive mist, he couldn't probe very deeply, but he could still sense the faint oppressive aura emanating from the mountain range. The pressure seemed to diffuse throughout every corner of this vast and endless mountain range, not overwhelmingly strong, but as vast as the ocean. Exchanging a glance, Owen and the Archdemon saw the same solemn expression in each other's eyes. The demon abyss was indeed fraught with danger, teeming with unseen threats at every turn. But the Fate Crystal was at the mountain range's end. Having come this far, they had no other choice. Owen spread his angel wings, attempting to carry the Archdemon over the seemingly perilous mountain range. However, the moment he took off, the previously faint pressure abruptly intensified tenfold, pressing down on his wings until they began to deform. The higher he ascended, the more terrifying the pressure became, as if some mysterious force forbade all creatures from taking to the skies. Boom! Owen was forced back down to the ground, scanning the mountain range with a grave expression, pondering a solution. The Archdemon seemed to notice something. Pointing toward a protrusion in the distance, she dashed over, shouting, "This way! I sense my sister's mana fluctuations there." Owen quickly followed. As they moved along the trail of mana deeper into the mountains, the pervasive pressure within the range grew ever more oppressive. Their pace gradually slowed, as if they were burdened by a mountain, their feet sinking into the ground with each step. Soon, having reached the forefront, Owen narrowed his eyes warily, staring at a nearby valley. Within the valley, chaotic magical energy surged, the demonic aura thick and turbulent. Amidst it all, he could faintly make out a feminine figure. Just as Owen sensed the presence of the woman, she seemed to detect their approach. A murderous intent, sharp as a blade, suddenly surged toward them. Owen's brows furrowed. With just a glance, she wanted to kill him. Just as Owen prepared to defend himself, the Archdemon stepped in front of him, crying out, "Elysia! Sister!" The two voices rang out almost simultaneously. In an instant, the murderous intent dissipated entirely. Owen looked at the woman in the valley, visibly surprised. He hadn't expected her to be the Archdemon's sister. "What's going on? Why are you so gravely injured?" Suddenly, the Archdemon seemed to notice something, and a chilling aura burst from her. In a flash, she was about to rush to Elysia's side. She could clearly sense that Elysia was severely wounded, with gaping wounds on her arms and legs that bled profusely. "Sister, don't come any closer. The pressure here is immense. You'll be trapped too." Seeing her sister about to step forward, Elysia gritted her teeth through the pain and hastily warned. The Archdemon stopped in her tracks, immediately sensing that the pressure in that valley was indeed far greater than in other places. She demanded, "What happened? Weren't you searching for the Fate Crystal? How did you get so badly injured and end up trapped here?" Elysia sighed and was about to speak when she noticed Owen beside the Archdemon. Instantly, her gaze turned wary. Seeing Elysia's reaction, the Archdemon knew her sister's cautious nature all too well. She immediately walked over, clasped Owen's arm, and said, "He's Owen, my husband, and the current Demon King. You don't need to hide anything from him." Elysia's jaw dropped in shock. "Sister, didn't you always say that no man in this world was worthy of you? Why are you suddenly married? And this guy looks so weak." Owen's eyelid twitched. As expected, his low level was being ridiculed again. Owen's strength far surpasses his level. "I only made it here safely thanks to his help." The Archdemon looked at Elysia seriously. "Besides, weren't you interested in the ancient dark gods and the Godslayer staff? He's the current wielder of the Godslayer staff." Elysia froze, staring at Owen in disbelief. The Godslayer staff had been without a master for over 1,000 years, and now this seemingly feeble man was its owner. Even coming from her sister, it sounded utterly surreal. Chapter 265,262 Encountering the Founding King again. Hearing that Elysia had almost been killed by Raymond, the Archdemon's expression, already growing colder, was suddenly filled with murderous intent, and even the skies seemed to change color. However, she was still gravely wounded. The intense surge of emotion tore open her recently healed injuries, staining the bandages on her body with fresh blood. Owen gently stroked the Archdemon's back, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. He spoke softly, "Leave this matter to me." Then, Owen turned to Elysia, a puzzled look on his face. Raymond should only be a god tier mage, yet you've been at the god king level for many years. How did he manage to force you into such a state? In the Kyric mausoleum, Raymond had attacked him from afar. He displayed the terrifying power of a god tier mage. At that time, Owen had been no match for him and had only managed to fend off his deadly strike by activating the newly unlocked Godslayer array. Logically, Raymond shouldn't be able to stand up to Elysia. Elysia frowned slightly as she stared at Owen. Where did you get your information? Over the years, with the aid of the Fate Crystal, he has long since broken through to the God King level. Moreover, he possesses a tremendously powerful magical weapon. Elysia briefly explained what had happened to the Archdemon and Owen. If Raymond hadn't wielded a bizarre spear that suppressed everything and devoured all, she might not have been defeated. But that spear was too strange, and even she was completely overwhelmed. After listening, Owen's attention instead focused on the valley before them. Based on his understanding of Raymond, he wasn't someone who would easily relinquish his prize. Yet, after Elysia escaped here, Raymond chose to leave instead. Thinking back to the peculiarities they had encountered before entering this mountain range, he grew increasingly certain that there was something hidden within these mountains. But under his scrutiny, everything about the mountain range seemed normal, with no visible anomalies. For now, he could only set his thoughts aside. I'll get you out of here first. As he spoke, he stepped forward, enduring the increasingly terrifying pressure of the valley as he approached. With your current strength, you'd better not come in here. This pressure will crush you into pulp. Seeing that Owen was really planning to enter and rescue her, Elysia felt a flash of warmth in her heart, but mostly she wanted to warn him. Even in her current state, she found it difficult to endure the valley's oppressive force and was trapped here. Owen was just a Grandmaster tier mage. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she saw Owen stepping into the valley, his body seemingly withstanding the ever-increasing pressure. The force that had nearly shattered every bone in her body merely caused Owen's shoulders to slump slightly before he quickly adjusted and stood tall again, as if the pressure had little effect on him. Elysia blinked in disbelief. Owen seemed increasingly enigmatic, as if he truly possessed the bearing of a Godslayer staff wielder. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get out of here. Reaching Elysia's side, Owen immediately activated the Order of Life, helping her recover her vitality and wounds. Seeing her staring at him in a daze, he urged her impatiently. Only then did Elysia snap out of it. Feeling her injuries healing at a visible rate, her condition rapidly improved from its initial decline, surprising her even more. She had been trapped in this valley for a long time, trying to heal herself. But the wounds inflicted by that magical spear were too peculiar, making regular healing methods ineffective. Yet Owen had easily begun healing her injuries, and the familiar order fluctuations within his mana left her even more stunned. Order of Life. This guy really was different from other mages. Taking a deep breath, feeling her strength gradually return, Elysia followed the mana-formed path Owen created and walked out of the valley. Owen moved to follow her out, but just as he was about to step away, he suddenly sensed something. A dense spiritual wave emanated from him, spreading upwards. Although the grey mist blocked his perception of distant areas, in his overhead view, he noticed that the mountain range within the demon abyss bore a strange resemblance to a humanoid figure. It was as if an unimaginably colossal giant lay here, and over countless years, it had transformed into a mountain range. The moment this thought surfaced, it felt like an indelible echo in his mind, reverberating again and again. At the same time, the pressure in the valley seemed to become aware of something, and it converged toward Owen like flowing water, forming a faint black mark on his brow. The mark resembled a dim star, and as it condensed, Owen vaguely saw a towering figure standing with its feet on the ground and its head in the sky, engaged in combat with some terrifying entity. In the end, this colossal figure fell here. The memory was incredibly hazy, as if it had been eroded by the flow of countless ages. But after glimpsing this brief image, Owen felt a chill run through his limbs. This mountain range was definitely the remains of an ancient, supreme being. And that magnificent figure had not truly perished, it was still slumbering here. Becoming more and more convinced of this, Owen felt the pressure around him increase dramatically, as if some unknown entity was silently watching him. He quickly picked up his pace. After leaving the valley, he turned to Elysia. Lead the way. It's time to settle my grudge with Raymond. At that moment, he understood why Raymond dared not approach here. He feared the terrifying presence lying dormant in the mountains. Owen was wary of it too and wanted to leave as soon as possible. You're planning to settle things with Raymond with your current strength. Save it. Wait until my sister and I recover our strength before taking him on. Elysia rejected Owen's suggestion. Raymond was hateful and deserved to die, but his power was overwhelming. Even at her peak, she couldn't defeat him, let alone Owen. Don't worry, sister. I know Owen's strength. Just let him go. Seeing Owen's confidence, the Archdemon smiled softly. She trusted Owen completely. Sister, are you serious? What did he do to make you so smitten? Elysia clung to the Archdemon's arm, looking at her in disbelief. Chapter 266,263 Spare of War God capable of slaying all foes. The terrifying aura of the Archdemon made Raymond instinctively wary, but her heavily injured state did not give off any sense of real danger. Instead, his Spare of War God began to tremble lightly, transmitting a craving that he had never felt before. It was as if slaying the Archdemon would bring him immense benefits. This was the first time he'd experienced such a sensation since acquiring the Spare of War God. Well, thank you for delivering fresh blood to me. My spear has been thirsting for too long. He licked his lips, gripping his spear tightly as the aura around him surged upward. However, just then, a voice brimming with murderous intent suddenly echoed in his ears, reverberating through his mind. Hey, Raymond, or should I call you the founding emperor of Kyric, do you remember me? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Raymond immediately turned in its direction and saw Owen walking step by step towards the valley. Owen. With just a glance, Raymond recognized Owen, and a fire of killing intent burned in his eyes, distorting the surrounding void. He would never forget the scenes that took place in the mausoleum. That damn rat had dared to trespass in his mausoleum, awaken his cherished princess, and even steal the ruby he had prepared for her. Utterly unforgivable. Later, when he tried to attack from afar, Owen had continued to act arrogantly, not taking him seriously, and had even managed to wound him. He was a God King tier mage, and the Emperor of Kyric. A supreme being. Though it was only a minor wound, it was a humiliation he had never experienced before. I had planned to come looking for you, but you delivered yourself right into my hands. Good, good, good. Today will be a day of double celebration. Raymond's grin turned savage as he fixed his gaze on Owen, a thrill of satisfaction flooding him as he anticipated washing away the stain on his honor. His long white hair danced wildly in the air despite the absence of wind. Shameless boasting. A coward who has hidden away for centuries dares to bark in front of me. Owen stepped forward fearlessly, a domineering aura surging forth like a fierce tiger, clashing with Raymond's presence. Kyric and the Azure Kingdom had long been archenemies. Raymond had launched several attacks on the Azure Kingdom before, and Owen had harbored the intent to kill him for some time. Now that they had met here, there was no way he would let Raymond go. Seeing the intense standoff between Owen and Raymond, a look of worry crossed Elysia's face. Raymond was, after all, a God King, while Owen was merely a Grandmaster tier mage. There was a gap of 3 major tiers between them: Sage tier, God tier, and God King. Throughout history, only the most talented of the talented could even hope to fight across a single major tier, marking them as prodigies of their era. As for those who could fight across two major tiers, they were as rare as phoenix feathers, each leaving a significant mark on history. And now, Owen was challenging someone 3 tiers above him. This was unprecedented. Initially, she had no faith in this battle, and now her worries only deepened as she turned to look at her sister. However, the archdemon did not show any signs of worry. Instead, she looked calmly at Owen's back, as if she wasn't surprised by the situation at all and harbored no doubt or concern. Seeing her sister's confident expression, Elysia couldn't help but relax a little, turning her gaze back to Owen. She was curious what made this Owen so exceptional that he dared to challenge a god king 3 tiers above him. As her gaze settled on Owen, he charged toward Raymond, a dark golden light swirling in his hand. The Godslayer staff appeared in his grasp, radiating an aura of thunder and flames. Last time, you caught me off guard. Do you think you'll have another chance now that you're facing me directly? Owen's bold move infuriated Raymond even more. He thrust the spear of War God forward, the spear tearing through the void at a speed that seemed imperceptible, aiming directly at Owen's chest. The spear of War God was a savage and merciless celestial weapon. If it struck a target, it would absorb the victim's blood and mana, leaving them in a state of perpetual weakness until they were completely devoured by the spear. However, Owen was well aware of the spear of War God's nature. Although it wasn't as well known as the Godslayer staff, it was still a formidable celestial weapon. As the spear shot forward, Owen swung his staff, lightning and flames intertwining, explosive power colliding head-on with the attack, erupting into a violent detonation. The powerful shockwave spread out, almost tearing the flesh of Raymond's hands. He staggered back a few steps, staring at Owen in disbelief. Even though he hadn't used any special skills, that strike had been executed with his full power. Even other God King tier mages would have been severely injured by it. But not only had Owen withstood the strike, the shockwave he sent back was so powerful that even Raymond found it hard to endure. This counterattack was due to the skill-slaying god. Caught off guard, Raymond hesitated, and Owen pressed the advantage. Mana coalesced around his staff, compressing until it resembled a highly volatile explosive, filled with destructive power that made the void tremble. Owen knew that his ability to contend with a God King level opponent hinged on the Godslayer staff. The spear of War God in Raymond's hands was not to be underestimated. It undoubtedly possessed powerful abilities, making it impossible to suppress Raymond as he had done before. He had to capitalize on Raymond's initial contempt to end the fight swiftly. If he became mired in a prolonged battle, things would turn against him. Owen unleashed his attack with unrelenting ferocity. Enraged, Raymond's body shook with fury as the spear of War God emitted a blinding cold light, and illusory scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared as he thrust his spear. Boom! The two clashed fiercely, the sound of their battle echoing like thunder as the entire void around them collapsed and warped. The shockwaves of their fight devastated the valley, shattering mountains and breaking rivers. Watching the evenly matched battle, Elysia's jaw dropped in shock. Chapter 267, Chapter 265 Ancient Corpse Awakens, the world shifts. War God, save me. As Raymond's desperate roar echoed, the very space around them quaked and rumbled. A figure clad in battle armor with a blood-red cloak appeared beside Raymond. The arrival of this heroic figure caused both Elysia and the archdemon to tense up, their expressions turning grave. The pressure emanating from her was suffocating. The War God. It was actually the War God from the legends, who had ascended to the ranks of a celestial god. Stop. Raymond is under my protection. How dare you try to kill him? The newly appeared female War God cast a cold glance at Owen, her voice carrying a tone of absolute authority. But before she even finished speaking, Owen didn't halt his attack. Instead, he accelerated, swinging the supreme sword even faster. Owen, how dare you? The War God herself has intervened, and yet you still act so brazenly. Raymond, who had been on the verge of despair, suddenly felt a surge of hope. He sneered at Owen, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The War God was a celestial god, her word was law, defied by none. Owen, an insignificant gnat, would naturally bow before her authority. Screech, but in the next moment, blood spurted as Raymond's head was severed by a single strike, flying high into the air. His aura plummeted rapidly. The sword energy from the supreme sword corroded his wound instantly, eroding his life force. In just an instant, his head and body exploded like a blood-red firework. How dare you? In his final moments, Raymond's face was filled with horror and disbelief. He had never imagined that even with the War God present, Owen would still dare to strike a killing blow. As Raymond's body exploded in front of her, the blood splashing onto the War God's feet, her face turned completely dark. For countless years, none had ever dared to defy her will. Yet today, Owen had dared to act so insolently, showing no respect for her whatsoever. You court death. The War God, known for her fiery temper, instantly flashed to Owen's side and grabbed him by the throat, her long fingers sinking deep into his flesh. Both Elysia and the archdemon, who had been stunned by the War God's sudden appearance, were even more shocked to see Owen kill Raymond right in front of her. They were even more stunned when the War God herself personally attacked Owen. Let him go. The archdemon, knowing the War God's cruelty, immediately charged at her, disregarding her own injuries. Forcing her mana to surge, countless swirling black vortices enveloped the War God. The War God's eyes were filled with disdain, not even bothering to acknowledge the archdemon's attack. Her blood-red cloak billowed, and it was as if ancient war drums began to sound. The oncoming black vortices were instantly shattered, and the resulting shockwave struck the archdemon's chest. She spat out blood as her body was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. Her wounds, barely closed, tore open again, her blood-soaked form and graying hair making her look even more frail. Seeing her sister's worsening state, Elysia's hair stood on end. An insane killing intent locked onto the War God as countless black flames, filled with corrosive power, surged around her, threatening to burn her to ash. Mere tricks. The War God's face remained full of contempt, letting the black flames that could destroy divine artifacts burn her armor and cloak, unbothered. She was a celestial god. The power of the archdemon in Elysia was beneath her notice. Don't you know that even a dog's master must be respected? Raymond was chosen by me, a celestial god. How dare you kill him? Her voice, filled with a domineering question, grew stronger and stronger. The grip around Owen's throat tightened, causing his neck to creak and his vertebrae to nearly shatter. Just then, sensing Owen's life-threatening situation, Serafina erupted from his small world in a rage, opening her massive maw and unleashing a torrent of flames and frost. You're quite the interesting beast. Although Serafina's attack did not concern her, the War God's eyes gleamed with curiosity at her unique bloodline. But as she prepared to subdue Serafina as well, Owen channeled most of his mana into the black mark on his forehead. The sudden appearance of the War God had completely caught him off guard. Her terrifying strength was unlike anything he had ever faced. However, the War God was not the most powerful being he had sensed. The ancient aura he had detected in that mountain range was, in his instincts, far more terrifying than the War God. And this black mark was a gift from that entity. Owen had hesitated to use it before, but now, with the War God pressing him so ruthlessly, he decided to risk it all. As the black mark on Owen's forehead appeared, he felt the War God's overwhelming suppression ease slightly, giving him just enough strength to resist. The War God's sharp eyes instantly locked onto the black mark, her brows furrowing deeply. She recognized that mark, but why was it on Owen? As confusion flickered in her eyes, the endless mountain range from which Owen and the others had come began to tremble violently. The ground split apart, and the earth shook as if some colossal being was about to emerge. Everyone present was instantly drawn to this unprecedented phenomenon. As the ground cracked wide open, a massive hand burst forth, pulling up an enormous body from beneath the mountain. Rumble. The entire demon abyss seemed to be experiencing a cataclysmic earthquake. Countless streams of demonic energy scattered, and amidst the dark abyss, dazzling celestial stars suddenly appeared, casting a soft, ethereal light. The god of light and darkness, the lord of stars. He had awakened, seeing the colossal figure, so immense it could rival the sun and moon, even the war gods. Expression showed a trace of wariness. Owen and the others were similarly captivated by the sight. The giant who had suddenly risen from the mountain range looked almost identical to a human but was covered in intricate golden star patterns that crisscrossed his skin. Most striking were his eyes, one black, one white, radiating a mesmerizing power. Chapter 268, Chapter 264 War God, Save Me. War God Skill Meteor Descent. With a wave of Raymond's hand, the space above him trembled, and countless spears rained down like dense volleys of arrows, filling the sky as they shot toward Owen. Each spear shone with an unbearable, piercing light, illuminating the dark abyss as brightly as daylight. Below, the ground was instantly riddled with countless bottomless craters as the spears arrived, torn apart by a bone-chilling force, creating black holes of unfathomable depth. Even Elysia and the archdemon, who stood at a distance, felt a chill spread through their bodies, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Although this attack wasn't aimed at them, they still had an instinctive urge to flee. Owen looked up at the abnormal phenomenon in the sky, where the countless spears were accelerating, getting faster and faster. The sharp spear tips began to glow with flames, burning as they cut through the air, like meteorites breaking the sound barrier, trailing terrifying shockwaves behind them. There was no way to dodge. Spear, is it? I have one too. Owen sneered, integrating the Godslayer staff into his body, and his eyes abruptly turned blood red. Spear of Longinus fallen sun. In that instant, his pupils seemed to transform into two scorching and blazing suns, shooting out terrifying crimson beams. Like molten magma surging upward, it was as if these rays sought to melt everything in the world. Any spear that descended and touched the viscous red light instantly emitted a sharp hissing sound, as if cold water had been poured into a boiling cauldron of oil. Bang, 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 the deafening sound of explosions echoed continuously. Countless dazzling collisions spread outward, transforming this section of the void into a battlefield of roaring flames and thunderous explosions. The clash was as swift as it was fierce, and it ended just as quickly. As the smoke and dust cleared, Owen remained standing unscathed, only his eyes glowing a deep crimson, as if filled with fresh blood. On the other side, Raymond, seeing that Owen had survived, began to breathe heavily. He had not expected Owen to possess such a formidable spell without even relying on the Godslayer staff. This was one of his strongest war god skills, yet it hadn't managed to take Owen down, nor had it even injured him. His brows furrowed deeper as the murderous intent within him grew even stronger and more obsessive. Owen was only a Grandmaster tier mage, yet he could already unleash such power. If he broke through to Sage tier, Raymond would definitely not be his match. He was a looming threat. Raymond couldn't afford to let him live, no matter the cost. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. With that thought, Raymond seemed to come to a difficult decision, staring intently at Owen. This is your final chance, kneel and surrender. I promise to grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. His voice was menacing, like a demon's whisper from hell. At the same time, a dangerous aura radiated from him, making Owen's heart tighten. It seemed that Raymond was preparing to use his final trump card. Owen, be careful. He's likely about to use the blood of War God. Once surrounded, you'll be trapped in an endless battle and eventually be drained to death. Elysia's voice sounded in Owen's mind, her tone filled with urgency. During their previous confrontation, she had held the upper hand, but the moment he used this technique, she was forced into a desperate situation and nearly killed. Hearing her warning, images of the War God flashed through Owen's mind. The War God, a legendary entity, had wielded terrifying power, and the blood of War God was a sacrificial technique where one offered their own essence blood to summon the projections of those slain by the spear of War God. The War God had killed countless powerful enemies. As long as Raymond had enough essence blood, no one could survive the endless assault of these formidable projections. Sensing Owen's expression shift, Raymond burst into maniacal laughter. Now, kneel and surrender. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Owen flash forward, charging at him once again. You stubborn fool. Raymond's face twisted into a mask of fury. He slashed his arm open with his nails, allowing drops of dark red essence blood to drip onto the spear of War God. Ignoring the crimson mist that erupted from the spear, he summoned terrifying silhouettes, each faceless and shrouded in a blood-red glow. Every one of these figures possessed God King level strength, the limit of what Raymond could currently manifest. Although these figures were mere projections conjured from his essence blood, they were all beings that had once perished at the hands of the War God, brimming with resentment, and they fought with power comparable to their prime. As the first blood-red projection solidified, a second followed, then a third. Finally, when the fourth God King level projection emerged, Raymond, pale-faced from the loss of essence blood, ceased the summoning. Owen could contend with a single God King, but what would he do against four? You wasted the chance I gave you. Raymond's face was ashen, but his eyes were filled with a fevered light as he stared at Owen. The spear of War God can annihilate any foe. No matter your talent, your unrivaled brilliance. You will become nothing more than a puppet under my control. The spear of War God could absorb the vitality of others, turning them into puppets. The stronger Owen was, the more excited Raymond became. He wanted to turn Owen into a dog under his command. As if responding to Raymond's frenzy, the four God King level blood projections rushed toward Owen in unison. Their auras were nearly identical to Raymond's, even slightly stronger. Though they moved together, each wielded a different terrifying technique, ferociously attacking. Owen's eyes narrowed, and suddenly, multiple clones appeared around him. Although these clones were far weaker than his true body, they greatly outnumbered the four blood projections. You dare use such petty tricks against me? Are you truly out of options? Raymond sneered at Owen's use of some sort of clone technique. The clones felt weak, possessing only half of Owen's original strength. Against four God King level projections, they were nothing more than paper tigers. Using such a technique would only waste Owen's energy in vain. However, before his derisive grin could fade, he noticed that each of Owen's clones was using a different method. Chapter 269, Chapter 266 Fate Crystal and Everyone's Transformation. Sensing the War God's underestimation of Owen, the Lord of Stars turned to Owen with a gentle smile and said, Owen, with the millennial cataclysm approaching, would you be willing to join us in resisting the heavenly Tao? Hearing this, the War God couldn't help but stare at the Lord of Stars in shock. The mention of the millennial cataclysm was something she was faintly aware of. But to ask Owen to join their ranks and fight against the heavenly Tao, Owen's current strength was nowhere near sufficient. Only mages at the level of the Archdemon would be barely qualified. Yet, the Lord of Stars did not invite the Archdemon. He invited Owen. This made her even more uncertain about the Lord of Stars and increasingly unsure about Owen. However, she knew that every word and action of the Lord of Stars was the result of careful calculation. If not, he would have been destroyed long ago in his struggle against the heavenly Tao. His current attitude toward Owen carried a level of seriousness that was unprecedented. The war god slowly loosened her grip on Owen's neck, her gaze filled with suspicion as she glanced back and forth between the Lord of Stars and Owen. The moment Owen saw the Lord of Stars, he felt as if every secret he had was laid bare. He hesitated briefly, then nodded seriously and said, "Since it's you, Lord of Stars, inviting me to fight against the heavenly Tao and survive the millennial cataclysm, I have no reason to refuse. But I must ask, why are you inviting me?" According to the original storyline, this Lord of Stars was a terrifying figure, one of the supreme existences. Although his talent might seem impressive to others, to a being of such stature, it should be nothing extraordinary. Owen was genuinely curious what exactly had this mighty entity seen in him. As Owen's question hung in the air, the war god, Archdemon, Elysia, and Seraphina all turned to stare intently at the Lord of Stars. The Lord of Stars responded earnestly, "Because you are someone who stands outside the bounds of fate." The moment these words were spoken, the war god's mind roared as if struck by thunder. She had considered many possibilities. Perhaps Owen shared some connection with the Lord of Stars, or maybe the Lord of Stars simply valued his talent or his role as the wielder of the Godslayer staff. But she never expected that Owen would be someone he described as standing beyond the confines of fate. Every living being in this world was bound by the rules of fate. Whether one resisted or conformed, they ultimately followed the predetermined path, as if swept along by the tides of time, helpless to change anything. Even as celestial gods, they were the same, and this feeling of being manipulated by fate only grew stronger. It was as if they were nothing more than puppets of fate. They had fought against it for ages but had always failed, forever ensnared within the web of destiny. The only ones who ever seemed to show any promise of breaking free from fate's grasp were the chosen ones, those blessed with immense fortune. Such beings were the darlings of heaven and earth, with every step they took seemingly guided by the hand of fate, while all others appeared merely as their supporting characters. Yet even they were exceedingly rare. John, whom they had lured to this place, had been such a person. And Raymond, whom Owen had just slain, was another. Individuals like them were few and far between, and, even then, they could not truly escape fate's grasp. Now, the Lord of Stars claimed that Owen was truly free of fate's control. How could she believe that? The Archdemon, Elysia, and Seraphina knew little about the concept of fate. To them, it was an intangible and elusive idea. But for the Lord of Stars to say so, such an ancient being would never speak lightly or deceive them. When Owen heard this, his mind erupted in a storm of thoughts. The Lord of Stars, true to his reputation as a being who contended with the heavenly Tao, had discerned some of Owen's underlying nature. After all, as a transmigrator, Owen technically did not belong to this world and thus was not bound by its fate. In normal circumstances, no one could ever kill John. After all, John was the protagonist. But Owen, unaffected by the strings of fate, had repeatedly defeated John, forcing fate to rewrite itself time and time again. Now, his actions were even influencing the millennial cataclysm. While the Lord of Stars might not know about transmigration, he must have sensed a monumental shift in the lines of fate and deduced that Owen was different. Realizing why the Lord of Stars valued him, Owen felt relieved. The millennial cataclysm was approaching, and he needed to plan for the long term. An alliance with the Lord of Stars and others was not a bad idea. Very well, I'll trust you on this. As for the war god, she scrutinized Owen repeatedly, finding it hard to see past his beautiful visage. She saw nothing special in him, nothing that would hint at the extraordinary being described by the Lord of Stars. After a moment of silence, she clenched her fists. In the end, she decided to trust the Lord of Stars' judgment. After all, the Lord of Stars was stronger than she was. Lord of Stars, I'll believe you this time. She then turned to Owen. Since we are now allies against the heavenly Tao, I'll let bygones be bygones. This spear of mine, consider it a gift, an apology for my previous transgressions. What do you say? Having decided to trust the Lord of Stars, the war god decisively placed a heavy bet on Owen. Owen hadn't expected the hot-tempered war god to offer him an apology. Knowing how powerful and unique the spear of war god was, Owen laughed cheerfully and said, "If the war god is so sincere, then naturally, all past grievances are just misunderstandings. From now on, we should stand united." The war god nodded, and with a wave of her hand, the spear of war god flew straight into Owen's hand. The spear felt immensely heavy in his grip, exuding a biting cold. A trace of Raymond's presence lingered, resisting Owen's control. But the next moment, Owen activated his supreme of all and armament merge skills. Chapter 270, Chapter 267 Owen's wedding invitation. The Jade Dragon's rising anger instantly dissipated under a gentle pat from the Lord of Stars. Its enormous form shrank down to a size no bigger than a puppy's as it leapt into the Lord of Stars' embrace, looking utterly delighted. "Master, you've finally awakened. I've been missing you so much I could hardly sleep," the Jade Dragon exclaimed excitedly. The Lord of Stars stroked its head with a rare smile. "The past is already behind us. From this moment on, Owen is our ally and friend." Hearing its master mention this, the Jade Dragon snorted indignantly. "If they hadn't disturbed my slumber, I wouldn't have bothered with them in the first place. But since it's your order, I'll let bygones be bygones." The Jade Dragon now appeared quite magnanimous, waving its claw dismissively. Seeing this, Owen breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the key to unlocking the fifth seal of the Godslayer staff was this Jade Dragon scale. Without reconciling, obtaining the scale by force would have been impossible with his current strength. Understanding Owen's intent, the Lord of Stars continued, "Hand over your reverse scale to Owen and lend him your strength." Upon hearing this, the Jade Dragon's temper flared up again. Forgiving Owen and the Archdemon was one thing, but giving up its reverse scale, that was a crucial part of its very essence. "Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss from giving it up," the Lord of Stars reassured, gently stroking its proud head before whispering something into its ear. After listening, the Jade Dragon's green eyes brightened in excitement. With a snort, it promptly plucked a unique, shimmering scale from its brow distinctly different from the others and handed it to Owen. "Here, take it. Don't disappoint me," it huffed arrogantly. Seeing the radiant emerald scale that exuded an otherworldly energy, Owen swallowed hard and quickly accepted it. The Jade Dragon's reverse scale was a treasure of immense value, even without its role in unlocking the Godslayer staff. It could block attacks from God Emperor tier enemies and had extraordinary defensive capabilities. "Thank you," Owen expressed his gratitude sincerely, turning to look at the Lord of Stars. "We're allies now, so there's no need for thanks. What are your plans from here?" the Lord of Stars inquired, gazing at him. Owen pondered briefly before replying, "I need to help the Archdemon extend her lifespan. After that, I'll return to the Azure Kingdom. Leslie is waiting for me to come back to get married." "Oh," the Lord of Stars shot a curious glance at the Archdemon standing beside Owen. With his perceptive eyes, he could easily see the Archdemon's feelings for Owen. Earlier, when the war god had restrained Owen, the Archdemon was the first to rush to his aid. Had he not intervened, the Archdemon would have likely used some forbidden technique to save him. But it turned out the person Owen was marrying was someone else. However, the Lord of Stars did not dwell on this. He merely nodded thoughtfully. "Anyone who could capture your attention must be a truly exceptional woman. I'm quite curious now." Owen had turned down the love of the Archdemon, a peerless beauty, for this Leslie. She must be something extraordinary. Lord of Stars, War God, if you're free, you're welcome to attend my wedding in the Azure Kingdom, Owen said, sweeping his gaze over the two of them and extending a genuine invitation. Since they were allies now, his wedding was a major life event that should be as lively as possible. The Lord of Stars and the War God exchanged a look and nodded in unison. Very well, we'll be there. Owen was momentarily taken aback. These two were mighty figures, shaking heaven and earth wherever they went. His invitation was partly due to curiosity about Leslie and partly out of respect for their seniority. He hadn't expected them to actually agree. Meanwhile, in the Azure Kingdom, at the Duke's mansion in the Imperial capital, Leslie stood quietly, gazing up at the sky. 3 more days, she murmured softly. Her expression remained serene, but Charlotte, her maidservant beside her, dared not even breathe loudly. Over the past 4 days, many significant events had transpired across the continent and Middle-earth, causing great waves of upheaval. The Bronze Gate had begun to open, the barriers between realms were weakening. Numerous prodigies had emerged, and many reclusive mountain forces were sending their young talents out into the world. These developments made Charlotte incredibly anxious. After all, Mr. Owen and her mistress had caused quite a stir in Middle-earth, offending almost all the top powers there. When the Bronze Gate's barrier weakens to its limit, god-tier mages and those beyond will be able to cross freely. It will be a catastrophe beyond imagination. The Azure Kingdom could very well face total annihilation. Yet, in the midst of this unprecedented crisis, her mistress seemed completely unconcerned. All she cared about was preparing for the wedding and counting down the days until the 7th day. She seemed to have no regard for matters that could alter the world's fate. Moreover, Charlotte realized that she could no longer gauge her mistress's strength. Her aura was overwhelming, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Glancing toward the demon realm, Charlotte whispered to herself, Mr. Owen, when will you return? Miss is almost turning into a statue waiting for you. Deep within the demon abyss, Mr. Owen, haven't you already married my sister? Why are you still flirting around and marrying someone else? Elysia's eyes flared with anger as she glared at Owen. She had finally come to accept this brother-in-law in her heart. His strength, talent, and looks were all outstanding. Picky as she was, she couldn't find any flaws. The young heroes she had met before paled in comparison. But to her shock, despite marrying her sister, a woman as beautiful as a goddess, Owen was still going to marry someone else. Sister, how can you allow this? He's a scoundrel, a shameless philanderer, Elysia exclaimed, her emotions running high. The archdemon looked slightly embarrassed. She cleared her throat and explained the circumstances of how she had dragged Owen off and forcibly married him. Elysia's mouth twitched, then she gave her sister a thumbs up. Sis, you're ruthless. Clearly, she hadn't expected Owen and Leslie to be true lovers, with her sister as the forcibly inserted third party. Suppressing her earlier anger, she sighed deeply and turned to Owen. Chapter 271, Chapter 268 Inner Demon Trial, today you belong to me. Seeing the archdemon begin her absorption process, Owen also sat down cross-legged a short distance away. The concentrated life energy in this place was extremely beneficial for him as well. Before long, as Owen formed a mysterious hand seal, the dense life force condensed into a mist that flowed into his body. Every cell in his body vibrated with joy, quickly restoring his energy to its peak. Then, Owen turned his hand over, revealing the emerald reverse scale given by the Jade Dragon, while grasping the Godslayer staff firmly in his other hand. It was time to unlock the 5th seal. With a thought, he channeled a portion of his mana into the staff, guiding the reverse scale to fuse within a dazzling emerald glow. Soon, the Godslayer staff began to tremble, releasing a surge of fierce, battle-hardened energy that swept through the area. Congratulations, Master. The 5th seal of the Godslayer staff has been unlocked, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The Godslayer array is now complete. Hearing this, a broad smile spread across Owen's face. Even when incomplete, the Godslayer array possessed terrifying destructive power. Now that 2/3 of the previously damaged array was restored, its might had increased tenfold. Moreover, with the unlocking of the seal, the Godslayer staff's aura became even more domineering and overwhelming, showcasing a significant boost in its overall power. Sensing the surge of accumulated experience within, Owen took a deep breath as it began to flood through him, pushing his levels higher. Grandmaster Tier LV7, Grandmaster Tier LV8. With a resounding boom, Owen's rank skyrocketed to Sage Tier LVI. He was now a Sage Tier mage. Taking a deep breath, Owen felt his mana surge and boil within him, as if merging with the heavens and earth. It was a surreal sensation. He had finally taken this crucial step forward. Now, only one more major tier separated him from becoming a God Tier mage. Breaking through to God Tier would bring about a drastic transformation, one that would elevate his power to unimaginable heights. Nearby, Elysia, who had followed Owen and the archdemon here, sensed Owen's sudden rise in tier and couldn't hide the shock on her face. A Sage Tier mage. While it might still seem insignificant to her, considering her own level as a God King, Owen had only been a Grandmaster Tier mage not long ago. How much time had passed since then, and now he had already broken through to a whole new tier. She recalled how even her sister had spent several years and burned a significant amount of her lifespan, relying on secret techniques to break through from Grandmaster Tier to Sage Tier. Yet Owen had achieved this feat in just a matter of days. The gap between people was truly staggering. Elysia suddenly had a strong premonition that her current God King tier might soon be surpassed by Owen. Truly worthy of being the one my sister chose, Elysia sighed inwardly, feeling that her sister and Owen were indeed a perfect match made in the heavens. Meanwhile, Owen was fully immersed in the transformations occurring in his body following his breakthrough. If his previous affinity with magic had been considered excellent, now it was as if he could control it as effortlessly as moving a finger. Additionally, the vast life energy coursing through him made Owen's appetite for power grow. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to guide a portion of this life energy into his personal world. The regenerative properties of this energy were astounding, capable of promoting growth and vitality. If he could integrate a significant amount into his world, it would greatly benefit the growth of the world tree and the development of his internal realm. Under the cover of the pure white life energy, the plants in his small world began to grow wildly. The stars and blazing sun suspended in the sky seemed to radiate with even greater vibrancy. Within the small world, Rachel, Madeline, and Serafina were the first to notice the changes. They were filled with surprise and immediately sent mental messages to Owen, inquiring about what was happening. This life force was incredibly potent. Owen offered a brief explanation, then shook his head in disappointment. Although the life force could accelerate the growth of his small world, it was like rootless duckweed, it disappeared completely once absorbed, unable to sustain itself. If I could merge part of the fate crystal into my small world, then perhaps a continuous stream of life energy would flow through it. Owen murmured softly. However, to restore the archdemon's lifespan, the fate crystal would have to be entirely fused with her. All he could do now was absorb as much of the surrounding life force as possible. With that thought, Owen fully opened his small world, activating the world tree to take root in the flowing river of life. But as he was absorbing, he suddenly opened his eyes, looking anxiously in the archdemon's direction. At this moment, the archdemon had already extracted the fate crystal from the stone wall and was using her overwhelming devouring power to gradually refine it. As long as she completely absorbed the fate crystal, her lost lifespan would be restored, and she would become even more ageless and powerful. However, just at this critical juncture, something seemed to go wrong. The originally serene aura around her body suddenly became chaotic, like boiling oil doused with cold water. The surrounding void twisted and surged, and a strange, malevolent energy erupted from her body. An inner demon trial, Owen's pupils shrank, worry flashing in his eyes. For a powerhouse like the Archdemon, few calamities could threaten their life, but the inner demon trial was one of the deadliest. If she failed to overcome it, her soul would be shattered, and she would be reduced to a mindless husk. Typically, such trials only occurred when emotions fluctuated violently. Why had the Archdemon, who was calm and composed, suddenly succumbed to this trial? Elder sister, Elysia, sensing the Archdemon's sudden turmoil, panicked and rushed to her side, trying to rouse her from the inner demon trial. As a demon, she understood better than anyone how terrifying this tribulation could be. But why would her sister, with such a stable mindset and immense power, suddenly experience such a huge emotional upheaval? Confused, she extended her mental power toward the Archdemon, hoping to pull her out of the inner demon trial. However, as soon as her mind power approached, it was instantly shredded by the distorted aura surrounding the Archdemon. Chapter 272, Chapter 269 Changes in the Small World. A dense aura of life permeated the void, resembling layers of interwoven white veils, concealing the figures of Owen and the Archdemon. Within this white aura of life, Owen gazed at the passionate and assertive Archdemon in front of him with some bewilderment. Although the Archdemon had also been quite forward during their wedding night, that assertiveness had been filled with the overbearing nature of a ruler, carrying a sense of being forced upon. But now, the emotions Archdemon showed towards him felt more like a form of release, as if she was expressing suppressed feelings in their truest, most primal form. Under such ardor, even Owen was left at a loss. The Archdemon herself was a person of extraordinary beauty, and being this forward was akin to a blazing serpent entwining itself around him, almost igniting Owen on the spot. In an instant, Owen seemed to find himself within an illusionary realm. All around him was the vibrant red of a festive bridal chamber, a scene that seemed quite familiar. Wasn't this the setting from their wedding? However, the Archdemon was no longer quietly seated on the marriage bed, but was glaring coldly at Owen with an extremely chilling gaze. The air was filled with a cacophony of endless chaotic sounds. Owen looked at the current Archdemon strangely. Was this her inner demon? Was she regretting that the wedding night wasn't perfect? Now that he thought about it, the night had indeed been disrupted by Madeline and various other incidents, preventing them from reaching the final step. Thus, amidst the intertwining white aura, Owen and the Archdemon became entangled like two serpents, their clothes flying off in the process. Their emotions reached a peak at that very moment. In the clear flowing river of life, rippling sounds began to emerge, sometimes high-pitched, sometimes low, melodious yet lamenting. At this moment, in a state of total abandon, the Archdemon almost drained Owen dry within a matter of hours, leaving his face slightly pale. Truly a one-of-a-kind gem and a legendary white tiger at that, Owen gasped heavily, his legs trembling, almost needing to support himself against a wall. Though his waist ached for a while, a rich life essence soon surged from all directions, quickly restoring Owen to his peak condition. At the same time, he was astonished to find that perhaps due to their earlier fusion, while the Archdemon was compensating for her inner demon and absorbing the essence of the fate crystal, she had also infused a portion of its essence into his body. In this part, containing the purest, most primordial essence of destiny, had merged into Owen's small world, causing a drastic transformation. Owen glanced at the Archdemon beside him. She had already overcome her inner demon, her aura steadily rising. Not only had her hair regained its jet black luster, but her skin had also become tighter and more supple, as pure and translucent as pristine jade, soft to the touch. From head to toe, her exquisite figure was snow white and dazzlingly smooth. Even though Owen had experienced her beauty firsthand, the sight still left his mouth dry. He immediately draped one of his own garments over her, swiftly tidied up his own attire, and shifted his focus into his small world. Within his small world, a rich life essence fell like raindrops from the sky, bathing every object within it. The plants were brimming with vitality. The world tree was growing rapidly, its roots greedily absorbing the life essence from the void. Meanwhile, even more life essence pooled onto the ground of the small world, forming a flowing river of life. At the source of this river of life lay a palm-sized, translucent fate crystal, from which the pure white life essence was emanating. Beneath this fate crystal, Rachel, Serafina, and Madeline were playing around, immersed in their games. Owen sensed this and nodded in satisfaction. Earlier, he had been perplexed about how to ensure that his small world could continuously generate life essence. Now, the issue had been resolved seamlessly. Mr. Owen. At that moment, Rachel and the others, who had been frolicking in the river of life, noticed Owen's arrival and immediately gathered around him. Mr. Owen, what just happened? Why did the small world lose its connection to the outside, and why is there a small piece of fate crystal here now? Rachel asked, her face full of confusion as she looked at Owen. Owen coughed twice, then patted the head of the eager Serafina. I was just transferring the fate crystal earlier. It's all fine now. From now on, as long as we don't suffer fatal injuries, we recover swiftly in this life essence. Rachel and Madeline nodded seriously, their faces lighting up with joy. As mages, fighting injuries were a common occurrence, and recovery was no simple matter, often requiring the use of expensive high-quality potions. If not properly healed, injuries could even hinder future breakthroughs. But now, with the water of life, such concerns would no longer exist. After all, they had just experienced it. Old injuries that had accumulated over the years and were difficult to heal had already been cured with the help of the water of life. Even their levels seemed to be loosening up, showing signs of further advancement. Seeing that their attention was focused on the water of life, Owen heaved a slight sigh of relief, then narrowed his eyes and said, the Archdemon still needs some time to fully recover. It's time for us to return. At the mention of returning, Madeline immediately perked up with excitement. When are we leaving? My sister must be getting impatient by now. Owen nodded, a faint image of Leslie surfacing in his mind. In front of the river of life within the demon abyss. Elysia awoke from a bout of dizziness, rubbing her temples. She then saw her sister enveloped in the life aura, her energy stable and no longer agitated as before. Recalling the dangers of the inner demon trial just moments ago, she couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Did Owen save my sister? Thinking back to the final moment when Owen appeared beside her sister, she murmured to herself. She quickly glanced around but found no sign of Owen. Had he left? Frowning slightly, Elysia moved forward, only to see the Archdemon's body covered in Owen's robe. What had happened between them? However, considering they were married, it was normal if something had happened, right? At the same time, Owen was soaring towards the abyss's surface. Chapter 273, Chapter 270 Crushing all opposition, the fury of Middle-earth. I heard that Leslie from the Azure Kingdom is preparing a national wedding. Perhaps that's the reason. Yet, with the suppression of the Bronze Gate weakening and the fluctuations of the Heavenly Tao becoming increasingly intense, many Middle-earth forces are eyeing Leslie covetously. And she's preparing a wedding. Is she being too audacious? I don't know what she's thinking. Maybe she plans to become a couple on the run with Owen. But now that Owen's whereabouts are spreading, a lot of Middle-earth factions will definitely make a move against him. Countless forces across Middle-earth were discussing and closely following this matter. Meanwhile, many of Middle-earth's prodigies also turned their sights on Owen. Previously, Owen's venture into Middle-earth had caused a huge stir, but he had come and gone so quickly that they had no opportunity to cross swords with him. Now, they finally had the chance. Extra. Elliot, the holy son of the Truth Church and a sage tier mage, personally entered the demon realm to challenge Owen. Breaking news, Elliot was defeated in a single move and had to flee using a secret technique. The prodigy of the Moon God sect, the Great Moon God, challenged John, only to be sent flying by a single slap from Owen. Prodigies from the Thousand Autumn Mountain were utterly defeated. Countless reports about Owen spread rapidly across Middle-earth. Numerous prodigies, who had been the pride and hope of various factions, were all utterly defeated by Owen, most of them being crushed in a single move. As the prodigies continued to be humiliated, Owen's prestige soared to unprecedented heights. After all, these prodigies were well-known figures in Middle-earth, hailed as supreme geniuses by countless people. Yet, the ones they revered now found themselves gazing up at another genius whose silhouette was already far beyond their reach. At this moment, whether it was those in Middle-earth Academy City or the Continent's Academy City, they were all abuzz, almost in a frenzy over Owen's every move. From Middle-earth Academy City, Owen's emergence shattered all past records. A person like him would undoubtedly make this era dazzlingly brilliant. As for the Continent's Academy City, the excitement was palpable. Owen hailed from the continent, and they had established good relations with him in the past. With this connection, the Continent's Academy City not only gained a stronger voice on the continent, but its influence in Middle-earth Academy City was also on the rise. Edward, you'll be fully in charge of handling Mr. Owen's affairs. Middle-earth Academy City will also send some top-tier scholars and professors. You'll be the one leading the team. Do everything possible to strengthen ties with Mr. Owen. If necessary, even the neutral stance of our Continent's Academy City can be changed for his sake. Lifetime Professor Allen looked solemnly at Edward, on whom he placed high expectations, speaking earnestly. He understood well that compared to Owen, everything else could be put aside. Other forces on the continent didn't even warrant attention. Edward also grasped the situation. Though Owen was currently the target of many forces, it was precisely at such a critical moment that if Academy City could lend a hand, that gesture would be invaluable. Only by doing so could they truly earn Owen's friendship. Thinking back to when they first noticed Owen, and now seeing him become a figure of immense significance across realms, the Continent's Academy City had benefited immensely, reaping untold rewards. Now it was time to return the favor. On the other side, as the Continent's Academy City publicly championed Owen and promoted his achievements, the factions behind the defeated prodigies could no longer sit still. Voices condemning Owen spread like wildfire across Middle-earth and the continent. Some factions even began offering bounties, preparing to take action against him. However, amidst the overwhelming outcry, the Dragon Race, the Bone Dragon Race, and the Fallen Angel Race all stood firmly by Owen's side. Anyone daring to harm Mr. Owen is our enemy. Mr. Owen is an unprecedented prodigy. Only with his rise can the realm have a true leader. The Dragon Race, the Bone Dragon Race, and the Fallen Angel Race were all infamous and fearsome. Their declarations instantly swayed some of the suppressive voices against Owen. But Owen had made too many enemies. The major forces of Middle-earth were not deterred by the three races. Instead, they began rallying their strongest fighters, preparing to burst through the Bronze Gate and strike directly at Owen's stronghold. While Middle-earth was descending into chaos, back on the continent, the Kyric Empire's princess, accompanied by 3 great ghost generals, gathered an army, ready to annihilate the Azure Kingdom. This time, Kyric had mobilized its entire nation's strength, alarming every kingdom on the continent. Countless kingdoms felt that an unprecedented cataclysm was imminent. Many began reaching out to Kyric or leveraging their connections to form a coalition army to destroy the Azure Kingdom, hoping to claim a share of the spoils in this upheaval. But the Cloud Empire, where Davis resided, immediately rallied its forces to defend the Azure Kingdom at all costs as soon as Kyric mobilized its armies. Many other kingdoms believed that Owen wouldn't be able to withstand this storm from Middle-earth. However, Davis, the Cloud Empire's emperor, and the high-ranking officials placed great hope in Owen. They decided to stand with Owen. As more and more powers from both Middle-earth and the continent were drawn into this tempest, nearly every force and mage was abuzz with discussions about the matter. A sense of an impending storm loomed over everyone. Leslie, Kyric has gathered its entire national strength, and many Middle-earth forces are ready to cross the Bronze Gate. The situation is growing increasingly dire. Duke Charles furrowed his brows in deep worry, unable to shake off the ominous feeling. However, Leslie remained calm, as if she hadn't heard Duke Charles's complaints. Leslie, their forces are truly terrifying. I've heard that even God Kings and God Emperors will be present. Why don't you leave with your people first? Duke Charles had never encountered a God King tier mage personally, but he knew that such beings could shake the heavens and devastate a city with a mere thought. As for a God Emperor, he couldn't even fathom their power. Before mages of such caliber, they were merely ants. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he didn't want Leslie or Owen, both with unparalleled potential, to perish. Charlotte, how are the wedding preparations coming along? Leslie turned to Charlotte beside her, her aura growing increasingly ethereal, exuding a kind of primordial purity. Facing Leslie, who was becoming ever more unfathomable, Charlotte didn't even have the courage to meet her gaze, only feeling that Leslie was now so unfamiliar and cold. Only when mentioning Owen did Leslie seem to show a trace of human emotion. Miss, everything is ready. We're just waiting for Mr. Owen to enter the city. Charlotte replied softly. Knowing how seriously the young lady took this matter, she had instructed everyone to put aside all other tasks, ensuring this was flawlessly arranged and thoroughly checked. Very well, then, there's only one day left. Owen should be back soon. Leslie gazed calmly at the distant sky. Charlotte nodded and was about to turn and leave when she hesitated, as if receiving some news. After a moment's pause, she spoke up. Miss, Mary requests an audience. Oh, Leslie raised an eyebrow slightly. As a former princess of the Azure Kingdom, Mary had been something of a legendary figure. Moreover, she'd once had feelings for Owen. Now, of all times, what did she want with Leslie? I'll have her turned away. Seeing Leslie's silence, Charlotte offered gently. Wait, since she's come all this way, let's meet her. Leslie had an uneasy premonition. Perhaps it would be better to see her in person. Owen's power is growing too quickly. Many prodigies have fallen to him. This cannot continue. The Bronze Gate is open, and the restrictions are gone due to the Heavenly Dow's changes. Why don't we give Owen a wedding he'll never forget? I like that idea. Owen is too ruthless. With the Godslayer staff and the Supreme Order in his hands, the sooner we eliminate him, the better. It'll also serve as a warning to others. The Sacred Pool, the Temple of the Fire God, and the Truth Church, the top factions of Middle-earth, all reached a peak of murderous intent towards Owen. It was a do-or-die situation. Owen was too monstrous. He had to be eradicated. Owen has allied with the Archdemon. Will that big figure intervene? An old pope from the Truth Church spoke up. To them, Owen and Leslie were no threat. Only the Archdemon remained an unknown variable. Chapter 274, Chapter 271. Owen has returned. That big figure will definitely make a move. This time, Owen won't have any chance to escape. The Archgod who had previously fought against the Archdemon sneered coldly. This time, Owen had offended an incredible powerhouse, and not even the Archdemon could protect him. Everyone, get ready. Leslie is set to marry Owen tomorrow, so let's prepare a grand gift for them. Mr. Owen, it's been a while. Your strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. As Owen stepped out of the demon realm and into the Covenant, Edward, who had been waiting for him for quite some time, quickly stepped forward and greeted him warmly. Owen had a good impression of Edward, an old friend. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, he asked about the major events that had occurred recently. After all, he had been in the demon abyss for a while and wasn't well informed about the current situation. Edward had anticipated this and promptly relayed all the important news to Owen, especially about the 9 top-tier Middle-earth factions, including the Truth Church, preparing to take action against him. Owen merely nodded calmly in response. Edward's respect for him grew even more at this display of tranquility. Even though the 9 top-tier Middle-earth factions had deployed god emperors and god kings, forces that no one in Middle-earth could oppose, Owen's composure reassured Edward, calming the turmoil in his own heart. He had recorded Owen's journey and had seen him turn the tide in seemingly hopeless situations numerous times. While he didn't know what cards Owen had up his sleeve, he believed that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Owen. The mages from Middle-earth Academy City who were standing behind Edward exchanged bewildered glances. They, as residents of Middle-earth, had no confidence in Owen's chances. Yet, this representative from the Covenant seemed to have absolute faith in him. Where did this confidence come from? Oh, right, Mr. Owen. The Princess of Kyric, accompanied by 3 great ghost generals in the National Army, is currently attempting to invade the Azure Kingdom. Edward hesitated before slowly bringing up the topic. Owen's expression remained calm as he said, just wait a moment. Let's head back to the Azure Kingdom first. Edward nodded. At that moment, Davis and several other young prodigies who were familiar with Owen also arrived. Despite the immense crisis they faced, they all chose to stand by Owen's side. As they looked at Owen, who had burst forth from the demon abyss, they couldn't help but feel that he had become even more enigmatic. They were all peers, yet Owen had left them far behind. Even though they had been training day and night, trying to close the gap, it seemed that the distance between them had only grown. Owen, you're really a monster. Davis, Andre, and the others stood before Owen, their expressions complex as they sighed. They had heard the rumors. Owen had stepped into the ranks of Sage-tier mages. And they, despite receiving the best resources and training from their respective factions, were only at the Diamond tier, still far from reaching Sage tier. Many prodigies could spend their entire lives without ever touching that tier. Owen chuckled and looked at the group of disheartened prodigies. You all should stop comparing yourselves to me. For me, breakthroughs are as easy as eating and drinking. Davis, Andre, and the others stared at him speechlessly. They had come to check on Owen's safety, only to be dealt another